2-year-old south of Washington, D.C.
America is safer today because of one of the top domestic terrorists in MS-13. He is off the street.
She says the suspect, whose name has not been released, was in the country illegally.
They're one of the most dangerous gangs in our country, and we are going to fight until they are completely dismantled.
President Trump calls Homeland Security Secretary Tom Homan a superstar for the arrest on social media. U.S. officials just confirming Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. plans to cut 10,000 full-time employees across different departments. Those cuts are in addition to about 10,000 who've opted to leave since President Trump took office. HHS oversees vaccines, scientific research, food, and tobacco products. More fallout from Trump cabinet officials using the Signal app, the same one they chose to discuss plans for an attack on Houthi rebels in Yemen. Correspondent Michael Wallace.
The German news magazine Der Spiegel found the private information of Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, National Security Advisor Mike Waltz, and Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard in hacked data that were dumped online. They found password details, mobile phone numbers, and email addresses. Hegseth's email address and some of his passwords were found in more than 20 data leaks.
Industry analysts are weighing in on President Trump's tariffs on foreign-made cars and car parts that'll kick in April 2nd. Joe McCabe at Auto Forecast Solutions.
No one's going to come out unscathed on this, 25% across the board. It is going to be bloody in the beginning.
The president believes the tariffs will encourage more car manufacturing here in the U.S. French President Emmanuel Macron is hosting a summit of European leaders and NATO allies to shore up support for Ukraine in the war with Russia. The BBC's Hugh Schofield is in Paris.
What's unofficially on the agenda, I think, is America, Trump, the deals that have been cut in Saudi Arabia, and this fear, which is ever present among the Europeans, that Trump and Putin are cooking something up together.
We have a date for launch of an all-woman Blue Origin flight to space. That'll include our own Gayle King. It'll blast off April 14th, and Gayle has a request.
Please don't tell me that not to go. Please don't tell me what the hell am I thinking. I just want people to cheer me on and be happy for me at this moment, because I really am excited.
Among the women joining her, Katy Perry and Jeff Bezos' fiance, Lauren Sanchez. This is CBS News.
A riddle brought to you by Progressive Insurance. What do your home and auto have in common? Progressive protects them both. It was an easy riddle. Learn more at Progressive.com.
Good morning. It's 6:03. We head over to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk now with Chris Sullivan.
Morning, Charlie. We're off to a pretty good start. We have one little issue to tell you about. It's in the Linwood area, and it's at the off-ramp to the transit center there in Linwood, right there at 44th. Pretty sizable car fire went up, and we're seeing a lot of lights in that area. So we do have a backup on southbound I-5, pulling away from the Mill Creek split down past the area. But overall, it's only 35 minutes from Everett into Seattle, 35 from Everett to Bellevue as well. Rest of the map, about average. We've got some brake lights in and around Highway 18 as you come up the Valley Freeway. Nothing shocking about that. 40 minutes to go from Puyallup to Renton. Renton to Bellevue is a shade under 20 minutes. The Federal Way to Seattle Drive, not bad at all. Little hesitation here and there. Under 40, though, to make the drive total. Across the lake, we're looking really good. Olympia to Tacoma is only 35 minutes. This report brought to you by Seattle Sports. You can always listen to your favorite local sports content on the FM dial, 97.3 HD2.
KIRO Newsradio, 97.3 FM, Northwest News. Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and mynorthwest.com.
6:04, cloudy and 50 in Seattle. I'm Charlie Harger. Sound Transit Board of Directors is expected to select King County Executive Dow Constantine as their new CEO today. And wait till you hear how much he'll be making. KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey is here with more. Luke?
It's quite a lot, thank you, Charlie. If approved, he could make up to $650,000 a year, including a $450,000 base salary. Constantine has said if he is voted in, he will leave office early to become CEO. Just yesterday, he delivered his final State of the County address, talking about issues and challenges that the county still faces, from homelessness to drug abuse, gun violence, and deep budget shortfalls.
We faced enormous challenges in the early days of my administration. Not only the profound impacts of the Great Recession, but a structural financial gap and growing demand for services that continues to outpace our resources.
Constantine has served as county executive for 16 years, and he's been a member of the Sound Transit Board for 15 years. So in addition to that $450,000 salary, the CEO, the other perks involved include, listen to this, a retirement contribution up to 12% of his base salary, full medical and dental, a $24,000 allowance for business-related expenses, 35 paid time off days, not bad, and just like every other Sound Transit staff member, Constantine will get a free Orca card, Charlie.
Okay, you might need it.
Yeah, might need it.
6:05. An Everett home was hit by lightning last night, causing the roof to catch fire with a family still inside. KIRO 7 TV's Samantha Lomibao spoke with that family.
Suddenly heard this big, boom and a crack, and we were like, that was not far away.
It was the Nichols family home struck by lightning.
We were just, watching TV, and then all of a sudden it's just boom. Everything's off, and then it's oh, fire.
Jeannie and Carly Nichols quickly found out the smell was coming from upstairs.
And I opened the door to the office, and there was a burning hole.
They immediately grabbed their two dogs and ran to a neighbor's house as they watched firefighters put out the flames.
That's not the only damage from the storm last night. The Angle Lake Light Rail Station is still closed this morning due to storm damage from last night. KIRO 7 TV's Jake Chapman has more.
It's not clear again right now if the storm damage was from lightning or something else, but this storm was definitely on the minds of many in our area, and we caught up with one woman who had to get a ride from the SeaTac station to here.
The clouds were really dark, and then I managed to get to all my places and then got on Sound Transit, and it only took us to SeaTac Airport. And I said, well, what's wrong? That's crazy.
As for a timetable when things will be back and running here at Angle Lake, well, that spokesperson from Sound Transit says there's no estimated timeline for that yet.
And gates are still closed at the transit station. It's 6:07.
Seattle's Morning News on KIRO Newsradio. And here's your host, Charlie Harger.
It's Thursday, March 27th, Mariners opening day, T-Mobile Park. I have friends who are going to the game tonight. Seems a little chilly, but it's also the start of baseball season, Sully.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing, and I'm glad that we made it through last night's hailstormageddon.
Yeah.
That didn't materialize.
Yeah,
to make
kind
it
of
to today.
bust, huh?
Yeah, I feel kind of foolish with what I did to pack up my car yesterday.
You know, here's what we were saying on the show yesterday, though. We have to mention it, and that's what the meteorologists are saying. And if it's a bust, we also ask people to send us mean texts and accuse us of being dummies.
Yeah.
It's fine. But I tell you, if we had not told people about it, we would have had such a bad storm.
Yeah, exactly. So but I still kind of feel foolish about how my car was all bundled up.
Yeah.
But, oh, well.
I'd say a good 40% of the cars in my neighborhood were also covered as I was driving in. Yep. So there you go. Live and learn. Our producer this morning, Jonah Oakleaf, Katrina Gashard, our editor, and this hour of Seattle's Morning News, sponsored by American Crawl Space and Pest Control. Coming up this hour, Mariners insider Shannon Drayer joins the show to talk about opening day, what fans can expect this season. And Sully, you have a choke point?
Yeah, we're going to take a look at the new expressway that's going to open later this year to the airport and how much it's going to cost you to use.
Okay. Look forward to that. It's 6:08 now in Seattle's Morning News. Regents Blue Shield patients at Providence Swedish hospitals could suddenly find themselves out of network if insurance contract negotiations don't resolve by next week. Here's KIRO 7 TV's Brandon Thompson.
A patient at Swedish, Olivia Vigrabs, is booked up the next 2 months.
I have appointments up until my due date already scheduled, so almost every week.
High blood pressure and gestational diabetes means she needs frequent checkups while pregnant. When she got a letter about her insurance company and her hospital's contract ending on April 1st.
Just kind of panicky. The idea of having to repeat all this stuff and go to a new provider is just awful.
The scale is what really struck me.
If a deal is not reached, patients like Olivia and Andrea would have to pay out-of-network costs to keep their doctor at some of the 28 hospitals or clinics currently in network across the state.
Washington State losing more than $160 million in federal money meant for health care programs. Seattle Times reports that the Trump administration is cutting grants for public health, mental health services, and substance abuse treatment. Senator Patty Murray says the cuts put critical health services at risk, especially disease monitoring and vaccine programs. Over 200 state employees could be impacted. State officials are still assessing the full impact of the cuts. More than 100 people are losing their jobs at Valley Medical Center in Renton. King 5 says the layoffs follow a surprise cut in federal Medicaid reimbursements, costing the hospital millions. The layoffs impact non-medical staff. Hospital leaders say patient care won't suffer. A break-in at a North Seattle hotel. KIRO 7 TV's Elle Thomas reports Seattle police are investigating.
Detectives investigating a home invasion. This happened at the Crown Inn off Aurora Avenue near the intersection with Northeast 95th. Investigators say two people confronted a man on the way out of his room. Well, the man said the suspects ransacked his room while holding him at gunpoint. He says they took his car keys, his phone, and the keys to his apartment. When he made a break for it, he told police he heard a gunshot. Now, the good news in this, thankfully no one was hurt, but the suspects took off, and there is no word of a suspect description yet.
Washington lawmakers are debating a bill that would speed up pardons for people in the country illegally who have been convicted of crimes here. The goal is to erase those convictions so they aren't used as grounds for deportation. Washington State Standard reports the bill would let the Clemency Board fast-track cases for immigrants already facing deportation orders. The bill gets a public hearing today. Supporters say many have lived here for years and have turned their lives around, but critics say it gives special treatment to people here illegally and skips the line ahead of others waiting for a pardon. Bill capping rent hikes at 7% in Washington has moved one step closer to becoming law. The Washington State Standard reports the measure passed by a key Senate committee had strong opposition from Republicans. Supporters say the cap protects renters from sudden spikes. Opponents argue it'll hurt landlords and slow down new housing projects. Well, taking a look at the forecast brought to you by State Roofing and Exteriors, it is going to be kind of a mellow day today. I drove up. There was so much rain coming down, so that also might affect your drive into work today. Heading for a high of 59, overnight low of 46. And joining us now is KIRO 7 pinpoint meteorologist Nick Allard. So we're just looking forward, right, Nick? We're not looking back?
Why wouldn't we? Let's go back. Let's go to the 80s. What do you want to talk about?
There was some lightning last night. That was pretty exciting.
Yeah, we had about 900 lightning strikes.
Yeah.
We had widespread, strong thunderstorms. I don't think anything ever went severe officially, but we did see quite a bit of thunderstorm activity. Places like Olympia and Lacey did miss out, but, you know, I heard it in my area in Snohomish County. We had a lot. If you look at the lightning map, it was about just over 900 from, say, after about 4 or 5 p.m. through, say, you know, like 10 or 11. But again, thankfully, it did not quite go severe. I remember at noon yesterday looking at the temperatures, and a lot of places around Seattle North were about 6 to 8 degrees cooler than the day before because of the cloud cover and fog. So I do think at the end of the day, that put a little cap on things and limited a little instability and just enough instability to keep things from going severe, which is great. So we didn't quite get into that category, but we still had a pretty stormy night. I know it woke me up at one point. Now we're looking at just a few showers here and there, especially in Snohomish County, a few in Kitsap County, and you'll just see spotty showers today. We're starting off in the low 50s. There's a little fog in the South Sound as well, and you'll just see on and off spotty showers. Might hear a little air mass thunderstorm, not as organized or strong or even close to it as last night. And if you're going to the Mariners game, we'll end on this. I do think the roof will be closed because you should have some spotty showers, and I think it'll be kind of on the, you know, just wet side to start the game with still some showers tomorrow, first part of Saturday, drier Saturday evening, and drier on Sunday.
Kind of boring. Boring
yeah,
is
and
good.
I like that.
Yeah. Right now in Seattle.
Wait, me or the forecast?
Yes.
Both. Yes. The answer is yes.
6:14 on Seattle's Morning News. 50 in Seattle right now. We head over to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk with Sully.
And all in all, we're in a pretty good spot. We do have some braking away from the Mill Creek interchange down past the 44th off-ramp there in Linwood. That's because of a car fire that is still under investigation right at the top of that off-ramp there to the transit center. So we're looking at kind of a heavy delay right there. We've got 40 minutes from Everett into Seattle, about 40 from Everett into Bellevue as well. I'm checking to see if the buses through that area are being rerouted routed to the transit center because they've got the top of it kind of closed. So we'll be watching that. The rest of the map, about what you would expect. We've got an Olympia to Tacoma drive of about 35 minutes, and then Federal Way to Seattle's about 40. Then we've got all up to Renton at about 40 minutes as well. Renton to Bellevue's under 20, so that's great. The Lake Bridges are cruising along. This report brought to you by Kia of Everett. At Kia of Everett, they make the process of buying a new Kia as exciting as it is driving one home. The best drive you'll ever make is to Kia of Everett. Simple, easy, fun.
KIRO News Radio morning editor Katrina Gashard here now at the news desk.
Good morning, Charlie. A community activist once granted clemency by Governor Inslee will be back in court today. He's facing drug charges. Percy Levy was arrested a few weeks ago after a 16-month-long investigation. Officials said he had enough fentanyl to kill over 250,000 people. Levy posted $1.5 million bail on Monday night and was released from the Snohomish County Jail. And it's opening day for the Seattle Mariners. Former Mariners player and soon-to-be Hall of Famer Ichiro Suzuki will throw out the first pitch tonight. The game is scheduled to start at 7:10. Catch all the action on our sister station, 710 Seattle Sports.
All right, Katrina, let's keep on that theme.
Seattle's morning news.
Watch the show live on mynorthwest.com.
Now here's Charlie Harger.
Joining us now is Mariners insider Shannon Dreyer from 710 Seattle Sports and seattlesports.com. Shannon, today is opening day. It is remarkable to think we've made it through the offseason. Here we are. We've got a new manager. What should fans be looking for as this season approaches?
Well, happy opening day to you too, Charlie. I think it should be a holiday.
Yeah.
We should all be off and going to the ballpark today. That would be a lot of fun, but we're going anyway tonight. You know, this team, it's going to be very interesting because if you look at it, they didn't make very many off-season moves. You know, on the surface, it all looks the same. The faces are familiar, just a couple of additions, nothing major. But you've got a new manager at the top who's going to do things in a little bit of a different way, and he's talked about that quite a bit. And I think everybody remembers Dan Wilson from his playing days with the Mariners. I think there is a lot of that in what he wants to do. And it's a simplified style of baseball. It is something that we have seen the team, the hitters take to. The pitchers are all kind of on their own program, and you don't mess with that. They've just been doing remarkable things with pitching. But, you know, it's about getting this group of hitters together and hitting as a team and producing runs as a team. And, you know, rather than concentrating on if your mechanics are absolutely right at the plate and you're getting off your A swing every time, it's what can you do to get that runner over on first base, over to second or to third. You can take your shot, you know, early in a count, by all means, do that, but they need to find ways to score runs, and not even runs. They need to find ways to score one more run. With the pitching staff they have, they don't need much to support it. So Dan Wilson has been really emphasizing things like, you know, when you get on base, if you can steal the base, steal the base. Take the extra base, take the extra base. Play clean baseball. Stay up the middle with your approach. Don't try and do too much. Don't try and be somebody that you're not. And of course, he's got Edgar Martinez there right with him. And the hitters have, you know, really bought in from what I can tell. I think there are sometimes when hitters like to try and get a little too big and too much, and we'll see that from time to time. But I'm going to be looking to see, you know, can they get that run? And it might not be the first night, but over the course of the season, are they able to do enough for that pitching staff to shine through?
You were down in Arizona for spring training. Any big surprises?
Well, there was the unfortunate one. You lost George Kirby probably for the first month of the season. So that's one of the 5. But you've got Emerson Hancock, who has been up a couple of times, a younger pitcher. Really no room on the rotation for him. I think he'd be in most big league rotations elsewhere, but the caliber of what you've got in the starting 5 for the Mariners is very uncommon. And he's a year older, and he's added a pitch. He's throwing a sweeper right now, which gives him another weapon. And I think that he's ready to really kind of step up and be that guy when they need him to be. And they're going to need him about the first month. Andres Munoz, who is, in a sense, a closer. They haven't really used a closer. They call it a leverage guy who comes in when you absolutely need the out late in a game. He came in I think the best shape that I've seen him. He's had to deal with injuries and whatnot, and when he's throwing 100 in his first appearance, you know, the eyes open a little bit. So I think, you know, on the pitching, some good surprises. Julio Rodriguez looks very comfortable at the plate, which is good. And Jorge Polanco, who they brought back to play third base. He played second base last year, coming off a knee surgery. Everybody's wondering what's going to happen at third base. He didn't live up to what he should have at the plate last year, in part because he had a bad knee. He picked up the bat and he's a switch hitter, just absolutely locked in from both sides, almost from the get-go. So I'm very curious to see if that is something that can translate and what he is offensively this year.
We're talking with Shannon Dreher, Mariners insider from SeattleSports.com. And Shannon, I look at all of those players that you just mentioned. Who has the most to prove this season? Is it Julio with the inconsistency we've seen in the previous seasons, or is it someone else?
I think that's a safe choice to go with. You know, this is a player that has kind of been anointed by MLB and the Mariners to some extent as a face of the game, not just of the Mariners, but the face of the game. And the consistency has been the only thing that has tripped him up. You have no question that the talent is there in all aspects of his game. You see it from time to time. Last year, it took too long to get out of trouble when he got into trouble. When things weren't working for him at the plate, it was a very prolonged struggle. And a lot of people say that offense will go as he goes. They absolutely need that. That's the biggest bat potential in that order. You need to see him just stretch out those good stretches that he has. You need him to be him and an effective him for long stretches. And when he does get into trouble, as hitters always do, there's always going to be a spell when you're in a bit of a slump. Well, the difference between the younger players and the more veteran players is the more veteran players usually know how to get out of it quicker. And Julio has kind of really gotten tripped up by that in the past. So to me, I think that because of everything that has been put on him and that he has accepted, you know, he likes being a face of baseball and a face of the Mariners, and he likes, being the big contract holder and everything else. Because of all that is a lot to live up to. And so I think that would be the first area you would look for that. And I think he's ready for that. I think he deals with that very well, but I think he also would like the numbers to match.
For the casual fan, somebody who catches a few games a year, might get down to the ballpark. What is the one thing they should be most excited about heading into this regular season?
Enjoying baseball. I came out here from Central Illinois, and when it came time to pick a college, the number one criteria I had is it had to be in a town with good baseball, and I had to have access to that. I had to be able to hop on a bus and go to a ball game. And I think that there are times that we forget, if you're a baseball fan, how fortunate you are to have that baseball here. I didn't have that growing up. It was a big weekend trip and everybody getting in the car and driving to Chicago or, earlier in life to Boston or Philadelphia or something like that. You have baseball and you can enjoy it the way that you want. If you want to just go take it in and eat the hot dog and the sights and the sounds and get to cheer and do the things up on the video board, by all means do that. If you want to wear the jersey, yes. If you want to get into the game, if you want to live and die with every pitch, do that too. You have that opportunity. If you want to break it down by the numbers, do that. But, for me, just the opportunity to get there, to enjoy it, to see other people enjoying it, I think that's something very special.
That's Mariner insider Shannon Dreher from our sister station, Seattle Sports 710. First pitch tonight at T-Mobile Park, 7:10. I'm so excited. Mariners are back. 6:23 now. Let's head over to the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk. What I love about the start of every season is hope springs anew. That maybe this year, this will finally be our year. And why not us, Sully?
Why not us? I mean, just because every sports writer is picking the Rangers to win our division and some of them to win the World Series.
Look at SeattleSports.com. There is a sports writer who's projecting the Mariners win the World Series. So,
who is that?
The Angels beat writer.
Oh, well, yeah. There we go.
Okay.
I mean, why not? I mean, they're in the bottom of this division, so they might as well, I mean, I guess the A's probably are too, but what are you going to do? I know, I'm
Plumbing
excited.
traffic desk time now.
And I'm looking up in the Linwood area, right at the off-ramp to the Linwood Transit Center, or the HOV off-ramp there. We have that exit blocked because there's a pretty significant car fire that went up. The fire's out now, right at the top of that ramp, and I see the State Patrol and the fire department department kind of investigating what looks to be a pretty well charred out minivan. So you can't get off there. There's a pretty big light show, and so that's why you're slowing down from the Mill Creek interchange. It's about 45 minutes from Everett into Seattle, about 40 minutes from Everett to Bellevue, and this might impact your ability to get in and out of the transit center in your car, or if you're catching a bus, then to catch the light rail. So pad a few extra minutes there. The Renton to Bellevue Drive, definitely heating up there. The S-curves are active already, 25 minutes into Bellevue. Behind that, we're looking at about a 42, 43-minute trip from Puyallup to Renton. Federal Way to Seattle's running right around 45 to 50 minutes now, depending on how you hit it. The Lake Bridges are cruising around nice and easy. Olympia to Tacoma has no issues. We've got about a 30-minute trip for you, and then 16 and 18 are in fine shape. This report brought to you by the Emerald Queen Casino, the best place to watch your favorite sports, featuring wall-to-wall viewing screens, 6 windows, 30 kiosks. Be there, emeraldqueen.com.
Okay, we expect to have showers throughout the day, occasional showers, and highs in the upper 50s. Rain tomorrow to wrap up the work week, about a quarter inch of rain, and occasional showers over the weekend. Highs both days in the mid to upper 50s. This is Seattle's Morning News on KIRO News Radio.
This hour is brought to you by American Crawl Space and Pest Services.
KIRO News Radio delivers the news you can trust.
State is facing a multi-billion-dollar deficit.
Government wants more of your money to build quote-unquote affordable housing.
We help you navigate the headlines, providing clarity and context to help you understand how today's events impact your life tomorrow.
The driver pulled out a gun. The officer opened fire, shooting at least one time.
The problem is worse in King County than any other part of the country.
Stay informed, stay connected with KIRO News Radio.
Well, I'm here with my good buddy, Dr. Dan Nelson from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine. And you've heard from Dr. Dan's patients over the years how a simple stem cell procedure has successfully conquered their pain. Well, folks, now it's my turn. After years of dealing with knee pain from all the football abuse, I can say my knee pain now is almost 100% gone. How'd you do it, Dr. Dan?
Well, Brock, personally, I'm very happy that you did so well. And your story is like so many of our other patients who come in, former athletes and non-athletes as well, who have come in with chronic knee pain, and they are looking for alternatives besides knee replacement surgery. And we're happy to provide this service. It's been truly a game changer for so many folks. It's just been a pleasure to be part of this.
Consider Dr. Nelson, the only doctor with over 30 years of experience in pain medicine techniques, including stem cell therapy. I was in and out with a couple of follow-ups. It's a non-surgical solution to pain using your own stem cells. Consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD at 425-823-4000 or visit danielnelsonmd.com. That's danielnelsonmd.com.
Old windows cost you money and security. Lake Washington Windows and Doors installs energy-efficient, high-security windows that lower your bills and increase protection. With leak armor installation and lifetime warranties, you're protected for life. Choose LakeWashingtonWindows.com today.
Through March 31st, save double your sales tax from Lake Washington Windows and Doors. Plus, enjoy easy zero down, zero payments, and zero interest, same as cash 12-month financing. Visit LakeWashingtonWindows.com to save double today.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity. So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah. I'm up to 32 followers.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah, posting my tap dancing videos is easier than ever because we engineered Xfinity Internet with 99.99% network reliability.
Plus, Xfinity Mobile with Wi-Fi Power Boost gives you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. But wait, tap dancing? You don't tap dance.
Hey, what I lack in skill, I make up with passion.
Do more of what you love and love how fast you do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. And now through April 21st, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and one unlimited mobile line together for $25 a month for 1 year and save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Savings compared to Verizon 5G Internet plus one unlimited welcome line and AT&T Internet 300 plus one unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Actual speeds vary. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
You've seen the headlines. Budget crisis, government emergency, billions of dollars short. No, not the federal government. It's happening here in Washington state. State tax revenues are at record highs. Over the next 4 years, tax revenue is on pace to grow by $10 billion. But current spending will outpace that revenue growth by $12 billion. Want to learn more about the growth of state taxes and spending over the last decade? Visit budgetbreakdown.org.
Norwegian Cruise Line invites you to experience more in the Caribbean, Alaska, Europe, and beyond. For a limited time, get 50% off all cruises and enjoy NCL's all-new More at Sea cruising package, including unlimited open bar, specialty dining, and more. Visit ncl.com, call your travel advisor, or 1-888-NCL-CRUISE. Offer ends soon. Norwegian Cruise Line. Ships registry the Bahamas and USA. Restrictions apply.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
For more than 75 years, University of Maryland Global Campus has given you the opportunity to build your next success. Choose from more than 135 degree and certificate programs in career-relevant fields like business, healthcare, data analytics, cybersecurity, and more. Plus, we offer 100% online and hybrid courses, personalized advising, and lifetime career services. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
I've always been an athletic guy, but after turning 40, I noticed I was slowing down. I booked a free testosterone check with Revive Health and learned that low T doesn't just impact my performance in the bedroom. I've been following a custom treatment plan ever since, and today I'm feeling stronger and more confident than ever.
If you're ready to book your free T-check, text BOOST to 65555 or visit ReviveMensHealth.com to schedule your appointment. Message and data rates may apply. Message frequency varies. Text help for help. Text stop to cancel. See privacy policy at ReviveMensHealth.com/privacy policy. For info on how opt-in info will be used and terms and conditions at ReviveMensHealth.com/terms of use for terms of short code service.
Gray whales are back in the Salish Sea. Family-run Puget Sound Express offers guaranteed whale-watching tours departing from Edmonds. Don't miss Seattle's most popular and well-reviewed whale tours. Book online at PugetSoundExpress.com.
KIRO Newsradio, 97.3 FM, Northwest News. Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Good morning, I'm Charlie Harger. King County Executive Dow Constantine delivered his final State of the County address yesterday afternoon. He touted successes, noted where more work needs to be done, and the challenges ahead. KIRO Newsradio's James Lynch was there.
After serving as King County Executive for 16 years, Constantine is leaving early as he's been nominated to serve as King County Transit CEO. Constantine says he is proud of what he's accomplished during his tenure, but admits it wasn't always easy.
We faced enormous challenges in the early days of my administration. Not only the profound impacts of the Great Recession, but a structural financial gap and growing demand for services that continues to outpace our resources.
In Seattle, James Lynch, KIRO News Radio.
Well, today's opening day for Major League Baseball, and the Mariners are kicking off a 4-game series against the divisional rival. Luke, you've got a typo in this lead, Luke. They're not the Oakland A's. They are simply the A's.
Yeah, you're right.
Oh, Luke. Well, Luke is here. You went to T-Mobile Park yesterday and talked to fans?
I did. It's early in the morning, so cut me some slack on the...
just a little slack this time only. Soon to be the Las Vegas A's, but right now they're just the A's.
Yeah, you're right. I swear I'm a fan. You know, we are 12 hours and 20 minutes approximately away from first pitch here. So let me ask you all. Opening day. Yeah. What do you all love about opening day? What is it about that gets you so excited about today?
You know, I was just talking about this. I think it is the hope that this is our year, our season. I go into every season thinking this, that maybe, just maybe, the cards get laid down on the table just right, and we take it all. We go to the playoffs.
Speaking of Oakland, Moneyball, right?
Yeah.
Why can't we have a Moneyball season, right? There is a lot of upside for the Mariners this season, though. They have arguably the best pitching lineup in baseball. Logan Gilbert gets the nod tonight. And they just signed Cal Raleigh to a 6-year, $105 million deal. He had his best season last year. I asked fans, like you said, what they love about opening day.
The crowds and the cheering and the excitement of opening day.
But just like you, Charlie, what I really like to hear, the optimism from fans, especially Ron. I love this.
It's just the anticipation and just the thought of maybe it could happen. There are teams out there that have won that have been a horrible thing, and they went straight to the World Series, Super Bowl, and everything. So there's always that possibility.
Yeah, it is. Hey, first pitch 7:10 tonight. Tickets are still available, by the way. And most importantly, though, tonight is magnetic schedule giveaway night. Any takers?
You buried the lead. It's magnetic schedule night.
I know. I'm not too excited about it. But listen to this. Friday, it's Randy Arozarena, crossed arm hoodie night.
Oh.
I don't even know what that is, and that sounds really cool. I want one. I might go Friday. Saturday, maybe I got to go Saturday. Hello Kitty bucket hat night. That's cool. Come on.
If you are not coming to the station on Monday morning wearing that, I don't know what to make of you.
Where else are you going to get a bucket hat, a Hello Kitty Mariners bucket hat? Yeah. Hey, the good news, by the way, Mariners tied for first.
There you go. And you can hear the game tonight on Seattle Sports, 7:10 a.m. or seattlesports.com. Thank you, Luke. It's 6:35. We head over to Sully at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
You can probably get that Hello Kitty bucket hat at Goodwill on Tuesday.
You're right, though. You're
Sorry. I'm kidding. That would be, if you're into it, you're into it. Looking at northbound 405, I'm looking for a crash in the S-curve somewhere because we've jumped up from a 20-minute drive to a 30-minute drive. We are bumper to bumper all the way up past 44th. So plan on 30 minutes to make that drive. And behind that, we've got about 25 minutes out of Auburn, so we're definitely heating up there. Northbound I-5, we're struggling getting up past the Kent Des Moines Road, now a little bit past the West Seattle Bridge, so 50 minutes to make the trip up into Seattle. Out of the north end, we're still really heavy pulling away from Linwood on I-5. That's because the exit ramp to the HOV there, access to 44th of the transit center, is closed. Got a burnt-out hulk of a car at the top of that ramp, and so there's a light show there. 45 minutes from Everett to Seattle, about 50 from Everett to Bellevue. This report brought to you by Superior Linen Service. You never get a second chance to make a first impression. Superior Linen Service will make you look good with Logan Apparel and more. SUPLinen.com.
Forecast calls for occasional showers today and a high of 59. Tomorrow, more showers and highs in the mid-50s. Right now in Seattle, it's 50 at 6:36. The opening bell brought to you by Legacy Group Capital Family of Funds. Auto industry analyst Joe McCabe tells the BBC it could be years before the U.S. will realize what President Trump says will be benefits of his tariffs, including creating more foreign investment in auto production here in America.
No one's going to come out unscathed on this, 25% across the board. It is going to be bloody in the beginning.
And on Wall Street right now, with President Trump's announcement that there will be tariffs on the auto industry, auto shares are facing a downward turn today, and that's dragging the rest of the market down as well. Dow Jones Industrial Average off by 184 points right now. S&P 500 down 32. NASDAQ down 130. Word here for KIRO 7 TV. Watch KIRO 7 TV and KIRO 7 News. KIRO 7 News at 4, 5, and 6 only on KIRO 7 TV.
This is Seattle's Morning News on KIRO Newsradio, and here's your host, Charlie Harger.
Representatives of dozens of countries, allies of Ukraine, are taking part in a meeting in Paris, co-hosted by French President Emmanuel Macron and British Prime Minister Keir Starmer. The BBC's Jeremy Brown says the meeting is about more than just Ukraine.
They are gathered here because of their concern about America's commitment, not just to Ukrainian security, but to European security. That's why all these nations are coming together in Paris today.
The L.A. County Sheriff's Department has learned it's been using faulty DNA tests.
The maker of the tests informed the department about the defective batch in August, but that letter went to a person who no longer worked with the Sheriff's Department. A supervisor just found it this week. The department had been using the faulty kits for 8 months. Now it has to retest 4,000 DNA samples. It's not sure how many cases are affected. The manufacturer says it's unlikely the defective kits falsely identified anyone, but they could have led to incomplete results. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
The wildfires in Los Angeles are forcing some venue changes for the 2028 Olympics.
Los Angeles can't afford to build out new venues for the upcoming 2028 Olympic Games. There are several events being moved to nearby cities, and canoeing competitions will be held in Oklahoma City. LA Council President Marquise Harris Dawson made it clear Los Angeles can't afford a deficit hosting the 2028 Olympics.
The city is on the hook for
$270 million. Should LA 28 suffer a loss, we can't even afford half of that.
Craig Figner for CBS News, Los Angeles.
It's kind of wild to consider, Sully.
Maybe they shouldn't have put in a bid.
Yeah.
If you can't afford the games. So, yeah, hooray, we're going around the world. I'm a canoeist, and I'm here from whatever country. I'm going to L.A.
Yeah.
No, you're going to Oklahoma City.
No one wants to go to Oklahoma City. Sports in Oklahoma City
are dead to us.
Dead to us. Go Sonics.
So true.
All right. What's coming up in traffic, Sully?
I'm still looking for a reason for why we're so slow northbound 405 up through the S-curves. We'll talk about it coming up next.
This is Seattle's Morning News.
The opening bell is brought to you by Legacy Group Capital Common Sense Lending.
For decades, KIRO Newsradio has been your go-to source for reliable news.
Traffic got worse in Seattle last year.
Seattle drivers squandered over $1,100 in lost time and productivity just sitting in traffic.
We're here to help guide you through the complexities of today's world, offering insights that allow you to see the bigger picture.
I want to dig into some of the numbers to just show you how much our transportation needs are being ignored and underfunded.
Trust KIRO News Radio to keep you informed and connected.
Free consultations, no fee guarantees, 5-star reviews. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains the importance of going beyond these familiar offerings.
Accident victims want an attorney, Tom, that satisfies their needs. Someone who handles those needs with the highest degree of care. Pendergast Law offers the no-fee guarantees and free consultations, but these only scratch the surface.
Okay, explain more.
We make sure that every member of our team is genuinely passionate about helping others. Customer service and communication are our top priority. It's how we take care of our clients so they always feel one step ahead of the insurance companies. Our strong reputation for high standards provides comfort and confidence when it's needed most.
Pendergast Law offers the free consultations, the no-fee guarantees, and of course, they are 5-star rated. But what really makes them different is their genuine passion for helping others. I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
That's PendergastLaw.com.
Making fruits, vegetables, and other fresh foods affordable and accessible to everyone is a mission that Safeway is deeply committed to. It's G. Scott here. Your neighborhood Safeway offers all the great benefits that SNAP-eligible families love, plus additional exclusive savings to help even more. Right now, you can save 50% on a Fresh Pass membership. That's just $5.99 per month. Then Safeway will give you a $5 credit every month, plus more, including free unlimited delivery with minimum order, double bucks on fresh produce, meaning if you buy $10 in fresh produce, you get $10 of produce free on your next in-store or online purchase. Double reward points on select products that never expire, giving you real grocery and fuel discounts. All the details are on your Safeway for You app, along with easy verification. Learn more today and start saving at Safeway.com/snap.
Start having fun. Caesar Sportsbook at Muckleshoot Casino Resort is your #1 place to eat, drink, watch, and have fun. Keep up with your favorite sports anywhere and everywhere on property with the mobile app. Visit MuckleshootCasino.com today. Scan the QR code and let the play begin.
Muckleshoot. Safety comes first. When money is tight, don't neglect maintenance on your vehicle. Keep it safe. At Bucky's Complete Auto, we have you covered with available financing. For over 50 years, Bucky's Complete Auto has been servicing and repairing cars and trucks with modern-day technology and good old-fashioned customer service. There's a Bucky's just about everywhere for oil changes, wiper blades, brakes, tire rotation, tune-ups, and factory maintenance. No appointment necessary and financing's available. Check Bucky's.com for the location near you.
Let's head over to the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk now with Sully.
And we are looking for a crash on northbound 405, somewhere between the S-curves and about 30th, because we went from a pretty decent drive up that 405 corridor to up to over 30 minutes now to make it into Bellevue. So we're delayed there. Over onto the Valley Freeway behind it, we are seeing some spillover, 25 minutes out of Auburn. It's about normal for this time of day. A few minutes lost up the hill towards Highway 18, coming up northbound out of the Fife area, and then about about 50 minutes from Federal Way to Seattle. The heaviest part of that drive is now at the north end of Boeing Field, working your way past the West Seattle Bridge. Coming down from the north end, we still have the off-ramp to the HOV lane of access to the transit center there at 44th and Linwood. If you're trying to get to the Linwood Transit Center from I-5, you can't do it right now because it is closed, that ramp, because of a car fire at the top. I'm not sure when they're going to maybe let some cars by. The fire's out. It looks like a minivan, pretty well torched, and just kind of sitting there. Hopefully, once the police investigation wraps up, they can get that back on there. That will probably delay your ability to use Sound Transit, community transit, and other things like that may use that off-ramp. So plan on some delays. 50 minutes from Everett to Seattle, a little under 50 from Everett to Bellevue. The lake bridges are still fine. 18 starting to heat up over Tiger Mountain, but really not bad yet. This report brought to you by Beacon Plumbing. For all your heating, electrical, septic, mechanical needs, stop freaking and call Beacon.
Showers today, highs in the mid to upper 50s. Pretty much the same deal for tomorrow. The drier of the weekend days looks like it will be Sunday. Right now in Seattle, 51 at 6:45. We head over to the news desk with KIRO Newsradio's Katrina Gashard.
Today, officials from the NTSB and FAA are set to testify on Capitol Hill on the deadly mid-air collision over the Potomac River. Washington Democrat Maria Cantwell is a member of the Senate Committee on Commerce, Science, and Transportation. She spoke with CNN this morning.
We have been working very hard since the MAX crashes to say, yes, we need to have aggressive oversight of the FAA. We want them to have a safety management system, just like we want all carriers, manufacturers to have a safety management system.
67 people died in the January collision. GameStop plans to power down many of its locations. The video game store chain says it plans to close a significant number of locations this year. The company said it shut down about 3,200 stores by the end of last year's fourth quarter.
Oh, that's too bad. I love going into GameStop with the kids and kind of browsing the used games. So
yeah, my husband really enjoys that, so he'll be disappointed as well.
All right. Well, thanks for the heads up there, Katrina. Sully, you have a choke point coming up.
Yeah, I do. We're going to take a look at the 509 Expressway, and we're going to tell you how much you're going to have to pay for it.
This is Seattle's Morning News.
If you're wearing glasses or contacts, but you need reading glasses or bifocals now, you need to join Doctors Kopstein and King for the K2 Vision RLE live webinar Thursday, April 3rd at noon to learn about refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision RLE. This free webinar is a perfect opportunity to meet the doctors and have them answer all your questions about K2 Vision RLE. Questions like, what is K2 Vision RLE? How is refractive lens exchange different from LASIK and EVO ICL? Who's a good candidate for RLE? These questions and lots more will be covered Thursday, April 3rd at noon during the K2 Vision RLE free live webinar. K2 Vision surgeons have performed over 150,000 procedures. They know when RLE is right for you. K2 Vision RLE. No glasses, no contacts, no readers. Plus, no more cataracts. So don't miss this free live webinar Thursday, April 3rd at noon. Register at K2VisionRLE.com. That's K2VisionRLE.com.
Bright Star Care gives you a higher standard of in-home care. For seniors, adults, and children, Bright Star Care has a home care option just for you. Call 206-777-1190 or go to brightstarcare.com/King County.
Over the past decade, Washington state politicians have doubled state spending with no improvements to the issues we care about. Instead, we now have the third highest cost of living in the nation and a $12 billion deficit. It's time to tell legislators we need better results, not bigger taxes. Act now at affordablewashington.org. Paid for by people for an affordable Washington and Olympia, Washington. Top 5 donors are Washington Alliance for Competitive Economy, Microsoft, Madrona, T-Mobile, and Alaska Air.
Catch 9-time Grammy winner Christian McBride with Ursa Major, March 27th through 30th, live at Dimitro's Jazz Alley, with rising stars Nicole Glover, Michael King, Eli Pearlman, and Savannah Harris. Tickets at jazzalley.com.
Hi, this is Keith Dashafee, owner of Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Are you ready to enhance your home with stunning, energy-efficient windows and doors? At Pella, we offer top-quality products with innovative designs and exceptional craftsmanship. And right now, we're offering an amazing deal. Enjoy 24 months with zero interest and equal payments, or get $750 off your qualifying project. My team is dedicated to helping you every step of the way. Visit PellaPNW.com to schedule your free appointment today. That's PellaPNW.com.
Norwegian Cruise Line invites you to experience more in the Caribbean, Alaska, Europe, and beyond. For a limited time, get 50% off all cruises and enjoy NCL's all-new More at Sea cruising package, including unlimited open bar, specialty dining, and more. Visit ncl.com, call your travel advisor, or 1-888-NCL-CRUISE. Offer ends soon. Norwegian Cruise Line. Ships registry the Bahamas and USA. Restrictions apply.
Seattle's Morning News with Charlie Harder. Now, Choke Points with Chris Sullivan, presented by Carter Subaru.
South Sound drivers finally going to get that direct route into SeaTac Airport, Seattle International Airport, from I-5. I say that under protest, but you're going to have to pay a toll to use it. Here's Sully with details.
People from the Tacoma and the Olympia area will no longer have to drive all the way up to South Center and head to the airport via 518. A direct 509 expressway is set to open in October, connecting I-5 to Burien. That's what all the construction has been on around I-5 and the Kent-Des Moines Road for the last couple of years. But this direct route is going to be tolled. The Washington State Transportation Commission is out with its toll recommendations for the corridor. I sat down with Commission Deputy Director Carl C. via remote to tell us what they're looking at.
The rates would range between $1.20 and $2.40, depending on time of day. Much like we see on SR 99 Tunnel and SR 520, there's set rates for different times of the day.
But for the first time in state tolling history, the max tolls will be directional. C says you'll only pay that $2.40 max going northbound in the morning or going southbound in the afternoon, because that's what their analysis says makes the most sense.
It's something that showed up in the analysis as being distinct on these facilities, and so as we've carried it forward in the rate setting process to incorporate those that variability by direction.
I asked C if he was concerned that the public doesn't really know that this new expressway is going to be tolled, or in fact that it's opening or where it goes. He says that's why the commission plans to adopt the final toll rates in June.
To then provide that time for WashDOT to do the communications and marketing necessary to prepare the public for not just that, hey, toll rates are coming, but what they will be and how to use the facility.
But you have a chance now to give the commission some feedback on the rates and the future of tolling. There are 2 virtual public meetings next week. There's an online open house up right now. You could find the links to all of those at mynorthwest.com to give them their feedback. The commission's looking at whether vehicles with 3 or more axles, basically trucks, freight like that, may have to pay more. They're also wondering if there should be a low income option that should be studied, not only on this route, but maybe on all tolling routes as well. So they want your feedback on that. So C says it's really important to get an idea of what the public's thinking.
That feeds into this process where we really dial up that public input opportunities and hone in on those options that we see and know are viable for going forward, and then a matter of making those policy choices in the end here for how to proceed.
Now, this toll setting process also involves the direct connection between I-5 and part of the Port of Tacoma, which is part of the 167 expansion. That's not set to open until December of next year, but the projects are tied together with funding. It's all called the Gateway Project, which is basically the continuation of 509 out of Burien down to I-5 and from 167 from the Port of Tacoma all the way over to Puyallup. So a lot going on, but it's going to cost you to take that direct route. So
yeah,
give them the feedback.
Hey, man, I tell you what, I drive on I-5, that by 509, the Kent-Des Moines Road, probably 3-4 times a week. And I've been watching them, grow and build this out. And I was asking you a couple months ago now, hey, I think I saw a toll sign. What's up with that? So, A, I don't think a lot of people know about it. And B, where do I get onto that? Is it at the Kent-Des Moines Road?
Yeah, basically just after the Kent-Des Moines Road, that off-ramp will peel over to the right, and then it flies over the freeway, and then there's an expressway that goes all the way up to where 509 ends in the southwest corner of the airport.
Okay.
This is the first section that's going to open in October. They have to continue it to finish that last little leg to get all the way around the corner of the airport to tie them all together. But yeah, it's going to provide a real direct access right there through to the southeast corner of the airport.
Yeah, and I'm sorry because I just drive up on I-5 and I don't see what they're doing for 509. I mean, are they building a road taking out houses and eminent domain and all that stuff?
Oh yeah, that's all. Yeah, that's all been going on just on the other side of the freeway. That not only has been masked by the freeway and all the concern, but that's also where light rail is expanding down through Federal Way. So there's a bunch of stuff going on there on the west side of I-5 that you can't really tell what's happening. There's a map I put up at mynorthwest.com so you can kind of get an idea of what the route looks like and what's going to open. But yeah, it should be a really good way for people to get into the airport. The problem is, it could cost you $2.40 one way to go pick up your friends and another $1.80 coming out if you're depending on when you hit the maxes. So
there you go. Thank you, Sully. mynorthwest.com for more. Let's transition here now and head over to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
And the biggest issue continues to be this investigation into this car fire on the ramps to the transit center in Linwood. You basically can't get off there at 44th if you're coming down southbound I-5 because of this fire that's right at the top. The car's out. I mean, it's basically a burned out hulk of an SUV or minivan. I can't quite see from the top down, but it's burned out. And so you can't get off there, and there's a big light show right there at the off-ramp, and so we're looking at about a 50-minute trip from Everett into Seattle. After you get past that, it's not too bad. It's about 55 minutes from Everett into Bellevue. 405 northbound, the Renton S-curve is very active, over 30 minutes to make the trip there. We've got about a 45-minute trip from Puyallup up to Renton, 50 from Federal Way to Seattle. This report brought to you by Seattle Sports. Download the Seattle Sports app and stay in the know with the latest news, scores, and opinions about your favorite teams.
Showers today, high of 59, high of 53 with rain tomorrow. Coming up on Seattle's Morning News, Dow Constantine bids farewell from his current job, and today's Sound Transit vote decides his next move. That's coming up on Seattle's Morning News. Glad to have you here with us on KIRO Newsradio.
KIRO Newsradio, your home for G and Ursula, 9 to noon.
This is the first time that median earnings in Seattle have hit six figures.
San Francisco being number one and Seattle being number two, what do those two places have in common with each other? Homelessness crisis. Isn't it something that the places where you're middle of the pack making $100,000 a year, the homeless is more in those places than anywhere in the country? But G is drugs.
Streaming live on your smart speaker, KIRO FM and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
Whether you're tinkering in your garage or tackling big projects, if you know the value of working with your hands, you know Harbor Freight. And you can be confident knowing that at Harbor Freight, you can get quality tools at prices that work just as hard as you do. Because the only thing more satisfying than a job well done is a job well done, well under budget. Whatever you do it for less at Harbor Freight.
Welcome to Staples.
I hear Staples prints it all for any business?
You bet, and we'll beat any print quote.
So if I had a pizza place...
Staples can print signs, menus, pizza boxes.
A landscaping business?
Oh, we can print yard signs, t-shirts, brochures.
How about a pizza/landscaping business? I'll call it Dough and Mo.
I like it.
Right now at Staples, get up to $250 off your print purchase. Ends 4/5, exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for offer details. Price match guarantee valid in store and staples.com/print. Visit staples.com/price match for details.
For more than 75 years, University of Maryland Global Campus has given you the opportunity to build your next success. Choose from more than 135 degree and certificate programs in career-relevant fields like business, healthcare, data analytics, cybersecurity, and more. Plus, we offer 100% online and hybrid courses, personalized advising, and lifetime career services. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Looking for a smart way to improve your home comfort without breaking the bank? 2 words, heat pump. John Curley here. Upgrade to Home Comfort Alliance heat pump and get efficient heating in the winter and cooling in the summer in one unit. Heat pumps use less energy and are environmentally friendly. Plus, enjoy 18 months, same as cash financing, and up to 15% off all heat pumps and air conditioning systems through March. Home Comfort Alliance for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. Visit homecomfortalliance.com.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity.
So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah. I'm up to 32 followers.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah, posting my tap dancing videos is easier than ever because we engineered Xfinity Internet with 99.99% network reliability.
Plus, Xfinity Mobile with Wi-Fi Power Boost gives you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. But wait, tap dancing? You don't tap dance.
Hey, what I lack in skill, I make up with passion.
Do more of what you love and love how fast you do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. And now through April 21st, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and 1 unlimited mobile line together for $25 a month for 1 year and save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Savings compared to Verizon 5G Internet plus 1 unlimited welcome line and AT&T Internet 300 plus 1 unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Actual speeds vary. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
Safety comes first. When money is tight, Buc-ee's has you covered with available financing. For oil changes, wiper blades, brakes, tire rotation, tune-ups, and factory maintenance, it's Buc-ee's Complete Auto. No appointment necessary and financing's available. Check Buc-ee's.com for the location near you.
Your best source for local news. KIRO Newsradio. KIRO FM and HD1. Tacoma, Seattle. Northwest News.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez. Brand new plans in place for a major restructuring at the government agency that responds to disease outbreaks, approves drugs, and helps people with insurance coverage. Correspondent Steve Kathan has our top story.
Officials say the administration will cut about 10,000 jobs from federal health agencies today, including 3,500 from the Food and Drug Administration and 2,400 from the CDC. 1,200 job cuts at the National Institutes of Health and 300 at the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services. No FDA inspectors or CDC infectious disease workers are being cut.
Those cuts are in addition to about 10,000 employees who chose to leave HHS since President Trump took office. The White House hasn't ruled out firing someone over the group text on Signal that accidentally looped in a journalist on precise details of an attack on Houthi rebels. Correspondent Ed O'Keefe is at the White House.
The president says he plans to ask Secretary Hegseth to review what kinds of information should be classified. He also said an investigation by the Pentagon watchdog that's been requested by the Senate Armed Services Committee wouldn't bother him. It's unclear, though, who would lead the investigation since the president fired the Defense Department's Inspector General back in January.
Attorney General Pam Bondi's announced the arrest of a man she describes as one of the top leaders of the MS-13 gang.
He is an illegal alien from El Salvador, and he will not be living in our country much longer.
She says the 24-year-old, whose name has not been released, was arrested in Prince William County, Virginia this morning in a joint operation that involved the FBI, ICE, ATF, and state and local police. Some drivers could be rushing to buy cars before President Trump's newly announced tariffs on foreign-made automobiles and parts kicks in April 2nd. CBS's Kelly O'Grady.
Automotive analysts say the 25% tariff could raise car prices by thousands in the U.S. for vehicles using car parts just in Mexico and Canada alone. That price could skyrocket to $6,000 for cars entirely built outside the U.S.
Wildfires are still raging across the Southeast. Dustin Johnson says his wife is worried flames will destroy family land in Pickens County, South Carolina.
She's terrified. Her family's had that property for decades. It's on the brink of, being gone. She's terrified of it.
Prosecutors in Paris have just put in a request on the last day of actor Gerard Depardieu's sexual assault trial. They want the 76-year-old to be found guilty of groping 2 women on a movie set and given an 18-month suspended sentence. Depardieu faces a maximum of 5 years in prison. The verdict's expected at a later date. This is CBS News.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Big day ahead for King County Executive Dow Constantine. We'll talk about the Sound Transit vote on the way. But first, let's head over to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk with Sully.
And it is a very heavy day up the Valley Freeway and primarily then up 405 after that. We're looking at 35 minutes already from Renton on up into Bellevue. By the time you're to 44th, it's not too bad of a drive. Behind that, about 30 minutes out of Auburn. Federal Way to Seattle's running about 55 minutes now, a little lighter than you might have anticipated. It does get heavy past the West Seattle Bridge. We're still dealing with the closure of the ramp to the Linwood Transit Center from I-5 southbound. Had a car fire up at the top of that's still being investigated, so that ramp is closed. Big light show there on I-5, seeing the brake lights begin really at about 128th, getting past the scene. You've got about a 52-minute drive from Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue. The lake bridges are still in very good shape. Olympia to Tacoma is only 35 minutes. This report brought to you by Kia of Everett, where they make the process of buying a new Kia as exciting as it is driving one home. The best drive you'll ever make is to Kia of Everett. Simple, easy, fun.
KIRO Newsradio, 97.3 FM, Northwest News. Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and mynorthwest.com.
Good morning. It's 7:04. I'm Charlie Harger. Sound Transit Board of Directors expected to select King County Executive Dow Constantine as its new CEO today. KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey is here, and it sounds like if he gets the job, he's going to make a lot of money.
A lot of money. Listen to this. If approved, he could make up to $650,000 a year, including a $450,000 base salary. Constantine has said if he is voted in, he will leave office early to become CEO. Just yesterday, he delivered the final State of the County address for himself, talking about issues, serious challenges still facing the county, from homelessness to drug abuse, gun violence, and deep budget shortfalls.
We faced enormous challenges in the early days of my administration. Not only the profound impacts of the Great Recession, but a structural financial gap and growing demand for services that continues to outpace our resources.
Constantine has served as county executive for 16 years. He's been a member of Sound Transit's board for 15 of those years. In addition to that $450,000 salary, other CEO perks include a retirement contribution up to 12% of the base salary, full medical, full dental, a $24,000 allowance for business-related expenses, 35 paid time off days, and just like every other Sound Transit staff member, Constantine will get a free Orca card.
You got to save money on the commute somehow.
Board expected to vote around 1 o'clock, we think, today.
Okay, thank you, Luke. 7:05, an Everett family says they are grateful to be alive after their home was hit by lightning last night. KIRO 7 TV's Samantha Lomibao reports the roof caught fire with the family still inside.
The people living on Cromer Avenue both saw it and heard it.
A big boom. I go, oh my gosh, something blew up.
It was the Nichols family home struck by lightning.
All of a sudden, it's just like, boom. Everything's off, and then it's like, oh, fire.
Jeannie and Carly Nichols quickly found out the smell was coming from upstairs.
And I opened the door to the office, and there was like a burning hole.
We look over and see this, little bit of fire on the outside of the house.
They immediately grabbed their 2 dogs and ran to a neighbor's house.
Crews were able to put out the fire before it spread, but the electrical system in that house sounds like it's fried. Service to the Angle Lake Station in SeaTac still suspended this morning. KIRO 7 TV's Jake Chapman reports from the station.
It's not exactly clear what caused this. A spokesperson with Sound Transit tells me that it was caused by storm damage. They're still investigating to see if it was a lightning bolt that did it. But this has caused all sorts of headaches here at Angle Lake. We've seen person after person dropped off at this parking lot and then get back in their Uber or their car.
That's Jake Chapman reporting. It's 7:07.
Seattle's morning news on KIRO News Radio. Here's your host, Charlie Harger.
Happy Thursday. It's March 27th. Well, not exactly a bust, but it wasn't a massive storm last night. It was a normal storm.
I barely even got any.
Yeah?
Up in
well, you're pretty
the
far
Everett
north.
area. Yeah.
Yeah, we got a good handful of lightning bolts and thunder and stuff like that in the south end. Nick Allard was saying that it was something like 900 reported lightning strikes, so not bad, but
no
it's not
tennis ball sized hail.
Yeah.
That I blanketed my car for.
So you're complaining that a catastrophic weather event didn't damage your property and property for thousands of others.
Look at the bright side,
Yeah.
but I did kind of feel kind of foolish this morning ripping it all off before I came in.
I was looking on Reddit. There are some people who are putting like mattresses and stuff on top of their car, and they said, I'm going to feel like a real dork if this thing doesn't pan out. So.
Now they know how I feel. I bet you they feel the same.
Big dork. It's 7:08. Coming up on this hour of Seattle's Morning News, former state attorney general Rob McKenna discusses how long judges could hold out against President Trump's slew of recent legislative actions. And CBS correspondent Jeff McCausland analyzes the recent Signal chat leaks and explains what the latest updates mean for our national security. More of the day's top stories now. A Texas man on a flight from Chicago to Seattle last Tuesday has been charged for abusive sexual contact. KIRO Newsradio's James Lynch has details.
The Department of Justice says 54-year-old Chariot Abraham repeatedly and illegally touched the 22-year-old woman who was sitting next to him. Abraham was questioned after arriving at SeaTac and arrested a few days later. Investigators say there have been similar in-flight complaints about Abraham in 2023 and 2024. If found guilty, he faces 2 years in prison. James Lynch, KIRO News Radio.
A Northgate man narrowly escapes harm during a home invasion robbery. Police say 2 suspects robbed the man at gunpoint inside his home, stole several items, then fired a shot as he tried to run away. No one was injured. Police are investigating. Clallam County Police have arrested a man and a woman they say swindled a 71-year-old Squim woman out of $125,000. Chief Deputy Amy Bundy says the man claimed he was with the Federal Trade Commission.
Advising her that she was a suspect in an Amazon fraud and that in order to make it right, quote unquote, she needed to pay this money back.
She gave them money 3 times before calling police. Now the suspects face charges of theft and extortion. Renton's Valley Medical Center is laying off 101 employees after suddenly losing tens of millions of dollars in Medicaid funding from the federal government. King 5 reports the layoffs impact non-medical staff, and hospital leaders say the patient care won't suffer. Hospital calls the job cuts excruciatingly tough, but necessary to keep the medical center financially healthy. Federal budget cuts are slashing more than $160 million from Washington's health care funding. Seattle Times says critical mental health, substance abuse, and public health programs could suffer. Democratic Senator Patty Murray calls it harmful to communities statewide. A new report says Washington is spending more on transportation, but getting less. The conservative-leaning Washington Policy Center found ferry and transit use has dropped sharply since 2012, while operating costs have jumped. At the same time, more bridges are falling into disrepair, and traffic deaths are way up. The group says the state's transportation system is underperforming, despite billions in added spending. State Senate is moving ahead with plans to cap rent increases at 7%. The Washington State Standard reports the measure passed a key Senate committee yesterday, despite strong opposition from Republicans. Supporters say it'll keep renters from being priced out, but Republicans warn it could hurt housing development. A bill in Olympia could let some illegal immigrants avoid deportation by wiping out past criminal convictions. The Washington State Standard reports the proposal would fast-track pardons for people already facing deportation as long as they've served their sentence. Supporters say it gives longtime residents a second chance. But critics argue it's unfair to others waiting for clemency, and it's wrong to prioritize people who broke the law and are in the country illegally. The bill gets a public hearing today. At 7:12, we head over to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk in a moment. But first, we head over to Nick Allard for weather. It's sponsored by State Roofing and Exteriors. And Nick, we did have plenty of lightning last night. We heard a lot of booms of thunder, but thankfully it wasn't the big destructive storm that we had feared.
Yeah, I'm really happy about that. We stayed mainly below the severe criteria. I don't think we had officially a severe storm, and I'm really happy about that. I think it's because we had temperatures that were just a little bit cooler yesterday compared to the day before, meaning there just wasn't quite enough energy available. So thankfully, we didn't go severe, but we sure did have a lot of lightning. We sure did have very stormy conditions last night. Now, we're mainly just seeing a few showers here and there. I don't see a lot. I don't think we'll see too much more today besides spotty showers. Could be an isolated thunderstorm, but it'd be what we call like an air mass thunderstorm, meaning nothing terribly advanced, nothing terribly strong, nothing organized, nothing severe. Highs will be around 58 to 59 in Seattle and about 56 to 59 area wide. And I do think this would mean, yes, some spotty showers for the Mariners game. So just keep that in mind. And then tomorrow, oh, and by the way, yeah, that means the roof is closed. Tomorrow, I think we have showers for most of the day, tapering off a little tomorrow night. In the low 50s, it'll be kind of breezy. We're going to see some showers for the first half of Saturday, slowly decreasing into Saturday night. And by Sunday, we should be mainly dry in the low 60s. So I think, yeah, I do think those temperatures probably added what we'd call like a cap onto some of the instability. So just not giving us enough energy, not giving us as much fuel. And that's good things. That's good news, because then we didn't have, as much, or it wasn't as severe as it could have been. And it technically didn't even get severe.
Okay, well, that's good. We're not complaining.
I agree.
I don't think.
No, I love it.
Windshields didn't get bashed out.
That's
the win. It's 7:14, and we now head over to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk with Sully.
And we're up to an hour drive now from Everett into Seattle because of the slowing we have in Linwood. You still cannot get to the Linwood Transit Center from I-5 because of a car fire that they're still investigating up at the top of the ramp there. So that's what's got us backed up from 128. This is also contributing to the hour drive that we have from Everett into Bellevue, which is really struggling away from Linwood. And of course,
it's a reminder that, yes, it doesn't get there very often, and only when it really has to.
$15 in the southbound 405 express toll lane. It will save you, though, about 20 minutes. Coming up the other direction, we are looking at an Olympia to Tacoma drive of 35 minutes, and then Federal Way to Seattle's about an hour. Kind of a typical day for you guys. Now, the Renton drive, 45 minutes. That's 10 minutes behind schedule. Looking to see if we have a crash right up there past 44th. I've been running the cameras there, but we are definitely behind schedule. There is spillover onto the Valley Freeway. It's a 50-minute trip from Puyallup up into Renton. Tiger Mountain's starting to bog down as well. The lake bridges, though, are fine. This report brought to you by the FRS Clippers. Save on a fun Victoria, BC getaway during FRS Clippers spring sale. Fast ferry plus 2 nights hotel, $252 per person at FRSClipper.com.
7:15, we head over to the news desk with KIRO Newsradio's Katrina Gashard.
Good morning, Charlie. A former prisoner turned community leader will be back in court today, just a few years after getting clemency from Governor Jay Inslee. Percy Levy was arrested earlier this month. Officials say he had enough fentanyl to kill over 250,000 people. He posted bail at $1.5 million on Monday night and was released from the Snohomish County Jail. It's opening day for the Seattle Mariners, so what can we expect? Mariners insider Shannon Dreyer from 710 Seattle Sports tells us.
You've got a new manager at the top who's going to do things in a little bit of a different way, and he's talked about that quite a bit. And I think everybody remembers Dan Wilson from his playing days with the Mariners. I think there is a lot of that in what he wants to do.
The game will start at 7:10 tonight.
Go Mariners.
Yeah.
This is our season. We take it all, Katrina.
We're going to do it.
Yeah, this is the one. It's 7:16.
This is Seattle's Morning News on KIRO Newsradio. And here's your host, Charlie Harger.
Time for a weekly conversation with former State Attorney General Rob McKenna. And Rob, this is actually a listener question that they wanted us to ask you. And it's from a listener named John. And his question is about the stories we've had on KIRO News Radio recently about federal judges overruling the Trump administration on the big layoffs, the mass layoffs of federal employees in different departments and agencies. And his question is, what gives federal judges the right to put a hold on these layoffs, and what should we read into that?
It's a great question, because when you listen to news reports about the orders these judges issue, sometimes it sounds like they're wading in on the merits of a personnel decision. Is it a good idea to fire people from a particular agency? That's actually not what they're doing. What they're doing is evaluating claims brought under specific federal statutes that govern the processes that have to be followed for firing people. Or they might be weighing in on a claim that, in the case of DOJ, that DOJ doesn't have the legal authority to close down an agency. Those are the underlying claims, but the judge is just saying, look, we need to have a hearing on these claims. Meanwhile, the question is whether or not there should be a temporary halt to the personnel changes, to the firings, for example, to an agency being closed or its budget being deeply cut. That's just temporary, and it's so that there can be a hearing, because, if some actions go forward or allowed to go forward before the trial, it may not matter that there's a trial because the harm has been done in the view of the plaintiffs. So these judges don't have power, over executive decisions. They can't veto the executive decisions. All they can do is apply the law to executive actions like firing people and decide whether or not the law was followed or not. And of course, the defendants here, the administration, they have options too. They can oppose the injunction or restraining order. They can then they can then have a trial on the underlying claims and say, nope, these are wrong. We were completely within the law. And if they lose, just like if the plaintiffs lose, they can appeal. So it's all part of a system of checks and balances that allows both sides to have their case aired and fully vetted, and then they can file an appeal if they think that's warranted.
That being said, is there anything the Trump administration can hang its hat on here? Is there anything its supporters are able to look at and say, hey, these might actually be positive developments?
Well, the rulings are typically rulings on whether there should be a temporary injunction or a restraining order until a trial can be held, right? So they are just temporary orders. The administration will have its day in court, and then they'll have options for appeal if they don't win in court, just like the plaintiffs will have options for appeal. So this is the way the system is supposed to play out. Everyone gets their chance to make their arguments and have them heard, and then to move that decision up, if necessary, to a higher court.
And President Trump has spent an awful lot of time recently kind of focusing on the judiciary, and he's had some rather pointed things to say about one judge who has been making rulings he's not agreeing with, and even the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court kind of weighed in on this, which is highly unusual. What should we make of this?
Well, sure, it's concerning when a judge is personally attacked and accused of being corrupt, on the take, et cetera. That's very concerning, especially when there's zero evidence of that. The administration is obviously frustrated with some of the judge's orders. That's not surprising. They're trying to get a lot done in a hurry. But our whole system was set up to, provide opportunities for people who disagree with executive actions or executive orders to go to court and challenge them if they believe that they are illegal or haven't followed the right process. And then if you don't like the trial court judge's decision, you have the opportunity to appeal it up to the Court of Appeals and then to the U.S. Supreme Court. So, attacks on individual judges are really concerning and really unprecedented. We just haven't seen that historically in the 200 plus years that our Constitution has been around. So yeah, it is worrisome, and I assume that the judiciary is worried, and I know Chief Justice Roberts is concerned. He's already made a public statement to that effect.
Former State Attorney General Rob McKenna. Thanks for joining us today, Rob.
Thanks, Charlie.
Head of traffic, if you're planning on taking the train, you may have to take the bus instead. Several Amtrak routes nationwide have been canceled, and a lot of them are here in the Northwest. Amtrak found corrosion on its Horizon rail cars. 70 cars in total are affected. That includes 26 on the Amtrak Cascades route. Amtrak has lined up buses through March 30th. You will catch those buses at the Amtrak train stations. 7:22, we head over to the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk, and Sully's watching the roads.
And you're going to have some trouble getting to your light rail trains this morning up in the Linwood area, because if you normally catch a bus or drive yourself to the Linwood station and get off at I-5 onto that direct access to the backside of the transit center, you can't do that right now. That's because of a car fire investigation that is somewhat suspicious to me. That's me saying, because normally you have a car fire, they move it out of the way because it's not burning it. There's a lot of investigation going on, so it might be tied to something. We're looking into that.
Okay.
But that's why this has been a long closure for that ramp.
And it's not like an EV, which are just so hard to put out.
No, it's out, but
Okay.
they're people going in and out of the. I've got a camera right on top of it, and they're going in and out and doing a lot of investigative work. So that's why that ramp is closed, both from north and southbound I-5. So just be prepared. And it's caused, there's a pretty big light show there as well that's visible from those on the southbound I-5 drive, and that's why it's still very heavy away from Linwood. Well over an hour to make that drive from Everett to Seattle. It's also over an hour from Everett into the Bellevue area. Northbound 405 continues to struggle from 167 all the way up into the Factoria area. I found the crash. It's over on the right-hand shoulder. Not blocking, but it must have been briefly north of 44th. 45 minutes plus from Renton to Bellevue, and definite spillover behind it. 30 minutes out of Auburn and 50 all the way from Puyallup. Federal Way to Seattle's running about an hour. It's about average. Across the lake, we're still doing really well. No issues there. Olympia to Tacoma's chugging along nice and easy. Freeway speed for you guys. 16 is quiet. A little bit of slowing on Tiger Mountain, but nothing that you can't handle. This report brought to you by Superior Linen Service. 98 years of servicing quality uniforms, floor mats, linens, and more. Call Superior Linen Service. They answer the phone, or visit suplinen.com.
Occasional showers today, a high of 59, mid-50s tomorrow with showers as well. Occasional showers on Saturday, dry-ish on Sunday with highs every day mid to upper 50s. Right now in Seattle, it's 52, 724. Coming up, it's opening day for the Mariners. Luke Ducey's been out talking with fans, what they have to say. Coming up here on Seattle's Morning News.
This hour is brought to you by Beacon Plumbing.
KIRO News Radio, your home for the John Curley Show. Weekdays from 3 to 7 p.m.
I think the earbuds are breaking the human connection that we so desperately need. Everybody has them in. Nobody says hello. They've done studies. Just even the shortest conversation with somebody in an elevator, which is the weirdest place, right? We're stuck in this box with a complete stranger. We act like we're not even looking at them. I don't know what it is, but a brief conversation makes you feel better.
Streaming live on your smart speaker.
So I formed Davis Law Group about 30 years ago, and I would get, the same questions from people about what to do in the case of an accident. Do you need a lawyer? To the point where I decided that I would at least write a book which would answer the common questions that I would receive as a lawyer. Once I wrote my first book, it proved to be hugely popular. I decided to write then a series of books in different accident cases so that we could really teach people about their rights, how to protect them, and how to decide on whether they need a lawyer and what lawyer to hire. I've found in my career that having a client that is educated and knowledgeable about their particular type of case really helps the client and also usually ends up making the case or the claim more successful. To get your free copy of any of my Washington accident books, visit WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
Hi, this is Keith Dashafee, owner of Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Are you ready to enhance your home with stunning, energy-efficient windows and doors? At Pella, we offer top-quality products with innovative designs and exceptional craftsmanship. And right now, we're offering an amazing deal. Enjoy 24 months with zero interest and equal payments, or get $750 off your qualifying project. My team is dedicated to helping you every step of the way. Visit PellaPNW.com to schedule your free appointment today. That's PellaPNW.com.
Summer's fast approaching, which makes this the perfect time to get ready for the busy season with help from WaFd Bank. Get ahead of the game with services like payment processing so customers can buy through kiosk, mobile, online, contactless, whatever way they want to pay. Plus, get industry-leading security and personalized help from dedicated IT support so you can get back to the important stuff. WaFd Bank has the knowledge and experience to make your business goals a reality. WaFd Bank, built for business. Visit WaFdBank.com to learn more. Member FDIC.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
At Les Schwab, we've been changing the tire game for more than 70 years. Our Go the Extra Mile service means more hustle, less hassle. We design our own exclusive tires to give you more tires made for the road you drive, less compromise. All backed by America's best tire warranty included with every tire we sell. We're talking more unbeatable tire warranty, less charging you extra, like the other guys. It's why you get more from less. Book an appointment at leschwab.com.
Are you putting off your new kitchen plans? Why wait? Hi, I'm Chad Cicchini, owner of Heritage Homecraft, and we've got an offer you're not going to want to wait for. We'll custom build you all new cabinet doors and drawer fronts, and using our exclusive 1/4-inch solid wood refacing process, transform your existing cabinets into a beautiful new kitchen. Add a custom quartz countertop, change things up a bit, add some more cabinets, install some cool new features like soft close drawers and sliding shelves. Whatever you like, we'll help you create the new kitchen you'll be proud of. All in about a week, and all with way less mess, hassle, and expense than a tear-out. Stop waiting. We're having a trade-in sale. You'll save $30 per door and drawer front off the cost of your new kitchen. Count them up and see how much you'll save. Years of experience, thousands of happy customers. Call today and let one of our pros come out and show you how easy and comfortable it'll be to get going on your new kitchen. Heritage Homecraft, 425-485-1600, 425-485-1600, or heritagehomecraft.com.
John here with Happy Hauler. We want to help get your unwanted items to those in need. Furniture and household items you plan on throwing away? We'll take them and prioritize donating and recycling, keeping items out of the landfill, and giving useful items a second happy home. Happy Hauler is Seattle's eco-friendly junk removal. We work with over 20 nonprofits all over Western Washington to donate used items. Make yourself, your community, and the planet happy. Reclaim your space. HappyHauler.com, hauling with a heart.
Bonneville International Radio Station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contest are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on mynorthwest.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
There's a sink at the brink and a drain that's a pain.
DayandNight.net.
Your old water heater, she's starting to peter.
DayandNight.net.
Plumbing emergency? Don't feel trapped. Do the smart thing and get a second opinion. Hi, I'm Bruce with Day and Night Plumbing and Heating. I guarantee you, whether Day and Night is your first choice or smart second opinion, we'll work harder than anyone to earn your trust.
DayandNight.net.
KIRO Newsradio, 97.3 FM, Northwest News. Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and mynorthwest.com.
Good Thursday morning. It's 7:30. I'm Charlie Harger. King County Executive Dow Constantine delivered his final State of the County address yesterday. Constantine said King County faces serious charges, including homelessness, drug abuse, gun violence, and deep budget shortfalls.
We faced enormous challenges in the early days of my administration. Not only the profound impacts of the Great Recession, but a structural financial gap and growing demand for services that continues to outpace our resources.
Constantine has served as county executive for 16 years, and he acknowledged a lot of work remains for whoever takes his place. He announced he will leave office early to become CEO of Sound Transit, should the agency's board officially offer him the job later this afternoon. Today is opening day for Major League Baseball, and the Mariners are kicking off a 4-game series against the Athletics. We sent Luke Ducey to T-Mobile Park to talk with fans, and he joins us to tell us what he found. Luke.
A lot of buzz, Charlie, a lot of excitement. We are 11 hours, 20 minutes away from first pitch. But let me ask you, Sully, Charlie, what is it about opening day to you that's so exciting?
I think it is just that renewal of hope that this is the year. It's kind of like in Field of Dreams, where he talks about how all of the past years have been wiped off the chalkboard, and we have this chance anew to perhaps, just perhaps, this will be our year. The Mariners win the World Series.
I like that.
Same thing. Just the hope that things will finally turn around.
Yeah.
And they'll get a chance. They'll put something together.
All the ingredients are there.
Yeah. Yeah. So I think that's just it. Just hoping that they're going to pull it together.
Well,
everything's Everything's out there.
Yeah, totally. But I'm sorry, that's not the correct answer. Is the Seattle Dog. So
overrated.
Also exciting.
That was my second guess.
I love the Seattle Dog. Also exciting, the Mariners giveaways this weekend, opening weekend. We'll get to those in a minute. But first, I asked fans outside T-Mobile what they love about opening day.
The crowds and the cheering and the excitement of opening day.
Others love going to the game with family members. I love that too.
It's really amazing to watching games and enjoying with the family.
I watch it with my 96-year-old dad all the time.
And superfan Ron thinks this is, like you guys, the year the M's win it all.
There are teams out there that have won that have been a horrible thing, and they went straight to the World Series, Super Bowl, and everything. So there's always that possibility.
A lot of upside for the Mariners this season. They have arguably the best pitching lineup in baseball. Logan Gilbert gets the start tonight. First pitch, 7:10 tonight. Tickets are still available. Okay, and now the giveaways this weekend.
Okay.
Tonight is Magnetic Schedule giveaway night. Excited about that one?
Of course. I love a good magnet.
There you go. And you got to have a schedule, so that's pretty cool. Not the best thing on the list, but Friday, it's Randy Arozarena crossed-armed hoodie night. I still don't know what that is, but I kind of want one. And then Saturday, Sully, your favorite, Hello Kitty bucket hat night. It's coming up.
Loving it.
Mariners are tied, by the way, for first place, so it's looking good so far. Charlie?
Okay. It's only up from here, Luke.
There you go.
7:34 over to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk. And Sully, you have a concerned look in your eyes.
Well, I would just, you'd be able to get a quick look at that Rosarena shirt if you go to the Mariners.com and go to their giveaways. You'll be able to find it and take a look at it. That's what I was trying to do really quickly on the DL, but
I thought you were concerned about traffic.
I was trying to help Luke out. This is the way we work around here.
Me too, but I'll look again. I want to check this thing out.
I can find it for you. Give me a second. But yeah, right now in traffic, we've got a 55-minute trip from Renton into Bellevue. That is a 20-minute delay, all because of a car that isn't blocking a crash right up there just north of 44th past the VMAC. So plan on big-time delays getting up to that corridor, and behind that, 30 minutes out of the Auburn area. Definitely significant spillover. And then well over an hour and 10 minutes now, Federal Way to Seattle. Coming down from the north end, we're still looking at hour and 10-minute trips from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue. The big deal for I-5 is that there's a big light show right at the off-ramp to the Linwood Transit Center. Have a car fire investigation on that. That's been going on for a very long time. And big light show, so plan on delays out of the north end. This report brought to you by AAA of Washington. Don't take a rain check for your next outing. Feel confident on the road. Become a member. Visit AAAWashington.com.
Showers today, a high of 58 in Seattle. Overnight lows in the mid-30s, mid to upper 50s with a chance of showers tomorrow and Saturday. A little bit drier for Sunday, but not completely without a chance of a sprinkle or two. Right now in Seattle, 52 at 7:35.
Seattle's Morning News on KIRO Newsradio. And now, here's your host, Charlie Harder.
Federal charges have been filed against a Texas man accused of repeatedly groping a woman on a flight to Seattle. Prosecutors say 54-year-old Cherian Abraham touched the victim 3 times before she was finally able to alert a flight attendant. Investigators learned Abraham faced similar complaints from other passengers on 2 different flights last year. He's out on bond now, awaiting a hearing next month. Seattle police looking for suspects in a violent home invasion robbery Wednesday in Northgate. Detectives say 2 robbers forced a 60-year-old man back into his home at gunpoint, stole keys, a phone, other valuables. Then they fired a shot as the victim tried to run away. Nobody was hurt. Police believe a third person drove the getaway car. With mobile betting reaching a $93 billion market and fans expected to wager $3.1 billion during March Madness alone, scammers are circling. CBS News consumer correspondent Ashar Karashi shares tips on how to protect your money during the tournament frenzy.
When you think traditionally about gambling, this is kind of what you picture. Right. And this time of year, it gets a little bit more busy.
That's right. Cybersecurity firm CEO Kevin Goschuk says while you take a risk betting at the casino, you're taking an even bigger gamble online.
We're in March Madness, so it's peak season for scams. Is fake websites, fake apps being set up to lure you to go and put money into them, claim you're going to win big, and then, of course, it's a rug pull. There's no money to be gained.
Online gaming platforms topped the list for suspected digital fraud in the U.S. in 2023, with TransUnion flagging nearly 11% of transactions.
From 1 second to another, it all went south.
After years of gaming online, Ricardo Rivera was hoping to cash in big to pay for his mother's cancer treatment. Instead, he says he became a fraud victim on a crypto gambling site called spinme.club.
I basically hit the biggest jackpot that they have, and it was a $4 million.
Rivera had already deposited hundreds of dollars in cash and Bitcoin to open his account, but to claim his $4 million jackpot, there was a new catch. He was told to pay another $1,000 to cover taxes.
At what point did you realize you had just gotten scammed?
Right there. Right when they said you need to deposit $1,000.
He says when he complained to customer service, the site blocked him and kept his money.
Some people might say the idea of winning $4 million is so beyond expectations, you should have known better.
But I've never seen it happen to me.
Gaming is just yet another thing on their list of things they can do to scam people out of money, right?
Kevin Gottschalk says the site Rivera played on appears to be unlicensed and unregulated, what he calls classic warning signs.
How do you know the difference between a legitimate online gambling operation and one that's not?
If you're intending to gamble, go with the well-known sport bet websites, the ones that you see on TV, the ones that you see advertising in media. Those are most likely to be legitimate websites.
Is it a red flag if the online platform is not available on the App Store?
Absolutely.
Other signs of potential fraud: unusually high bonus offers, any promises of guaranteed winnings, and crypto-only platforms with no credit card options.
This is a hard story to share. Why have you decided to share it with us?
Because I do think about other folks being affected by this. I know I'm not the only one. It's not a good feeling.
And you got to think, Sully, that if you're in Washington State and you're somehow magically able to get onto a sports betting app on your phone, that's probably your first clue that it's a scam, because you can only do that on the reservation and at the casino. So, it's very limited in Washington State, yet it happens to people here all the time. They think, oh, wow, I'm able to get onto, this gambling site. Just
Everyone's
don't do
looking for an easy buck.
Yeah.
Especially, with the Mariners starting to see you can get in there. What are the odds to win the World Series?
$93 billion spent
That's
on that.
crazy.
Yeah, that is. 740, what's coming up in traffic?
We're going to look at the crash in the north end of Renton that is really causing a big problem on 405, so we'll break it down next.
This is Seattle's Morning News.
Jake and Spike, noon to 3.
So the West Seattle Link Light Rail extension, they are $3 billion short right now, budget-wise, and they haven't laid down a single inch of track.
It was a risky idea when you pitched it 3 years ago. Now that it's gone to, $6 billion now? It's going to be 10 by the time it gets done?
You're starting to sound like a conservative, my friend.
Common sense. It just grabs you and drags you into the common sense.
Hits you like a light rail train.
Oh.
Streaming live on the KIRO Newsradio app.
Attention tax accountants. The following message is for you. Tax season is here, and if you're an accounting firm, the pressure is on. Long hours and tight deadlines make this time of year a challenge for even the most seasoned tax professionals. But this tax season, Blue Jay has your back. Powered by generative AI, Blue Jay is the preferred partner solution of CPA.com for tax research. Ask a complex tax question, and Blue Jay gives you better tax answers in seconds. Save time, maximize your clients' refunds with high-speed, accurate, and intuitive AI technology. Built with a library of only the most trusted tax resources, updated daily to keep up with changes in tax. For a limited time, save 40% off at bluejay.com/start now. That's BLUE, the letter J.com/start now. Or text BLUE to 511-511. Save 40% by texting BLUE to 511-511. Tax accountants don't leave money on the table. Stress less and text BLUE to 511-511 today. Tax fees may apply.
Eric Johnson here. I covered a lot of accidents over the past 30 years or so, but I never got to say much about what to do after a crash. Be honest, do you know what evidence to collect, what pictures to take, what documents to request, or what you shouldn't say to your insurance company? The Washington Accident Book Series is a must-have for drivers who want to be prepared for whatever the roads throw at them. Know your rights and how to avoid common mistakes after an accident by getting your free copy at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity.
So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah. I'm up to 32 followers.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah, posting my tap dancing videos is easier than ever because we engineered Xfinity Internet with 99.99% network reliability.
Plus, Xfinity Mobile with Wi-Fi Power Boost gives you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. But wait, tap dancing? You don't tap dance.
Hey, what I lack in skill, I make up with passion.
Do more of what you love and love how fast you do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. And now through April 21st, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and one unlimited mobile line together for $25 a month for 1 year and save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Savings compared to Verizon 5G Internet plus one unlimited welcome line and AT&T Internet 300 plus one unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Actual speeds vary. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
It's 7:43. We head over to the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk with Sully.
And if you're leaving the Renton area right now, you're not going to make it to Bellevue until just before 9. It's about an hour plus to make it from Renton to Bellevue. You are just not moving through the S-curves until you get up past about 44th. We have a crash that's over on the right-hand shoulder that isn't blocking, but that's caused this huge backup. It's a 20-plus minute delay as you try to make your way through. And behind that, we have a very heavy braking coming from 212th and Kent up the Valley Freeway. 30 minutes plus out of Auburn, so definitely not exactly a great corridor there. Northbound I-5, hour and 10-minute trip with 40 of those minutes from South Center. Those last couple of miles are going to be pretty rough, and also 509 northbound is getting pretty heavy back out of Burien, working down into South Park. The lake bridges are still doing okay, though westbound 90 is starting to see a little bit of braking as you pull away from the western tip of Mercer Island. Coming down from the north end, a little bit of Marysville, a little bit trying to get down to the east end of the Trestle, and then a pretty decent drive until you get down to about the Mill Creek at interchange. That's where we really see the brake lights on I-5, and they extend down through Mount Lake Terrace into Shoreline. One of the reasons we have a big light show right at the off-ramp to the Linwood Transit Center there at 44th. That ramp is still blocked from southbound I-5 because of a car fire at the top of the ramp. DOT says they just opened the northbound off-ramp part of that, so either way, expect delays. For 405, it's really thick all the way down through Bothell and Totem Lake, so well over an hour for both of those drives making your way down out of Snohomish County. This report brought to you by Beacon Plumbing. For all your heating, electrical, septic, mechanical needs, stop freaking and call Beacon.
Looks like we'll have showers today, occasionally at least. High of 59, 53 for your high tomorrow. And right now in Seattle, it's cloudy and 51 at 7:45. Let's head over to the news desk. Here's KIRO Newsradio morning editor Katrina Gashard.
The International Amalgamated Transit Union is praising the formation of King County's new Transit Safety Task Force. The force was created after the murder of King County Metro bus driver Sean Yim last December. A report is due in September of this year. Right now, a hearing is underway on the NTSB's probe into the deadly crash outside of the Reagan-Washington National Airport just 2 months ago. Washington Democrat Maria Cantwell is a member of the Senate Committee on Commerce, Science, and Transportation. She spoke with CNN this morning.
We want all carriers, manufacturers to have a safety management system because we don't think enough focus has been put on the critical features of safety. What's happened instead are the loopholes.
67 people died in the collision in January.
Katrina, thank you. Coming up, CBS military analyst Jeff McCausland. We're going to get his take on this leaking of this chat over Signal that had to do with an attack on Houthi rebels in Yemen. What Jeff makes of it. He used to serve as a member of the National Security Council, so he has some insight you and I might not. That's on the way here on Seattle's Morning News.
Considering selling your home or downsizing? Visit themadronagroup.com for no-obligation counsel. The Madrona Group's team of John L. Scott experts makes it easy, guiding you to best pricing and timing, maximizing your profit with smart technology and unparalleled integrity. 5-star reviews and industry best according to Zillow, Google, Yelp, Facebook, and Redfin. This Saturday, hear the Madrona Group's Jason Fox on KIRO Newsradio's Home Matters. Maximize your home sale. Visit themadronagroup.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is for you too. Stubborn fat is really hard to get rid of, and then there's all those gimmicky lasers, fat freezing methods, and prescriptions. Imagine a simple solution that takes just one day and provides immediate noticeable results. Introducing ProSculpt. ProSculpt uses air-assisted technology that's safe and gentle yet powerful, delivering instant fat-reducing and skin-tightening results. Performed by board-certified plastic surgeons while fully awake, ProSculpt contours your body with minimal downtime. It's designed to target those problem areas: waistline, neck, face, arms, thighs. ProSculpt gently removes unwanted fat and tightens loose skin with FDA-cleared plasma technology, all in a simple, guaranteed one-day procedure. ProSculpt is one and done. Schedule your free consultation at prosculpt.com for $250 off. For powerful permanent fat removal and skin tightening that works for ladies and you men, it's prosculpt.com.
My wife and I have been married for over 15 years, and I've never had any complaints about my performance in the bedroom. But after I turned 40, things started feeling different. I was gaining weight, losing muscle, and I just wasn't interested in sex anymore. My wife told me her friend's husband went through the same thing, and it turns out he had low testosterone. So we booked a free T-check at Revive Health, and that's when I learned that my testosterone levels were low too. We worked with a provider to create a custom treatment plan, and today, my wife and I are having more fun than we did on our honeymoon. My only regret is not reaching out sooner.
If you're ready to book your free T-check, visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com or call 206-529-1111. And for a limited time, qualified patients can get a free month of compounded semaglutide, a powerful proven weight loss medication. Again, that's 206-529-1111. Terms and conditions apply. Must medically qualify.
Feel positive and boost confidence with a full head of hair. Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment begins regrowing your own natural hair the very next day. They addressed my bald spot, and the results have been absolutely life-changing. And get this, Dr. Perungo and his world-class team at Advanced Hair were recently awarded 425 Business of the Year. For your free consultation, $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Call 425-449-8185, advancedhair.com.
This is Seattle's Morning News on KIRO Newsradio. And here's your host, Charlie Harger.
And CBS News military analyst Jeff McCausland joins us now to talk about the growing fallout from the leaked signal messages tied to Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth and National Security Advisor Mike Waltz. The Atlantic magazine has now published the full list of screenshots, including messages outlining strike timelines and tactics in the Red Sea operation against the Houthis. A political blowback for sure, questions about national security, even calls for resignation. Jeff, thanks for being here, and I'm really interested in your insights. You, at one time, served as a member of the National Security Council. Presumably, you were involved in conversations like this. What did you think when it was on the Signal app on people's personal cell phones?
Charlie, I was astonished beyond words. I've only been doing this national security stuff for about 50-plus years. And I have seen absolutely nothing like this. There's no question that, leaders have to talk and discuss things, but there are methods of doing this. Like, you contact the White House sit room, they set up a secure call for you using Civets and other devices, or you move to a SCIF to have these conversations. But it is widely known that while Signal is a communications app device that is used for rather routine conversations for organizational correspondence, it's not designed to be used for classified information. So you might send out using Signal, there's going to be a meeting tomorrow on U.S. policy towards Yemen, and send it to all those particular senior people. That might be appropriate. But sending out classified information to include the timing of the attack, aircraft, when they're being launched, when they're going to be over target, when the cruise missiles are going in, all that kind of detail is highly classified information. And it's astonishing to me not only that this happened, but what continues to astonish me is the senior leadership of the United States, to include the Vice President, Secretary of Defense, National Security Advisor, our Director of National Intelligence, our CIA Director, are all looking at cameras saying, oh, no, this was not classified information. This is an insult to our intelligence, Charlie. I think the average person can look at this and say putting this out there in advance on a device that could, in fact, be hacked or overheard puts those airmen in harm's way. So, unquestionable, full stop.
So If this had happened in any previous administration, let's say it's Reagan, Bush, Clinton, etc., if there had been a planning for a conflict like happened with the Houthis, and there was the Signal app available, and let's say, Jeff, one of your colleagues used that, what kind of consequence from any previous administration would they face?
Well, they would be relieved of duties. There'd be an investigation. They'd very likely be fired. And there are numerous instances on the uniform side, which I've looked at over the last couple of days, where a uniformed person misused classified information. In one case, a sergeant first class took a classified, storage device home with him, brought it back the next day. There was no compromise. It was simply doing that. He was reduced to the lowest rank, forfeited all pay and allowances, and got a bad conduct discharge. And we can only recall what happened with Hillary Clinton's server in many ways, where she was shown to be, being very careless and cavalier and using a private server for information which was up to classified. And she was investigated twice for that. And what's fascinating to me is there was no adult in this room. There was nobody in all those senior leaders who stood up and said, we probably shouldn't be doing this. Hell, it was the journalist. I mean, thank God it was Jeffrey Goldberg on the call and not somebody else. And Goldberg had the presence of mind to basically stop and then later on announce that this was going on to prevent it being done in future, which begs the most important question, Charlie, I think, of this whole business. And that is, how many times have they been using Signal for these kind of conversations on a variety of topics? I can't hardly believe that this was a one-off event and they all got together and said, for Yemen, we're going to use Signal, but we're talking about the Russians or the Ukrainians or the Chinese or the Iranians or the North Koreans. We'll use a much more classified mechanism for our correspondence and communications when we're talking about that. So we may have a whole bunch of other chat rooms going on with these guys using them for those other very important issues, which could have been compromised, could have provided information to our adversaries, might not have had the immediacy of a strike plan, but could certainly have damaged U.S. national security.
Jeff, I feel like we can talk forever when we get you on the line. Appreciate your insight, and as this develops, we'll be checking in with you again.
Charlie, you take care.
All right, Jeff McCausland, CDS News, military analyst. 7:54, let's head over to the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk.
We're running nearly double the normal time on Renton to Bellevue up 405 northbound because of a crash up past 44th. It's over on the right-hand shoulder. It's not even blocking, but it's an hour drive from Renton into Bellevue, and that has created about a 35-minute trip out of Auburn for the drivers trying to drive right into that backup coming up the Valley Freeway. Northbound I-5 is about a 10-minute delay. We're looking at Federal Way to Seattle at about an hour and 10 minutes. Just got an update from the State Patrol. Here's why it's taking so long to clear the ramp to the transit center in Linwood from I-5. They're looking at this as a potential arson, and so that's why the investigation has taken so long. We just got to pick a tow truck there to get this Hulk out of the way. Hour and 10-minute trips, Everett to Seattle or Bellevue. This report brought to you by Home Comfort Alliance. Check them out at homecomfortalliance.com.
And we are looking for showers occasionally today. Highs in the upper 50s, mid-50s for our high tomorrow. On and off showers. Some sprinkles on Saturday and Sunday as well. Right now in Seattle, we have cloudy skies. It's 51. Here on Seattle's Morning News.
KIRO Newsradio, your home for the John Curley Show. Weekdays from 3 to 7 p.m.
Here's where the coyotes work. I learned this from my neighbor. They come down, one comes and plays with the dog, starts to run, wants the other dogs to chase him, and that's where his friends are waiting. They eat him. So my dogs were out there, and they're playing along with the coyote.
Did your dog make it?
Yeah, I bought a Walther PPK, James Bond gun, fired shots at it. How James Bond hits anything, I have no idea.
Streaming live on your smart speaker.
Catch 9-time Grammy winner Christian McBride with Ursa Major, March 27th through 30th, live at Dimitro's Jazz Alley, with rising stars Nicole Glover, Michael King, Eli Pearlman, and Savannah Harris. Tickets at jazzalley.com.
Welcome to Staples.
I hear Staples prints it all for any business?
You bet, and we'll beat any print quote.
So if I had a pizza place...
Staples can print signs, menus, pizza boxes.
A landscaping business?
Oh, we can print yard signs, t-shirts, brochures.
How about a pizza/landscaping business? I'll call it Dough and Mo.
I like it.
Right now at Staples, get up to $250 off your print purchase. Ends 4/5, exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for offer details. Price match guarantee valid in store and staples.com/print. Visit staples.com/price match for details.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
We know choosing the right team to upgrade your windows and doors is a big decision. That's why we deliver a service that treats your home like ours and offer top quality products. Our windows are up to 25% more energy efficient than Energy Star standards, reduce noise by up to 50%, and have low maintenance clean glass technology. Our industry-leading leak armor installation and lifetime warranties mean peace of mind and enjoyment for life. Lake Washington Windows and Doors, a name you can trust. Visit lakewashingtonwindows.com.
Your best source for local news. KIRO Newsradio. Northwest News.
Save on a 2-night getaway to beautiful Victoria, BC with the FRS Clipper Spring Sale. Travel car-free on the Clipper Fast Ferry and stay at a charming downtown hotel. From $252 per person, double occupancy. Save during Clipper Spring Sale at frsclipper.com.
At Kia of Everett, leasing your new Kia is simple, easy, and fun. Now through April 30th, lease a 2025 Kia Niro EV Wind for just $69 a month for 24 months, with $39.99 due at signing.
Lease payment on approved credit with Kia Finance America, plus tax. After $9,500 Kia Finance America 24-month lease cash and Kia of Everett discount of $32.71. Quoted payment is before monthly sales tax and fees. Select vehicles only, subject to prior sale. See dealer for full details.
The best drive you'll ever take is to Kia of Everett. Simple, easy, fun.
Spike O'Neil for Sharp Vision Modern LASIK and Lens. And let me tell you, everything is my eyes. Everything. The vision is everything in your life. But when your eyes start to go, it affects everything you do. And I had lost quality of vision over the years, began to need readers, began to lose readers faster than I could buy them. I knew it was time to get my eyes looked at. So I went to the offices over in Bellevue, Sharp Vision Modern LASIK and Lens. They gave me a comprehensive eye exam, told me exactly what my situation was, the beginning of cataract in my eye, and I was a perfect candidate for RLE, refractive lens exchange. They answered all my questions. I had the same care team from the start of my simple procedure in half an afternoon, and I was cared for. My anxieties were eased. The procedure went smooth as glass. And I got to tell you, I've got better eyes than I've ever had in my life. I've got 20/10 vision. I see brighter colors. I see sharper images. And I will never need readers, and I will never develop cataract. They are the future of RLE surgeries. Over 80,000 successful lens replacement surgeries. Give them a call at 425-451-2020. That's 425-451-2020, or online at sharp-vision.com, sharp with an e-vision.com, official eye care providers of Sounders FC.
Safety first comes with available financing at Bucky's Complete Auto. For oil changes, brakes, tune-ups, wiper blades, and factory maintenance, check the Bucky's near you at buckys.com.
Your best source for local news. KIRO News Radio. KIRO FM and HD1. Tacoma, Seattle. Northwest News.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Steve Kathan. A top Republican is pressing his call for an investigation into the chat snafu that put U.S. military attack plans into the hands of a journalist. CBS's Nicole Killian on Capitol Hill.
Just a short time ago, the Senate Armed Services Committee Chair Roger Wicker did send that letter along with his Democratic counterpart, Senator Jack Reed, to the Department of Defense IG, asking for an expedited review of this signal situation. Basically, in a letter, both the chair and ranking member outlined that they want to know about the facts and circumstances surrounding this signal chat.
Thousands of federal jobs are being cut today in the nation's health system, as we hear from CBS's Errol Barnett.
3,500 full-time employees from the FDA will be cut, as well as 2,400 from the CDC. The widespread cuts across health agencies amount to 10,000 full-time employees. Health and Human Services Secretary RFK Jr. says these moves are part of a large-scale effort to reshape the agencies.
Mexico said today it wants preferential treatment from the U.S. if Trump tariffs on car imports take hold as planned next week. Canada's Prime Minister called the 25% tariff a direct attack. CBS's Kelly O'Grady says it could mean a jump in auto prices before too long.
Normally, a car company, a dealership has about 60 days of inventory on the lot. So if you're thinking about buying a car already, I would add some urgency to your search right now.
Walmart says it plans to invest more than $6 billion in Mexico despite U.S. tariff threats. A 24-year-old man from El Salvador arrested in Virginia, being described by Attorney General Pam Bondi as one of the leaders of the notorious MS-13 gang.
This guy was living in a neighborhood right around you. No longer, thanks to the great men and women of law enforcement.
Bondi did not release his name, but said he was in the country illegally. Firefighters say they're making some progress on wildfires in the southeast.
The worst of the fires are in the mountains of the Carolinas. There has been property damage, and hundreds have had to evacuate. Dustin Johnson's wife worries a wildfire will destroy family property in Pickens County, South Carolina.
She's terrified. Her family's had that property for decades. It's on the brink of, being gone. She's terrified of it.
There is a chance of badly needed rain across the parched southeast early next week. Jim Crisilda, CBS News.
And checking Wall Street, right now the Dow is up 16 points. The S&P is up 18. The NASDAQ ahead 80. This is CBS News.
Brought to you by Progressive Insurance. You could save big when you bundle your auto, home, motorcycle, RV, or boat. Visit Progressive.com.
8:03. Let's head over to the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk with Sully.
And we are working with well over an hour drive from Renton on up into Bellevue. This is all because of a crash that hasn't even been blocking for the last 45 minutes. It's on the right-hand shoulder, but just in a spot where you're coming out of the construction zone past the VMAC, but not quite up to 112th or Factoria. And you're back up all the way to 167. And, of course, this is doing a number on 167. It's backed up all the way from 212th and Kent, which puts us at about 35 minutes out of the Auburn area, so pretty ugly coming up the Valley Freeway. Northbound I-5, Olympia to Tacoma is only 35 minutes, and we're still about an hour and 10 minutes from Federal Way to Seattle. It's not as bad as it could be through the Kent Des Moines Road, but it is over 40 minutes to go from South Center. Coming down from the north end, still struggling away from Linwood on both 5 and 405. Well over an hour drive from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue, and we still can't get off at the Transit Center in Linwood at 44th from southbound I-5 because of a vehicle fire that's being investigated as an arson. Good news is the Hulk is now being lifted up onto a tow truck, and hopefully it'll be out of there soon. This report brought to you by AAA. If the wind's blowing, AAA of Washington will help keep you going. To become a member, visit AAAWashington.com.
Thursday, March 27th, here on Seattle's Morning News. Thanks for joining us. I'm Charlie Harger. Sound Transit Board of Directors expected to select King County Executive Dow Constantine as their new CEO today. And he's going to be making a lot of money if he signs. KIRO Newsradio's Luke Ducey is here with more.
Charlie, if approved, he could make up to $650,000 a year, including a $450,000 base salary. Yesterday, during his final State of the County address as county executive, he said the last 16 years has been a roller coaster ride.
Even when it was difficult. But we've navigated those difficulties, holding fast to our values, and we've created real and meaningful change for the people of King County.
Constantine also acknowledged if voted in today, he will leave office early to become CEO, and whoever takes over for him will inherit a long list of challenges, from homelessness to drug abuse, gun violence, and deep budget shortfalls. Constantine also showed gratitude during his address.
I am honored to have been your executive, the executive of one of the largest and most forward-thinking jurisdictions in the country.
In addition to that $450,000 salary, Charlie, as Sound Transit CEO, he will also get, if approved, a retirement contribution up to 12% of his base salary, full medical, full dental, a $24,000 allowance for business-related expenses, 35 paid time-off days, and just like other staff members with Sound Transit, Constantine will get a free Orca card.
Okay, we don't even get that. Well, maybe we do get that here. I'll have to check on that. I drive in, so...
We do get access to that. We do. We can, if you commute in, our company will help pay for that.
Okay, but I can't park my car here then, right?
That is true.
It's a tough decision.
Well, actually, you're paying for parking too, but yeah, I doubt you'd get the free Orca card and the parking, yeah.
No word if Dow gets free parking.
Okay,
so I don't know. I don't know about that.
Well, we'll keep us up to date on that. Yeah. That is going to happen around 1. The Sound Transit Board makes that decision. It's 8:06 now on Seattle's Morning News. Well, we didn't get as much hail and massive thunderstorms last night, but the damage was done. An Everett home was hit by lightning last night, and it caused the roof to catch fire with a family still inside. KIRO 7 TV's Samantha Lomibow spoke with the family.
Suddenly heard this big, like, boom and a crack, and we were like, that was not far away.
It was the Nichols family home struck by lightning.
We were just like watching TV, and then all of a sudden it's just like, boom, everything's off, and then it's like, oh, fire.
Jeannie and Carly Nichols quickly found out the smell was coming from upstairs.
And I opened the door to the office, and there was like a burning hole.
They immediately grabbed their 2 dogs and ran to a neighbor's house as they watched firefighters put out the flames.
And they were able to go back into the house. It sounds like the electrical system there is fried, however. The Angle Lake Light Rail Station was closed due to storm damage Wednesday night, and it remains closed. KIRO 7 TV's Jake Chapman reports from the station.
It's not clear again right now if the storm damage was from lightning or something else, but this storm was definitely on the minds of many in our area, and we caught up with one woman who had to get a ride from the SeaTac station to here.
The clouds were really dark, and then I managed to get to all my places and then got on Sound Transit, and it only took us to SeaTac Airport. And I said, well, what's wrong? That's crazy.
As for a timetable when things will be back and running here in Angle Lake, well, that spokesperson from Sound Transit says there's no estimated timeline for that yet.
And it's through the morning commute so far, it has remained closed. Deputies in Clallam County have arrested 2 people accused of scamming a 71-year-old woman out of $125,000. KIRO Newsradio's James Lynch has details.
The woman who lives in Sequim was first contacted by a man claiming to be with the Federal Trade Commission, advising her that she was a suspect in an Amazon fraud case, and to clear it all up, she would need to pay the money back. Clallam County Chief Deputy Amy Bundy says the woman was given very specific instructions.
Going to Walmart to purchase a specific metal lockbox, duct taping the money inside of the lockbox, and then meeting up with an individual to give them the money.
Investigators say the woman did that 3 times before she called police. The 2 suspects charged with theft and extortion. James Lynch, KIRO News Radio.
It's 8:09. Now our legislative update brought to you by WaFd Bank. Washington lawmakers are debating a bill that would speed up pardons for people in the country illegally who've been convicted of crimes. The goal is to erase those convictions so they aren't used as grounds for deportation. The Washington State Standard reports the bill would let the Clemency Board fast-track cases for illegal immigrants already facing deportation orders. The bill gets a public hearing today. Supporters say many have lived here for years and have turned their lives around, but critics say it gives special treatment to people here illegally and skips the line ahead of others waiting for a pardon. A bill capping rent hikes at 7% in Washington has moved one step closer to becoming law. It passed a key Senate committee yesterday. Supporters like Democratic Senator Emily Alvarado say the cap protects renters from sudden spikes.
This bill is a simple guardrail for the many, many people in this state who just want to make sure that they can have a little bit of control in that household budget.
Opponents argue it'll hurt landlords and slow down new housing projects. There's a new proposal designed to make things safer at Seattle bars that stay open after 2 a.m. A new ordinance would require them, among other things, to hire 2 security guards and use video surveillance. They'd also have to maintain up-to-date city permits and licenses. This woman who spoke at a city council committee hearing this week lost a loved one to gun violence last summer.
The neglected regulations currently in place can be a factor in a life or death situation. They cost my baby brother his life.
A vote to refer the bill to the full council could happen as early as April 8th. Regents Blue Shield patients at Providence Swedish hospitals could suddenly find themselves out of network if insurance contract negotiations don't resolve by next week. KIRO 7 TV's Brandon Thompson reports.
A patient at Swedish, Olivia Vigrabs, is booked up the next 2 months.
I have appointments up until my due date already scheduled, so almost every week.
High blood pressure and gestational diabetes means she needs frequent checkups while pregnant. When she got a letter about her insurance company and her hospital's contract ending on April 1st.
Just kind of panicky. The idea of having to repeat all this stuff and go to a new provider is just awful.
The scale is what really struck me.
If a deal is not reached, patients like Olivia and Andrea would have to pay out-of-network costs to keep their doctor at some of the 28 hospitals or clinics currently in network across the state.
More than 100 people are losing their jobs at Valley Medical Center in Renton. King 5 says the layoffs follow a surprise cut in federal Medicaid reimbursements, costing the hospital millions. The layoffs impact non-medical staff, and hospital leaders say the patient care won't suffer. Washington State is losing more than $160 million in federal grant money meant for health care programs. Seattle Times reports the Trump administration is cutting grants for public health, mental health services, and substance abuse treatment. Senator Patty Murray says the cuts put critical health services at risk, especially disease monitoring and vaccine programs. Over 200 state employees could be impacted. State officials still assessing the full impact of the cuts. 8:12 now, and we check weather brought to us by State Roofing and Exteriors. Here's KIRO 7's Nick Allard.
A few showers to start the day, mainly in the 50s, and I expect you'll see spotty showers increasing here and there, including through the Mariners game, just spotty. Although you might hear a little rumble of thunder off in the distance. Expect to find temperatures in the mid to upper 50s and expect to find, yes, a roof closed situation for the Mariners game tonight as Ichiro throws out the first pitch. We'll have just some spotty showers around. Be a little gusty, and then tomorrow is a little breezy with some showers here and there in the low 50s. So it's cooler again tomorrow. We had 73. Then 65, and today's 59. Tomorrow's about 53. Now, you'll have showers for most of Saturday, but by Saturday evening, they'll dry out. We'll be in the, mid-50s and then low 60s for Sunday and be more dry than wet.
Right now in Seattle, it's 48 and cloudy at 8:13. Send over to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk now with Chris Sullivan.
And we are definitely seeing one of those heavy drives across the board today, especially on 405 northbound. It's running about an hour to try to get up into Bellevue. And the reason is a crash that's up past 44th, about up to about 66 there as you work your way into the Factoria area, right shoulder. So that's about a 25-minute delay over what you might expect. And that's created a pretty heavy drive up the Valley Freeway as well. We're looking at least 30 minutes from Auburn and 50 from Puyallup. Northbound I-5 is trying to get better through the Kent Des Moines Road, but it's backed up all the way from the beginning of Boeing Field all the way up past I-90. So about an hour and 10-minute trip there. Coming down from the north end, we do have some brake lights getting into and through Marysville. A little bit on 2 and 204 getting down to the trestle, and then definitely away from Linwood. Still have a struggle there. Hour and 10 minutes from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue, and you still can't get off at the Transit Center at 44th and Linwood from southbound 5. They have not quite fully removed the truck that went up in flames early this morning that's being investigated as an arson. This report brought to you by Lake Washington Windows and Doors. Through March, save double your sales tax, pay 0 down, 0 payments, pay 0 interest for 12 months. LakeWashingtonWindows.com.
8:14 now. We head over to the news desk with our morning editor, Katrina Gashard.
Hey, Charlie. A woman's body was recovered near Auburn after she was reported missing on Tuesday. Algona police say they found her body in a marsh near Algona Boulevard North and Boundary Boulevard yesterday morning. Investigators say she was a resident at a care facility in the city of Pacific. She reportedly left the facility the previous day to go to a coffee shop. When she did not return, she was reported missing. Anyone with information is being asked to call Algona police. Red light cameras will go live at 2 high-risk intersections in Edmonds tomorrow. According to the Everett Herald, the cameras are at 220th Street Southwest and Highway 99 and their intersection of 100 Avenue West and Edmonds Way. If you get caught on camera blowing through a red light, you'll get a warning, but starting on April 28th, you'll get to pay a $145 ticket. Between 2020 and 2022, there were more than a dozen crashes at both of those intersections.
As somebody who grew up in Edmonds, that is a really notorious, both of those intersections. So,
oh, I know. I live in Edmonds. I know it well.
Yeah, for sure. All right. Thank you, Katrina. It's 8:16.
Seattle's Morning News with Charlie Harder. Now, Choke Points with Chris Sullivan, presented by Carter Subaru.
You're going to make me say Seattle International Airport instead of SeaTac Airport again, aren't you, Sully?
Yes. Well, I was going to write SEA. Because I know how much you really love that.
Up a wall.
The branding there from our beloved international airport.
Okay, here we go. South Sound drivers, don't say SeaTac, don't say SeaTac. South Sound drivers are finally going to get a direct route into Seattle International Airport from I-5, but you're going to have to pay the toll to use it. Sully is here with details.
Yes, so people for forever have have wished for a better way to get into SeaTac
Airport,
and wondering why they never finished 509 over the back corner of it over to I-5, because right now that 509 expressway is getting close to being finished. So people from Tacoma and Olympia will no longer have to drive all the way up to South Center, then head over to the airport via 518. That direct expressway is set to open in October. It will connect I-5 to Burien, basically finishing 509 from where it ends at the southwest corner of the airport. But this direct route will be tolled. The Washington State Transportation Commission is out with its toll recommendations for the corridor, and the deputy director of the commission, Carl C., tells me what they're looking for.
The rates would range between $1.20 and $2.40, depending on time of day, much like we see on SR99 Tunnel and SR 520. There's set rates for different times of the day.
So it would be variable tolled. That's not a big deal. But what is, for the first time in state tolling history, the max tolls, that $2.40, will be directional. C says you'll only pay that $2.40 max going northbound in the morning and only going southbound in the afternoon.
It's something that showed up in the analysis as being distinct on these facilities, and so as we've carried it forward in the rate setting process to incorporate those that variability by direction.
So that's kind of an interesting twist, and it's a way that they felt would give them a better way to manage the traffic coming in and out. Now, I asked C if he's concerned that the public really doesn't know that this expressway is even happening, even though they've seen the construction, or that it's going to be tolled. Because if you've driven around the Kent Des Moines Road at all, you've seen all of the construction going on there. He says the commission is hoping to have these toll rates adopted and finalized, approved in June, giving them plenty of time before they open it to get the public up to speed.
To then provide that time for WashDOT to do the communications and marketing necessary to prepare the public for not just that, hey, toll rates are coming, but what they will be and how to use the facility.
And you have a chance now to give the commission some feedback, and they really do use it, not only on the rates, but on the future of tolling. There are 2 virtual public meetings next week. There's an online open house up right now. You can find the links to all of that at mynorthwest.com, plus some pictures, some maps and whatever, and some links to the projects themselves. The commission is looking at whether the vehicles with 3 or more axles, so basically big rigs, would have to pay more for this. They need your input on that. They'd like to know if there should be a low-income toll option for this, and whether or not a low-income toll option for all of the toll system should be something that the commission looks at. So they want your feedback on that, because C says that's really how they kind of dial this in.
That feeds into this process where we really dial up that public input opportunities and hone in on those options that we see and know are viable for going forward, and then a matter of making those policy choices in the end here for how to proceed.
Now, this toll setting process also involves the direct connection between I-5 and the Port of Tacoma, which is part of the 167 expansion. That's not set to open until December of 2026. The reason they're tying these 2 tolls together is because they're all put together and they're funded together under what we have called the Gateway Project, something we've been talking about for a decade now. That will eventually connect I-5 and Puyallup and finish 167. So basically, this whole project will connect 509, finish it where it stopped, and finish 167 where it stopped. But the first part of that is that first initial segment from I-5 getting in towards the Burien area.
I know this is old news to you, Sully, but 509, is the highway, I guess, that goes from the Port of Seattle, and it's a really beautiful drive. If you have not made this drive, it brings you along the waterfront, and you wind up in Redondo. And
yeah, pretty much.
Is that where it suddenly stops?
It basically turns into 188th Street.
Yeah.
Basically right at the very south end. It just stops there. 188th is what you also called the Des Moines Memorial Drive there.
Yeah.
It just kind of stops. And so this will then connect through the area, kind of going along Des Moines Creek there at kind of a diagonal, and then get onto the freeway about 212.
Okay, but there's going to be some overlap with I-5, and then you just merge onto it basically at the Kent Des Moines Road, and that will bring you to the airport.
Correct, and you'll be able to there'll be an off-ramp there towards the airport. They're building it in 2 sections. This first one doesn't get quite all the way there to finish it. It gets close to the airport, and then it then they will continue building that next segment to where 509 ends there. So yeah, I mean it's a continuation of the freeway. But yeah, 509 is a beautiful drive that goes all the way up to Burien and then just kind of stops at the airport. And so someone asked me earlier when we talked about this before, where are the tolls going? Obviously it's a way to manage congestion, as we talked about, because they're doing the pricing based on the time of day, but they're expecting $180 million of toll money to pay for the construction of this. So they've tied that to some of the construction as well. But yeah, big doings, things happening. That change to the Port of Tacoma will be an interesting one. The prices that they're looking at there west of I-5 would be like $1 any time of the day or night, basically going from the new interchange there by Hylebos Creek down into the Port of Tacoma, and then eventually all the way over to 167 to where it ends in Puyallup will be probably, again, the $1.20 to $2.40 range. They're kind of working on that already, even though that's years down the road. Hasn't even been funded, could be delayed based on what they're seeing in Olympia with the transportation budgets there, and whether they decide to go with those gas tax increases or whatnot.
Speaking of tolling, I noticed something past couple of mornings. So you know how on 405 the tolling looks much different than on 167 in terms of the overhangs and the lights and all of that stuff. They've got the first one built on 167 right at 15th Northwest, adjacent to Emerald Downs. So these are going to be coming where the old ones are, but these are much more beefy and substantial, and they will have cameras taking pictures of license plates.
Yeah, that's all part of the transformation that goes along with the completion of the 405 express toll lanes down through Renton. They're going to standardize the tolling system. So that sticker pass that just does a quick little read, no. We're going with the cameras. We're going with the whole deal like we have on 405 on 167. You're going to need a flex pass going forward when this all goes active late this year, early next year. So, yeah, big changes, and hopefully that will help get rid of some of the cheating on 167, which is rampant.
Oh, we'll be rolling into cash.
You'd hope so, because at some estimates, I've seen it as up as 80% of the people driving in that hot lane aren't paying. And haven't, because there's no enforcement and there's no camera. So
I'm just too much of a goody two shoes.
Me too.
I'm afraid of getting in trouble.
Me too. I'm the same way. It could be 4 a.m. and no one around, and I'd be like, well, but what did Mom always say? What you do when no one's watching is what you do in front of everybody. That's how you judge yourself. What you do when no one's looking.
The wisdom of Mrs. Sullivan.
Yes.
Let's head over to the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk.
Yeah, but that's also why she gave me a St. Christopher medal, because she knew I speed. I speed like her. I do have my downfall. I'm not as goody two-shoes as I could be. We're back under an hour from Renton to Bellevue, still seeing the heavy brake lights up past 44th. Still dealing with the remnants of this crash a little bit further to the north, so we're still behind schedule by about 15 minutes. Valley Freeway is not as bad. We're back down under 30, which is great, out of Auburn, and under 50 from Puyallup. The northbound I-5 drive is getting pretty heavy as you work your way past the north end of Boeing Field. Actually, the beginnings of Boeing Field, really. Still up over an hour and 10-minute trip, and we're still working with well over an hour from Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue as we continue to work with those brake lights away from Linwood. And it looks like we might be working a Hood Canal Bridge lift now, because I've seen both sides of that area really starting to bog down, so I'll be keeping an eye on that for you guys as well. And let's check out who this traffic sponsor is. It's our good friends from Superior Linen Service. You never get a second chance to make a first impression. Superior Linen Service will help your company look good with logos, apparel, uniforms, and more. SUPlinen.com.
Thanks, Sully. The forecast looks like we'll have occasional showers today, a high of 58. Right now, it's 48. Coming up on Seattle's Morning News, look at what's next for King County Executive Dal Constantine, as he is going to be confirmed by the Sound Transit Council today as their new CEO. That's on the way here on Seattle's Morning News.
This hour is brought to you by WaFed Bank.
At KIRO Newsradio, our commitment goes beyond delivering the latest headlines.
Authorities say they've busted a violent drug trafficking ring in Seattle.
Mayor Bruce Harrell says this operation should go a long way toward putting a stop to crime in the CID.
We dive deep into the stories that matter, helping you understand the impact on your community and your life.
Even if you do get caught, you're gonna probably get a small little smack on the hand. You can have your opinions, I can have mine.
KIRO Newsradio, Northwest News.
Summer is fast approaching, and it's a great time to get ready for the busy season with help from WaFd Bank.
Remember, Dave, you can get ahead of the game with WaFd Bank and implement services like payment processing so customers can buy through kiosk, mobile, online, contactless, whatever option they want to pay.
And Brad, I've heard that WaFd Bank has the equipment to make tracking transactions and getting paid easier than ever, right?
Right. With industry-leading security and personalized help from dedicated IT support, you can get peace of mind and get back to helping customers. You can also find a variety of business accounts at WaFd to fit your specific needs and a suite of other services to take things to the next level. We have the knowledge, experience, and offerings to make your business goals a reality.
Thanks, Brad. And you can learn more by visiting wafdbank.com or just drop in at your local branch. I think you'll discover why they've been awarded Best Bank by multiple companies many years in a row. WaFd Bank, built for business. Member FDIC.
This is Chris Davis with the Davis Law Group. Did you know that a pedestrian does not have to be crossing the street on a marked crosswalk to have a successful legal claim against the driver? Pedestrians can even be partially at fault for a collision and still have a valuable claim. Call us today for a free consultation or get my free book on pedestrian accident law at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com. That's Davis Law Group, better service and even better results.
Making fresh produce and food affordable and accessible to all is a mission Safeway is deeply committed to. G. Scott here. Your local Safeway has all the great benefits that SNAP-eligible families love, plus exclusive savings. Right now, save 50% on Fresh Pass memberships, plus get a monthly $5 credit, free unlimited delivery, $10 of free produce, and double rewards. Check out your Safeway For You app for all details and savings, or visit Safeway.com/SNAP for details.
Over the past decade, Washington state politicians have doubled state spending with no improvements to the issues we care about. Instead, we now have the third highest cost of living in the nation and a $12 billion deficit. It's time to tell legislators we need better results, not bigger taxes. Act now at affordablewashington.org. Paid for by people for an affordable Washington and Olympia, Washington. Top 5 donors are Washington Alliance for Competitive Economy, Microsoft, Madrona, T-Mobile, and Alaska Air.
Hi, this is Keith Dashafee, owner of Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Are you ready to enhance your home with stunning, energy-efficient windows and doors? At Pella, we offer top-quality products with innovative designs and exceptional craftsmanship. And right now, we're offering an amazing deal. Enjoy 24 months with 0 interest and equal payments, or get $750 off your qualifying project. My team is dedicated to helping you every step of the way. Visit PellaPNW.com to schedule your free appointment today. That's PellaPNW.com.
If you're wearing glasses or contacts, but you need reading glasses or bifocals now, you need to join Doctors Kopstein and King for the K2 Vision RLE live webinar Thursday, April 3rd at noon to learn about refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision RLE. This free webinar is a perfect opportunity to meet the doctors and have them answer all your questions about K2 Vision RLE. Questions like, what is K2 Vision RLE? How is refractive lens exchange different from LASIK and EVO ICL? Who's a good candidate for RLE? These questions and lots more will be covered Thursday, April 3rd at noon during the K2 Vision RLE free live webinar. K2 Vision surgeons have performed over 150,000 procedures. They know when RLE is right for you. K2 Vision RLE. No glasses, no contacts, no readers. Plus, no more cataracts. So don't miss this free live webinar Thursday, April 3rd at noon. Register at K2VisionRLE.com. That's K2VisionRLE.com.
Charlie Harger for Bath Center of Seattle, a family-owned third-generation business dedicated to quality remodels. I've seen firsthand how they stand behind their work. With some of the industry's best warranties, you'll have peace of mind for as long as you own your home. Antimicrobial, easy-to-clean surfaces, fast installs, and affordable pricing. Save 20 to 40% on materials during March. Visit luxurybathofseattle.com.
When the heat's an 11, cool AC would be heaven.
Dayandnight.net.
Beat the rush. Act now before summer, because that heat's a real bummer.
Dayandnight.net.
This is the time to plan ahead, so you stay cool this summer. Hi, I'm Bruce with Day and Night Plumbing and Heating. Call us about installing a high-efficiency cooling system or servicing your existing one so you're cool when you need it.
Now save up to $4,600 on qualifying cooling equipment. Dayandnight.net.
KIRO Newsradio, 97.3 FM, Northwest News. Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and mynorthwest.com.
It's 8:31. In his final State of the County address yesterday, Dow Constantine announced plans to step down early as King County executive if the Sound Transit Board officially hires him as CEO today. Constantine acknowledged major challenges still facing the county, including homelessness, drug abuse, gun violence, and deep budget gaps. He was critical of the federal government.
Do not succumb to the cynicism and the threats issuing from the other Washington. We have the industry, the intellect, the character, the values to stand strong.
The potential move has raised concerns about transparency because several board members for Sound Transit voting on his new job today were appointed by Constantine himself. If he's confirmed, the county council will appoint an interim executive who will stay in office until November. Red light cameras will go live at 2 high-risk intersections in Edmonds tomorrow.
The cameras are up at 220th Street Southwest and Highway 99 and at the intersection of 100th Avenue West and Edmonds Way, according to the Everett Herald. You get caught on camera blowing through the red light at one of those intersections, you'll get a warning for the next month. But starting on April 28th, you'll get a $145 ticket. According to the Herald, between 2020 and 2022, there were more than a dozen crashes at those 2 intersections. Frank Lindsay, KIRO News Radio.
Today's opening day for Major League Baseball. The Mariners kicking off a 4-game series against the A's. Luke Ducey, you were at T-Mobile Park speaking to fans yesterday.
I was, and there's a lot of buzz about tonight's game. We are 10 hours and 20 minutes away from the first pitch. But let me ask you, if there's one thing you had to choose about opening day, what is the one thing that you just kind of love?
I like being able to get in early and head to Moto Pizza because that's the best pizza, and it's really hard to find it. I know that's a controversial take. One of the best pizzas. We've got a lot of great pizzas around town. So I love being able to do that. I love, of course, watching the game.
Yeah.
And I just kind of enjoy the vibe, the atmosphere, the hope of opening day.
Those are all great answers, but the real answer is that we're all looking forward to the Hello Kitty bucket hat giveaway this weekend, Charlie.
That was my second guess.
We're going to have more on that one and other cool giveaways this weekend. But first, though, here's what fans love about opening day.
The crowds and the cheering and the excitement of opening day.
And super fan Ron thinks this is the year, like you, Charlie, the M's win the series.
There are teams out there that have won that have been a horrible thing, and they went straight to the World Series, Super Bowl, and everything. So there's always that possibility.
Yeah, I love it, Ron. I love it. Hey, there's a lot of upside for the Mariners this season. They have arguably the best pitching lineup in baseball. Logan Gilbert gets the nod tonight. First pitch, 7:10 tonight. Tickets still available, by the way. And now, for those giveaways, we were talking about these all morning long, and I did some research. Sully really did the research, but I did some too. Tonight is, ready? Drum roll, magnetic schedule giveaway night.
Yes!
I don't know. Okay, Friday is the Randy Arozarena crossed arm hoodie night. That's really cool. I didn't know what that was.
Yeah.
Sully found out. So you want to explain it, or do you want me to?
It's pretty cool. It's a really bright yellow, Mariners colored yellow sweatshirt with his number and body on it with his arms crossed.
Okay.
He's got his name down the arms. It's pretty sweet looking.
So he's got Randy printed on one arm and Arozarena on the other. So when you cross your arms, like kapow.
There you go.
And then Saturday, it is Hello Kitty bucket hat night. I've looked at the bucket hats. I think they're pretty cool. I think it'd be fun if you went with a group of friends and, you're all wearing come on, that's fun stuff. Hey, look, I've posted the photos of all of these just so you can look to on X. Go to Luke or at Luke KIRO, and you can see those. I also posted a photo of the Cal Raleigh bobblehead. It's not being given away this week, and that's going to be on April 8th. But, the Big Dumper just signed a 6-year, $105 million deal, so why not? It's pretty cool looking.
Okay, catch the game tonight starting at 7:10 on Seattle Sports, seattlesports.com, and 7:10 Seattle Sports on the radio. Let's head over to the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk now with Sully.
And we're still working with about an hour drive from Renton to Bellevue, about 30 minutes behind schedule, about double the normal time, all because of a long-term crash as you got up into the Newcastle area, but not quite to Factoria. The good news is that behind that on the Valley Freeway, we're thinning, and we're back down to about 40 minutes from Puyallup to Renton, which is really good. However, for Federal Way to Seattle, still running at about an hour. 40 of those minutes are from South Center. 509 and 99 are also really heavy getting down into the South Park area. Coming down from the north end, we have finally cleared the burned out hulk of a van that was blocking the off-ramp and causing all the ruckus there at 44th at the Linwood Transit Center. Still have about an hour from Everett to Seattle. Still have an hour from Everett to Bellevue because of a crash right before the express toll lanes begin as you will work away from Linwood. The lake bridges are fine, and the Hood Canal Bridge has reopened to traffic. It's going to take a little while for the backups to thin out, though. This report brought to you by the Emerald Queen Casino, best place to watch your favorite sports, featuring wall-to-wall viewing screens, 6 windows, 30 kiosks. Be there, emeraldqueen.com.
And the forecast looks like we will have partly cloudy conditions today, occasional showers, a high of 59, 53 for a high tomorrow with occasional showers as well. Right now in Seattle, it's 48 at 8:37.
Seattle's Morning News
with your host, Charlie Harger.
Thanks for being here today. Tacoma Mayor Victoria Woodards recently spent a week in Israel. The News Tribune reports the American Jewish Committee paid for her expenses. A delegation of U.S. mayors made the trip, and she was the only one from Washington. She says she went to better understand the ongoing conflict with Hamas and for spiritual reasons as a Christian. Former state senator running for mayor of Issaquah might have to give back almost $5,000 in campaign donations. The Washington State Standard reports Mark Mullet raised money before January 1st, which violates a city rule that bans early fundraising. Mullet says it was an honest mistake, and he's waiting for a judge to decide at a hearing next month. Washington's fish and wildlife employees say they're worried about safety. They're urging Governor Ferguson to reappoint a commissioner they trust. State Standard reports the union representing fish and wildlife workers believes Tim Reagan has been their strongest voice for workplace safety. But Ferguson paused Reagan's appointment to reconsider other candidates. This follows multiple workplace accidents, including 2 employees who drowned in the past year and a half. If you're planning on taking the train, you may have to take the bus instead. KIRO 7 reports several Amtrak routes nationwide have been canceled. See, Amtrak found corrosion on its Horizon rail cars. 70 cars are affected, including 26 on the Amtrak Cascades route. Amtrak has lined up buses through March 30th, and you can catch those buses at the Amtrak train stations. Federal prosecutors are investigating the timing of a COVID vaccine.
The drug maker GSK claims its rival Pfizer waited to announce the success of its COVID vaccine until after the 2020 election, which President Trump lost to Joe Biden. The Wall Street Journal reports a senior scientist at GSK who used to work at Pfizer told his colleagues about it. For years, Trump claimed Pfizer sat on the results of its vaccine trials, which he said could have helped him at the polls. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
The next letter you receive in the mail may include a big smile from a late performer known for her spicy one-liners.
Betty White could go a bit blue at times.
When Betty White says she wants a cup of coffee, you get her a cup of coffee.
Now the face of the late TV and big screen actor and game show host will grace the front of Snail Mail.
I'm not one to blow my own Vertuvenflugen.
In unveiling the new first-class stamp honoring the beloved actor who died in 2021, the U.S. Postal Service chose the Los Angeles Zoo for the ceremony, where White was an active supporter and an advocate for animals of all kinds. Jennifer Kuiper, CBS News.
It's 8:40. What's coming up in traffic, Sully?
Well, we're going to take a look at the 30-minute delay coming up 405 out of Renton, so we'll break it down for you next.
This is Seattle's Morning News.
KIRO Newsradio, your home for G and Ursula, 9 to noon.
Joining us right now is retired 4-star General Barry McCaffrey.
The big problem is they were using a commercially encrypted system to discuss pending war plans. They didn't want to be held prisoner to the Official Records Act, so they were going to a private chat room. But they were putting the lives of U.S. Navy and Air Force pilots at risk.
Streaming live on your smart speaker.
For many of us, it's happening. Your hair is thinning, your crown is disappearing. Hair loss had me feeling like I was losing my identity altogether. Well, I've got some good news. It's a simple one-day treatment that worked for me. The Advanced FUE from Advanced Hair. It starts growing new hair the very next day, and it's guaranteed to grow for life. We've all seen the pills and lotions that come with monthly memberships. Those can help retain what you have. But what if you want your own natural hair in specific areas like I did? You decide how much, how thick, and where. From Advanced Hair's state-of-the-art facilities to the world-class leading doctors like Dr. Perungo, it's not a maybe your hair will grow. It's guaranteed that your new hair will grow. For your free consultation, $250 off and 250 free hair grafts, call 425-449-8185. Advanced Hair is the winner of the 425 Business of the Year, and they are the team that I personally recommend. That's 425-449-8185 or advancedhair.com.
Hi, I'm Smokey Bear, and I made an assistant to help you out, because only you can prevent wildfires.
Hey, Assistant Smokey Bear, call me Papa Bear, because I'm grilling up dinner. Do you get it?
Yes, good job.
So, what should I do with all these coals?
Don't just toss them out. Put them in a metal container because those embers can start a wildfire.
I understand. The stakes are high.
Ha, 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 ha.
Learn more at SmokeyBear.com.
Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
What if your limited inventory had unlimited potential? What if your biggest risk was not taking one? What if you could make every move matter? Bank of America's Business Solutions can help bring your biggest what-ifs within reach. Find out how our digital tools, cutting-edge insights, and trusted expertise can work for your business. What would you like the power to do? Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. Bank of America is proud to be the official bank sponsor of FIFA World Cup 2026.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity. So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah. I'm up to 32 followers.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah, posting my tap dancing videos is easier than ever because we engineered Xfinity Internet with 99.99% network reliability.
Plus, Xfinity Mobile with Wi-Fi Power Boost gives you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. But wait, tap dancing? You don't tap dance.
Hey, what I lack in skill, I make up with passion.
Do more of what you love and love how fast you do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. And now through April 21st, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and one unlimited mobile line together for $25 a month for 1 year. And save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Savings compared to Verizon 5G Internet plus one unlimited welcome line and AT&T Internet 300 plus one unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Actual speeds vary. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
It's 8:43. Sully is at the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk.
And I'm still waiting for things to improve across the board on a heavy but somewhat average Thursday out there. I'm going to start with the most unusual breaking, which is the 405 northbound drive, which I know most days can be 40, 45, 50 minutes, but it's been running at an hour from Renton to Bellevue this morning because of a long-term crash we had past 44th. State trooper and the car is still over there on the right shoulder, but it hasn't even really been blocking for the last 90 minutes or so, but I mean, that's just kind of the damage done when you're driving through that construction zone there. It gets a little tight, and then we're also seeing the brake lights over the top of I-90, so not exactly a great drive there. We do have a little bit more spillover now on 167, so as you're coming up out of Kent, you're going to hit the brakes a little bit after 180th, but we're under 25 minutes out of Auburn, which is really good, and Thurston and Pierce County have cleared out really nicely, so those drives are all looking good. And then even Federal Way to Seattle, that first part of the drive getting you up through South Center is going to be nice and easy, but then you hit the buzzsaw right at the beginning of Boeing Field. Still have 40-plus minutes from South Center, so an hour all the way. Coming down from the north end, a little under an hour now from Everett to Seattle, but an hour plus from Everett to Bellevue. We continue to work with a crash right at the beginning of the express toll lane there on the left-hand side, pulling away from Linwood. The Lake Ridges have been hanging in there. You're going to need about 20 minutes to go from Bellevue to Seattle, which is a win. This report brought to you by Beacon Plumbing. For all your heating, electrical, septic, mechanical needs, stop freaking and call Beacon.
Mix of showers and sun breaks today, headed for a high of 59. Right now in Seattle is cloudy and 48 at 8:45. Now let's head to the news desk with KIRO Newsradio's Katrina Gashard.
A community activist once granted clemency by Governor Inslee will be back in court today. He's facing drug charges. Officials say Percy Levy had enough fentanyl to kill over 250,000 people. He posted $1.5 million bail on Monday night and was released from the Snohomish County Jail. It's opening day, as you know, for the Seattle Mariners. Fans will flock to T-Mobile Park. Mariners insider Shannon Dreyer with 710 Seattle Sports tells us.
Dan Wilson has been really emphasizing things like, when you get on base, if you can steal the base, steal the base. Take the extra base, take the extra base. Play clean baseball. Stay up the middle with your approach. Don't try and do too much. Don't try and be somebody that you're not. And, of course, he's got Edgar Martinez there right with him. And the hitters have, really bought in from what I can tell.
Very encouraging news, I'd say. The game will start at 7:10 tonight.
We're going to continue the Mariners conversation. G. Scott's going to stop by telling us why he thinks Cal Raleigh can bring us all the way to the World Series.
All right, let's do it.
You got to believe. You got to love these guys. Lefevre believer. I'm just reading off all the Mariners themes. Soto Mojo. I'm just remembering these from over the years. It's fine. The Mariners conversation continues.
You were having a stroke.
Here on Seattle's Morning News.
Hello, Seattle. It's your friendly neighbor, the T-Mobile Park roof. From up here, I can see it all. Folks pouring in from the street, the sun setting over the sound, the roar of the crowd as Luis Castillo pumps his fist, and the joy of the J-Rod squad as Julio snares a deep fly ball at the wall.
He reaches up with a leap and he makes the catch!
And all the faces smiling with every perfectly grilled hot dog and swirl of soft serve. When the final out's made, I'll be right up here, lighting the W and soaking it all in. Mariners baseball. Try it inside.
It's officially Mariners opening day. Don't miss tonight's festivities at T-Mobile Park, starting with a special pregame ceremony at 6:30 and first pitch at 7:10. Plus, check out everything on deck during the first homestand, like Randy Arozarena Cross-Armed Hoodie Night tomorrow at 6:40. Get your tickets now at mariners.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is for you too. Stubborn fat is really hard to get rid of, and then there's all those gimmicky lasers, fat freezing methods, and prescriptions. Imagine a simple solution that takes just one day and provides immediate noticeable results. Introducing ProSculpt. ProSculpt uses air-assisted technology that's safe and gentle yet powerful, delivering instant fat-reducing and skin-tightening results. Performed by board-certified plastic surgeons while fully awake, ProSculpt contours your body with minimal downtime. It's designed to target those problem areas: waistline, neck, face, arms, thighs. ProSculpt gently removes unwanted fat and tightens loose skin with FDA-cleared plasma technology, all in a simple, guaranteed one-day procedure. ProSculpt is one and done. Schedule your free consultation at prosculpt.com for $250 off. For powerful permanent fat removal and skin tightening that works for ladies and you men, it's prosculpt.com.
Get ready for one incredible night with Kool and the Gang. Friday, July 25th at Tulalip Amphitheater. Kool and the Gang with special guest the Commodores. Get tickets now at Ticketmaster and fee-free at Tulalip Resort Casino box office. Don't miss the iconic Kool and the Gang live.
Seattle's Morning News
with your host, Charlie Harger.
8:49, and joining us from the G and Ursula show, making his triumphant return to KIRO Newsradio after days away.
Yeah.
It's G. Scott.
Charlie,
G.
did you miss me, bro?
Oh, man, every day. I'm like, what are we going to talk about at 8:47?
Yeah, no. Happy opening day. The Mariners' first pitch at 7:10
So
over
excited.
at T-Mobile Park. I can't wait to be there. I'm looking forward to it. And my man, Cal Raleigh.
Yeah.
That's right.
Big contract.
They call him the Big Dumper, which I ain't real comfortable calling another man Big Dumper. You know what I mean? However, he signed a $105 million contract extension, so that means he's going to remain with the Mariners till 2030. Stop right there.
Mm-hmm.
Let me ask you something. When I say he's going to remain with the Mariners until 2030, does that blow your mind like it blows mine? Like, for an example, I looked at that number 2030, and I thought, wait, Sully, that's 5 years away.
Where's my space car? Where's my space car?
Like 2030 is 5 years away. My granddaughter said to me about a month ago, Grandpa, you were born in the 1900s? Anyways.
Time marches on.
So Carl Riley, he got this new contract. He is the third highest paid catcher in MLB with an average of $17.5 million a season. And he talked about his shared vision with Mariner ownership about winning and bringing a World Series to Seattle. So here's what that sounds like to me. You're going to say all the right things when you get that paycheck. You ain't never gone to your job, Sully, and Charlie, and got that new paycheck and got that raise and said anything bad about management. As a matter of fact, if management is listening right now, I got a few months left on my contract. What we going to do? Anyways, let's get back to it. He says, quote, "This place has always felt like home since I arrived in Seattle. They took me in from day one with kindness and respect, and is one of the top places to play in professional sports." He says we have a great nucleus of players here and aren't far off from bringing a World Series here to Seattle.
Wouldn't that be amazing? A World Series in Seattle. And we were at the start of the season. It's not impossible that this is our year.
Yeah. It would be incredible.
Yeah.
The only sample size, and if you're listening right now in your car, at home, in your office, everybody, where were you the spring and summer of 2001? What was going on in your life back then? Well, let me explain what was going on in mine. Nothing. So therefore, because nothing was happening in my life, I was out all the time. I mean, I'm talking about them home Mariner games during that time. It was 40+ thousand every night. Here's what I'm trying to say. As you guys know, I am a Seahawk through and through. You know how much I love being with the Seahawks. Ain't nothing like winning baseball in the city of Seattle. I've witnessed it. I've seen it. I just want to get that back again. So if you're telling me there's a potential for these Mariners to get a World Series, it will be the best summer of your life. Nick, I don't know, how old were you, bro, in 2001? What would you like, 5 or 6?
About 6 years old.
Let me tell you something. Life was good. Charlie, what was you doing in 2001, bro?
I had moved to New York City for 1 year.
Okay.
1 year I was away from the Seattle area, but I was able to move back in time for the playoffs that year, and we don't talk about that.
Okay. Sully, how about you? 2001?
I was getting ready to become a father for a little bit, and we were down in Portland. So just working away down in Portland. I didn't quite get caught up into it. We didn't have the opportunity. As Shannon Drayard said earlier today, the ability to have big league baseball, even when it's been down, is such a great thing. Yeah. And it's just
We're
awesome.
so lucky.
Yeah. So I'm heading over to T-Mobile Park. I'll be all decked out. Can't wait to look. I can't wait to get some garlic fries. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. I just want some garlic fries in my life, man. And I just want to hear the pop. I just want to hear the baseball. I want to hear the sounds.
This is our year.
Get busy. This is it.
G. Scott, 9 to noon here on KIRO Newsradio. We head over to the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk now. Here's Sully.
Where we are still running 20 minutes behind schedule on northbound 405 as you try to work your way up through the Renton S curves and on up past the scene of a crash as you get up towards 112 Lake Washington Boulevard. So it's still an hour from Renton into Bellevue. Federal Way to Seattle, about an hour now, which is not bad. The drive up through South Center is pretty good, but then those last couple of miles are going to be pretty rugged. Valley Freeway is running 40 minutes from end to end. We're back down to about 50 minutes from Everett to Seattle, so we're starting to clear out up there, especially out of Mount Lake Terrace. Still have work to do away from Linwood on 405 coming down the southbound there because of a crash before the express toll lanes. Still an hour drive from Everett to Bellevue. The lake bridges are still doing okay. This report brought to you by Bucky's Complete Auto Repair. Safety first comes with no credit financing at Bucky's for oil changes, tune-ups, wiper blades, and more. Check for the nearest Bucky's at buckys.com.
And we are expecting to have occasional showers and occasional sun breaks today, headed for a high of 59. Tomorrow, more showers, perhaps a little breezier than today with a high of 53. Saturday, showers in the morning. We dry out in the afternoon. Partly sunny on Saturday and partly sunny on Sunday as well, where we warm up to 61. So the day for outdoor plans is on Sunday. Right now in Seattle, we have partly cloudy skies. It's 48. Thanks for listening to Seattle's Morning News. G and Ursula coming up next on KIRO Newsradio.
Pro Savings Days are back at Lowe's with limited time savings on the supplies pros need. Get up to 40% off select major appliances. Plus, save an additional $100 on every $1,000 you spend on select major appliances. And don't miss your chance to activate and earn 3 times the points on select DeWalt and Klein tools. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 3/28. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. See associate or Lowe's.com for more details on qualifying items.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
KIRO FM and HD1 Tacoma, Seattle.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
This might be the most surprising statistic I've shared in decades of doing local news. More than 75% of commuters will be involved in a car accident at some point. JP Pendergast of Pendergast Law with more.
What makes it more surprising? The average person will be involved in 3 to 4 collisions in their lifetime.
With accidents unbelievably prevalent, what are some safety tips if it happens to you?
Safety first. Secondary collisions are not uncommon while awaiting help. Turn on those hazards and remain in a safe place. If a bystander witnessed the accident, capture their information and encourage them to remain at the scene. Seek medical attention immediately if needed, as delaying can be a costly mistake. Lastly, remember that statements made to police and insurance adjusters can affect your case.
Collisions are more common than we'd like to think. If you find yourself in one, follow these helpful tips and then call my friends at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one's injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
PendergastLaw.com.
Need a new roof, a deck, siding, windows? Get up to $3,000 off any new installation. Hi, it's Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. Home projects can add up fast, but we're here to help you save big. Book now and lock in up to $3,000 off in savings. That's $3,000 off any new installation. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com to schedule your free estimate today. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
Guys, thinking about testosterone replacement therapy? Revive Men's Health can help you get started if you're ready to book your free T-check. Visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com. That's Revive, R-E-V-I-B-E, menshealth.com.
Springfest savings start now at Lowe's, so don't miss out. Get up to 40% off select major appliances. Plus, save an additional $100 on every $1,000 you spend on select major appliances. And save up to $10 on select lawn care products. Shop these can't-miss spring deals now. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 4/2. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. See Lowe's.com for more details and qualifying items.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change.
CBS's Jennifer Jacobs has exclusive information from the White House.
Discussions are happening this morning about what to do. It's pretty intense pressure. She has been, I think, reluctant to withdraw.
The pick has been stalled in the Senate. Some Republicans say Stefanik is more valuable in her role as a congresswoman from New York, given the slim GOP majority in the House. 10,000 new federal job cuts hitting the nation's health system today, as we hear from CBS's Alexander Tin.
Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. has announced the details of a sweeping restructuring of the nation's health agencies, which will consolidate several divisions and result in a reduction to the department's workforce from 82,000 full-time employees down to just 62,000. The department says their cuts will not impact Medicare and Medicaid services or directly impact the FDA's drug device reviewers and inspectors.
A formal call today for an investigation into the Signal chat leak that gave a reporter access to U.S. military attack plans. CBS's Aaron Navarro at the White House.
Yesterday, President Trump was asked if he supports the Inspector General looking into the Signal issue, which we just saw this morning is something that congressional leaders of both parties have called him to do. Trump did not oppose that. And this morning, White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt did call it, quote, a mistake, and said that National Security Advisor Mike Waltz has taken responsibility while still looking to move past this story.
Well, the Trump administration today touts an arrest.
U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi announced the arrest of a man considered a top gang leader.
Early this morning, one of the top leaders of MS-13 was apprehended. He was the leader for the East Coast, one of the top 3 in the entire country.
The unidentified 24-year-old man was arrested in Manassas, Virginia, not far from Washington, D.C. Bondi says he was in the country illegally. Jim Crisula, CBS News.
6 people died when a tourist sub sank off Egypt. Dozens of others rescued. In Wall, New Jersey, 4 children were injured in a school bus crash, one seriously. Some bars and restaurants in St. Louis will boycott Anheuser-Busch products after the hometown company said it's ending a more than 30-year sponsorship of St. Louis Pride Fest. Colin Healy owns a bar.
At the end of the day, beer should be for everybody, and it's apparent that Anheuser-Busch is sending a message that theirs isn't.
Wall Street, the Dow is down 131 points. This is CBS News.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
The calm after the storm, that story coming up. But first, from the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk, in Linwood, a crash is blocking a lane on I-405 southbound near I-5. You're backed up on 405 from Damson Road to Canyon Park. An earlier crash has you slow on I-405 northbound. Travel time Renton to Bellevue is about an hour, 20 minutes longer than typical. Everett to Seattle, 51 minutes, about 10 minutes longer. Federal Way to Seattle, 55, almost on target. Traffic brought to you by the Emerald Queen Casino, the best place to watch all your favorite sports, featuring wall-to-wall viewing screens, 6 windows, and 30 kiosks. EmeraldQueen.com.
KIRO Newsradio, 97.3 FM, Northwest News. Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Good morning, I'm Heather Bosch. Scattered power outages, nickel-sized hail, and about 5 homes hit by lightning. The Seattle Times says that's the extent of damage in the Puget Sound region following last night's storm. KIRO 7 TV's Samantha Lomibow spoke with a family who was inside an Everett house hit by lightning.
Suddenly heard this big boom and a crack, and we were like, that was not far away.
It was the Nichols family home struck by lightning. Boom, everything's off, and then it's like, oh, fire. Jeannie and Carly Nichols quickly found out the smell was coming from upstairs.
And I opened the door to the office, and there was like a burning hole.
They immediately grabbed their 2 dogs and ran to a neighbor's house as they watched firefighters put out the flames.
A power outage has ground light rail service at the Angle Lake station to a halt. KIRO 7 TV's Jake Chapman with more on that.
It's not exactly clear what caused this. A spokesperson with Sound Transit tells me that it was caused by storm damage. They're still investigating to see if it was a lightning bolt that did it. But this has caused all sorts of headaches here at Angle Lake.
The Sound Transit Board of Directors is today expected to elect King County Executive Dow Constantine as their new CEO. If approved, he could make up to $650,000 a year, including a $450,000 base salary. Constantine has served as county executive for 16 years and as a member of Sound Transit's board for 15, appointing many of the people who are voting today. A bill capping rent hikes at 7% in Washington state has moved one step closer to becoming law. It passed a key state Senate committee yesterday. Supporters like Democratic Senator Emily Alvarado say the cap protects renters from sudden rent spikes.
This bill is a simple guardrail for the many, many people in this state who just want to make sure that they can have a little bit of control in that household's budget.
But opponents argue it'll hurt landlords and slow down new housing projects. A sure sign of spring, today is opening day for Major League Baseball. The Seattle Mariners kick off a 4-game series against the Athletics tonight, and fans are psyched.
The crowds and the cheering and the excitement of opening day.
First pitch is at 7:10 at T-Mobile Park. This weather update brought to you by State Roofing and Exteriors. Occasional showers today with highs around 60. It's 51 in downtown Seattle. I'm Heather Bosch.
Your best source for local news, serving Western Washington and the world with the KIRO Newsradio app. Always streaming live on your smart speakers. You're listening to KIRO Newsradio, Northwest News.
This is the G and Ursula Show with G. Scott and Ursula Reutin.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Where y'all been? It's been a couple of days. I haven't seen, talked to any of you guys. It is the G and Ursula Show. Happy Thursday, March 27th. Happy opening day. Mariners first pitch at 7:10. But more importantly, good morning to you, Ursula.
Good morning, G. You're all decked out in your Mariners gear.
Yeah.
You look like you're ready for a big game tonight.
Yeah, I'm ready.
This is such a fun time of year. I love it. Full of optimism.
Yeah. Did you see that
for the
sun?
team?
You see the sun peeking?
I see the sun peeking.
I see you peeking, but you not speaking.
Coming up at 9:30, another candidate has jumped into the race for Seattle mayor, and this one lives in the city in a tent. So we are going to share details of this unlikely bid for Seattle's highest office. We'll have that conversation coming up at 9:30. As always, we want you to weigh in on our text line, 888-973-5476, 888-973.
Here we go.
KIRO.
Ursula's top stories of the day brought to you by Batfitter, Northwest.
The thunder rolls and the lightning strikes.
At this time yesterday, meteorologists, including KIRO 7 TV's Nick Allard, they were all predicting that a storm would bring thunder, lightning, and some serious hail.
You might find hail in excess of 2.5 inches, and it could be anywhere.
In an abundance of caution, Seattle Public Schools and other districts canceled after-school activities. Some government offices around here sent their employees home early. And when that storm arrived last night, thankfully, it was not as bad as predicted. Lightning strikes did damage at least 5 homes or structures, including Sound Transit's Angle Lake Station. That is still closed. There were some power outages. But those big balls of hail that were predicted and the threat of a tornado never materialized. So I have a question for all of you.
What's that?
Would you rather be prepared even if the worst of the predictions don't pan out?
Yeah.
Or are you feeling mad right now that you took some extra steps to stay safe?
No, I'd rather be prepared. You know what, everybody? I'm done doubting. If it can happen, it's a good chance it will happen. And I'm saying that because, by the way, thank you, all of you that had concerns of me. You guys knew that I was flying in last night. And, a lot of you like, gee, I hope you're not flying back during this time. And my wife is like, hey, babe,
Your timing was impeccable. And we were texting with you.
Yeah.
Maybe we shouldn't admit that. But we were texting with you as we were trying to figure out if you were going to hit the storm.
Right. So let me tell y'all something that I think happened. I don't know, but I was supposed to land at 8:35 last night. As you all know, I make that trip back and forth to Columbus. I know how long it takes to land. By the way, at 9:47, I'm going to tell you guys why I was in Columbus and what was happening. But anyways, Ursula, your boy didn't land till 9:30. It was a 5 5.5 hour flight, an hour more.
Yeah.
So what I think they did, and I wasn't paying attention because it's not like I can see outside, I think around Idaho or Montana, around that area,
they slowed the roll.
I think they did a couple U-turns. You know what I'm saying? They was hanging
I hear
out.
from our pilot listeners, and we have quite a few.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, what would be happening? Because you said, even though we were, expecting this storm, you said that the turbulence, you only felt like 5 minutes.
Like 5 minutes. It was some turbulence. We got there. Shout out to the pilots that got us home safely, because the first thing I did when I was sitting there, you asked about the flight attendant. You know I look at the flight attendant.
I know. I told you, look at the flight attendants, because you were getting a little concerned.
Yeah.
I said, just look at the flight attendants.
Yeah.
If they look like they're just chill,
yeah,
you're good.
Hey, look here. I don't be drinking, but I was about to say, hey, flight attendant, hey, pass that wine bottle. You feel me? But back to it. I want to be prepared.
Yes.
I'm no longer doubting it. Be prepared. If
and
nothing
you know
happened,
what?
great.
I mean, there was a lot of lightning, and there was some damage, and yeah, maybe you didn't get the 2.5-inch hail balls, but I'm thankful for that.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I would rather err on the side of caution.
Some of us feel like suckers.
Okay, well, yeah, why?
Because that didn't happen. Like, we didn't get the lightning until 7:30, 8 o'clock, and they say cancel all the practices or reach out to the other coaches. Okay, guys, we're expecting high winds, thunder, lightning, possibly hail the size of golf balls with a chance of tornadoes. And they're like, yeah, that sounds good. We better shut it down for the evening. And our practice is at 5. It is gorgeous until 7 p.m. And I'm thinking to myself, gee, this is exactly one of these situations where people look at my generation and say, y'all have gone soft. You're going to cancel practice ahead of time because you're worried about the potential.
How about,
no, we ain't
and they're right.
How about those offices that said, you go home early, and as people are driving home, like, wow, this weather... It really was a beautiful afternoon, I will say that.
I learned my lesson. What was the last thing we had? And I'm like, that's not going to be a big deal.
Yeah, I know.
Never again.
Yeah, never again.
Never
exactly.
again.
I would rather just, be wrong.
Yep.
As the Doge team swings its axe, our state is now losing more than $160 million in federal funding for public health, mental health, and substance use treatment. Mm-hmm. The Seattle Times reports the state was notified on Monday that the CDC is immediately cutting off multiple pandemic-related grants totaling at least $130 million. And those grants support disease monitoring and reporting and vaccine efforts for COVID and other respiratory viruses. About 200 full-time employees could be affected by those cuts. And then the state health care authority is losing an additional $34 million in funding from the federal government, money that was used to help people with serious mental illness and substance use disorders. These canceled grants were part of the American Rescue Plan Act, again, that was passed in 2021 to help the country recover from the effects of the COVID pandemic.
Wait, I have a question for you, Ursula. Do we need more or less to deal with our substance use problems and our mental health problems?
Given how we talk about mental health and drug addiction every single day and all the impacts of those two things, we have talked about how we are woefully inadequate when it comes to services provided, people who can provide those services, what's available. So, yes, those are areas where I would think that you need to have more emphasis, not less.
And I think the reason why I ask you, and I'm asking that to you and everyone listening, is because I know what our show has been talking about for 5 years. We have been, how often do we bring up mental health? How often have I brought up, and you says, gee, you always talk about the 50-plus year war on drugs and how after the war on drugs, was it really about drugs or people? Because at the end of all that, Ursula, we kept saying, where's the help? Where are these places that for you to go get substance abuse help? Is it only for people that have means? Is it only for people that have more, the 1-2%? So anyways, when you bring that news up right there, I just wanted to ask that question. Do we need more or less? And I think we can all agree we need more, and this might not be a time to do with less.
Okay, I'm going to bring up the but on the argument for why cuts are needed. But before I do that, I want to just say that Senator Patty Murray is saying that if there's a disease outbreak, these cuts will make it a lot harder to respond. She says it's going to be harder for people to get that mental health care and substance use treatment. And she is predicting that this could have immediate harm for millions of people and communities across the country. Okay, so one of the arguments in favor of all these sweeping cuts is that we have to lower our national debt, which I just checked is now at $36 trillion. The debt limit is around $31 trillion, so we're over our limit right now. Of course, if you know that if the U.S. government can't pay its bills, that could spell real trouble for programs like Social Security, Medicare, et cetera. And then also the trust in the U.S. Treasury debt would suffer. That could lead to a recession. So the growing national debt is a real issue. But here's the rub. At the same time, the Republicans' tax plan calls for $1.5 trillion to $2 trillion in spending cuts over the next decade. So they're talking about the spending cuts, but they're also talking about expanding the first-term Trump tax cuts to the tune of maybe up to $4.5 trillion. So you're talking about making sweeping cuts in programs that help middle and low-income families to pay for permanent tax breaks that benefit corporations and high-income earners. And in my opinion, that is a bunch of BS.
Yeah. So what's the argument again? Like what's people? So the argument
because this is needed. There's bloat.
There's bloat. For all of you that love history, for all of you that maybe you were living during this time. From 1981 to 1989, there was a president. His name was President Ronald Reagan. And during that time, do you guys understand he did exactly what we are talking about right now? Making significant cuts, making it a reduction in federal spending, attacking social programs, including telling stories about the welfare queen. Anyways, attacking welfare programs, attacking and putting a real emphasis on, hey, we need to bring it to the families. The families need to pull themselves up by their bootstraps. There was more social programs cut during that time. And people would say, well, this is better. The thing is that, was it though? Because I remember the 90s. I remember what this did for low-income neighborhoods. I remember what this did for the vulnerable people. The rich people, you're going to be fine. I'm talking about the vast majority in this country. So to anyone that has an argument to say, I would tell you that the 80s set up the 90s, and in the 90s, you had mass incarceration, right? You had vulnerable families going to prison for marijuana. You had families in neighborhoods. Matter of fact, where did that cocaine and crack come from? That's a whole nother story in itself if you want to talk about Ronald Reagan during that time. So,
I mean, and the whole bottom line is there's got to be an answer that doesn't deal with these extremes. And the point would be, if you're going to make cuts, on the other hand, you cannot be saying that you are going to do something that is going to benefit people who, by the way, did you see that there are more than 300 of this country's wealthiest people have just asked members of Congress to actually block the Republicans' tax plan that would benefit them? They sent a letter earlier this week and they said, these cuts are not just unnecessary, they are cruel, and they prioritize handouts to the wealthiest households over the well-being of those who need help the most. So it's not all billionaires that are wanting these tax cuts, by the way. Okay, in Redmond, teens and parents are fighting to keep a popular teen center from shutting down. Sasha Glenn's daughter is one of many teens who have found a safe hangout at what is known as the Old Firehouse.
This has been a safe, drug-free zone for kids for 3 decades, and it's just devastating we're not going to have one anymore.
The Old Firehouse is seen as a cultural landmark. It is served as a music and arts venue. You can do a bunch of different activities there. They hold workshops. They do counseling for teens. This is since 1992. At a rally last night, Glenn told KIRO 7 TV the city's planning to close it down after giving less than 3 weeks' notice.
So that a deal can be done with the developer. I mean, a lot of money is here to be gained from them just tearing this down, telling the teens, go away, tucking it under the rug, and this being a forgotten, lost part of Redmond's history.
Now, for their part, the city council says teen programs will just move to other community facilities, but 16-year-old Aubrey Hansen says that is little consolation.
When I see things like this that are so clearly just efforts to push teens out of the city, it is so incredibly painful. As a teenager who plans to live here for the rest of my life, I feel so unheard. This decision was made without consulting any of us.
So, gee, they're not giving up on their efforts to keep this place open. They plan to attend another council meeting on April 1st.
Yeah. When I hear a story like this, as a matter of fact, this morning, I was reading it. And as I was reading it, and Ursula, you know how I am sometimes, is I was sitting there for a while, and then I'll just get up and I need to go walk, right? And there's just certain things and times where something just might really trigger an old memory. And when I'm reading this story about in Redmond and what this teen place is all about, why it's there, what it does, and to see that something like that can close down, I am reminded of a program specifically that happened just like this in the mid-'80s. I was like 10 or 11 years old, and there was a spot that you can go in there. It was kind of like Boys and Girls Club, kind of like a rec center, right? You could go in there, play ping pong, play pool, and it was just like it was the hangout, right? But it kept you away from a lot of things that was happening outside. I remember then, Ursula, when it closed down. And when it closed down, I was like, man, why they close that down? And so what ended up happening is a lot of us we would then just spend time around the building. Now, a lot of those kids got into a lot more trouble. I didn't, because let's be real, dad was a cop, mom's probation officer. Life was a little strict for me. But I'm bringing that up, Ursula, because I don't think that unless you have really lived around there and you see these stories, I don't think people can really understand the impact of when you close something down like that, and what happens. But because some people might say, well, these parents just need to do better. These parents need to be better parents. To which I say, I don't care if you're rich or poor. A lot of our children have had positive influences outside of the home that were really helpful to the development of your child. Takes a village.
I mean, I would love to hear from people who actually live in Redmond and maybe have more experience with this particular teen center and know of its impact. But just looking at it and thinking about how often we talk about crime skyrocketing among teens and that they're becoming much more violent, and what could we do to change their trajectory? And one of the things is to provide them alternatives. And it sounds like this is one of those alternatives that unfortunately is going to be shut down. And I hope they are able to find something where, if not this particular location, somewhere close by where the teens can continue to have those programs that they have.
I got to weigh in on this because as a parent, how many places can you think of where you can take your child without spending any money?
Very few.
It's basically the library or the park. That's it. To find a place where your teen can go after school, at night, do an activity.
They're safe.
Exactly. And it doesn't cost. There's so many people struggling right now and so many kids who don't have an opportunity to participate in anything. And to take that kind of thing away, what a terrible mistake.
Still ahead, we're going to be talking about a new candidate for Seattle mayor.
Yeah.
And what makes this candidate unique, and it in fact is getting worldwide attention now, made an international publication, is that...
Don't tell them. Don't tell them. Let them find out next about how special this candidate is. You got to tune in next. Jen Ursula.
Jake and Spike, noon to 3.
The performances that you get to see your kids play in over the course of, they're some of the greatest memories. You're right, they're awful, but they're the greatest memories. You will treasure these moments for the rest of your life.
Just the little kids singing their hearts out.
Yeah.
Or ones like my son who told me before, he goes, I don't sing, right? And I said, what? Like, how do I convince him life is about participating and trying things, even when you're scared about it?
No, that's exactly how you do it.
And he just kind of goes, no. No, I'm not doing it.
Streaming live on the KIRO Newsradio app.
I am a big believer in my Subaru Outback, and it is one of the best investments we've made. And one of the best decisions we made was to buy it from Carter Subaru. You know that car buying can be such a stressful experience. High-pressure sales tactics can make you feel like you have to buy something that you really can't afford, or maybe it's more than you actually need. And we did not deal with that kind of pressure at Carter Subaru, and it is why our family has been repeat customers at Carter Subaru. We did all of our research, as you know I like to do. We knew exactly what car we wanted, what would work best for our family, and Carter Subaru made it a stress-free experience both times that we dealt with them. They are a local family-owned business. They are invested in our community, which is one thing I love, and treating their customers right is their number one priority. Right now at Carter Subaru, you can get slam dunk savings all month long. For example, you can get the 2025 Outback right now with 1.9% financing for 48 months on approved credit. And with over 300 beautiful new vehicles in stock, they have what you've been looking for. You can shop now during the Subaru A Lot to Love event at Carter Subaru in Shoreline and Ballard.
On approved credit, subject to vehicle insurance and availability. A documentary service fee may be added to the sale price or capitalized cost. See dealer for details. Valid through 3/31/25.
Chart your own adventure at Tulalip Resort Casino, Washington's premier AAA four-diamond destination. Enjoy award-winning dining, a rejuvenating spa, and world-class shopping. The 12-story hotel features elegant guest rooms with a 55-inch smart TV and room service. Savor exceptional dining, from casual bites to fine cuisine. Unwind at the Tea Spa, and then catch a show at Canoes Cabaret or the Orca Ballroom. Tulalip Resort Casino, when all you want is everything. Visit everythingtulalip.com.
Bath Center of Seattle's showroom lets you see, touch, and feel products and designs before you remodel. Charlie Harger for Bath Center of Seattle. Whether it's a simple makeover or a full remodel, this company has over 25 years of experience. Enjoy your new bathroom fast, featuring antimicrobial, easy-to-clean surfaces. Save 20 to 40% on materials this month only. Visit their Redmond showroom or luxurybathofseattle.com.
Get 5 quarts of O'Reilly Full Synthetic Motor Oil and a MicroGuard oil filter for $29.99. In-store only. Limits apply.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your team and focus on your future. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
Pro Savings Days are back at Lowe's with limited time savings on the supplies pros need. Get up to 40% off select major appliances. Plus, save an additional $100 on every $1,000 you spend on select major appliances. And don't miss your chance to activate and earn 3 times the points on select DeWalt and Klein tools. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 3/28. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. See associate or Lowe's.com for more details on qualifying items.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our U.S.-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit ConsumerCellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for autopay and e-billing.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hard-working partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
If you're wearing glasses or contacts, but you need reading glasses or bifocals now, you need to join Drs. Kopstein and King for the K2 Vision RLE live webinar Thursday, April 3rd at noon to learn about refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision RLE. This free webinar is a perfect opportunity to meet the doctors and have them answer all your questions about K2 Vision RLE. Questions like, what is K2 Vision RLE? How is refractive lens exchange different from LASIK and EVO ICL? Who's a good candidate? ready for RLE? These questions and lots more will be covered Thursday, April 3rd at noon during the K2 Vision RLE free live webinar. K2 Vision surgeons have performed over 150,000 procedures. They know when RLE is right for you. K2 Vision RLE. No glasses, no contacts, no readers. Plus, no more cataracts. So don't miss this free live webinar Thursday, April 3rd at noon. Register at K2VisionRLE.com. That's K2VisionRLE.com.
Ugh, spring. Tried cleaning your air ducts and floors? Helps with allergies. Who has time? Use Coit. They clean air ducts, hardwood floors, upholstery, blinds, carpet, all the stuff that makes spring allergies worse. Great price and guarantee.
Oh, maybe I'll give him a...
Here, use my phone.
Schedule your spring cleaning today and get 50% off. Call 800-FOR-COIT. That's 800-367-2648. Coit. Clean is new. Minimum charge applies. Discount doesn't apply to service charge, restoration, or commercial services. Restrictions apply. Call 800-4-COIT for details.
KIRO News Radio, 97.3 FM, Northwest News. Now, the latest from KIRO News Radio and MyNorthwest.com.
Good morning, I'm Heather Bosch. We've been reporting about a scam that uses fake texts claiming drivers owe unpaid tolls. Well, a local woman tells KIRO 7 TV she and her husband fell for it, and the crooks stole $23,000.
She tells me her husband thought it was real since recently they both crossed the Narrows Bridge to get a puppy. He sent them his personal information to pay off the toll.
Having gone over a toll bridge, the timing was right.
The next day, he receives a text from a scammer pretending to be Wells Fargo this time, and brought up his personal information he had shared the day before, further convincing him he was on the phone with his bank.
They're good. They're really good.
The scammer said a bank manager was stealing their money, but to stop it, the husband needed to send the same amount to a separate account, and he listened. $23,000 in a matter of hours.
If you think you owe a toll, contact WSDOT directly. Atlantic Magazine's chief editor, Jeffrey Goldberg, is being called anti-Trump for publishing the chat over U.S. airstrikes in Yemen after intelligence officials insisted it was not classified information.
Anytime you write something they don't like, they call you bad names. In this case in particular, they included me in the chat. They're screaming and yelling about my character. All I did was look at my phone.
U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi today says there is progress in the crackdown on an El Salvadoran-based gang.
Early this morning, one of the top leaders of MS-13 was apprehended.
She says he was illegally living in Virginia. The latest federal job cuts target people who ensure food is safe and track diseases. The Department of Health and Human Services is cutting 10,000 jobs on top of 10,000 earlier retirements and payouts. This includes workers at the Food and Drug Administration, the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, and the National Institutes of Health. The clock is ticking for 1.6 million people in Washington state to maintain access to their health care providers. Providence Swedish and PacMed are in contract talks with Regions Blue Shield for a contract that will expire April 1st. KIRO 7 TV's Brandon Thompson explains.
If a deal is not reached, patients would have to pay out-of-network costs to keep their doctor at some of the 28 hospitals or clinics currently in network across the state.
It would cost patients up to 40% more to see their doctors if they are suddenly deemed out of network. On Wall Street, the Dow is down 46 points, NASDAQ up about 5. From the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk, in Everett, a crash is blocking a lane on northbound I-5 near Marine View Drive. In Linwood, a crash is blocking a lane on I-405 southbound near I-5. You're backed up on 405 from Damson Road to Canyon Park. An earlier crash has you slow on I-405 northbound. Travel time Renton to Bellevue is still running about an hour. That's 20 minutes longer than typical. Otherwise, travel times are improving. Everett to Seattle, 40 minutes. Federal Way to Seattle, 54. Traffic brought to you by Global Credit Union, where members enjoy no-fee accounts and early payday with direct deposit. Learn more at globalcu.org. This weather update brought to you by State Roofing and Exteriors. Occasional showers today with highs around 60. It's 51 in downtown Seattle. I'm Heather Bosch.
Your best source for local news. You're listening to KIRO News Radio, Northwest News.
This is the Gia and Ursula Show. Thank you so much for hanging out with us on this Thursday morning. I'm glad that we all, I want to say, dodged a bullet when it comes to that storm that was predicted last night. Yeah, there was some damage, but it certainly wasn't as bad as it could be.
You guys were on vacation while I was gone. You guys was chilling, huh?
We were? No, we had a lot going on while you were gone.
I'm just kidding.
Okay, hey, so You might remember that we've got a mayoral election coming up, and there is a new candidate in the ring, and it might not be the typical candidate because Joe Malloy lives in a tent in Seattle's sanctioned Tent City 3.
Mm-hmm.
And he did an interview with The Guardian and said that he moved to Seattle and lost his job during the pandemic. And then he was evicted a year ago, and he has been living on the streets ever since.
Mm-hmm.
And he talks about the city of Seattle's 16,000 homeless people being a humanitarian crisis. He is not happy with the job that Mayor Bruce Harrell has done. Mayor Harrell, of course, is running for re-election. And so he decided to challenge Harrell and put his firsthand experiences front and center. And he says that the sweeps of homeless people have been increasing since Mayor Harrell has been in office. He says the deaths of unsheltered people have increased. And so he is saying that someone with his lived experience would be someone who could work really well in the mayor's office.
Mm-hmm. Now, look, most of us hear this story and laugh and like, oh, okay, here's someone living in a tent that wants to be mayor. All right, I'll concede that that's likely not going to happen. However, I will say this, Ursula. We do need, and I'm not talking about specifically for mayor, I'm just saying in general, right? We need more people who have gone through it that better understand how to get to it. And what I mean by that is oftentimes, a lot of times, we have people that are in place. We have politicians, we have leaders, we have decision makers who truly don't really understand what it takes. An example, a simple example. This person is living in a tent. Now, when I say that, when you all listening right now, you hear that someone is unhoused, you hear that someone's living in a tent. What do you think when you hear that? Do you think, wow, this person was lazy? This person, oh my goodness, it just.
If you're asking me, I know you're asking in general, but what I think is, I would want to know their story. I would want to know like what happened. I know that in my own family, I think that you could describe our family as a middle income family. We had some real struggles, but my oldest brother, as an adult, had substance abuse addiction. As it turns out, I think that we really missed the ball on this one when we didn't really think about mental health. Mm-hmm. And his mental health. We really hyper-focused on the drug addiction part. And for a while, he was living in a van. I mean, he had a family, but he chose to do that because, there was a lot of pride. There was he didn't want to keep asking, even though we wanted to help. Mm-hmm. And so I always want to know, like, what's the story? What's the story behind it? I don't villainize the homeless. I don't automatically say, oh, it's just a whole series of bad choices.
Right. And by the way, we all have made bad choices, whether we are doing very well in life or not doing very well. I think the message that I really want to convey to everyone listening is this. I'm not saying that in order for you to understand life that you need to have been homeless or you need to have been close to homeless. That's not what I'm saying. What I am saying is we have too many political leaders who have no clue what that's about. And we have too many, and because of that, these are the reasons why if you feel like nothing's getting done, if you feel like there is an industrial complex that is going on with this, the homeless industrial complex, if you feel all those things, you might be right. That's because we don't have people that truly understand. They don't understand how easy it is to become unhoused, especially here in the state of Washington. 1 minute, it could be Monday. Life is good. Job is good. Health is good. Life is good. and then all of a sudden your health starts going bad, you lose your job simultaneously at the same time, you go through divorce court, you're getting a divorce, you got child support, you got alimony, you got stress on your mind, and before you know it, your funds, you don't have the money, and then all of a sudden you just need to go get an apartment, and in an apartment people say you need 3 to 4 times your gross income to match for the rent.
And you medicate yourself because,
you know what I'm saying?
They're going to survive in the cold outside.
And so 1 minute on Monday, everything's great. And then 3 Mondays from now, your whole life is different. I bring that up because not too many political leaders understand that. And I have witnessed, whether you're Pierce County, King County, as a matter of fact, I've seen a lot of y'all that get up there and talk, and you have no damn idea. Your family worth this, your wife sits on boards, and you got your kids here, and everything's great, and you got all this money. Oh, by the way, to get elected, what do you need? Money. You need money to get elected. Most of the people that win have the money.
Yeah. I mean, does Joe Malloy have a chance? And you know what? No, he does not. No. But I think that he can create conversation. He can force the people who are either currently in office, like Mayor Harrell. Do you think Mayor Harrell has done a good job addressing the homelessness crisis? I mean, what grade would you give him?
It's made it less visible. I wouldn't say
that. Well, he campaigned on getting tents off the streets and sidewalks. He campaigned on. So I think that in terms of that, he has lived up to. I mean, he's doing what he can, I believe, in that area.
It's a
very complex issue, though.
There you go.
I know.
Yeah.
You know, he brought up something really interesting for those who do believe in this whole homeless industrial complex thing. So he says in The Guardian that there's an inherent flaw with the current system because a housing provider gets their funding from local and federal resources, and it constantly needs a flow of low-income people or those who have been evicted. And he said there is a perpetuation of the problem. We need to focus on transitioning and diverting people before they get there. It's kind of interesting.
And just to address that whole homeless industrial complex term, I understand why people feel that way because we keep pouring more money and more money and more money into this issue, and it feels like the problem keeps getting worse. And then you also see where there are cheaper alternatives for what is being done, where you could get people off the streets. For example, not the tent, but the small tiny home communities, where a lot of people in these positions where they're trying to make the decisions say, no, we don't want to. We want to have permanent housing, which costs a whole lot more.
Sure.
Yeah. So I mean, I understand the sentiment, but in any case, we do have a new candidate for Seattle mayor.
There you go.
And I think he's going to at least make it interesting in terms of conversations.
No doubt. Hey, coming up next, some of y'all are like, hey, G, where were you? Where were you at? What were you doing? Well, you know what? I'm going to tell you that. I was in Columbus, Ohio for the 2025 Pro Day that happened out there. I'll tell you who was there. I'll tell you what happened and how I felt after. We'll do that next. Gina Ursula.
KIRO Newsradio, your home for the John Curley Show. Weekdays from 3 to 7 p.m.
The Hatfields and the McCoys, right? We used to win like 51%. Of course, you had to care. But when they do the redistricting and everybody's able to win with supermajority in there, and you don't have to listen to the other side. What you have now is the hard right that gets elected with 70% of the votes, the hard left getting elected with 70% of the votes. They don't have to negotiate at all.
Streaming live on your smart speaker.
Hi, it's John Curley. Longevity Medical Clinic has been helping people live longer, healthier lives for more than 25 years. I've recently talked with Dr. Mixon about his approach to proactively focusing on prevention. Dr. Mixon, I first met you in 2009, and I went in there and I told you I wasn't feeling well, couldn't gain any muscle mass, couldn't sleep well, I was stressed out, and you looked at me and you said, yeah, I know what your problem is.
And all we did was we measured your values and we moved your values back to those of a nice, healthy 25-year-old man.
I have taken your blood work to my doctor, and he was shocked he couldn't believe the depth in which you study my blood.
We need to draw a distinction between living a long time and getting old. And that's what longevity is all about, is we are here to do the measurements and help you fix those problems.
So get your free health analysis. Go to longevitymedicalclinic.com. That's longevitymedicalclinic.com.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity. So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah. I'm up to 32 followers.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah, posting my tap dancing videos is easier than ever because we engineered Xfinity Internet with 99.99% network reliability.
Plus, Xfinity Mobile with Wi-Fi Power Boost gives you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. But wait, tap dancing? You don't tap dance.
Hey, what I lack in skill, I make up with passion.
Do more of what you love and love how fast you do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. And now through April 21st, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and one unlimited mobile line together for $25 a month for 1 year and save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rate supply. Savings compared to Verizon 5G Internet plus one unlimited welcome line and AT&T Internet 300 plus one unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Actual speeds vary. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
At Kornfeld Law, we understand that recovering from an injury is one of the most challenging times in your life. The uncertainty, paperwork, the phone calls. I'm personal injury attorney Neil Lindquist, and at my firm, our representation philosophy is simple. You focus on healing, we focus on everything else. We're with you every step of the way. We provide clear direction and handle the insurance companies so you never have to feel uncertain throughout the process. If you've been injured, trust Kornfeld Law and call me for a free in-person consultation. Let's talk about your concerns and how we can help you move forward.
Visit kornfeldlaw.com to schedule a free consultation with Neil. That's Kornfeld with a K, law.com.
Are you putting off your new kitchen plans? Why wait? Hi, I'm Chad Cicchini, owner of Heritage Homecraft, and we've got an offer you're not going to want to wait for. We'll custom build you all new cabinet doors and drawer fronts, and using our exclusive 1/4-inch solid wood refacing process, transform your existing cabinets into a beautiful new kitchen. Add a custom quartz countertop, change things up a bit, add some more cabinets, install some cool new features like soft close drawers and sliding shelves. Whatever you like, we'll help you create the new kitchen you'll be proud of. All in about a week, and all with way less mess, hassle, and expense than a tear out. Stop waiting. We're having a trade-in sale. You'll save $30 per door and drawer front off the cost of your new kitchen. Count them up and see how much you'll save. Years of experience, thousands of happy customers. Call today and let one of our pros come out and show you how easy and comfortable it'll be to get going on your new kitchen. Heritage Homecraft, 425-485-1600, 425-485-1600, or heritagehomecraft.com.
Well, I'm here with my good buddy, Dr. Dan Nelson from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine, and you've heard from Dr. Dan's patients over the years how a simple stem cell procedure has successfully conquered their pain. Well, folks, now it's my turn. After years of dealing with knee pain from all the football abuse, I can say my knee pain now is almost 100% gone. How'd you do it, Dr. Dan?
Well, Brock, personally, I'm very happy that you did so well, and your story is like so many of our other patients who come in, former athletes and non-athletes as well, who have come in with chronic knee pain, and they are looking for alternatives besides knee replacement surgery. And we're happy to provide this service. It's been truly a game changer for so many folks. It's just been a pleasure to be part of this.
Consider Dr. Nelson, the only doctor with over 30 years of experience in pain medicine techniques, including stem cell therapy. I was in and out with a couple of follow-ups. It's a non-surgical solution to pain using your own stem cells. Consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD at 425-823-4000 or visit danielnelsonmd.com. That's danielnelsonmd.com.
Tune in to The Money Professor with Chris Longworth.
Having some certainty about your plan is definitely going to give you all the advantages.
Chris has the heart of an educator.
If you really want to do this correctly, then you get to enjoy every day of retirement like it's a Saturday. And if you don't, it's a Monday for the rest of your life.
Tune in to The Money Professor with Chris Longworth, Saturdays at 8 a.m. right here on KIRO Newsradio 97.3 FM.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Have you noticed the musty smell in your home? I hope not, because damp smells mean that you could have a crawl space problem. That's where Groundworks comes in. They can honestly assess your situation and create a plan to waterproof your crawl space and get to the root cause of the problem. Schedule your free inspection at groundworks.com/row. And while you're there, check out my latest dirty job. It's a good one.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
What's up, everybody? It is the G and Ursula show. How many of you drive to and from on the 167? Well, there are some changes that are coming, and there's going to be some money coming out of some folks' pocket. Chris Sullivan joins us next to explain what we're talking about.
We're just full of good news today.
Yes.
Hey, the storm wasn't as bad as we thought.
Right. But I tell you what, I will give you all some good news. I wasn't here the last couple of days because I flew out to Columbus. And I flew out late Monday night, did a red eye, got into Columbus, and I made it to my son's house by like 10 o'clock in the morning, right? Get to his house, Ursula, and the first thing that happened, he had his healthy breakfast that he was eating. So I sat down at the table with him, he was eating his breakfast, and then he was getting ready to go to the facility, the Woody, they call it, and warm up and do some things and kind of be prepared for Wednesday, which was pro day. So I got to hang out with him all during the day, hang out. He had an interview with the Patriots, sat down with them, did all those cool things. Cool. And so as a father, I just want to tell you all, as a father, I got to, and by the way, it's amazing how I was treated. Before, as a father, you know, if you're a visitor, you check in, you got to get the name badge and you know who you are and all this kind of stuff. Since they won that national championship, y'all, hey, G. Scott Senior, come on in. You know what I'm saying? I was going everywhere. I was in the locker room hanging out. I went upstairs to go eat and hanging out. So, anyways, it was all in preparation, Ursula, for the pro day. Each college team out there has a pro day where individual teams, 32 NFL teams, sends representatives. So, for example, there were 140 representatives total that represented all 32 teams. There were head coaches, there were GMs, and there were scouts. There were also agents and financial advisors, but we'll talk about that later. So then it was time to do that. So as you all know, my son specifically, he needed to do well during this time. And the first category was the vertical jump, where you stand there in one place, jump as high as you can, and they measure your vertical. So at dinner the night before, by the way, we went to an amazing steak dinner. And I was thinking to myself,
who paid?
That's exactly. Ursula, you know me so well. You know me so well. And I was thinking, man, like,
your son makes bank.
So here's the thing, though. All these, I ain't trying to put the business on Front Street. All these other parents, I know who be paying.
Yeah.
But in mine, I'm still daddy. You see what I'm saying? So what some of these parents don't understand is when your son starts paying for your meals, they become daddy. But that's another topic, too. Okay, so it was time for the vertical. He thought at dinner the night before, he was like, Dad, if I do it like a 32, 33, that'd be kind of cool. He jumps to 35.
Oh, my God.
35-inch vertical. So for him, as a tight end, he was great. So that started off in a good mood. It's kind of like our show, Ursula.
Yeah.
When we do the show, and your top five, it goes well, then the rest of the show is going to be good. But sometimes you can get behind.
Yes.
Well, he started off really well.
Okay.
Then the next one was bench press. So they do a deal where it's 225 pounds, and you rep it as many times as you can.
Wow, okay.
So he does 225 25 times.
Wow. And what is considered good?
The tight ends, for all the tight ends doing it across the country in the combine and everything, that ranks third place.
Dang.
Yeah, for tight ends. So he did really well. So now he's excited. Then it was time. Then he'd come out there. It was time for the 40. And it was time for different cone drills, 40-yard dash. It was time for running on routes. So at the very end, he had a really good day, a day better than even he thought he would, right? So that was...
so he's flying high. What are his nerves like, and what are your nerves like?
I'm glad you asked me that. I had zero nerves. When I walked in, I'll tell you why. I walked into the building, and somebody said, "Hey, G, I know you're nervous." I said, "No, I'm not." That 2024, they had the banner already. 2024 champions, national champions. I pointed up to that and said, "My nerves are still in Atlanta." everything now is house money for him. Everything that happened, he is literally playing with house money.
I mean, he wants to go pro, but he has other options if he doesn't go
Absolutely.
pro. I mean, we've heard him on the show, and I think he would be a great motivational speaker, a great preacher. I mean, there's all sorts of things that he could do.
Yeah.
But this is like the culmination of years and years and years of him doing early workouts, late workouts, playing, having victories, having defeats, and you have been there all along the way. I mean, so this is kind of a big darn deal for you as well.
Yeah, it was.
I want to share something, actually, because you have been such a big part of your son's journey, and it turns out he was asked about all of that yesterday.
It was really cool to see you whenever you caught a pass, you'd go and look at your family, and your dad was stoked watching you here at Pro Day. Looking at the journey you've had, coming in and at that 2020 season, I remember your dad being vocal about making sure you got to play that season and getting to experience it with him. Can you just talk about that relationship and him being here and getting to see that?
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's super cool to be able to have, family in general, such as my father. He's been someone who's been, so supportive of my entire journey. And I'm just so thankful to have such supportive people like that in my corner. Because when times get hard, you got to lean on people. That's a song, we all need somebody. We all need somebody to lean on. And so it's good to have a good family and support system. And most importantly, my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. He's my number one person I lean on.
Oh, y'all set up that whole song. Y'all set up that whole song. That's pretty good.
Well done, Dad.
Yeah, well done. I'm sorry.
You didn't know we were going to play that.
No.
I mean, really, congratulations to you. Like you said, it's house money. Whatever happens is great.
Right. No, appreciate it. Thank you. Mr. Clark! If you're listening right now and you heard me say Mr. Clark, text in if you know exactly what I'm talking about. Watch some folks. They're going to text in. Mr. Clark! Mr. Clark! All right. Coming up next here on the Gene Ursa Show, if you drive the 167, we're going to tell you how you might start to be paying some extra money. We'll talk about that with Chris Sullivan. He joins us next. Gene Ursa.
For decades, KIRO Newsradio has been your go-to source for reliable news.
Traffic got worse in Seattle last year.
Seattle drivers squandered over $1,100 in lost time and productivity just sitting in traffic.
We're here to help guide you through the complexities of today's world, offering insights that allow you to see the bigger picture.
I want to dig into some of the numbers to just show you how much our transportation needs are being ignored and underfunded.
Trust KIRO Newsradio to keep you informed and connected.
Welcome to Staples.
I hear Staples prints it all for any business.
You bet, and we'll beat any print quote.
So if I had a pizza place...
Staples can print signs, menus, pizza boxes.
A landscaping business?
Oh, we can print yard signs, t-shirts, brochures.
How about a pizza/landscaping business? I'll call it Dough and Mo.
I like it.
Right now at Staples, get up to $250 off your print purchase. Ends 4/5, exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for offer details. Price match guarantee valid in store and staples.com/print. Visit staples.com/price match for details.
Every success you've had began with a great opportunity. Now there's another one. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we provide no-cost digital resources in place of textbooks and most courses. And that's not all. You'll receive your accredited online education at an affordable tuition with a choice for more than 135 degree and certificate programs. With online and hybrid courses, get everything you need to succeed again. Learn more at umgc.edu, certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
SpringFest savings start now at Lowe's, so don't miss out. Get up to 40% off select major appliances. Plus, save an additional $100 on every $1,000 you spend on select major appliances. And save up to $10 on select lawn care products. Shop these can't-miss spring deals now. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 4/2. Selection varies by location while supplies last. See Lowe's.com for more details and qualifying items.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other.
so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
What other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, it sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Safeway is deeply committed to making fresh food affordable to all. Right now, SNAP-eligible families can save 50% on Fresh Pass memberships, get free unlimited delivery, receive $10 of free produce, and much more. Visit Safeway.com/SNAP.
Your best source for local news. KIRO News Radio. KIRO FM and HD1. Tacoma, Seattle. Northwest News.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Steve Kathan. Another round of federal job reductions, this time hitting health agencies. CBS's Linda Kenya.
The agency under Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. says it will cut its workforce nationwide from 82,000 to 62,000. These latest cuts of 10,000 jobs come on top of the 10,000 earlier cuts through retirement and buyouts. The cuts to the Department of Health and Human Services will include jobs at the Food and Drug Administration, the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, and the National Institutes of Health.
At least 10 measles cases have now been confirmed in the latest state to report an outbreak, Ohio. Dr. Bruce Vanderhoff is the state health director.
The primary step that we can take to protect ourselves and our families from the devastating potential effects of measles is to be vaccinated.
The Republican chairman of the Senate Armed Services Committee has formally called for an investigation into the Signal chat incident that looped a journalist into a chat on U.S. military attack plans. CBS's Nicole Killian.
Congressional Democrats, many of them are calling for officials like Pete Hegseth as well as Michael Waltz to resign. So, there is a wide spectrum of opinion here on Capitol Hill, but one area where Democrats and Republicans have been able to find common ground is in that Senate Armed Services Committee, where they have now asked for this IG review.
At the White House, CBS's Jennifer Jacobs reports Elise Stefanik's stalled nomination to be UN ambassador now in jeopardy.
The discussion is about whether she should withdraw. I am not hearing any chatter about the White House yanking her nomination quite yet. I do think that it would probably come from her.
Federal authorities say they've arrested a leader of the notorious MS-13 gang in Virginia, identified only as a 24-year-old man from El Salvador in the country illegally. FBI Director Kash Patel.
This is what happens when you let good cops be cops. And we're going to continue to let good cops be cops across this country.
Congress hears today from NTSB Chief Jennifer Homendy, who promises a thorough review into January's deadly collision involving an American Airlines jet and Army helicopter.
I know we're all searching for answers, the right safety solutions. But the NTSB is the gold standard for accident investigations for a reason. We are thorough and we're fact-based. We leave no stone unturned, and we let the evidence guide us.
A response to U.S. tariffs comes today from the luxury car maker Ferrari, vowing price increases of up to 10%. Wall Street, right now the Dow is down 229 points. The S&P is off 22. This is CBS News.
A riddle brought to you by Progressive Insurance. What do your home and auto have in common? Progressive protects them both. It was an easy riddle. Learn more at Progressive.com.
Damage from last night's storm. This story coming up, but first from the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk. In Seattle, a disabled vehicle is blocking a lane on I-5 southbound near Denny Way. In Linwood, a crash is blocking a lane on I-405 southbound near I-5. You're backed up from Woodinville to Canyon Park. In Everett, the crash has been cleared from northbound I-5 near Marine View Drive. And an earlier crash still has you slow on I-405 northbound. Travel time Renton to Bellevue is 46 minutes now, just under 20 minutes longer than typical. Traffic brought to you by the Emerald Queen Casino, the best place to watch all your favorite sports, featuring wall-to-wall viewing screens, 6 windows and 30 kiosks. EmeraldQueen.com.
KIRO Newsradio, 97.3 FM, Northwest News. Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and mynorthwest.com.
Good morning, I'm Heather Bosch. Lightning sparks a house fire in Everett.
A big boom. I go, oh my gosh, something blew up.
It happened at a home off Cromer Avenue around 8:30 last night. Carly and her mother Jeannie told KIRO 7 TV a burning smell was coming from upstairs.
And I opened the door to the office, and there was like a burning hole.
We look over and see this little bit of fire on the outside of the house.
Crews put out that fire before it spread. No one was injured. The storm's blamed for knocking out power to the Angle Lake Light Rail Station. More on that from KIRO 7 TV's Jake Chapman.
It's not clear again right now if the storm damage was from lightning or something else, but this storm was definitely on the minds of many in our area, and we caught up with one woman who had to get a ride from the SeaTac station to here.
Got on Sound Transit, and it only took us to SeaTac Airport, and I said, well, what's wrong? That's crazy.
As for a timetable when things will be back and running here at Angle Lake, well, that spokesperson from Sound Transit says there's no estimated timeline for that yet. We'll let you know.
Seattle police are looking for suspects in a violent home invasion robbery in Northgate yesterday. Detectives say two robbers forced a 60-year-old man back into his house at gunpoint, stole keys, a phone, and other valuables, then fired a shot at the victim as they tried to run away. As they run away, no one was hurt. Police believe a third person drove the getaway car. A Texas man on a flight from Chicago to Seattle just last week has been charged for abusive sexual contact. KIRO News Radio's James Lynch explains.
The Department of Justice says 54-year-old Chariot Abraham repeatedly and illegally touched the 22-year-old woman who was sitting next to him. Abraham was questioned after arriving at SeaTac and arrested a few days later. Investigators say there have been similar in-flight complaints about Abraham in 2023 and 2024. If found guilty, he faces 2 years in prison. James Lynch, KIRO News Radio.
Several Amtrak routes nationwide have been canceled after the company discovered corrosion on its Horizon rail cars. A total of 70 passenger cars across the country are affected, including 26 cars on the Amtrak Cascades route. Amtrak tells KIRO 7 TV buses will be made available. This weather update brought to you by State Roofing and Exteriors. Occasional showers today with highs around 60. It's 53 in downtown Seattle. I'm Heather Bosch.
Your best source for local news, serving Western Washington and the world with a KIRO News Radio app. Always streaming live on your smart speakers. You're listening to KIRO News Radio, Northwest News.
This is the G and Ursula Show with G. Scott and Ursula Voitin.
Good morning, everybody. It is the G and Ursula Show. Happy Thursday to you. March 27th. Happy opening day. I don't know why I put happily open day, but somehow an L got in there somehow.
You're just excited.
I was just excited.
Yes.
Call team, there's a door clock. Get those teams off the door.
That was a movie, Lean on Me, with Morgan Freeman. Yeah, so I had to rip Mr. Clark.
Yeah,
get the chains out the door.
Yeah, you had to do the payoff.
Yeah. Which got
Okay, well, coming up at 10:30, speaking of the Mariners, there is a very valuable, even more valuable player on the team right now who says he thinks the Mariners can bring the World Series to Seattle. Mm-hmm. So we'll talk about that, and also, some of the things that could be keeping the Mariners from getting to the World Series. We're going to talk about it's a wealth gap of sorts when it comes to that.
Ursula, when I was younger, I used to tell the ladies, I can show you the moon and the stars.
You never actually used those terms, did you?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, no.
Yes. I mean,
got some stars on that beanie right there, too.
You know what I'm saying?
You and that spinning belt buckle would have been ignored by me. Text us at 888-973-5476, 888-973 KIRO.
Come on.
What's new at 10?
Okay, so on your way to the airport, G, you did notice some signs about a new route.
I did. I saw some stuff being built.
Yeah, so Chris Sullivan is here to explain what that's all about.
What's going on,
Yeah,
Sully?
we got to build a new expressway. Is opening
in October. It's what all the work has been done that you've been driving underneath for the last couple of years, G, between Tacoma and Seattle. It's basically the continuation of 509, the Highway 509 that you take out of South Park and you go. It basically ends at the southwest corner of the airport. Then you have a whole lot of nothing. You got the town, Burien, whatever, and then 509 picks up again and then goes all the way down to the Port of Tacoma. Well, there's a big gap in the middle. So they're finishing 509.
Okay.
And so what that is going to do is there is going to be now an access from I-5 basically right to the south end of the airport. So you won't have to go all the way up and around. You'll be able to get off I-5 northbound, get on the 509 expressway, and take it to the airport. The first segment of 2 segments is opening up this October. The second one goes a little bit further around and actually finishes the job. But
that's great news.
It is great news, but it's going to cost you. It's a toll road.
Oh.
Everything is a toll road going forward. So in October, they're going to, it's going to be open, and you're going to pay the toll. They're in the process of setting the toll rates. Right now, you can go to mynorthwest.com and give public comment for the next couple of weeks. There are a couple of public meetings that you can go to virtually, whatever. But basically, it's going to be about $1.20 to $2.40. Depending on the time of day. It's going to work kind of like the 99 tunnel or 520. But what's interesting, for the first time in the state's tolling history, it's going to be directional tolling as well. It will only hit the max at the most congested times.
Oh, we heard that before.
So in other words, well, it's only when it really has to, is that in the morning, it'll hit the max only northbound in the morning, and it will only ever hit the max southbound in the afternoon, because that's when they have the most congestion, and the tolls are not only being used to raise money for construction, but also to help kind of manage the traffic in and out of that area. So that all starts, later this year, and this will come with, late this year to early next year. We're going to have 405, the expansion there continuing, and then we're going to have the whole new tolling system on 167 coming up from the Auburn area. So there's a lot going on in the toll world starting over the next year to 18 months.
Well, that's what I specifically want to talk about. I want to talk about the 167.
Yeah.
And those that have been on it recently, you see some new things like, oh, wait a minute, you're getting ready to start charging, so license plates is going to happen. When is that going to start? Because I see it's built.
It is scheduled to start at the end of this year or sometime early next year. That is dependent on, they're not going to turn that active northbound until they finish the 405 express toll lane widening from Bellevue down to Renton. So that's expected to go on simultaneously. When that whole corridor opens, then northbound 167 is going to change. And that will be the first time that there will be camera readers and license plate readers on there, because up until now, it's just been a sticker pass.
Honor system.
And no one pays it. 80% of the people just avoid paying and drive in that HOV lane for free, hot lane, excuse me. So that's a big change coming up over the next year.
So just so we know what it looks like on the 405.
Correct.
We see it getting to $10 and $15.
Yep.
Are you saying potentially that we can potentially see this on the 167?
That's exactly what's going to happen. Yeah. That's the way this has been designed. And over the next several years, as they build out the southbound 167 HOV lane all the way down to Puyallup, south of Auburn, that is going to go online as a very similar thing. Because the idea is they want one tolling system for that entire 50-mile corridor between Linwood and Puyallup. Everyone who drives 167 is going to need to get a flex pass. If you've never had one before, you've only used a sticker. That's the one you flip back and forth between toll or HOV, or else you're going to get charged. You need to declare whether you're HOV or not. So everyone's going to need to do that. And that'll be uniform up and down that entire corridor between Linwood and basically Sumner going northbound. Southbound on 167, that'll come on, I don't think, until 2030, actually, or maybe a little earlier than that. But yeah, big time changes. Everyone's going to have to get on the same page. And they still might change the HOV requirement to be free, too. Make it 3+ a lot more of the time.
That's cold.
Boo.
That.
Because remember, the whole idea is to price people and get people out of that lane. It's not designed how you're supposed to.
That's Seattle. We gotta get you out of here.
Yeah, that's how it works.
Hey, before Sully goes, this is a great time to talk to him about this. Sully, is what SDOT and all them, are they going to do anything to make big announcements about all of these scams that's happening right now?
You mean like the DOT? That's something we've been doing as many stories as we can on this. If you go to WashDOT's website, right at the top, there's a banner that's like this toll scam, toll scam, toll scam. And what's funny, G, when you were gone, I think I did a story that they're getting better at it, where the URL that you click on is the right, almost mygoodtogo.com, but it adds a whole bunch of letters on the end, which lets you know it's a scam.
Yeah.
Or now I'm getting a bunch of calls from the Philippines.
Oh.
They're all, 663 area codes or country codes on the front of that. And it's like, yeah, they're going hardcore.
They are. In fact, I'm going to share the
everywhere.
story. I was going to share the story of someone who did get scammed.
Oh, really?
By this in a big way.
What?
In a big way. So we'll talk about that.
Yeah, and they're
here
doing
now.
Easy Pass. They're doing Arizona Pass. I mean, it's not just Good to Go that's getting hit. It's all of the tolling systems around the country. They're doing what they can, but I mean, the scammers are getting better.
Okay,
you just have to know.
Listen to this. Okay, so even though there have been all these warnings about this scam, people are falling victim to these fake toll bill texts. And KIRO 7 TV's Louis Trance actually spoke to a woman who was scammed out of more than $23,000.
People do this to other people.
Deborah and her family are facing an unexpected challenge. $23,000 gone in just hours after her husband got a fake text message from a scammer.
Afraid they'll take everything because they did it once. Why can't they can do it again?
Deborah said her husband received this text right here, a scammer pretending to be WashDOT. She tells me her husband thought it was real since recently they both crossed the Narrows Bridge to get a puppy. So he sent them his personal information to pay off the toll.
Recently, having gone over a toll bridge, the timing was right.
The next day, he receives a text from a scammer pretending to be Wells Fargo this time, asking if he made a purchase over $600. If not, they would call him. Well, Deborah says they did and brought up his personal information he had shared the day before, further convincing him he was on the phone with his bank.
They're good. They're really good. That chick knew everything. She said the right things and reassured us that we were doing the right thing.
The scammer said a bank manager was stealing their money, but to stop it, the husband needed to send the same amount to a separate account, and he listened. Deborah says the bank app supported the scammer's comments.
If you resend it within 30 minutes, it cancels it out. And it actually says that in the Wells Fargo app.
$23,000 in a matter of hours. Now the couple is hoping the public will hear their warning, so no one else will fall victim.
I'm not working right now, and so it's one income. And that money is for retirement. If you have any doubts at all, hang up and call the institution directly.
I mean, it's just heartbreaking, first of all. And you get those text messages multiple times in a day. And if you're not tuned in, you don't know that it is a scam. And it does look very real.
Yeah, not only does it look real, but they've changed tactics. Now they've gone to some of the things that you see more often, like press Y if you've made this purchase, or press no. And the whole thing is for this is you never want to answer those calls. 2, you never want to click on anything you don't know, because the first thing the scammers are trying to do is they're trying to figure out if that phone's active, right? Because they're just robocalling and sending out. And if someone were to answer, or if you were to click a yes back, they would know, okay, there's someone on the line. Now I got to try to hook them now I got to try to reel them in. You have to understand, WashDOT will never send you a text ever about your bill. And, and now they're getting, like mine said, you're going to be, you're going to have your wage garnished and your car impounded if you don't do this right now. The threatening level is going way up. They're never going to do that via text. The only way, as she said, unfortunately, the victim in this case, the only way to do it is to go onto the legitimate site, call the legitimate, and it's just not going to happen. But they're really good now.
They are really good.
And they're getting really threatening. And if you don't think you can be vulnerable, you can be.
You can be. Thank you, Chris.
Wait, before we leave,
yes,
I got one more question. Somebody asked me to ask you about the 99 Tacoma to Fife. Are they going to be doing anything with that?
Oh, wait. Oh, God. Yeah. That's part of the 509-167 extension west of I-5 as well. That's going to be tolled $1. But that doesn't start till December of 2026.
It starts at $1.
Speaking of scams.
Sully, appreciate you, brother.
Yeah, guys. Any day. Anytime.
Okay. Well, I wanted to tell you about another scam, because you might have some thoughts on this.
Can
one
you give
too.
me some good news?
I know. Yeah.
Why
Well,
you want to talk about everybody getting scammed?
Well, the fact that we're sharing this so that you don't become a victim, because Washington State University police are now warning parents of student athletes. There's a new scam targeting the parents of student athletes.
Let me hear it.
Okay, so crooks are posing as members of a police department or the NCAA. They're calling the parents and they say, your child has been arrested, which is like one of the worst things that a parent can hear. And then they request bail money to keep everything out of the press. They say, just give us this money and you're not going to have to worry, because you know that getting it out in the press would mean disaster for any future prospects. And so police again say, this is a scam. Don't send any money or provide any personal information. It's like how they come up with these things. Unfortunately, these scammers spend all their time just concocting this next new thing, and they're good.
I keep saying, ooh, because that's a good one. And I want to be very specific as to why. So, first of all, you don't even have to have an athlete for a child. First of all, you know, as a parent, anytime that phone rings late at night and your kids don't live with you, as a parent, you know that feeling. I don't have to explain that to you. You know what I'm talking about. And then, Ursula, to get that call said, hey, listen, your child has been arrested. But to keep this from getting into the media, we're going to need this. So I'm glad you're sharing this story, because the reason why I keep saying, ooh, I can really see how someone would give their money out.
Yeah, and this is kind of an offshoot of another one that went around that my dad almost became victim to.
Okay.
And I'm thinking of my dad very much right now, because today would have been his 95th birthday.
Mm-hmm.
And he actually shared the story with our listeners when I was on the Dory Monson show.
Mm-hmm.
And he got a phone call and someone claiming to be my nephew. I don't know how they figured it out, but pretended to be my nephew calling from jail. And, you know, bless the heart of my nephew. I mean, he's a great guy, but my father at the time thought, oh no. And he almost fell victim to it. And he, at the last minute, said, I'm going to call my daughter about this. And he called me. I said, oh my God. You know, but for a second I thought about it too. Like, oh my word.
Same thing happened to my grandma. She got a call from someone who she thought was me, begging for money to bail me out of jail.
Yes.
Because I'd been arrested on drug charges. And God bless my sweet grandma. She thought, oh, Andrew, that sounds about right. I'll go get the money. And the only reason she didn't end up forking it over is because there was a cashier at the store where she went to buy the gift cards who was like, we have people coming in to do this all the time. It's a scam. Don't do it.
Yeah, once they say get a gift card or get one of those, one of those prepaid cards, you know it's a scam. And someone at Rite Aid, my favorite Rite Aid, actually saved my mom from doing one of those too. After my dad passed away, and someone tried to scam her. So I mean, those scammers constant.
Speaking of, I forgot to. We talking about all these scams. I forgot to tell y'all about something.
Uh-oh, what happened?
This was right after the Buckeyes win the national championship game, right? So they won the championship game on January 20th. On January 27th, I get a text message from my cousin who runs the whole family reunion for our family. Text, hey, cuz, I think there may be someone on Facebook impersonating your son. A family member said that he was approached by someone with your son's pic to purchase a jersey and asked the cousin to go to the store and pay for it with the gift card.
Oh.
I said, huh? I said, can you send this to me? Check this out. Let me tell you how elaborate this scam was. This person took my son's info, put G. Scott Jr., has all of the things. My son does not check Facebook at all. This person got over 200,000 followers.
Oh my word.
Thinking he was, wow.
And so one of my cousins reached out to Baby G to congratulate him about everything that was going on and says, hey, I understand that we're related by our parents and everything. I just want to say I'm a big fan. Congratulations. They responded. Thank you so much for your kind words. It means a lot to us. Wishing you and your family all the best and many blessings in the world. Then afterwards says, hey, do you want a customized jersey? They said, yes. Okay, I'll get it customized for you at a discount price. Hey, they were going, and they were getting ready to send the money until something didn't sound right when they says, okay, you have to pay in gift cards.
Yeah,
and they had never understood that. So I'm telling you all this story. If someone wants you to pay in gift cards,
forget about it.
Forget about it. So tell your loved ones, tell those that you know, stay away from that. But anyways, my son was really sick about this.
Oh, yeah.
Because they believe that this scam went on for a long time undetected.
Oh, no.
Yeah. All right, we're done talking scams.
Yeah, okay, we're talking something really good.
Over there. Nick, you going to help us talk about this, bro?
Oh, yeah.
We're going to talk about the Mariners. What's happening over there and more. Next, Jen Ursula.
This hour is brought to you by Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington.
KIRO Newsradio doesn't just report the news. We help you make sense of it.
People in this area, they have us. We can keep this guy honest. That's our job.
New media is leaving the old guard behind. Yes.
We provide the analysis and context you need to stay ahead in these fast-paced times.
That man is still on the loose, and Everett police are searching for him.
Seattle Public Schools look to boost graduation rates by 10% over the next 5 years.
Stay tuned with KIRO Newsradio, where you'll find out why.
Joe Montana here. In my football days, I knew the importance of a strong defense. Now I'm sharing how you can help defend your health against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease. Are you 50 or older like me? The CDC now recommends vaccination against pneumococcal disease. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at increased risk and over 6 times greater risk of hospitalization with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50. Schedule your appointment today at vaxassist.com.
Sponsored by Pfizer.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date. Your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected. Your floor mats are cleaned and delivered. And your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Start having fun. Caesar Sportsbook at Muckleshoot Casino Resort is your #1 place to eat, drink, watch, and have fun. Keep up with your favorite sports anywhere and everywhere on property with the mobile app. Visit muckleshootcasino.com today. Scan the QR code and let the play begin.
Muckleshoot. At Kia of Everett, leasing your new Kia is simple, easy, and fun. Now through April 30th, lease a 2025 Kia Niro EV Wind for just $69 a month for 24 months, with $39.99 due at signing.
Lease payment on approved credit with Kia Finance America, plus tax. After $9,500 Kia Finance America 24-month lease cash and Kia of Everett discount of $32.71. Quoted payment is before monthly sales tax and fees. Select vehicles only, subject to prior sale. See dealer for full details.
The best drive you'll ever take is to Kia of Everett. Simple, easy, fun.
Are you putting off your new kitchen plans? Why wait? Hi, I'm Chad Cicchini, owner of Heritage Homecraft, and we've got an offer you're not going to want to wait for. We'll custom build you all new cabinet doors and drawer fronts, and using our exclusive 1/4-inch solid wood refacing process, transform your existing cabinets into a beautiful new kitchen. Add a custom quartz countertop, change things up a bit, add some more cabinets, install some cool new features like soft close drawers and sliding shelves. Whatever you like, we'll help you create the new kitchen you'll be proud of. All in about a week, and all with way less mess, hassle, and expense than a tear-out. Stop waiting. We're having a trade-in sale. You'll save $30 per door and drawer front off the cost of your new kitchen. Count them up and see how much you'll save. Years of experience, thousands of happy customers. Call today and let one of our pros come out and show you how easy and comfortable it'll be to get going on your new kitchen. Heritage Homecraft, 425-485-1600, 425-485-1600, or heritagehomecraft.com.
Well, I'm here with my good buddy, Dr. Dan Nelson from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine. And you've heard from Dr. Dan's patients over the years how a simple stem cell procedure has successfully conquered their pain. Well, folks, now it's my turn. After years of dealing with knee pain from all the football abuse, I can say my knee pain now is almost 100% gone. How'd you do it, Dr. Dan?
Well, Brock, personally, I'm very happy that you did so well. And your story is like so many of our other patients who come in, former athletes and non-athletes as well, who have come in with chronic knee pain, and they are looking for alternatives besides knee replacement surgery. And we're happy to provide this service. It's been truly a game changer for so many folks. It's just been a pleasure to be part of this.
Consider Dr. Nelson, the only doctor with over 30 years of experience in pain medicine techniques, including stem cell therapy. I was in and out with a couple of follow-ups. It's a non-surgical solution to pain using your own stem cells. Consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD at 425-823-4000 or visit DanielNelsonMD.com. That's DanielNelsonMD.com.
It's happening. Your hair is thinning, crowns disappearing. Hair loss had me feeling like I had lost my identity. Thankfully, Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment turned it all around. You decide how much, how thick, and where. It's your own natural hair guaranteed to grow for life. It's why Dr. Perungo and Advanced Hair are the winner of the 425 Business of the Year. For your free consultation, $250 off and 250 free hair grafts, call 425-449-8185. AdvancedHair.com.
At Kornfeld Law, we understand that recovering from an injury is one of the most challenging times in your life. The uncertainty, paperwork, the phone calls. I'm personal injury attorney Neil Lindquist, and at my firm, our representation philosophy is simple. You focus on healing, we focus on everything else. We're with you every step of the way. We provide clear direction and handle the insurance companies so you never have to feel uncertain throughout the process. If you've been injured, trust Kornfeld Law and call me for a free in-person consultation. Let's talk about your concerns and how we can help you move forward.
Visit kornfeldlaw.com to schedule a free consultation with Neil. That's Kornfeld with a K, law.com.
Hi, this is Keith Dashafi, owner of Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Are you ready to enhance your home with stunning, energy-efficient windows and doors? At Pella, we offer top-quality products with innovative designs and exceptional craftsmanship. And right now, we're offering an amazing deal. Enjoy 24 months with zero interest and equal payments, or get $750 off your qualifying project. My team is dedicated to helping you every step of the way. Visit PellaPNW.com to schedule your free appointment today. That's PellaPNW.com.
Cars for Kids, the easy way to donate your car. Donate today and your car can be picked up tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.com or 1-877-CARS4KIDS.
KIRO Newsradio, 97.3 FM, Northwest News. Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and mynorthwest.com.
Good morning, I'm Heather Bosch. We've been telling you that scammers are posing as WSDOT, sending texts claiming drivers owe unpaid tolls.
It's just shameful that people do this to other people.
That woman tells KIRO 7 TV she and her husband were bilked out of $23,000. She says scammers used the information her husband provided to pay the fake toll to convince them that their bank was calling and that they had to move their money into a different account. But it was an account the crooks controlled. Her advice?
If you have any doubts at all, hang up and call the institution directly.
Washington state lawmakers are debating a bill that would speed up pardons for people in our country illegally who've been convicted of crimes. The goal is to erase those convictions so they aren't used as grounds for deportation. Speaking in support of the proposal,
Clemency exists to give people a second chance, and that opportunity shouldn't be lost just because the process wasn't fast enough.
But critics say it gives special treatment to people here illegally and skips the line ahead of others waiting for a pardon. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem has toured the detention center in El Salvador, where alleged Venezuelan gang members deported from the U.S. are being held.
This unprecedented relationship that we have with El Salvador is going to be a model to other countries on how they can work with America to not only help us make America strong and secure again, but also to help their countries as well.
President Trump is locked in a court battle with a judge who has ordered a halt to the deportations. The judge says the migrants were denied due process. More tariffs ahead. President Trump says starting next month, he's going to slap a 25% tariff on foreign cars and parts. Auto analyst Aaron Keating says this isn't just going to jack up the price of a new car.
If you go into any parts department at any dealer, you would see most of them being organized by country of origin for parts. And it looks like the United Nations in there.
Trump says the tariffs will encourage more car manufacturing in the U.S. The Commerce Department said today the economy expanded during the final quarter of last year at an annual 2.4% pace. But CBS's Joe Schlesinger says growth right now.
It is slower than it was in the previous 6 months.
On Wall Street, new tariff talks has stocks slumping. The Dow is down 91 points, NASDAQ off 8. From the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk in Linwood, a crash may have been cleared from I-405. The only backup I'm seeing in the area is likely due to construction near State Route 522. The backup on I-405 northbound much improved after an earlier crash. Your travel time is only about 10 minutes longer than typical. Watch out for the crash that's partially blocking the State Route 18 westbound off-ramp to northbound I-5. You'll have your more typical slowdown at Tiger Mountain Summit to I-90 due to road work. Traffic brought to you by the Emerald Queen Casino, the best place to watch all your favorite sports, featuring wall-to-wall viewing screens, 6 windows, and 30 kiosks. EmeraldQueen.com. This weather update brought to you by State Roofing and Exteriors. Occasional showers with highs around 60 today. It's 53 in downtown Seattle. I'm Heather Bosch.
Your best source for local news. You're listening to KIRO Newsradio, Northwest News.
This is the Gia and Ursula show, and I can't help but get a little bounce in my step when I hear that music. G, you are all decked out in your Mariners gear.
That's right. That's
Hope
right.
springs eternal.
Uh-huh.
Every year around this time, we all believe, or maybe many of us believe, that this is going to be the season that it happens. I guess maybe finish the sentence. This is the season that is going to what? For the Mariners. Come on, G. What do you think it's going to be? It's going to be, are they going to go to the playoffs? Okay, no, I'm going to Nick. Good grief. I didn't mean to make you speechless.
Well, I was trying not to bring up Dumb and Dumber.
Oh.
And there's a quote in Dumb and Dumber. And you guys listening right now, you guys know the quote. It sounds like this. So you say there's a chance.
There's a chance. There's a chance.
All right, go to Nick.
I think this is a half glass full type of situation. Last year the expectations were so high. We had an established coach who's been around for over a decade. Now all of a sudden, boom, he's gone after mid-season last year. Now we got Dan Wilson and Edgar Martinez, former players for the first time in Mariner history. A playoff experienced former player is the manager of the Mariners. And I think it's high hopes because expectations are tampered after last year, after they were up 10 games in June, and then they squandered that lead. And now Cal Raleigh is saying, I have high hopes. I think they are bought into this new coaching staff, saying this is a good team. When they were struggling mid-season, when they were 10 games up and they went down, I don't think they had the morale that they could possibly have this season.
So let's talk about Cal Raleigh, because they just gave him a big fat deal. Talk about that and some of the things that he is saying about the future of the Mariners.
When you think about good teams, I would say the Yankees and Dodgers, they base it off of superstars. They have these high-paid individuals like Aaron Judge, Shohei Ohtani. They do really well. But when you are trying to win playing team baseball, I think you need a very good catcher. And for a long time, the Mariners haven't had that well-established catcher that's been around for a long time. And
since Dan Wilson.
Exactly. And that's when they made the playoffs back in the late 90s and early 2000s. So this is a good move, in my opinion, to get Cal Raleigh down on the paper, give him the money, and I think he's a good guy to rally the other troops around on the team.
Peter in Port Orchard says, this is a season that happens before the 2026 season.
Peter,
come on,
he's already looking to next year.
Okay, I got to actually ask you, Nick, because, for how many years have we been talking about 1995? And when you bring back Edgar Martinez, you bring back Dan Wilson, you've got Ichiro in the clubhouse, which is cool. I mean, are we basically just hoping that these guys who did it once can do it in another role, or have they proven themselves in some other capacity?
I think this is a good experiment for the team. I don't think there's any promises that they're going to succeed with the way they have shaped this coaching staff. By the way, Ichiro throwing out the first pitch tonight. Thanks for shouting him out. But I think this is a good opportunity for the team to see what they're made of and to have a players coach in for them to see if they can rally around better. I'm not necessarily certain that Scott was the guy for them last year, which is why I'm really putting a lot of weight on the fact that there's a lot of new turnaround with coaches, and I think that that's a huge part in why a clubhouse can succeed. Everyone can play well in the majors. They're pros.
Yeah.
Everyone is good. But it's about being bought in and the message that's being sent outside of the field in the clubhouse.
Two things stand out to me, Nick. They say, all the experts say, Ursula, that the Mariners starting pitching is the best in baseball.
Okay.
There's
so that's big.
That's big. They also say that Julio Rodriguez has the potential to be the superstar, right? MLB has made him kind of like one of those.
Yeah.
And the Mariners. So my question to you is, Nick, if they have the best pitching, which nobody disagrees with, how important are these bats, and did the Mariners address their bats this offseason?
I would have to say they did not address the gaps that they had in the lineup, but they could have talent already there that they had last year that just didn't emerge, maybe possibly through coaching again. Edgar Martinez is the new hitting coach now. He might have a better connection with these players like Randy Arozarena and Julio Rodriguez.
So with Edgar being the hitting coach, you're saying that the expectation of better hitting is going to be there on the Mariners this season.
With Edgar in there, I think the hitting will improve. I won't say the expectations are higher because they didn't have much change on the roster. It's still all the same players.
Okay.
But I think that there could be an emergence of, wow, what a great coach Edgar is if the lineup does, in fact, improve from last year. But I wouldn't say that there's reason to believe that it's going to change the lineup per se from last year. But if it does and if it improves, I'm going to go back to Edgar and say he did a good job with these guys.
Okay, I've got a prediction.
That you won't say anything like you did last year and people left out of here?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. One that I know that Nick is mature enough not to storm out of here for no unknown reason to me to this day. Okay. However, how about this? The Mariners are going to improve on last year. I think that's great.
Okay.
And the other thing is as long as there's such a big fat payroll gap, I think that the best that can happen is that we don't have unrealistic expectations, because right now the Mariners have a payroll of about $150 million. For example, this is according to the Wall Street Journal, the Dodgers are spending nearly $500 million.
Okay.
So again, even though the Mariners are spending some serious money, there are other teams that are paying even more money.
Sure.
So I think that I would be happy if they improve upon last year to say that they're going to go. I mean, Cal Raleigh is saying he thinks the team could bring the World Series to Seattle. I would just be happy if we could get into a few rounds of playoffs.
I think a realistic expectation for them is make a wild card, maybe next step up, win the West, who knows, but let's do baby steps at a time.
I'll show you the moon. I'll show you the stars. Ursula, you know what
Someone just called me a goober.
Oh, wow.
With my laugh.
Oh, wow.
Frank from Everett. Thanks.
Okay, Frank. Can I just tell you what I do care about and keep it all the way a buck? I just want to feel 2001 again. Nick gets tired of me talking about it. I want to feel 2001. I want Nick. Nick was 5-6 years old. I want Nick to experience a summer in Seattle. If you're listening right now, in 2001, Ursula, start us off. What was you doing in 2001? Talk to me.
In 2001?
Yeah.
Our second son was 1 year old.
Okay.
And I was trying to juggle a career and raising 2 young boys with a lot of help.
You didn't have that much fun in 2001. See, I had no real job.
Yeah, what were you doing?
Partying.
Oh.
Seattle was incredible.
Yeah.
Now, if you're listening right now, if you hardly had any responsibilities and you were out partying, 40,000 at the ballpark every night. I mean, life was good. Remember the All-Star game?
Using your best lines.
Yeah, my best line. The All-Star game was here that year. All I'm saying is I know what this city is like when baseball is good. I want to feel that again.
I'll show you the moon and the stars.
I hope you didn't have garlic breath with those lines over there at the ballpark.
You know what? You know what's funny? Back then, Nick, my breath never stunk.
Because you ate the apple afterward. That's why.
I think the older you get, you're like, hey, can I get a tart? Your boy's struggling over here. I wasn't drinking that much coffee like I'm drinking now. I got that coffee breath now, Nick.
At least it's not garlic fried bread.
All right. Coming up next, we do scenarios. Jen Ursula.
Chicken Spike, noon to 3.
There was a sloth 90 feet up in a tree up in Bellingham. It's a bummer they pulled this thing down. They said, we've heard the drivers were slowing down to get a closer look or becoming distracted while trying to snap a picture. Like a giant sloth, an 8-foot giant sloth.
A fake one.
Oh, he's fake.
We should have Slothy in here as a show mascot.
Bring him in.
Yeah.
We'll plop him in the corner.
Yeah.
It'd be great.
We want people to watch.
Yeah. It's like having a great grandparent come and visit. Like, we'll stick him in the corner.
Streaming live on the KIRO Newsradio app.
Making fruits, vegetables, and other fresh foods affordable and accessible to everyone is a mission that Safeway is deeply committed to. It's your boy G. Scott here. Your neighborhood Safeway offers all the great benefits that SNAP-eligible families love, plus additional exclusive savings to help even more. Right now, you can save 50% on a Fresh Pass membership. Check this out. You get that Fresh Pass for 50% off. That's just $5.99 per month. However, then Safeway will give you a $5 credit every month plus more, including free unlimited delivery, double bucks on fresh produce. All the details about 50% off Snap Fresh Pass are on your Safeway For You app, along with easy verification. I tell you all the time, and I'll say it again, working together, we can nourish everyone with healthy foods. Learn more today and start saving at Safeway.com/snap.
Did you know colon cancer can be detected early or prevented through regular screening?
I have detected Around Earth is the greatest lie ever.
Okay, Roger. My uncle just passed away and I inherited his cockatoo, Roger. He was a member of the Flat Earth Society, so Roger picked up on some of his rhetoric. Anyway, screening, such as a colonoscopy.
Screen these! Screen these!
Roger that, Roger. Moving on. Colonoscopies can detect early-stage colon or rectal cancer or even polyps, which are abnormal growths that can turn into cancer over time.
I'm a Flat Earth walker.
Come on, Roger. What did I do to my uncle to deserve you? You don't get to choose what you inherit, just like colon cancer. Unlike Roger here, I believe in science. And science says that if colon cancer runs in your family, you're more likely to develop it yourself. Talk to your doctor about when you should start screening. Find out more at coloncancercoalition.org. A message from the Colon Cancer Coalition.
At Carter Subaru, get slam dunk savings all month long. Hi, this is Ursula Royteen. Carter Subaru has exactly what you're looking for with over 300 new vehicles in stock. Right now, you can get the 2025 Forester with 3.9% APR for 48 months on approved credit. Shop now during the Subaru A Lot to Love event. Carter Subaru in Shoreline and Ballard.
On approved credit, subject to vehicle insurance and availability. A documentary service fee may be added to the sale price or capitalized cost. See dealer for details. Valid through 3/31/25.
Over the past decade, Washington state politicians have doubled state spending with no improvements to the issues we care about. Instead, we now have the third highest cost of living in the nation and a $12 billion deficit. It's time to tell legislators we need better results, not bigger taxes. Act now at affordablewashington.org. Paid for by people for an affordable Washington and Olympia, Washington. Top 5 donors are Washington Alliance for Competitive Economy, Microsoft, Madrona, T-Mobile, and Alaska Air.
State officials say there's a $12 billion hole in the budget, and fixing it is an emergency. But just a few years ago, the state had a budget surplus just as large. And only a few months ago, state government added billions more in spending. Tax collections are at record high. Some state officials say tax revenues are below average. Not quite adding up. To see the numbers for yourself and learn more about the state budget, visit budgetbreakdown.org. That's budgetbreakdown.org.
Need a new roof but not in the budget? A new roof doesn't have to break the bank. Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors here. Right now, State Roofing and Exteriors is offering 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to 24 months. That's 2 years with no payments while getting the protection your home deserves. But this offer won't last forever. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today to get on our summer schedule now. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
Guys, thinking about testosterone replacement therapy? Revive Men's Health can help you get started if you're ready to book your free T-check. Visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com. That's Revive, R-E-V-I-B-E, menshealth.com.
Attention tax accountants. The following message is for you. Tax season is here, and if you're an accounting firm, the pressure is on. Long hours and tight deadlines make this time of year a challenge for even the most seasoned tax professionals. But this tax season, Blue Jay has your back. Powered by generative AI, Blue Jay is the preferred partner solution of CPA.com for tax research. Ask a complex tax question, and Blue Jay gives you better tax answers in seconds. Save time, maximize your clients' refunds with high-speed, accurate, and intuitive AI technology. Built with a library of only the most trusted tax resources, updated daily to keep up with changes in tax. For a limited time, save 40% off at bluejay.com/start now. That's BLUE, the letter J.com/start now. Or text BLUE to 511-511. Save 40% by texting BLUE to 511-511. Tax accountants don't leave money on the table. Stress less and text BLUE to 511-511 today. Tax fees may apply.
It is a G and Ursula show. We got Agree to Disagree coming up next in the 11 o'clock hour. But right now, let's get to it.
Here we go, yo. Here we go, yo. So what's the scenario?
Oh, Ursula, your boy been gone for a couple of days, so I'm coming back.
With a juicy one.
With a juicy one. Here we go. Buckle up. I stumbled on a message last night that rocked my world. A new profile popped up, and it was my girlfriend's account, but not one that I knew about. This one is locked down. It's private, but from her profile picture and bio, it looks like she's been partying and hanging with a new crew. It seems like she has a secret private life that I know nothing about. So I dug deeper and found that the same username with an account is also on OnlyFans. Now I feel like an outsider and I don't even know her. My first thought is to start a fake account and sign up for OnlyFans. Actually, a good idea. But I don't want to push her away. So maybe I should just talk to her about it. That's what Ursula would tell you. But I don't want her to think that I'm whiny and or insecure. But don't you think she should have told me? What's the best move here? 888-973-5476 is the text line. Ursula, you have the bat first.
You don't know her. She is distancing herself from you. You are insecure. So, yes, I would suggest that you talk to her. You say that you don't have to sound whiny. You just have to say, I encountered this and I have some questions. Then you'll find out exactly where you're at. My sense, if she's got this whole separate life, she's just not that into you. She's using you for some other reason. She might have a few of you.
Okay,
being buck naked online does not mean that you're polyamorous, Ursula, or, switching multiple partners. How long did it say they've been together for? Or did it say?
It didn't say.
It didn't say.
No.
I'm going to assume it hasn't been that long. You know what? I'm going to give this fine young lady the benefit of the doubt. By doing so, I will subscribe to her OnlyFans. I'm kidding. Just have a conversation with her, because I'm going to guess the other account, the other social media account, is basically a fake one where she gives people her OnlyFans, the people that subscribe, here's my social media account, here's another part of my life. People get hooked into that. It's probably part of her business model. At the same time, she probably should have told you, but some people are so scared of stigma and of rejection that they would never tell anyone, even someone they've been dating for a couple months.
Before you become official as a couple, do you not think that information should come out?
It should, but sometimes, right, like, sometimes you just don't want to hand over that information because she actually might like this guy. Let me just make this personal for you guys, okay? So I usually tell these stories to y'all off the air. I want to tell it on the air. I need to start telling.
Okay.
I need to start telling more of these stories.
Are we going to be in danger of losing a license or a job?
No.
Okay.
Not today.
Okay.
So there was a time that I was dating this gal. I was dating her. Well, once we got into the relationship, she told me about a guy that would consistently send her money once a month. Right?
Sugar daddy.
He was an older guy.
Sugar daddy.
Right. You see what I'm saying?
Uh-huh.
And it wasn't crazy, but it was $1,000 a month. And so that would help supplement.
Just randomly sent her that, or was there something she gave in exchange?
Goodness of his heart.
And by the way, this was a really old guy. And he was an older guy. It was nothing other than...
At least he would just send money just for the heck of it?
He wouldn't send the money. He would actually give her the money.
Okay.
Once a month.
What would be happening when he would have that money exchanged?
Nothing. He liked it. So before we got together...
Have a bridge.
Before we got together, this was happening.
Uh-huh.
And so after being together for a little while, she finally, told me what was going on. I had no idea. Now, what do you think I did? You think I said, hey, you need to cut that off? Or B, okay, what do you think I did?
I'm going to go with, at that time in your life, you're going to go B, but can you raise your price?
I went B. Okay. You know what I'm saying? And the reason why I'm bringing
what's good for the goose is good for the gander. Did you say, well, don't be upset if I do X, Y, Z?
I was off the hook anyways. That didn't matter.
Oh, boy.
But my point is, before I get to Nick, is this. Today, OnlyFans provides an opportunity. People can show their toes, their feet. You know what I mean? People can, not everything is taking your clothes off on OnlyFans. It is a real vehicle where people are making money off of this. It is a real side hustle. So my thing is seriously, have a conversation with her and find out. Because, yeah, she probably did want to keep this secret, but it doesn't mean that she doesn't love you or anything like that. You just found out about it.
Yeah. But then I would also ask, this is just me, I would be asking, what else are you keeping from me?
Get for what you wish for.
What do you got, Nick?
I think there's some different sides of feelings between the two, and she's not what you're looking for. Now, she may have found what she's looking for, or even a couple more for that matter, but she's obviously not stopping there. I think it's a lost cause, but if you want to go incognito with an alias OnlyFans account to keep tabs, well, be my guest.
Secret agent man.
I don't think you're going to be happy, though, when you end up finding the answer and solving this case at the end.
The crazy thing is I remember this guy's first and last name, government name. If I told, here's the thing, and I won't do that, but if I told that story, there'd be people in the West Seattle area like, oh my goodness, I know of him. This is a very prominent name.
Oh, now you got our interest.
And so Greg texted and said, gee, you're naive. Something was happening. To which I'll say this to you, Greg. Back then, for real. Back then, I was 100% sure nothing was happening. Back then. As I tell you all this, I keep it a buck with y'all. As I tell you this story, Ursula, am I 100% now? No. Because your boy then grew up, understand life a little bit. I'm about 80% sure nothing was happening. 80%. Now, I'm about 25% that nothing ever happened one time. You know, usually something might have happened once.
And I thought I was too trusting.
Agree, disagree next, Gino.
Secret agent man. Secret agent man. They're giving you a number.
What's better than a cool home all summer long? A cool home with hot savings on your new AC. This month only, take 20% off air conditioners, heat pumps, and ductless systems during the Bob's Heating Preseason AC sale. Call the team at Bob's, voted best in the Pacific Northwest. With free estimates and free financing, Bob's makes your AC installation simple and affordable. Hurry, discounts reduced to 15% off in April.
Bob's Heating and Air Conditioning. Call Bob.
With Amazon Business, smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast. Free up your teams and focus on your future. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-859-6688. 800-859-6688. 800-859-6688.
Pro Savings Days are back at Lowe's with limited time savings on the supplies pros need. Get up to 40% off select major appliances. Plus, save an additional $100 on every $1,000 you spend on select major appliances. And don't miss your chance to activate and earn 3 times the points on select DeWalt and Klein tools. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 3/28. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. See associate or Lowe's.com for more details on qualifying items.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Every success you've had began with a great opportunity. Now there's another one. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we provide no-cost digital resources in place of textbooks and most courses. And that's not all. You'll receive your accredited online education at an affordable tuition with a choice from more than 135 degree and certificate programs. With online and hybrid courses, get everything you need to succeed again. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Your best source for local news. KIRO Newsradio. KIRO FM and HD1. Tacoma, Seattle. Northwest News. This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Cammie McCormick. Secretary of State Marco Rubio said today U.S. visas have been stripped from 300 what he called lunatics for university activism.
If you invite me into your home because you say, I want to come to your house for dinner, and I go to your house and I start putting mud on your couch and spray painting your kitchen, I bet you're going to kick me out. Well, we're going to do the same thing if you come into the United States as a visitor and create a ruckus for us. We don't want it.
A Turkish student was detained by federal police as she walked on the streets of Boston. 30-year-old Ramesa Ozturk is a doctoral student at Tufts University. Correspondent Tom Hansen.
What we understand is that she wrote an op-ed in 2024 that was essentially denouncing the conflict going on in the Middle East and saying that Tufts University, where she was getting her doctor's degree, that they needed to divest from Israel and also denounce the Palestinian genocide.
Ozturk was moved out of Massachusetts by the time her lawyer went to court and a judge ordered she be kept in the state. She's now being held at a detention center in Louisiana. A third Yale University professor is moving to Canada, citing what he calls President Trump's attacks on higher education. Michael Wallace has that.
Philosophy professor Jason Stanley says Trump is creating a culture of fear in universities. He's upset the schools are not banding together and fighting back. Columbia recently met Trump's demand so it could get $400 million in federal funding back. Stanley is headed to the University of Toronto, where he'll join former Yale professors Timothy Snyder and Marcy Shore, who left the U.S. in November. In a statement, Yale says it respects the professors' decisions. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
There was a congressional hearing today on the collision between a military helicopter and an American Airlines flight near Washington's National Airport. CBS's Nicole Killian reports many believe the collision could have been avoided after a series of near misses around the busy airport.
Certainly a lot of questions with respect to managing the airspace around Reagan National Airport, but also this issue of air traffic controllers and getting more of them on the job. Those were certainly two themes that lawmakers sounded time and again.
67 people were killed. There are more federal job cuts coming. The Trump administration plans to cut 20,000 workers from federal health agencies. CBS's Alexander Tin.
Both unions as well as agency health officials say they've been told that the first notices of the federal employees
employees who will be cut as a result of this change are going to start as soon as tomorrow. And so when the dust settles, we're going to get a better sense of where exactly within the CDC and these other health agencies these cuts are going to come from.
The Dow is down 185 points. This is CBS News.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
The calm after the storm. That story coming up, but first from the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk. I'm seeing a possible crash on State Route 18. Traffic is backing up right around the summit. You have your more typical slowdowns through Seattle. Travel time Federal Way to Seattle about half an hour. Everett to Seattle 26 minutes. That's about what we'd expect this time of day. Renton to Bellevue 25 minutes, about 5 minutes longer due to a crash earlier. This traffic report brought to you by Kornfeld Law. Don't let insurance companies take advantage of you. Visit personal injury attorney Neil Lindquist for a free consultation at kornfeldlaw.com.
KIRO News Radio, 97.3 FM, Northwest News. Now, the latest from KIRO News Radio and mynorthwest.com.
Good morning, I'm Heather Bosch. Scattered power outages, nickel-sized hail, and about 5 homes hit by lightning. The Seattle Times says that's the extent of damage in the Puget Sound region from last night's storm. KIRO 7 TV's Samantha Lomibow spoke with a family who was inside the Everett house hit by lightning.
Suddenly heard this big boom and a crack, and we were like, that was not far away.
It was the Nichols family home struck by lightning. Boom, everything's off, and then it's like, oh, fire. Jeannie and Carly Nichols quickly found out the smell was coming from upstairs.
And I opened the door to the office, and there was like a burning hole.
They immediately grabbed their 2 dogs and ran to a neighbor's house as they watched firefighters put out the flames.
The power is still out at the Angle Lake Light Rail Station. KIRO 7 TV's Dick Chapman reports.
It's not exactly clear what caused this. A spokesperson with Sound Transit tells me that it was caused by storm damage. They're still investigating to see if it was a lightning bolt that did it. But this has caused all sorts of headaches here at Angle Lake.
The Sound Transit Board of Directors is expected to elect King County Executive Dow Constantine as their new CEO today. If approved, he could make up to $650,000 a year, including a $450,000 base salary. Constantine has served as county executive for 16 years and as a member of Sound Transit's board for 15 years, appointing many of the people who are voting today. A bill capping rent hikes at 7% in Washington state has moved one step closer to becoming law. It passed a key state Senate committee yesterday. Supporters like Democratic Senator Emily Alvarado says the cap protects renters from sudden rent spikes.
This bill is a simple guardrail for the many, many people in this state who just want to make sure that they can have a little bit of control in that household budget.
Opponents argue it'll hurt landlords and slow down new housing projects. A sure sign of spring, today is opening day for Major League Baseball. The Seattle Mariners kick off a 4-game series against the Athletics, and fans are ready.
The crowds and the cheering and the excitement of opening day.
First pitch is at 7:10 at T-Mobile Park. This weather update brought to you by State Roofing and Exteriors. Occasional showers today with highs around 60. It's 56 in downtown Seattle. I'm Heather Bosch.
Your best source for local news, serving Western Washington and the world with a KIRO News Radio app. Always streaming live on your smart speakers. You're listening to KIRO News Radio, Northwest News.
This is the G and Ursula Show with G. Scott and Ursula Reutin.
It is the G and Ursula Show. Nope, I didn't. I made it. You guys going to hear Ursula's going to say how she thought I was going to make it. Happy Thursday, March 27th. Happy opening day. Ursula, good morning.
I was just going to start without you.
It's possible. I was in the middle of a story.
You're the only one. Who are you talking to with that short amount of a break?
This time I was
Did you go upstairs again?
No, I was talking to Brian.
Oh,
and I was
boss.
And I was in the middle of a story.
He should know better.
Because I was in Columbus. That's where he's from.
Oh.
And we're talking about a restaurant that we went to.
Uh-huh.
And then I looked at my clock.
Yep.
And it said that. And you think the boss would make sure I was here.
No. G, accountability. It's up to you.
I was busy showing him the moon and the stars.
Some people just don't want to work these days.
know,
You know,
right?
That's me.
If you're not early or late.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
How you do anything is how you do
Hey,
everything.
look here, y'all. Look here, Gene Ursula Show. Remember, I'll show you the moon, the stars.
Coming up at 11:30, this is a conversation a lot of you will want to stick around for, because if you're a parent, what do you teach your kids about resiliency and how to come back from failure or mistakes? And are we doing a poor job of helping them with that at this point in their lives? We'll talk about that coming up at 11:30.
Okay, good stuff.
888-973-5476, 888-973 KIRO is our text line. You are an important part of our show, so text away.
Let's do it. By the way, if anybody's been to Milwaukee, I'm going to Milwaukee here tomorrow night. Let me know. 888-973-5476. One of these days, we just got to take off the gloves. Just really go at it. Agree to disagree. Brought to you by Garden Roofing Gutters. What do you got?
All right. So as I'm sure you have already heard, Donald Trump is slapping a 25% tariff on all foreign-made autos and most foreign-made auto parts, which means, of course, if you're in the market for a Honda or a Toyota or even one of those sweet Subarus, you can go ahead and slap an additional 25% on the cost of your new car. The idea, of course, is to encourage Americans to buy American. But my question is, when it comes to cars, do Americans trust American cars? G, what do you think?
Yes. And I'll tell you why I say yes. Because I know that American-made car, Ursula, that is 20 years old, 25 years old. Sometimes, you know what I'm saying, you can get that thing and you can run it forever sometimes on the Chevy and or Ford. And I know there's some other cars that do a lot better. But at least I know that if it's time to get that tune-up, it's time to get repairs, I think that the price is going to be reasonable. When you start messing with these foreign cars, some of them, and woo-wee, wait a minute, I got a taillight out? How much? $750? You get into those situations. So sometimes American-made cars, I kind of like those. But
yeah,
stay
they
away
get it. Yeah, so the question is often asked is like, are American-made cars as reliable as foreign cars, right?
Yeah,
I mean, or are they better? And I mean, it's subjective. Like whether it better is the word to even use, because foreign cars are often seen as more fuel efficient, or maybe they're sleeker, or they're more reliable.
Yeah.
But American-made cars, I remember when the American-made cars had a real PR problem, but I think companies like Ford and General Motors have really done a lot to improve that, and they've worked really hard to improve their quality. I mean, our family, I just look at our family, it's like we have 2 foreign-made cars, and we have 2 American. Both our sons drive Fords, and they've loved them. I mean, they've been great. And in fact, my oldest has decided instead of driving across the country, he is going to basically have it transported here instead of buying a new car, because it's worked out really well for him. So I think it's just very
what does Ford stand for? Does anybody know, if you're listening right now, do you know what Ford stands for? The F-O-R-D? Go ahead and text in if you know. I know there's a few acronyms I have for Ford.
See, I'm upset with these tariffs because I would prefer to buy a foreign-made car. I grew up in the era when everybody knew you buy a Honda or you buy a Toyota, but if you're getting a Chevrolet or you're getting a Ford, remember how they used to call the Ford Explorers the Ford Exploders? I had like buddies that had the Fords, and they would go through those things like crazy.
Man,
and I'm just looking at consumer reports, and they say basically for the last 20 years, Japanese automakers like Toyota and Lexus have been the most reliable. In contrast, American brands have often occupied the lower position. So last survey I saw was 2022. Chevy and Tesla, least reliable. The one exception, though, is Lincoln. Lincoln apparently makes very reliable cars these days. And buying a vehicle is one of the largest purchases that we make in our lifetimes.
True. Yeah.
And if you buy a lemon, like that can set you back years and years financially.
Yeah.
So I don't want to roll the dice on American-made cars. And that's my perception of it. I don't know.
A lot of it is perception. And I will just say again, as we've got both in our family, and We haven't noticed a big difference.
I can't believe all these. I had no idea all these text messages are coming in telling us what Ford stands for. I had no.
Oh boy,
I had no idea.
Okay.
Maybe Ursula, you can learn. I didn't know.
I am going to have to learn.
I didn't know.
I thought that was his last name.
It is.
You see him coming in, Ursula?
Henry Ford. Yeah.
Huh. All right. Tacoma Mayor Victoria Woodard's accepted an all-expenses-paid trip to Israel from a Jewish advocacy group, according to the News Tribune. So the flight was covered, $600 a night hotel rooms. I believe she entertained 14 different lectures. And she said when she came back that, let's see, she said, I'll tell you, the issue is way more complex than I thought it was. It's so much more complex than I understood before I went. Clearly, she was being taught things there. She said her personal Christian belief is also one of the reasons why she wanted to go. Ursula, what do you think about a local mayor taking a paid trip to a foreign country? Does that make sense? I know LA's mayor, Karen Bass, came under fire for the same thing when she was, I believe, in Uganda.
Yeah, and the timing
during the
of
fires.
it during the wildfires, and so she had to scramble on back. I look at it as these are junkets. Yeah, they say we can learn from this country, and we can. Unless it's a sister city that, and even then, it's like, what are the benefits? I look at it as just a way for politicians to get a free trip out of it, to make connections. It doesn't do anything. I just don't see enough tangible results in terms of how a city benefits, other than, like I said, sister city relationships where you can do the. If you could truly show that you're benefiting the city that you are leading, then yes. But I think more often than not, it is just a way to get a free trip.
Any thoughts?
Yeah, I'm with Ursula.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I really am. And I like how you said, like a sister city, or even some city where you go there like, hey, we are, for an example, here's an example. Yeah. When they were preparing for the trials for the police officers connected with Manny Ellis, there were trips that were made to Minneapolis, right, to go out there and learn from what was going on during what was happening centered around the murder of George Floyd.
Yes.
That, boom, get it, no doubt. You go to this city or this state.
Or you're doing some research on a new kind of transportation system that you are thinking about having and investing
or Pierce County sending their team down to Austin to check out the homeless village. That's been a success story there.
That makes sense.
Yes, it does. But this does not strike me as that. Like, Jewish Voice for Peace slammed the trip. If you're going on a trip to be educated in one of the most fraught geopolitical issues of our time that does not have a direct impact on your city and your governance of your city, why are you going? It's just bonkers to me, and it sounds kind of sleazy to get propagandized for free while you're still collecting your city salary.
Ursula, did you see all them folks texting in?
I will say that conversation that we had about American and foreign-made cars.
I haven't looked in a minute.
Has our text line looks like a slot machine right now.
Like, just so you guys know, there's more text messages on this topic than any other topic we've talked about.
And the acronym that you mentioned. Okay, I'm just going to say it because now you've raised it. You did too. Don't feign surprise. Give me a big fat break. Found on road dead, apparently, is one of the explanations for the acronym.
No kidding.
Henry Ford. Okay.
So
anyway.
am I right? According to the texture so far, I haven't had we'll go into that later. Anyways, interesting proposal from Seattle Council member Dan Strauss. This is brand new to you guys. He has a proposal that would require all venues that host live music, this is from Publicola, to provide earplugs to patrons for $1, with fines of $50 a week if they do not provide them. The basic idea here is that it causes ear damage, right? When you go into a concert, and are concerts too dang loud, G?
Yeah. And I actually agree with this, Ursula. You know, sometimes I know, since I've been doing the show, you guys know how I get. Sometimes if I get excited, you be like, oh my goodness, G, you're too loud. Which, you know what? You're not, no, you're not wrong. And would I blame it on my left ear? I cannot hear as well out of my left ear.
Me too.
Because when I was in military school for so many years, I was right there next to the cannon. when it would go off. And so you're standing at attention. You can't cover your ears. You don't have earplugs. And so boom, boom, boom. So that happening to my ear, all that. So I would say that, hey, you need to protect your hearing. I do agree with this, Ursula. Give somebody some earplugs.
But do you think that the venues should provide them?
Yes.
Or should people, knowing that it's going to be loud, bring their own earbuds?
The venue should provide them, and you pay $1 for them.
And
you
then
have the ability
the fine
to do that.
of $50 a week for those that fail to comply.
That's a small fine.
I just feel like, okay, just tell people it's going to be a concert and it's going to be loud. We suggest bringing earplugs.
Well, I mean, that's like use the bathroom before you come because the bathroom's going to be locked.
Yeah.
I don't know.
No, it's not.
It was a stretch.
I'm old now. Like, I'm as old as Dan Strauss, who I think is actually younger than me. But yeah, I think you don't need to have music literally shaking your body in order to experience or enjoy it.
Agreed.
You know, like if you go to the symphony, right? It is never going to be loud enough to cause you hearing damage, but it will still vibrate throughout your whole being and surround you in sound.
I actually
Why can't you just turn it down?
That part I like. It's like the Green Day concert that I went to.
Oh,
that where finally, and actually it was also, what was the other concert? Some of these concerts, and I love blasting music. Yeah. I love everything loud, but even that was too loud to the point where, like, my even though my left ear is like yours, slightly damaged, it's still too loud.
I need to ask all of you something. I need your help. What year does it happen? Ursula, I remember when I was younger. First of all, my father just could not stand that I was listening to so much rap music. He just didn't understand that. That's number one. Number two, not only was I listening to the music, he couldn't understand why I had to have it so loud. Why do I hear you? Why do I hear you pulling up when you're coming home with that loud music? To which music for me sounded the best when it was loud. My question for all of you all is, what age does it happen to where you're like, turn that down? To this day, I cannot.
God, two people said the exact same thing. Paul in the 253 and Nick in Paulsbo.
What'd they say?
If it's too loud, you're too old. Exact words.
No. I'll tell you how frustrating.
Disagree.
I'll tell you how frustrating I can get. I get so frustrated that if I'm talking to someone on the phone, and if in the background it's loud. My father used to do this to me. If it's loud in the background, hey, let me call you back. It bothers me. I don't like loud anymore. So
when did it happen? So how old were you when that happened? There's your answer. 45.
Nah, I think about 40.
Yeah.
I think about how old were you?
I still like it loud, just not so loud that it's.
You know what? You go to more concerts than all of us.
Do.
Let me shut up. Let me shut up. Ursula lives at concerts.
That's just going again. All right. Let's swing on over to South Korea.
Paul in the 253 says, I'm 60, and it hasn't happened yet. Paul, you like your music loud? Turn that down. Nick, you still like your music loud?
Oh, yeah. I'm not even close there.
Okay, I'm not even going to move on because
turn it down.
I think, like, I would have the music loud in my car, except to the point when I pull up to the stoplight next to other people. And I could not stand the shame of having them listening to whatever I'm listening to, because at the time it was a white guy listening to very graphic rap music. Yeah. So I would like turn the music down, and then once you leave the stoplight, you turn it back up. Yeah, I mean, were you rolling around being one of those annoying kids, like at the stoplight, thumping?
I was worse than that.
Did you have a subwoofer in your car?
What?
How many?
And it had to rattle. Boom.
Did it really?
Hey, wait a minute. And I was so bad. The favorite place where I used to like for my music to be loud is at the gas station. So
my God. People gotten killed for that.
So I'm at the gas station. You open up your door. You turn the music up. You get the squeegee because you want everybody to see you. You know what I'm saying?
Spend as much time as possible.
I'm doing the car, checking my wheels out, shining up the tires.
So were you wanting to make sure that everyone looked at you?
Yes!
Peacocking.
It hadn't.
Northbound off-ramp to South Aldboro. Travel times are what we'd expect this time of day. Everett to Seattle, about half an hour. Federal Way to Seattle, 23 minutes. Renton to Bellevue, 13. Traffic brought to you by Washington Windows and Doors. Spring into savings with double your discount, 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 12 months. LakeWashingtonWindows.com. This weather update brought to you by State Roofing and Exteriors. Occasional showers today with highs around 60. It's 59 in downtown Seattle. I'm Heather Bosch.
Your best source for local news. You're listening to KIRO Newsradio, Northwest News.
Welcome back to the show. This is a conversation that has to happen right now, and I believe we have to talk about these things so that we don't keep making the same stupid mistakes time and time again. And of course, I'm talking about listening to meteorologists, if that's even a real profession, which I highly doubt after last night. I want to play you guys this audio. I was rolling when I was watching this last night. I'm doing all my show prep and stuff, and I'm laying in bed and I'm swiping through stupid videos. Mostly I'm just like watching funny like animal videos. That's what the algorithm sent me.
But it's coming up later on the show, by the way. It's going to be good.
Yeah, the whole second half of the show is funny animal videos. But I'm laying in bed, I'm watching this, and Sully the news guy pops up on X, and he has this video, one that I recognize very personally. This is hilarious. Listen to this.
Yeah, I'm kind of feeling stupid right now. But if Nick Allard says prepare for golf ball or tennis ball size hail, I'm going to cover my damn car.
So for anybody out there who's not who hasn't seen this video, it's Chris. It's like a 10-second video. It's so funny. You got a camera, you're with your phone, you're walking around your car. And what have you done to your car?
I have basically wrapped this better than any Ming vase you could possibly imagine, because I was worried about the golf ball, tennis ball size hail. Not only did I lay cardboard down.
Yeah.
Well, first of all, I drove the SUV as far into the house as I could
to
protect the front, with the eave of the house or whatever.
Smart move.
And then I put cardboard down, then I put blankets down, and then I tied a tarp around it to try to hold it all together in preparation for the violent storm that didn't materialize last night. I woke up this morning, I'm like, damn it, Holly's gonna have to pull this stuff off her car. And when she leaves for work, I'm like, okay, I'm ready to pull everything, throw everything into the garage. I'm like, I'm an idiot. I felt like such an idiot, but if I hadn't done it, the hail would have shown up.
If the hail had arrived as we were told it would arrive, then you would have been feeling really stupid because you would have had dents in your car.
Correct, yes.
Maybe broken windows.
But it's like I went really overboard.
Everybody did. Did you get any, Spike? We were talking about this a little bit earlier.
Didn't get it.
Did you feel stupid, too, preparing as much as you did?
I didn't do anything. I didn't prepare crap.
Well, let me tell you how stupid I felt. Because not only did I do it and kind of go overkill, my next door neighbor saw me doing it, and then he did it, and then another neighbor saw.
Oh my gosh. Sullivan, he's in media. He knows.
We had like 6 or 7.
He must know.
In the neighborhood.
You know
covered. What? I was like, look what I've started, a parade of doofuses. But again, I had to take it seriously. I had to take it seriously.
You know what's so great about that is it's a perfect example that just strong leadership, even in the wrong direction, is really effective. And I understand why we all did it. I did the same. So last night, it's probably, I don't know what time. I think last night was a gorgeous night.
Oh, it was beautiful.
Beautiful night. I had a football practice. I'm coaching my son's football team, so we had everyone's worried that it's going to get canceled. One of my other sons has his baseball game. His baseball game was gorgeous, and that was from like 5 to 7. So, and we weren't supposed to get bad weather until like 7 or 8 o'clock.
Yeah.
And then my son's football practice starts at 6 o'clock. So I'm out there like checking the phone. I'm checking all the stuff. Like, oh no, we're gonna have to cancel this thing. Gorgeous the whole night, sunshine. I had to wear sunglasses the entire practice. Gorgeous night. And I'm sitting there waiting for it to happen. So I get home. There's some like in the distance. There's some dark clouds, but it's like it's threatening, but it's not a big deal. So I get home. We get the kids upstairs, and they're eating dinner, and I go outside. I'm like, all right, sweetie, I'm talking to my wife. If you don't see me for a little bit, it's because I'm going to go batten down the hatches. I'm getting ready for this thing. So I go down in the garage. I'm looking for tarps. I'm looking through the recycle bin for cardboard.
Big pieces of cardboard.
Big pieces of cardboard. Stuff that, like, we have a lot of diaper boxes and stuff. So, like, I'm cutting it out, like Costco size. So I'm cutting it open. I'm spreading it on the windshield of the car, because my wife's car gets parked in the garage. Mine doesn't. And I was like, you know what? I can't cover this car adequately. So I have, like you do, my house has like one of those things that hangs over a little bit over the garage.
Yeah.
Little eave. And so I'm like, I think I can wedge my car like really far up underneath it if I park it sideways.
I thought about that too. I thought about that too.
So I did. You guys remember that scene in Austin Powers where he's on the
18-point turn? Yeah.
Yes, in the golf cart. So I did that in my driveway, and my neighbor, who sees what an idiot I am, texts my wife laughing. What's Jake doing?
Is he drinking again? What's going on with Jake? Do we need an intervention? Should I bring
be
muffins?
7:30 on a Wednesday. So I did the whole thing, and I didn't take a picture. I should have, but I was so proud of myself, and I made my wife come outside. I'm like, look what I did. I'm a big boy, and I parked it under the eave, and then nothing.
Yeah,
tiny bit of rain. I mean, like good amount of rain, but not a big deal. A little bit of lightning, no hail, not a drop, not a breeze of wind.
No.
So here's my question to you guys. Do we just ignore meteorologists for everything but snow?
I don't think you can, because normally, as I wrote online in addition to that video, because I wanted to show everyone how smart I was, is that when people like Cliff Mass, Nick Allard, Ted Beener, Morgan Paul, when they all are in agreement on something, that's what kind of pushed it over the edge for me, because sometimes there's a little disagreement and things, but when all of the meteorologists that I trust were saying it could, okay, I was like, okay, I'll do it. But I mean, again, I'm just better safe than sorry.
Yeah, you're right.
But still, I mean, it's kind of like, okay. I mean, I'm glad they warned us, because let's face it, I'd be really PO'd today if I had a bunch of holes in my car.
I got two thoughts on this. First off, like you said before, the minute you don't do it, it's coming. That kind of stuff is insurance that we're not going to get the big storm, right?
Okay.
Fair point. It's also risk reward. I mean, it's going to take you 15, 20 minutes to do it right and cover it up. If you don't, that's damage. That's hours spent getting crap repaired. I mean, it's so you look like a tool.
Yeah.
You get a few social media clicks. It's not all bad.
Your neighbor might make fun of you a little bit.
Right. There's an intervention that's going nowhere. Yeah.
But you know what?
You got to lean into it.
It's not like Noah's Ark. You're not out there like building an ark.
Right.
Everyone's laughing. It's like, you're right. It's like 10 minutes.
Yeah. And if you don't,
but at
you
least
could really
Noah,
pay the price.
At least Noah got the weather.
Right.
That he was
I wonder how many
arks.
I wonder how many arks were built on false forecasts.
His neighbor
that didn't make the final cut of the Bible.
That wasn't Yahweh. That was a false god who told you that.
Another ark, Noah.
Oh, no. Look at that guy.
Oh, ye of big faith.
Look at Jebediah over there. By the way, one thing I will tell you before I again to show you how well I am on going on 28 years of marriage, I asked Holly, do we have any crap stuff that I could take out there? I didn't go into the house and immediately start pulling bedding
to
and other
shield
things.
your car.
Yeah, to cover the car.
I thought you wanted stuff you could get broken for insurance claims.
No, I was like,
give me your grandma's china.
I want to grab stuff off our master bed and all sorts of things. She was like, oh no, I'll go check before I put it.
You're like Mr. Wolf in Pulp Fiction. Yes. Nothing white. Old beds, comforters.
So I came out. I was like, I didn't even know we still had this garbage. It's like, but that worked great. So at least so I got some points. I got lots of points for that. Actually, I'm not gonna lie, but I still feel stupid.
I saw some guy social media, and I know it was just for punk purposes, but he had a mattress tied to the front of his car. He had an inflatable pool on top of his car. I mean, it was performance.
Inflatable pool is actually really good.
That's what I thought. Like, why didn't I think of that?
Oh, that's a really smart idea. All right, well, I feel like we all got had a little bit, but I think you guys are right. It's better safe than sorry.
Totally. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
All right. Lots of great stuff coming up. Chris, thank you for hanging out. Appreciate it. I posted that video on at Jake Skorheim on the X page.
Anything else I can prepare for you around your house?
Yeah, I'll let you. Yeah.
How are your hurricane shutters?
Oh, no.
I don't have any yet, but you know what? I hear we might get them.
I got a guy.
Save those diaper boxes. Yeah, I know a guy.
All right, stick around. We'll be right back.
At KIRO Newsradio, our commitment goes beyond delivering the latest headlines.
Authorities say they've busted a violent drug trafficking ring in Seattle.
Mayor Bruce Harrell says this operation should go a long way toward putting a stop to crime in the CID.
We dive deep into the stories that matter, helping you understand the impact on your community and your life.
Even if you do get caught, you're going to probably get a small little smack on the hand.
You can have your opinions. I can have mine.
KIRO Newsradio, Northwest News.
It's clogged again.
Your drain?
Just had it cleared.
You didn't call Apollo Plumbing.
How can you tell?
Because your drain's clogged again.
So frustrating.
We can clear that drain.
That's what the last guy said.
We'll clear it, guaranteed.
He said that too.
Apollo Plumbing will clear your drain, or it's free.
Wait, what?
Apollo Plumbing clears your drain.
Or it's free?
Yep.
What's the catch?
No catch.
Fine print?
Apollo Plumbing clears your main drain for $83.
$83, or it's free?
And we'll even give you a camera inspection.
Because?
It's the best way to find what's causing your clog.
But that's extra.
Nope, included.
No extra charge?
Not 1 cent.
$83, or it's free.
All it takes is an accessible outside cleanout.
And an Apollo plumber.
No clog is safe from Apollo Plumbing.
And just like that, my main drain is...
Draining again.
How can you...
Apollo plumbers are that good.
83, or it's free.
You call, we come.
My drain's draining again.
Guaranteed.
83, or it's free.
As it should be.
Apollo Plumbing.
ApolloPlumbing.com.
What if your limited inventory had unlimited potential? What if your biggest risk was not taking one? What if you could make every move matter? Bank of America's Business Solutions can help bring your biggest what-ifs within reach. Find out how our digital tools, cutting-edge insights, and trusted expertise can work for your business. What would you like the power to do? Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. Bank of America is proud to be the official bank sponsor of FIFA World Cup 2026.
We were the Humane Society of the United States. 70 years of fighting for animals. Today, we are called Humane World for Animals, a name that reflects our unstoppable commitment to end animal cruelty globally. Humane World for Animals, the end of animal cruelty.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
For more than 75 years, University of Maryland Global Campus has given you the opportunity to build your next success. Choose from more than 135 degree and certificate programs in career-relevant fields like business, healthcare, data analytics, cybersecurity, and more. Plus, we offer 100% online and hybrid courses, personalized advising, and lifetime career services. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
When you switch to Progressive and bundle your home and auto, you could save hundreds, and that's a surprising amount of money.
Whoa, that's like farmer's market money.
That's like give me a gallon of that locally sourced raw honey money.
That's certified organic heirloom tomatoes in every imaginable color except red money.
That's let's get 2 pounds of pink oyster mushrooms money. I'm not even sure I like pink oyster mushrooms.
Guess it's time to find out, because you could save hundreds when you switch to Progressive and bundle. Then the world is your pink oyster mushroom. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
If you're wearing glasses or contacts, but you need reading glasses or bifocals now, you need to join Doctors Kopstein and King for the K2 Vision RLE live webinar Thursday, April 3rd at noon to learn about refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision RLE. This free webinar is a perfect opportunity to meet the doctors and have them answer all your questions about K2 Vision RLE. Questions like, what is K2 Vision RLE? How is refractive lens exchange different from LASIK and EVO ICL? Who's a good candidate for RLE? These questions and lots more will be covered Thursday, April 3rd at noon during the K2 Vision RLE free live webinar. K2 Vision surgeons have performed over 150,000 procedures. They know when RLE is right for you. K2 Vision RLE. No glasses, no contacts, no readers. Plus, no more cataracts. So don't miss this free live webinar Thursday, April 3rd at noon. Register at K2VisionRLE.com. That's K2VisionRLE.com.
At Kia of Everett, we make the process of buying your new Kia as exciting as driving it home. The best drive you'll ever take is to Kia of Everett. Simple, easy, fun.
Welcome back to the show. Boy, we're getting a lot of responses to Dow Constantine's new contract details that have just come out. Sound Transit, they're going to be discussing him at 1:30 today, 1:30 to 4 p.m. That's when their public meeting is going to be. I put a link up on this on my X page, at Jake Skorheim. If you feel like getting in on that conversation, you have to pre-sign up. You can't just sign in. You can't just call in. You have to pre-sign in to do it.
Sorry, turning this on. Yeah, are they capping the number of speakers that can join?
I did not see a cap.
Okay. You ever do that? You ever sign up and speak via Zoom to a city council meeting?
I've never done via Zoom to a city council meeting, but I know that the way that they control that would just be to not get to people.
Yeah.
I mean, if there's 1,000 people on queue, then they can only get to 10
you have
or
to
whatever.
Sit there and watch through and. Yeah.
But yeah, a lot of people are finding some of these details very generous for somebody who has no experience. But we're going to get to that a little more in a little bit because it's at 1:30 and we want to help people figure out where they can
do the homework for you.
Yeah, make their voices heard.
We'll let you know why you should be mad. That's basically.
I love you and I before the show got on. Our shtick was going to be, you didn't read it. I was like, don't read it. I want you to, because you're like, oh, great, I'll like.
Yeah, I was going to look into it. You want to know what the hell we're talking about? Yeah.
But you were going to defend it. You're like, I'll defend it because you generally are defensive of public sector employees.
I am. I am very much so. Thank you.
Yeah.
I am. I don't see bureaucracy necessarily as all evil. Those folks work for us. We want them to want the best people doing the best job.
I agree that some do.
Yeah.
I agree that some do. But this one seems generous. All right. But we'll get into that more in just a little bit. Napster. You guys remember the company Napster, the music sharing, peer-to-peer file sharing?
The ones that Metallica sued into oblivion, right? Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Yes. In 1999, it was started by two guys named Sean Fanning and Sean Parker, two Seans, both spelled differently. One went on to co-found Facebook.
Right.
With Mark Zuckerberg.
That was a storyline in the Social Network.
Big part of the movie. Yeah. JT, Justin Timberlake.
That's right.
So obviously he went on to have great success. But the
Sean Parker or JT, they both doing well.
They both did have great success. But the company Napster itself, which again, like you mentioned, was sued into oblivion because of copyright issues and because of the money that people were no longer having to pay to buy music.
Right, undercut the artists. Yes.
They were just getting it for free from their friends. Yep. So I thought that company just went away. It did not just go away. It is
really.
It's a thing.
I didn't know that either.
Well, this might be just because of brand recognition. There's the company Napster is still a thing that somebody could purchase, and they have just done so. A company who's goes by the name of this company is Infinite Reality, has just purchased the company Napster because they say they want to take that name, which is recognizable.
It's got street brand, yeah.
It's got street credit.
Yep, absolutely. Yep.
And they want to transform it into a streaming and social media service for new artists to display their work. So it's kind of doing the opposite of what it was originally intended to do, which was to take established artists and rip them off. And instead now it's provide an opportunity for new artists who maybe are not being heard a lot, so people can come and see their music and see their work.
Interesting.
And the interesting thing, Infinite Reality, they're like an online VR platform. So what they want to do, this is really interesting. What they want to do is they want to allow fans through this Napster space to attend concerts virtually. Have you seen people do this? They do this in like the metaverse. Facebook has the VR headset, the metaverse, the Oculus.
I've heard of it. I've never witnessed one. I've never taken part in one.
So it's pretty cool.
You're sitting in a concert. Right?
You would go into, like, have you ever used an Oculus?
Yeah, they've got a camera sitting at a concert, and you get to tune in with your virtual eyeballs and be part of the room.
And it's 360-degree view, and it's all this stuff, and it really does trick your brain, because think about it, like, when you and I see things, it's a visual thing that then it gets broken down and, like, sent through our brain, and, we're making this perception of whatever. So that's what Oculus is doing. It's tricking you into believing that you're in this actual virtual space, but you're not really there, but it feels like you're there. So it's just as good. I mean, maybe not just as good than being there in person.
Yeah.
Oh, they don't have to find parking, so that's nice.
That's better.
But you can go to this, so they want to create this space where everybody can, like, so you could have an indie band that nobody knows about who starts doing virtual concerts, and at this virtual concert space, they could start selling merch. They could start gaining an online following, and it's really easy. And it's like it's a very low bar for people to catch on to them because it's basically
entry level's real low. Yeah,
it doesn't cost anything for you. I mean, I'm sure there'll be something you have to pay, but it's infinite, which is why it's called Infinite.
They also, I'm reading the story here, and they also say that Infinite Reality, who bought Napster for $207 million.
Oh, yeah, that's the other number.
$207 million.
It's good money.
They want to give artists better metrics on who listens to them and a better way to track what they're earning from their music being experienced by the fans directly, cutting out the middlemen of the big labels. I like that.
The biggest virtual performance ever done was, Travis Scott. Laura, you know Travis Scott. Yeah. He did a performance in the game Fortnite. You know the game Fortnite?
I do know the game Fortnite.
So through the VR headsets in Fortnite, you could go and you can attend this virtual concert, a live concert virtually they did. He had 12 million people show up. 12 million. And I don't know,
Boy,
this could be the future of
that's genius
concerts.
For the artist, man. You get to perform once, and that's a million concerts.
And you're making money.
Wow.
You're like getting paid for, so pretty cool. It might work out for him.
Can you change people's perception of what Napster is, though? Isn't Napster always going to be? That's a great brand name. I get it's got value, but isn't it always going to be where you go and steal music?
That's the question. Will it work? It's a big investment.
Gamble.
They must think it's going to pay off.
There you go.
All right, we got a lot more coming up. We'll get more into Dow stuff next, and we'll tell you how you can reach out to the Sound Transit board to let them know how you feel about it. We'll be right back.
Are you putting off your new kitchen plans? Why wait? Hi, I'm Chad Cicchini, owner of Heritage Homecraft, and we've got an offer you're not going to want to wait for. We'll custom build you all new cabinet doors and drawer fronts, and using our exclusive 1/4-inch solid wood refacing process, transform your existing cabinets into a beautiful new kitchen. Add a custom quartz countertop, change things up a bit, add some more cabinets, install some cool new features like soft close drawers and sliding shelves. Whatever you like, we'll help you create the new kitchen you'll be proud of. All in about a week, and all with way less mess, hassle, and expense than a tear-out. Stop waiting. We're having a trade-in sale. You'll save $30 per door and drawer front off the cost of your new kitchen. Count them up and see how much you'll save. Years of experience, thousands of happy customers. Call today and let one of our pros come out and show you how easy and comfortable it'll be to get going on your new kitchen. Heritage Homecraft, 425-485-1600, 425-485-1600, or heritagehomecraft.com.
Need a new roof but not in the budget? A new roof doesn't have to break the bank. Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors here. Right now, State Roofing and Exteriors is offering 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to 24 months. That's 2 years with no payments while getting the protection your home deserves. But this offer won't last forever. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today to get on our summer schedule now. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
So I formed Davis Law Group about 30 years ago, and I would get, the same questions from people about what to do in the case of an accident. Do you need a lawyer? To the point where I decided that I would at least write a book which would answer the common questions that I would receive as a lawyer. Once I wrote my first book, it proved to be hugely popular. I decided to write then a series of books in different accident cases so that we could really teach people about their rights, how to protect them, and how to decide on whether they need a lawyer and what lawyer to hire. I've found in my career that having a client that is educated and knowledgeable about their particular type of case really helps the client and also usually ends up making the case or the claim more successful. To get your free copy of any of my Washington accident books, visit WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
Hi, this is Keith Dashafee, owner of Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Are you ready to enhance your home with stunning, energy-efficient windows and doors? At Pella, we offer top-quality products with innovative designs and exceptional craftsmanship. And right now, we're offering an amazing deal. Enjoy 24 months with 0 interest and equal payments, or get $750 off your qualifying project. My team is dedicated to helping you every step of the way. Visit PellaPNW.com to schedule your free appointment today. That's PellaPNW.com.
At Les Schwab, we've been changing the tire game for more than 70 years. Our Go the Extra Mile service means more hustle, less hassle. We design our own exclusive tires to give you more tires made for the road you drive, less compromise. All backed by America's best tire warranty included with every tire we sell. We're talking more unbeatable tire warranty, less charging you extra, like the other guys. It's why you get more from less. Book an appointment at leschwab.com.
When the heat's an 11, cool AC would be heaven.
Dayandnight.net.
Beat the rush. Act now before summer, because that heat's a real bummer.
Dayandnight.net.
This is the time to plan ahead so you stay cool this summer. Hi, I'm Bruce with Day and Night Plumbing and Heating. Call us about installing a high-efficiency cooling system or servicing your existing one so you're cool when you need it.
Now save up to $4,600 on qualifying cooling equipment.
Dayandnight.net.
Are you concerned with AMD? Now protecting your eyes is easier thanks to New Nordic's Blueberry Eye Supplements. Available now at Amazon.com or NewNordicUSA.com.
Your best source for local news. KIRO Newsradio. KIRO FM and HD1. Tacoma, Seattle. Northwest News.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Cammie McCormick. The markets drifted today after word of President Trump's auto tariffs. Auto stocks went into reverse, as Jason Brooks reports.
More than one-third of General Motors' North American production is in Mexico and Canada, while Stellantis has 40% of its Chrysler, Dodge, and Jeep production in those two countries, with Ford the least exposed of the Detroit three, with less than 20% of its manufacturing in Mexico and Canada.
The Dow finished 144 points lower. The White House reached out to the new Canadian Prime Minister today. He says a call could happen in the next day or so. He also said the era of close ties with the U.S. is over. The top Republican and Democrat on the Senate Armed Services Committee are requesting an investigation into the use of the Signal app by Trump administration officials to discuss the airstrikes on Yemen. CBS's Nicole Killian reports.
They are asking for that expedited review. They also want a classified briefing following that review from the IG, but it is significant because it's one of the few bipartisan requests for an investigation that we have seen here on Capitol Hill.
President Trump is looking for a new ambassador to the UN. Linda Kenyon reports Elise Stefanik is out.
In a Truth Social post, the president said, quote, "It is essential that we maintain every Republican seat in Congress," adding, "I have asked Elise as one of my biggest allies to remain in Congress." Idaho Republican Jim Risch heads the Senate Foreign Relations Committee.
I have been notified by the White House that she's been withdrawn.
It did appear Stefanik would have easily been confirmed by the Senate.
European leaders gathered today to discuss the peace proposal to end Russia's war on Ukraine. Elaine Cobb has more from Paris.
This latest meeting of European leaders has seen new pledges of military support for Ukraine and renewed calls on Russia for a peace deal. However, Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky said afterwards he doesn't believe Russia wants any kind of peace, and he said Ukraine really needs the U.S. to stand up to Russia.
Representatives for the Associated Press were back in a federal court today asking a judge to restore the news agency's access to the White House and presidential events. They have been banned because of AP's style on the Gulf of Mexico versus the Gulf of America. CBS's Scott McFarland.
This has played out over the last few weeks into a legal battle that seems to have broader connotations, that this is a matter of can the White House exert its discretion as to who's allowed to cover White House events and who's not, based on the content of the reporting itself.
The Sundance Film Festival announced today its new home will be Boulder, Colorado. This is CBS News.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Federal cuts to Medicaid prompt layoffs at local hospitals. The story coming up at first from the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk. The stalled vehicle's been moved from westbound State Route 18 at Tiger Mountain, and your backup is nearly gone. If you're heading over the mountain passes, Snoqualmie is bare and wet, no restrictions. Stevens Pass bare and wet, no restrictions. Travel times are in the ballpark of what we'd expect this time of day. This traffic report brought to you by Kornfeld Law. Don't let insurance companies take advantage of you. Visit personal injury attorney Neil Lindquist for a free consultation at kornfeldlaw.com.
KIRO News Radio, 97.3 FM, Northwest News. Now, the latest from KIRO News Radio and mynorthwest.com.
Good afternoon, I'm Heather Bosch. The city auditor's office is out with a new report on gun violence in Seattle. More from KIRO News Radio's James Lynch.
The report found shots fired incidents rose 194% between 2013 and 2024. Fatal shootings during that same time period rose 220%. The report recommends a systematic adoption of a framework for reporting gun violence patterns and the use of problem analysis and an all-hands-on-deck approach to address gun violence. James Lynch, KIRO News Radio.
Cleanup is underway after last night's storm. KIRO 7 TV's Samantha Lomi-Bow spoke with a family who was inside an Everett house hit by lightning.
Suddenly heard this big boom and a crack, and we were like, that was not far away.
It was the Nichols family home struck by lightning. Boom, everything's off, and then it's like, oh, fire. Jeannie and Carly Nichols quickly found out the smell was coming from upstairs.
And I opened the door to the office, and there was like a burning hole.
They immediately grabbed their two dogs and ran to a neighbor's house as they watched firefighters put out the flames.
The power is still out at the Angle Lake Light Rail Station. More on that from KIRO 7 TV's Jake Chapman.
It's not exactly clear what caused this. A spokesperson with Sound Transit tells me that it was caused by storm damage. They're still investigating to see if it was a lightning bolt that did it. But this has caused all sorts of headaches here at Angle Lake.
More than 100 workers at Valley Medical Center are being laid off because of federal cuts to Medicaid reimbursements. Valley Medical tells the Renton Reporter the hospital learned last month that those reimbursements ended abruptly last year, a loss of $80 to $100 million a year. Sources tell KIRO News Radio most of the cuts are non-medical personnel but include important support staff. It's opening day for Major League Baseball, and the Mariners are kicking off a new season with a home game against the A's. KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey is talking with fans.
It's the thrill of a new season.
The crowds and the cheering and the excitement of opening day.
And every year it brings us all together.
It's really amazing to watching games and enjoying with the family.
I watch it with my 96-year-old dad all the time.
Just maybe this year the M's can finally win the whole thing.
Just the thought of maybe it could happen. Not for the White Sox, but...
Play ball. Luke Ducey, KIRO News Radio.
This weather update brought to you by State Roofing and Exteriors. Occasional showers today with highs around 60. It's 60 right now in downtown Seattle. I'm Heather Bosch.
Your best source for local news, serving Western Washington and the world with the KIRO News Radio app. Always streaming live on your smart speakers. You're listening to KIRO News Radio, Northwest News. It's the all-new Jake and Spike Show on KIRO News Radio.
Welcome back to the show, ladies and gentlemen. If you guys want to get in on the conversation, which many of you are today, 888-973-5476. We had planned on talking about something else at this hour, but we decided to take a little bit of a turn. And instead, we're going to talk about Dow Constantine's new job over there at Sound Transit. He's going to be the CEO of Sound Transit. Undoubtedly, they will vote him in. I cannot imagine that they don't go through with it and just give him the job.
Yeah, I also agree. There's no world in which he doesn't get through this confirmation.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing that I want to just throw out there. I have a small hope that maybe, just based on the reaction, like Laura, you watch the text line all day. We've gotten a lot of response to this, right?
I love the text line.
Okay.
I really do. I love hearing from everyone. I love seeing everyone's instant real-time responses to what you guys are saying.
Would you say that this is a story that is making an impact with people?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
to put it mildly.
There was already real concern about the way this job was given to him.
Was this a conflict of interest?
Right. That was a genuine concern.
Because he appointed the majority of the board who are now going to hire him for the job.
And then we gave the details of the contract.
Unbelievable.
And I'm assuming, Laura, that's what lit the fire under the text audience?
Yeah. Yeah. It's less about it being Dow and more about the amount of money and perks that he's getting from this job.
Yeah.
Although
which are
the fact
generous.
which are very generous, but the fact that he also appointed people to the board of directors who are now voting for him.
Yeah. This is what people refer to as cronyism. Spike, I want to add just a little behind the scenes. Before we got on the air, you and I were going to do a little thing because I was reading through this at my desk, just like
and you were having a visceral reaction.
I
to
just
these
couldn't
details.
believe it. I just couldn't believe it. I'm 41 years old. I've had many contracts and I've done a million different jobs.
Yeah. You've had
every single
you're a
one of them.
negotiator in a lot of situations. You've had representation in others, right?
For the last 8 years, I've had an agent who negotiates these things. I see the back and forth. There's all these different things. I've never seen a contract this generous, ever, especially for somebody with zero experience. So here's the thing. Before the thing, I was like, Spike, don't read this because I want you to have fresh eyes and read it with me on the air. I want to read you some of these details on the air. You can be the proxy for the audience.
And just a little more, pull back the curtain. You're reacting to these things, and I'm like, well, wait a minute. There's probably really valid reasons that he's got these
all these
You
perks.
weren't giving me any details.
Yeah.
But, he's got 401k, he's got medical, he's got dental, he's got blah, 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 he's got retirement, he's got benefits, he's got vacation, blah, blah, blah. Discretionary spending.
And you're getting ready to defend him.
Oh, yeah, because I've negotiated a few contracts myself. I've also had representation over several times.
Yep.
You only get what you negotiate.
Sure.
And so he must have been coming from a position of strength.
Well, yeah, he's
in the negotiations.
The strength in the negotiation is that
he's got the people on the board.
He already has all friends on the board.
I don't know how you leverage this kind of a sweetheart package.
This is the sweetest package ever. The sweetest package ever. All right, I want to read you some of these details, and you guys. And the reason also we want to highlight this, the board is going to meet, and this is to go back to what we said at the very start of the show. This is my secret hope and my wish and my desire. I would love to see. And a friend of mine sent me a text as we were talking about this. He said, #defund Dow. That's what he wants. He wants to see Dow not get the job because and the reason people are having this reaction, it does feel wrong because I believe it is wrong. I believe it's wrong to pay somebody this amount of money who has no experience, who also has the conflict of interest of hiring all the people or appointing all the people to the board, the majority of the people. There's 18 people on the board. He appointed 10. We had John Wilson yesterday, King County assessor. He himself, who claims to be a friend of Dow, said, I said, is there any universe where he would get this job, where he's qualified to do this job if he didn't appoint the board? And he said no. Very simply. He just said no, that wouldn't happen. In fact, I can play you that clip right now. This is King County Assessor John Wilson on the show yesterday. Would he even be considered for this job if he had not put 10 of the 18 people on the board? Do you think, John?
No.
No, wouldn't happen. So here's the thing. When you start digging into the details of his contract, I'm going to read you some of these. And again, you were going to defend these, and I got like 2 lines in. You're like, I'm done.
I genuinely came in this earnestly wanting to stand up for a public servent.
Sure.
A civil servant, I should say.
It's unfair to call them servants at this pay rate. You can't say that. That is the best marketing thing of all time. All these poor people who work in the public sector.
Now, whoa. Well, that's a whole different conversation because I think people, I'm not talking about Dow and the sweet deal.
On average, they make more money.
This deal's giving me diabetes.
Okay, let's stick to this deal. Yeah. We can argue about that another time.
Because civil servants work hard and are not at the high end of the pay scale.
Some of them.
Far more aren't. But
some of them.
Speaking of Dow Constantine.
Let's speak of Dow Constantine. Yeah. All right. So, first day on the job would be April 1st. $450,000 annual salary. A market study would be completed at the end of this year to determine the base salary for 2026. I would just assume that there would be $450,000 plus cost of living increases, 3 to 6%. But no, what they're going to do is they're going to say, look at every other transit agency in the country, and they're going to decide what the average pay is, and they're just going to raise it to that based on this, what I'm reading here.
Now, let me ask you, because I thought about that since you said it. He's already getting a guaranteed, that's the equivalent of being franchise tagged in the NFL.
Sure.
Right? They take a look at the salaries, and that's where we're going to give you the top salaries, or the average salaries of people doing your job.
Yeah.
Okay. Isn't that how they came to this number initially? Wouldn't you think that's how they came to the original number of what they're offering for this position?
I would
by
imagine,
going to the national average of comparable municipalities with the same job.
I do believe that there is an asterisk that it needs to be added to that.
Okay.
He has no experience.
There you go.
The people that they're taking the job numbers from are all doing the job and have gotten the job and can do the job. I don't know if they're doing the job great, but that's the price that you pay for somebody who is doing the job and can do the job. So that number is going to jump up
with
for sure.
And experience, yeah.
Complete experience. $450,000 annual salary, that's going to jump up, determining on the average of market comparable salaries, but not less than the current annual salary. So let's say that they find that the average is only $400,000. His will never drop below $450,000. That same process will also be applied to 2027 and beyond. So take that for what you will. So that it ends up this year he's going to make $37,500 a month, which is pretty good pay. $37,500 a month.
That's a good gig.
All right. In addition to his annual salary, he's also going to get a annual 3 to 6% base salary increase, depending on how his performance goes. I would imagine if they don't like his performance, it's going to be 3. If they think he's just the best guy they've ever had in the job, it's going to be 6%. Of course, again, these are his friends on the board who are going to be deciding based on his performance. An annual contribution performance of $30,000, also awarded based upon achievement of mutually agreed upon goals. Again, the board deciding these things. I can't imagine there's going to be a year where they don't get the $30,000 to him.
I don't know. See, that's the thing. That's an incentive-driven, performance-rated bonus.
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Based on this contract and its generosity, can you imagine a scenario, honestly, where they don't give him the $30,000?
Sure. Yeah. If a projected, scheduled your project was put on the table to get done and didn't get done, I could see, you didn't meet the goals.
Every single Sound Transit project they've ever had?
There you go, given the track record of not meeting goals, I think maybe this guy could miss a bonus or two.
How could you hold him responsible for not meeting goals?
Buck stops here. The buck and the train stop here.
I guarantee he's going to get it, but we could be wrong. I'll make you a side bet on that. You and I can side bet on that. Personal money.
7 weeks vacation? What do you want to bet?
Okay, well, here's the other one. That's the next one.
I know, right?
All right, aside from all the benefits, which include an Orca pass, he's also going to get
sweet deal.
30. This is the one that jumped out. A lot of people had this question. 35 paid days off to begin with. 35 paid days off per year to begin with. Now, we're not talking about like company holidays and things like that everybody gets.
Right, everybody gets. Federals, you bet.
That's almost 2 months of time off. Like, what are you hiring the guy to do? Ironically, him not being on the job might be better for Sound Transit, so I would be willing for them to increase this number.
A day without Dow is a day-related track.
Yeah.
There you go.
Craziness. 35 paid days off a year. Again, on average per month, there's 20 to 22 business days in a month, so if you break those numbers down, it's nearly 2 months of vacation to start.
Yeah, that's right out of the gate.
And
again, maybe that was a negotiation he got.
This guy's the world's best negotiator.
He's good.
Okay, 12% retirement contribution. 12%.
I'm trying to find, since you brought that up in the earlier break, I'm trying to find out if that is standard across state employees.
It may be standard.
Compensation.
It may be standard at Sound Transit. I cannot answer that question.
Yeah, I'm trying to find the answer too.
And if it is, that's very generous.
Is there somebody that works in state government that listens to the show that could text us? What's your 401k matching rate?
Poor public servants who are getting 12% matches. These Mother Teresa's out there. All right. So he's going to get, you did the number. What is that per year? 12% of $450,000.
It's 52K.
52K.
Yeah.
Now,
in just free money without any, I don't know if there's any required
doesn't say
contribution from him.
Doesn't
even
say
if it is, he still gets to keep that money too.
Yeah.
That's an extra $52K on top of the $450.
When you and
the 30 bonus.
When you and I do retirement contributions, you always, if you can afford to do it, you always want to try to get as much out of your employer as you can.
Sure, yeah, don't leave any money on the table.
Don't leave any on the table. So our employer will match up to 4% if we do 5%.
Yeah.
I don't know exactly how that math works out, but they do. If
we
do
5%, cap, you have to be a little more skin in the game than for them to give the maximum.
Sure.
Yeah, I understand this.
So I'm doing that. So I'm getting 4% from my company.
Yep.
12. With no match seems very generous, but again, this is all of our money, not private money. Whatever. This is another one that's kind of crazy. $24,000 business expense annual. $24,000 business expense annually. So is that in addition to the $30,000 performance bonus?
Oh yeah, of course. That's not a bonus. That's when you talk about expenses and like per diems and whatnot, those are just built into the money. That's salary money.
Well, but in addition to that, they also have expenses for food, travel, and lodging. Anything associated with his job, if he travels or does anything.
I was trying to figure out when you brought that up. So how do you justify that as a state justified expense?
Great question.
If he's got travel and food per diem, which he does, but he's also got he's also got a $24,000 expense account. I guess he's taking other folks out to dinner, maybe, right?
No, that would be.
Well, no, he gets his meals.
If you're wining and dining somebody on behalf of Sound Transit, which is the only reason he should be doing that.
Yeah.
Then it would be, that would be a Sound Transit expense.
I guess.
Wouldn't it?
I'm trying. Yeah, I get you. I'm trying to find justification.
So the $24K. I mean, the $24,000 doesn't make any sense.
Maybe it's for security. Because after we run a bus over this guy, he's going to need personal black car, black sunglass security teams to travel the city safely.
Hashtag defund Dow.
It will be the safest seat on light rail, though, if you're traveling next to Dow Constantine, because all the security guards.
Well, it's going to be a long trip because it's rarely running. In fact, yesterday, irony of all ironies, nothing shuts down after that storm yesterday. Nothing of a storm. Except Sound Transit.
Light rail from Angle Lake to the airport. That's the only thing knocked out by the lightning.
Here's another one. He will receive a one-time home office equipment stipend of $10,000 to facilitate the initial setup of the CEO's technology and equipment needs and to further the performance of the CEO. I mean, if he's not already feeling like he wants to do a good job at $450K and all this extra stuff, $10,000 to give himself a home office. Does he not already have a home office?
And my thought, I can't, as King County executive, don't you have the things that, in case an emergency pops up, you don't have to run to a corner phone booth to do whatever you need to do, to fax a form over to somebody?
Is he going to be working from home a ton? Is that what Dad's going to be doing? So like 10,000?
Snow days.
Or if he's a person who has to take Sound Transit, which is rarely running, so he's just stuck at home.
That's valid. But when you brought that up earlier too, I'm like, what do you mean home expenses? Aren't those already tax deductible donations?
Yeah, I think so.
I mean, if you or me built a home office and you're using it for the valid business concerns, that's a tax deduction.
Yeah, but he may not itemize. I don't know. Maybe he doesn't itemize.
That kind of rate, you better itemize.
All right, here's another one. This is another one that's really jumping out at people. If they decide not to renew him, if they decide not to renew the job, what do you think that, like, if you didn't get renewed for your job here, you would get...
Well, again, you get what you negotiate.
You get a handshake and they'd say, hey, thanks for your time.
If you've got leverage, if you're a sought-after candidate, you might get 3 months.
You're talking,
right?
No. You're talking at the end of a contract. If a contract ends, what do they legally owe you? You're talking about being laid off. If you're laid off...
Oh, no. I've been fired and got a severance.
A firing is a different thing.
Okay, well, isn't that what we're talking about, though?
Well, no. If you're hired for 3 years, and then your contract ends after 3 years, is that a firing or just a non-renewal?
No, it's a non-renewal.
So do they give you what? They give you anything at the end of that?
A couple weeks.
Maybe a couple weeks?
And a nice box to carry your stuff to the door, yeah.
How about a year's salary?
Now, is that at the end of his deal? Or is that if they fire him in I thought that was if they fire him in flight.
With or without cause, they said. They could terminate him at any point.
That's getting fired.
Yep. That could be a severance package, but also if they decide not to renew him.
At the end of the
end of the deal.
The option year is you're paid whether we pick you up
another
or
year,
not.
COBRA, tax benefits, applicable, all this stuff. That doesn't make sense to me.
That's a great deal.
That's a good deal.
No, that's a great deal.
It's a really great deal. It's a really great deal.
By the way, when I mentioned that Dow's on the low end of the pay spectrum that this particular job was offering, when it posted the job,
$450 to
$650, by one of the, and in fact, the highest paid. No, it says one of. The story says one of. It's for CommonwealthBeacon.org. It's out of Boston, who runs the Boston Mass Transit. They've got one of the biggest
system,
massive system, incredibly successful, behind schedule, over budget, but got the big dig got done.
Hey, it's a transit system.
Their guy makes $470 a year plus a $30K annual retention payment. So anyway, he makes $5 a year, $5 flat, and he's one of the highest paid in the nation. So Dow Constantine at the low end of $450 is among also one of the highest paid transit officials in the nation with no experience.
That doesn't make me feel good. Why were they saying that the range was going to be $450 to $650 then?
Well, I guess they were trying to lure in the very best candidates.
They wanted the guy from Boston.
Yeah, they wanted the guy from Boston, or the guy from Chicago, or the guy from San Francisco, who's probably making less. I didn't get a chance. I couldn't find San Francisco's, but if the Boston guy's being listed as one, Philip Eng. Is one of the highest paid transit authority leaders in the nation.
Sure.
And he's making $5.
I wonder what New York makes. I wonder what the guy who runs the subway system in New York makes.
Let me try to look it up.
Is that the Transit Authority? What do they call that?
I think it's Transit Authority, but we
could look that up.
That encompasses so much. I don't know if that's an equal.
No, but it's not even really comparable. I would just be interested to know how much that guy makes who runs the system.
$220. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah,
I'm kidding.
Perfect. To me, I just don't understand. This guy should be a bargain for the taxpayers. He really should be, because he's coming to the board with no experience.
Yeah.
He's also coming in under the cloud of an incredible conflict of interest, which we all acknowledge and we all saw instantly.
Yeah, and I pushed back on that hard, and I was overwhelmed by the evidence and everything that's happening, especially with this kind of a sweetheart deal, that this reeks of cronyism.
You heard it from Spike.
It's about $400,000 for the MTA CEO.
In New York City?
New York?
City, yeah.
Wow.
Jeez Louise.
Well, interesting because there are a lot. Does that guy also? Is that the tunnel guy? Is that the subway guy? Is that the bus guy? I mean, what's his job?
Even MTA is bigger than Sound Transit.
And I think MTA is mass transit. That's probably just the buses of New York.
Even if it's just the buses, he's got a
That's a big gig.
That's a big gig for her. Laura, we got a bunch of texts about this. Can you read some of these? Do you want to read some of these?
Sure.
All right. How are our
Can you
listeners
read
feeling
some of
about
them?
these? Yeah, and feel free to bleep them out.
Uncle Jim says Dow approved the budget for this entire entity, and now he plugs himself into the job at the rate he oversaw in appointing the decision makers.
Great point. Great point, Jim. Uncle Jim. That's insane.
David in the 206 says, does Dow still get a personal driver? Wasn't that something Dory dogged him on, using a car service to go bar hopping?
Oh, I remember that.
Yeah, I remember that too.
This is too sweet of a gig. And they're going to meet in 6 minutes. The meeting starts. So if you guys want to get in on this, we posted it on our Facebook page. The link to this on our Facebook page. We posted on the Jake and Spike page.
And just link there and try to sign up so there's still space
You
available
can link
to see.
there.
Yeah.
I know that you can't show up in person because you're normal people who have real jobs.
Right.
But you can still sign up online. You can voice your concern. Laura, get us a couple more of these.
425 says, as someone who works in healthcare, long hours, unpaid overtime, late nights, only $70K per year. This makes me sick.
And liability, they mentioned in that.
Liability, yeah.
I don't know. I just have this. Is there any chance, do you guys think? There's just something in the air. I wonder if the board is hearing all of this and they might think to themselves, maybe this isn't the guy.
Well, it doesn't have to be in the air. You can comment.
You can comment.
Join this meeting.
Yeah, you should join this meeting. Join this meeting.
I don't know. I think this guy, they really think this guy's the savior. They must really think this guy has got the golden ticket.
No, they don't. No, they
to
don't.
get trains built and buses on time. And
He's their guy. That's what they think. He's their guy, and that's why they're going to get him. But maybe they'll listen to reason.
Katie in Olympia says the salary amount itself is the reason for the corruption and for the fact that we do not have a qualified person in the position. WTF.
This is crazy to me. He's obviously, wouldn't this make him the highest paid employee in Washington State? Public employee in Washington State?
Short of a college football coach.
Maybe
those guys are
maybe college football coach. Yeah. But those guys bring in money.
They do.
All right, we got a lot more coming up. Stick around. Should we disagree on something next? We should. We've been far too agreeable.
Yeah, well,
let's disagree on
you've
some
been on
stuff.
the winning side of a lot of this. Has been good.
No, we're on the same side here.
Well, I mean, I jumped on your side.
Well,
I came into this trying to push back.
Come on in. The water's fine.
Boom.
All right, we'll be right back.
This hour is brought to you by Insulation Northwest.
KIRO Newsradio doesn't just report the news. We help you make sense of
People in this area, they have us. We can keep this guy honest. That's our job.
New media is leaving the old guard behind. Yes.
We provide the analysis and context you need to stay ahead in these fast-paced times.
That man is still on the loose, and Everett police are searching for him.
Seattle Public Schools look to boost graduation rates by 10% over the next 5 years.
Stay tuned with KIRO Newsradio, where you'll find out why.
What's better than a cool home all summer long? A cool home with hot savings on your new AC. This month only, take 20% off air conditioners, heat pumps, and ductless systems during the Bob's Heating Preseason AC sale. Call the team at Bob's, voted best in the Pacific Northwest. With free estimates and free financing, Bob's makes your AC installation simple and affordable. Hurry, discounts reduced to 15% off in April.
Bob's Heating and Air Conditioning. Call Bob.
You're losing your hair and you want a simple solution guaranteed to work. A world-class team with modern technology. That's exactly what you get with Dr. Perungo at Advanced Hair. Their quick one-day treatment begins regrowing your own natural hair the very next day. Myself and tens of thousands of others have trusted Advanced Hair, recently crowned 425 Business of the Year. For your free consultation, $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Call 425-449-8185, advancedhair.com.
I've always been a super athletic guy, but after I turned 40, I noticed I was slowing down. Instead of hitting the gym after work, I spent my evenings on the couch with a bag of chips. I was gaining weight, losing muscle, and when I did try to work out, I ran out of energy right away. One of my buddies suggested I book a free testosterone check at Revive Health, and that's when I learned that low T doesn't just impact how guys perform in the bedroom. I worked with a provider to create my custom treatment plan, and today I'm feeling stronger than ever. Last week, I even set a new PR at the gym. My only regret is not reaching out sooner.
If you're ready to book your free T-check, visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com or call 206-529-1111. And for a limited time, qualified patients can get a free month of compounded semaglutide, a powerful proven weight loss medication. Again, that's 206-529-1111. Terms and conditions apply. Must medically qualify.
Are you putting off your new kitchen plans? Why wait? Hi, I'm Chad Cicchini, owner of Heritage Homecraft, and we've got an offer you're not going to want to wait for. We'll custom build you all new cabinet doors and drawer fronts, and using our exclusive 1/4-inch solid wood refacing process, transform your existing cabinets into a beautiful new kitchen. Add a custom quartz countertop, change things up a bit, add some more cabinets, install some cool new features like soft close drawers and sliding shelves. Whatever you like, we'll help you create the new kitchen you'll be proud of. All in about a week, and all with way less mess, hassle, and expense than a tear out. Stop waiting. We're having a trade-in sale. You'll save $30 per door and drawer front off the cost of your new kitchen. Count them up and see how much you'll save. Years of experience, thousands of happy customers. Call today and let one of our pros come out and show you how easy and comfortable it'll be to get going on your new kitchen. Heritage Homecraft, 425-485-1600, 425-485-1600, or heritagehomecraft.com.
Endless hours of research, seeking referrals, dozens of calls. Hiring the right attorney can be a challenging process during an already difficult time. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains.
In Washington State, Tom, there are thousands of attorneys to choose from. Referrals and online research can be helpful, but discovering the right attorney requires a conversation. It can be hard to identify integrity and authenticity without that interaction.
So, what do you recommend?
We encourage anyone looking for personal injury representation to call for a free consultation with our team before making a decision simply based on referrals or online research. Accident victims need an attorney that listens, demonstrates honesty, and is genuinely understanding of their unique circumstances. The care, attention, and preparation that our firm provides throughout the case mirrors the effort involved when taking on the insurance companies.
Save time and avoid mistakes after an injury. Contact the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
Hey, Spike O'Neill for Sharp Vision, Modern LASIK and Lens. About 2 months ago, I finally given up to the fact that I wasn't as young as I used to be, and my eyeballs were not as young as I used to be. It didn't work as well as I always had perfect vision in my life, but I noticed deterioration. So I went to the folks at Sharp Vision, Modern LASIK and Lens, had a full eye exam. They do amazing work, and it was determined that by their very excellent staff, I had the beginnings of cataract, and I was a perfect candidate for refractive lens exchange, RLE surgery. Now, the folks at Sharp Vision, Modern LASIK and Lens have done over 80,000 successful lens replacement surgeries. So I was in great hands. My care team from start to finish put me at ease, answered all my questions. The procedure was easy. I was in and out in less than an hour, and within a couple of weeks, my recovery was complete. I've got 20/10 vision. Colors are brighter, more focused. I'll never need readers again, and I will never develop a cataract. They are the future of vision over 45. Give the folks at Sharp Vision, Modern LASIK and Lens a call, 425-451-2020. That's 425-451-2020, or online at sharp-vision.com, sharp with an e-vision.com, official eye care providers of Sounders FC.
Catch 9-time Grammy winner Christian McBride with Ursa Major, March 27th through 30th, live at Dimitro's Jazz Alley, with rising stars Nicole Glover, Michael King, Eli Pearlman, and Savannah Harris. Tickets at jazzalley.com.
KIRO Newsradio, 97.3 FM, Northwest News. Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and mynorthwest.com.
Good afternoon. I'm Aaron Granillo. Still no service at this hour at the Angle Lake Light Rail Station in SeaTac. Last night's storm damaged overhead wires and led to a power outage there. KIRO 7 TV's Ranji Sinha reports.
Many commuters did not get the message that the light rail was not rolling through here Thursday morning.
Probably going to be late. Figure out which way to go now.
Extremely inconvenient, but that's all right. That's all right.
Wednesday night, a train had to be towed out of the station after the power was knocked out to the light rail. Repair work started, but Thursday morning it was clear that the fix was not quite made in time for the morning commute.
Sound Transit has supplied more bus service to fill the gap. Still no ETA for restoring service. A bill that caps rent hikes at 7% in Washington moves one step closer to becoming law. It passed a key Senate committee yesterday. Supporters like Democratic Senator Emily Alvarado says the measure protects renters from sudden spikes.
This bill is a simple guardrail for the many, many people in this state who just want to make sure that they can have a little bit of control in that household budget.
Opponents argue it'll hurt landlords and slow down new housing projects. Avoid the water today near the Magnuson Park boat launch. Seattle Park says a sewage spill has closed the area. People and pets are urged to stay out of the water. We are working to find out the source of today's spill. Now to the closing bell reports. Tariffs on foreign-made cars drove today's sell-off on Wall Street. President Trump announced 25% levies on foreign cars and parts. CBS's Jason Brooks reports.
Foreign automakers face the most pressure, with Japanese auto stocks tumbling lower today, and Audi, Porsche, and Ferrari all 100% imported into the U.S., although investment firm Bernstein says Ferrari will cruise through the tariffs on the belief that its wealthy U.S. buyers can weather higher prices.
And those new tariffs are set to take effect next Wednesday. At the close today on Wall Street, Dow lost 155, S&P off 19, NASDAQ down by 95. Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk now. The support is brought to you by the FRS Clipper. Right now the map is in very good shape. Linwood to Seattle taking you 37 minutes. Slowdowns right around the U District and into downtown. Tacoma to Olympia 34, under 30 minutes, down 405 from Bellevue to Renton, and about a 35 to 40 minute drive up north into Everett from Seattle or Bellevue. Heads up though, we do have some road work on 705 southbound near SR 509 in Tacoma. Right lane closed, and the on-ramp from 509 to 705 northbound is also closed. Save on a fun Victoria, BC getaway during FRS Clipper Spring Sale. Clipper Fast Ferry plus 2 nights hotel from only $250 per person. Go to frsclipper.com. Weather update now is brought to you by State Roofing and Exteriors. Only spotty showers today. Could still see a couple of thunderstorms, though, pop up. Looks like it'll be a roof close kind of night for the Mariners opening night. Right now, 59 degrees in downtown Seattle. I'm Aaron Granillo, KIRO News Radio.
Your best source for local news. You're listening to KIRO News Radio, Northwest News. Jake and Spike have a gentleman's disagreement.
Oh my gosh, my blood is boiling.
I know. Do we really want to have a dust up right now?
No, I don't know if we can.
I mean, we're on the same page.
Are you feeling the same thing?
We're on the same page with regard to Dow Constantine's proposed contract.
Yeah.
And and the sweetheart deal, it seems to be.
You and I were going to hash it out on NPR, but it just doesn't feel like the time. I feel like I want to stay friends.
I'm happy to call an audible.
I want to stay friends with you right now.
Because I know we can get back to this topic.
We can get back to this another
time. There's a hearing going on right now at the DOJ subcommittee.
NPR's not going anywhere.
Well, we hope. Because they're I don't know. I hope.
That's our disagreement.
Yeah. But let's find something. Let's find something.
Let's find something else to talk about. Here's something we can talk about. This is actually just a complete non sequitur.
Did you hear my doctor call during the show? By the way,
he's like, you need to lower your heart rate.
Yeah, seriously. He said we had to talk about this.
By the way, we're monitoring the Sound Transit.
You are.
I'm
not
now.
allowed to by doctor's order.
He told
you. He said,
did your doctor really text you?
He said, "Listen, buddy." We got your numbers.
You got to calm down.
You need to calm down, man.
I can see what you're feeling right now. You're hooked up to one of those little machines, so they let you know?
No, he listened to the show.
Oh.
He heard me.
There you go.
He says there's a level your voice gets to.
He goes, I can hear your
arteries screaming.
Tightening up.
What do you got?
We were having a conversation earlier today. This is a complete aside. We were having this conversation earlier today, and I thought it was kind of a funny one. And Laura gave some of the best advice. I felt like I had an enlightening, what's the word? An epiphany.
Yeah.
I had an epiphany today.
And the youth shall lead them.
So smart. Well, it's not that. It's it's because Laura's a female.
Oh, okay.
Gave fantastic advice. So every day I compliment my wife how she looks. I genuinely believe she's beautiful and looks. That's why I married her. Not just her looks, but like a big portion of it. But I feel these things and I want her to know how she looks. But a lot of times she'll ask me, well, how does this look? Tell me honestly, blah blah blah.
Oh yeah.
You know what I'm talking about.
I do.
They come out and they say, how do I look in this outfit or whatever. And my response is always like, oh my gosh, yeah, you look fantastic,
stunning.
Yeah. Yes.
I don't even want to take you out in that. I want to keep it home for myself.
Yeah. Watch out. That's about to hit the floor.
Boom.
Yeah.
Hello.
And so that's my generic response. But I've realized in the 16 years that my wife and I have been together and the 13 years we've been married, it probably doesn't mean much to her because I'm never giving her, if you don't give if you don't give the salt, then you don't appreciate the sweet as much.
There you go.
I'm not giving her salt when it comes to like questions about things that she's wearing.
You tell me you've never said, that's not what you're wearing, is it?
Heck no.
Oh, yeah.
No, hell, I'll say it. Hell no.
I know guys that have made that fatal mistake.
Why would somebody do that to themselves?
Because they're just oblivious.
What are they thinking? Do they think that they're actually going to... It's a lose-lose situation.
Yeah.
They're not going to respond the way that you want them to respond, which is like an appreciation for telling the truth.
Oh, you know what? Thank you.
Yeah.
You're right. This is less than flattering.
You're right.
Yeah.
No, instantly. And so it's going to, it's not going to work.
Didn't go well for him. It never goes well for anybody.
But Laura's advice, did you hear this advice she gave before the show, which I thought was so smart?
Go ahead.
Somebody comes in, and what was the preface? What was the setup, Laura? It was somebody comes in and asks you.
Paul was chatting with us.
Yeah.
He just got married, and he said that now that they're married.
Paul is a producer
Paul's
here.
A producer,
who
yeah.
does
He
the
fills
morning
in on
show.
a bunch of the shows.
And he sits near our desk, cubicle or whatever we have here.
And Paul brought
tripod.
up that his wife is always asking him for fashion advice, and he doesn't know what to say. And
She's not asking for fashion advice. She's asking for fashion critiques, like yes or no.
Does this look good?
Yes.
Yeah. And he was like, the right answer is always yes, but now I'm starting to back myself into a corner because she doesn't think I'm paying attention, that I'm really looking or listening. It's just, yes, dear. Yeah, sure. That looks great.
And what was your advice? This is great. And for anyone listening out there, especially, well, I'm taking the advice. I haven't been married a long time.
I've been married 30-some years. This was gold.
An epiphany for you as well?
Yeah.
I'm a genius.
What was your advice, Laura?
My advice is to have a Rolodex of comments that are specific that you can just cycle through.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, even...
Give me an example.
I love that color on you. Boom.
Genius.
I think it's missing something. Is
What do
a
you mean
good
by
one.
that?
So like it's almost there, like it's really good, but I think it needs something else. I think it's missing something. And then you're collaborating on like, do we add a little bag?
And it's a compliment.
Do we change the shoes?
Yeah, it's not saying, oh,
Listen,
not that. You go, not that.
If you say, do we add a little bag, you're raising other questions. I think that maybe your wife is not going to want you to
Well,
answer.
okay, I get this advice from
Explains
talking
a
to
lot.
girlfriends about what they're wearing or what they're
Fair,
trying on in
fair.
stores because you never want to say to your friend, ugh, nope, unless they're already laughing.
Yes.
And then even then you don't double down. You're not going to say stuff like, oh, that makes your butt look huge. You're
That's
just
true.
like, no, that's not
Unless,
it.
again, that's one of the qualities that you married your partner for.
Are you going to a drive-in?
Here's-
Are you the screen?
Here's what you
Boom.
say.
Not a good one.
Not a
Those
good one.
pants make your butt look great. You don't do any qualifier on big or little.
It's
just
so smart.
great.
It's so smart.
They'll fill in the blank.
The color. What was the one you said again a second ago? Though you said that
I love
color
that
looks
color
great
on you.
It's so great. Or like maybe you're 90% there. That one, I feel like that one is fraught with some things that could
No,
be.
barely, because it shows that you're really paying attention. And you can also say something like,
But
oh,
I'm not.
maybe change shoes. Even better if you can remember something in the closet and say, oh, what about that new pair of shoes you got? Or
That seems like heavy lifting to memorize the things she has in her closet.
I'm saying
but your
memorize
compliment,
5 or 6 of these phrases and
obfuscation.
move through them.
You're describing obfuscation. She's asking for a response, and what you're instead doing is you're turning her attention to something else, which is very smart.
Yeah, because you can't say, oh, I love you in everything. I like the last one as well.
Disingenuous.
You can't-
Boring.
Yeah, that's not what they want.
No.
They want you to look with a critical eye, but you don't dare.
They don't want that.
What?
They don't want that. No, they don't want content. They want confirmation. They want confirmation.
They want to know that you think they look great.
Yes.
And that you're excited to go out with them.
Yes, correct. Which is why the compliment of that color looks great on you, or I
It's
feel
missing.
like
Something's missing.
even it's missing something. Again, I do feel like it's setting
do you have
you
that
up.
in burlap?
It's setting you up to.
Sorry.
It's setting you up to need to know something else, which could be a problem. So you need to have a follow up to that. But that is a really good suggestion. Just pay a compliment on the thing. Don't respond. Don't never respond. It's just bad idea.
Laura, what do you say? So, as a guy who's been in that room numerous times in that chair watching the parade,
Yes.
the fashion show, the runway performance, and you say eventually you're like, oh man, I don't care what you wear, just pick something.
Try not to let
Don't
it get to
say
that
I
point.
think it's missing something.
well,
That'll keep you there another hour.
I mean, how do you
move
tell
things
them?
along?
Yeah, what do you want to hear?
Oh, just to like get me out of the room.
How do you speed her up? That's your question?
I guess. I mean,
Good luck.
I know there's no way out of this.
There's no way out of it. Yeah.
I don't know.
Is there any way out of that? My wife's always the last person in the car, no matter where we go. I have 4 young sons. A few of them don't know how to wipe their own butts. I'm doing that, and she's still the last one in the car. It's just the way of it. It's like that song, that Brad Paisley song, "Waiting on a Woman." You guys heard that with Matlocks in it?
Yeah.
There's no way around it. But the advice, I think the takeaway, though, is the great advice.
To be engaged, not just like you can't just like everything. I try to like everything, and that doesn't work.
Pay a compliment. Even if you're not feeling it, just pay a compliment.
Yeah.
The color's great on you. I'm going to use that. I'm going to use it.
Yeah.
Today.
I love that. I love that shape. I love that shoulder. But that's
that's a good one. The cut of the shirt looks great on you. Like if it's a specific cut. Are you guys going to know this stuff, like a boat neck or a halter top? Are these basic enough to
I got those.
Remember?
I got those.
A boat neck.
You don't want to say.
Is it like a V-neck?
No.
No, it's like across the shoulders, kind of wide.
Scoop neck down here, boat out here. We'll get you in handy flashcards.
I'll make flashcards. Yeah.
Okay.
But
that color looks great on you. That's the one I'm going to use. That color looks great.
You need at least 2 others, or that's going to get old really fast.
I love that, but it's missing something. That one's gold.
Can you write that down for me? Just like we'll put it on note cards. We can pass those out. And listeners, actually, we can send those out to listeners.
Those pants make your butt look great.
That's another good one.
That's another one.
Yep.
Compliment body parts.
Perfect.
Great advice. Great advice. Not a disagreement. That's something we can all agree on today. All right, coming up next, this is a really great topic because it's hilarious and kind of dark and is it kind of cruel? I don't know. Somebody's offering free whiskey for life.
Yeah.
There's a massive catch. I'm going to tell you what that is next, and we're going to decide if this is mean.
I think there's a couple catches.
There's a couple big catches.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, we'll talk about that next. Stick around.
If you're wearing glasses or contacts, but you need reading glasses or bifocals now, you need to join Doctors Kopstein and King for the K2 Vision RLE live webinar Thursday, April 3rd at noon to learn about refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision RLE. This free webinar is a perfect opportunity to meet the doctors and have them answer all your questions about K2 Vision RLE. Questions like, what is K2 Vision RLE? How is refractive lens exchange different from LASIK and EVO ICL? Who's a good candidate for RLE? These questions and lots more will be covered Thursday, April 3rd at noon during the K2 Vision RLE free live webinar. K2 Vision surgeons have performed over 150,000 procedures. They know when RLE is right for you. K2 Vision RLE. No glasses, no contacts, no readers. Plus, no more cataracts. So don't miss this free live webinar Thursday, April 3rd at noon. Register at K2VisionRLE.com. That's K2VisionRLE.com.
I'm Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. I learned about atrial fibrillation the hard way. My symptoms would come and go. Shortness of breath, fatigue. I kept going. Then I got so lightheaded, I couldn't. My doctor said I have AFib, so I'm about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. Other symptoms, irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain can come and go, but the risk of stroke stays. If you have symptoms, tell a doctor. Visit notimetowait.com.
Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. Call 800-335-2299. That's 800-335-2299.
You've seen the headlines. Budget crisis, government emergency, billions of dollars short. No, not the federal government. It's happening here in Washington state. State tax revenues are at record highs. Over the next 4 years, tax revenue is on pace to grow by $10 billion. But current spending will outpace that revenue growth by $12 billion. Want to learn more about the growth of state taxes and spending over the last decade? Visit budgetbreakdown.org.
The markets and the economy will change, but you should always know what you can rely on from your financial advisor. I'm John Ramsire with Baird Private Wealth Management in Seattle. With deep planning and investment expertise, Baird's financial advisors have guided individuals and families through changing markets for more than 100 years. And in all that time, our guiding principle has never changed. Our clients come first, always. Discover the Baird difference at rwbaird.com/Seattle.
Attention tax accountants. The following message is for you. Tax season is here, and if you're an accounting firm, the pressure is on. Long hours and tight deadlines make this time of year a challenge for even the most seasoned tax professionals. But this tax season, Blue Jay has your back. Powered by generative AI, Blue Jay is the preferred partner solution of CPA.com for tax research. Ask a complex tax question, and Blue Jay gives you better tax answers in seconds. Save time, maximize your clients' refunds with high-speed, accurate, and intuitive AI technology. Built with a library of only the most trusted tax resources, updated daily to keep up with changes in tax. For a limited time, save 40% off at bluejay.com/start now. That's BLUE, the letter J.com/start now. Or text taxes to 511-511. Save 40% by texting taxes to 511-511. Tax accountants don't leave money on the table. Stress less and text taxes to 511-511 today. Tax fees may apply.
When the heat's in 11,
cool AC would be heaven.
Dayandnight.net.
Beat the rush.
Act now before summer.
Because that heat's a real bummer.
Dayandnight.net. This is the time to plan ahead, so you stay cool this summer. Hi, I'm Bruce with Day and Night Plumbing and Heating. Call us about installing a high-efficiency cooling system or servicing your existing one so you're cool when you need it. Now save up to $4,600 on qualifying cooling equipment.
Dayandnight.net. Roof now, pay later. No payments until 2027. 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to 24 months. Hi, Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors here. Since 1968, we've helped homeowners just like you get beautiful, durable roofs without breaking the bank. Book today and lock in summer pricing before it's too late. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com to schedule your free estimate. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
With Amazon Business, smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast. Free up your teams and focus on your future. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
At Kia of Everett, we make the process of buying your new Kia as exciting as driving it home. The best drive you'll ever take is to Kia of Everett. Simple, easy, fun.
Old windows cost you money and security. Lake Washington Windows and Doors installs energy-efficient, high-security windows that lower your bills and increase protection. With leak armor installation and lifetime warranties, you're protected for life. Choose LakeWashingtonWindows.com today.
Through March 31st, save double your sales tax from Lake Washington Windows and Doors. Plus, enjoy easy 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest, same as cash 12-month financing. Visit LakeWashingtonWindows.com to save double today.
Welcome back to the show. This is really great news if you're a whiskey fan. Spike, you like whiskey? Drink it?
I do.
You
I
do like it?
Yeah, I love good Irish whiskey.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's nice.
Yeah.
I also love whiskey.
I keep a bottle of Redbreast, 18-year-old Redbreast in my freezer.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Take it out on special occasions?
Oh, yeah.
That's nice. Yep. That's nice to do. I also enjoy a nice whiskey from time to time.
What's your type of whiskey, by the way?
You know what I really like?
Are you a blend guy?
I'm not like a super high shelf guy.
Okay.
I do like Buffalo Trace, which is just a nice sipping thing.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I'm not really in the market for super expensive. I'm interested in what is it, Pappy
Van Winkle.
Pappy Van Winkle.
You bet.
Although I can't say that I've ever had it.
I gave it as a gift once.
You gave it as a gift once.
I did.
It's like an $1,800 bottle of whiskey.
I know it is.
How'd you come by it? It's really tough to get. I have since tried to get on lists when it's available to try, because you have to go into a lottery to buy it. And I would love to, I just can't get my hands on it.
I used to have friends in the industry who worked in liquor distribution.
You know, there was a giant heist, a Pappy Van Winkle heist.
I did not know that.
Were your friends part of that distribution?
I don't know. They were from a part of the country where those kind of things often fall off the back of trucks.
There was a documentary on Netflix. You can watch it.
When was that?
I want to say...
Please don't say 8 years ago.
I was just going to say 7, 8 years ago.
Oh. That'd break. Well, no, I don't care. I don't care.
It's still,
my friend
still
loved it.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, you bet.
For sure.
You bet.
You should check that. You should check that out. I'm not saying they were part of it.
I'm not saying they weren't.
But they could have ended up with some of the product.
Yeah.
If it was sold on the black market. Absolutely.
Guy, I can get you a bottle of that, he says. Oh, man.
Well, now you know how. All right. Or possibly. Probably not. He probably bought it legally, I'm betting. So there's a company. Have you ever had Fireball whiskey?
Well, that's when you said there were 2 catches to this free deal.
Yeah.
One of them was that, because I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan of the cinnamon whiskey Fireball. That is Fireball.
I'm not either. Laura, have you tried Fireball?
Of course.
What do you think of it?
I don't think you can escape adolescence without trying Fireball.
Thank you.
No, you're
Thank
right.
you.
You can't.
Yes.
And then you leave it in adolescence.
And you leave it there.
As I left Jägermeister behind.
Goldschlager.
Yeah,
you guys remember
things.
Goldschlager?
Yes.
Oh, God.
Oh.
There are things that you
It's got real gold in it.
You drink
From.
through those those years, and you'll learn.
and then the taste of it kind of ruins you. Like it takes you
Forever.
back to
Can't
the
do it.
worst hangover of your life, and you
Yep.
just I can't drink Bacardi anymore for exactly that reason.
I cannot even smell Jägermeister without just getting
right back. I am face down in the snowbank. There it is.
There it is. Yeah, no kidding. I just feel, as soon as I smell it, I just feel shame.
So how do you get free? How do you get free
So here's
Fireball
the thing.
for life?
Free Fireball cinnamon whiskey. Again, the cinnamon, not a fan. But if it's free, still not going to drink it. But whatever. If you are 90 years old, if you were born before the year 1935, meaning that you were alive when President Franklin Delano Roosevelt was in the White House, God bless you. You could apply to be part of this giveaway. And if they deem you to be the winner, then they will give you free whiskey for life. Now, Spike, you joked one time about this, and I thought you had a very hilarious, very
Inappropriate?
I don't know if it's inappropriate.
Okay.
It was dark.
Okay.
What was your joke about this when you give away whiskey to somebody who's this old?
Oh, that. I don't. What would I do? I don't remember.
You said that you're only going to have to give.
Oh yeah, it's
a bottle.
They can bring it. Yeah, right. It's a one bottle prize.
It's not,
There it
yeah.
is. Lifetime supply, Mr. 92-year-old.
Not a massive commitment.
Yeah.
Airplane size bottle,
Yeah.
honestly.
A truck-
One
a
shot
truck-
of that at 90, you're
Right.
gone.
Yeah. Ugh.
Especially
no, thank
Fireball.
You. Fireball. Anyway,
Always wondered about diabetes.
This is what they said. They said we've seen all over social. We've heard directly from the source, and we can confirm one undeniable truth. Senior citizens love Fireball. This is according to the global
marketing
brand
department of Fireball.
ambassador. And who we are to argue with their years of wisdom. So you can actually go on a Fireball's website, and you have until March 31st to apply for this. If you are, which is the 90th day of the calendar year, which is kind of a wink there. But if you're 90 years old or older, you are welcome to apply for this, and you will be able to drink whiskey for free for the rest of your life. And you've earned it if you made it to 90.
Sure.
So God bless you.
Yeah.
That'd be
And
fantastic.
they got a picture of a 106-year-old doing a shot of Fireball.
Yeah.
Wow.
Good for her.
Wow.
That'll keep you young. All right, we have a lot more coming up next hour. We're going to get some response. The Sound Transit board meeting is happening right now. They're discussing whether or not to approve of Dow Constantine's contract, which we have given you many details. We will give a quick recap of that when we come back. People are very interested in this, and I'm using interested in the nicest way possible. They're not happy about it because it does seem like kind of a conflict of interest, a massive conflict of interest. Like, he cannot possibly be worth what they're offering him, given that he has no experience and that he appointed everybody on the board. The majority of people on the board.
He better deliver golden rails from one end of the sunshine to the other.
Good luck. All right, we will give you some of those crazy details when we come back. If you haven't heard them yet, tune in for that. And so much more. We're going to talk about Mariners, first day of Mariners baseball. A lot of fun stuff. Stick around. We'll be right back.
KIRO Newsradio, your home for the John Curley Show. Weekdays from 3 to 7 p.m.
The Hatfields and the McCoys, right? We used to win like 51%. Of course, you had to care. But when they do the redistricting and everybody's able to win with supermajority in there, and you don't have to listen to the other side. What you have now is the hard right that gets elected with 70% of the votes, the hard left getting elected with 70% of the votes. They don't have to negotiate at all.
Streaming live on your smart speaker.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Did you know colon cancer can be detected early or prevented through regular screening?
I have detected Around Earth is the greatest lie ever.
Okay, Roger. My uncle just passed away and I inherited his cockatoo, Roger. He was a member of the Flat Earth Society, so Roger picked up on some of his rhetoric. Anyway, screening, such as a colonoscopy.
Screen these! Screen these!
Roger that, Roger. Moving on. Colonoscopies can detect early-stage colon or rectal cancer or even polyps, which are abnormal growths that can turn into cancer over time.
I'm a flat earth walker.
Come on, Roger. What did I do to my uncle to deserve you? You don't get to choose what you inherit, just like colon cancer. Unlike Roger here, I believe in science. And science says that if colon cancer runs in your family, you're more likely to develop it yourself. Talk to your doctor about when you should start screening. Find out more at coloncancercoalition.org. A message from the Colon Cancer Coalition.
Join in on the conversation by sending a text to 888-973-5476. That's 888-973-KIRO.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Easy Cater. It's all the food for your workplace, all in one place. With over 100,000 restaurants nationwide on one platform. Whether you need food for company meetings or events, daily employee lunches, or your next lunch and learn, Easy Cater makes food for work, work. And it doesn't stop at lunch. With Easy Cater, you've got great breakfast options, snacks, treats, and more. Whenever and wherever work happens, Easy Cater's here to make the food happen. Order now at easycater.com.
I'm Macy House with Baird Global Investment Banking. In today's markets, global financial capabilities aren't worth much without personal attention to your priorities. Baird Banking, Research, and Private Equity professionals are located across 3 continents, sharing more than investment expertise. As employee owners of our firm, we all have a personal stake in your success, here in the Pacific Northwest and around the world. Discover the Baird difference. Visit rwbaird.com/Seattle.
Your best source for local news. KIRO Newsradio. KIRO FM and HD1. Tacoma, Seattle. Northwest News.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. President Trump's latest tariffs, this time on autos, has further strained relations with Canada and its new Prime Minister, Mark Carney. Linda Kenyon reports.
Prime Minister Carney says the White House has reached out to arrange a phone call with him, perhaps as soon as Friday, where Carney plans to focus on protecting Canadian workers and the Canadian economy.
I will make clear to the President that those interests are best served by cooperation and mutual respect, including of our sovereignty.
The tariffs are set to kick in on Wednesday, even as President Trump continues to refer to Canada as the 51st state, angering the U.S.'s friendly neighbor to the north. Linda Kenyon, CBS News, the White House.
More federal job cuts are coming, this time at federal health agencies. CBS's Alexander Tin.
Both the unions as well as agency health officials say they've been told that the first notices of the federal employees who will be cut as a result of this change are going to start as soon as tomorrow.
The agencies will be cut by 20,000 employees. There was a hearing today on Capitol Hill on the collision between a military helicopter and an American Airlines flight near Washington's National Airport. CBS's Nicole Killian has that.
The NTSB has been leading the investigation. A lot of this hearing was around its preliminary report. One of the things, of course, that came out of that was a recommendation by the NTSB to restrict helicopter traffic around Washington National Airport, which, of course, is a very busy airspace.
There have been a number of close calls in the past. 67 people died in January's collision. Secretary of State Marco Rubio today called protesters at universities lunatics and said at least 300 have been stripped of their U.S. visas.
We gave you a visa to come and study and get a degree, not to become a social activist that tears up our university campuses.
The latest case involves a 30-year-old doctoral student at Tufts University in Massachusetts. Ramesa Ozturk was detained Tuesday. Reporter Tom Hansen.
We spoke to one person who walked by the incident as it was taking place. He tells us that he wasn't sure if this was a kidnapping happening in broad daylight or if that was law enforcement that was detaining Ozturk. And so there was a lot of confusion, a lot of concern.
She was removed to a detention center in Louisiana before a judge ordered her kept in Massachusetts. A U.S. district judge held a hearing today on preserving the signal chat by Trump administration officials on the airstrikes in Yemen. He's ordering those officials, including Rubio and Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, to preserve the communications. On Wall Street, the Dow is lower 155 points. This is CBS News.
A riddle brought to you by Progressive Insurance. What do your home and auto have in common? Progressive protects them both. It was an easy riddle. Learn more at Progressive.com.
Coming up, federal funding cuts leading to layoffs at a hospital in Renton. We'll get to that after we go to the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk. Just cleared a crash on 405 southbound. This is just north of I-90. A disabled vehicle was blocking the left lane. Now off to the shoulder, but still seeing some traffic build back to 520, but it is starting to clear. Then Bellevue down to Renton, taking you about 30 minutes with those usual construction slowdowns down to Renton. Road work on 705 southbound near SR 509, right lane closed, on ramp to 509, or rather from 509 to 705 northbound also closed. Other travel times right now, 40 minutes from Linwood to Seattle, 50 minutes between Renton and Puyallup, and under 40 minutes now into Everett from Seattle or Bellevue. For all of your heating, electrical, septic, and mechanical needs, stop freaking and call Beacon.
KIRO News Radio 97.3 FM Northwest News. Now, the latest from KIRO News Radio and MyNorthwest.com.
Good afternoon. I'm Aaron Granillo. More than 100 workers at Valley Medical Center are being laid off. Hospital tells the Renton Reporter it's because the federal government has not yet approved an increase in Medicaid reimbursements, and that's costing Valley Med millions. Cassie Sauer is CEO of the Washington Hospital Association.
People are getting lower Medicaid payments than they got in 2024 by pretty substantial amount. And so if they don't have the cash flow to cover their operating expenses, they are going to have to make cuts and layoffs.
Sources tell KIRO News Radio most of the cuts are to non-medical personnel, but they do include some important support staff. The body of a missing paraplegic woman has been found in a marsh near Auburn. KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey reports the woman's death appears to be a tragic accident.
A tragic ending to a desperate search after Algona Police Chief James Shrimpshire says the 50-year-old woman left her care facility Tuesday to enjoy a coffee and some sun, but didn't return.
Somehow, her wheelchair and her ended up in the marsh.
The woman was reported missing Tuesday night. Her body was found Wednesday morning in the marsh near Algona Boulevard North and Boundary Boulevard. Police are reviewing surveillance camera footage of the area. They don't suspect foul play. Luke Ducey, KIRO News Radio.
If you are riding Amtrak Cascades anytime soon, expect to travel by bus. Amtrak suddenly pulled nearly all its trains along the popular routes. It cites safety concerns caused by corrosion on rail cars. Passengers on most routes will travel by bus through at least the end of this month. Seattle Mariners open the season today with a new strategy for their offense. M's insider Shannon Dreyer explains why you might be seeing more small ball this year.
It's what can you do to get that runner over on first base, over to second or to third. You can take your shot, early in a count by all means. Do that, but they need to find ways to score runs.
M's ended last season toward the bottom in runs scored. They still have one of the league's best pitching staffs. Logan Gilbert takes the mound tonight against the A's at T-Mobile Park. Weather now brought to you by State Roofing and Exteriors. Likely going to be a roof close kind of night for opening day with some spotty showers tonight. Chance for some offshore thunderstorms as well. And right now, looking at cloudy skies, 59 in downtown Seattle. I'm Aaron Granillo, KIRO News Radio.
Your best source for local news, serving Western Washington and the world with a KIRO News Radio app. Always streaming live on your smart speakers. You're listening to KIRO News Radio, Northwest News. It's the all-new Jake and Spike Show on KIRO News Radio.
Welcome back to the show, ladies and gentlemen. If you want to get in on this conversation, 888-973-5476. That voice you just heard was Aaron Granillo. We're going to talk with him about the Mariners in just a few minutes, which will be exciting. People are excited about baseball season starting, which is great. Sandlot, classic. Not the best movie.
It
Laura,
really
you seen
is.
Sandlot?
I have, actually.
Great
I have
movie.
a funny story about that. Anyway.
That's a setup.
Well, that's the last thing we want on the air.
Go.
A funny story.
Tell me your story, and then we're going to get into Dow. Then we're going to get into Dow Constantine.
We
stuff.
need you now.
Because the world is on fire with Dow Constantine reactions. We're going to get
Back
to
in
it.
the days of video rentals, when when you were staying at like a cabin in the woods and you could only rent videos from a local general store, there's no Wi-Fi. My family went into a video store and asked for a family-friendly movie. And the woman behind the counter said, Sandlot, it's amazing. It's the best movie ever. You guys are going to love it. I don't know what happened if they were out of the first one. They only had the sequel.
Sandlot 2?
And we didn't think of, I was like 8. I
You've
wasn't in
never
charge
seen
of
the
this
first
decision.
one?
Never seen, none of us had
That's a
ever
shame.
seen the first one. We grab the sequel, and I'm guessing they just must have not had the first one and we just assumed this was it because she recommended it to us. So we all sat down to watch the greatest movie ever, and it was the sequel.
Oh, my
And we were
goodness.
like, was she high?
Yes.
This is the worst movie we've ever seen.
Yeah, she was. She was. Absolutely.
And it was years later that we figured out that was
And you
not
finally
the movie
saw
we
the
were supposed
original?
to watch. I finally saw the original. It's incredible.
It's incredible.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's super well done. Sandlot. That is a great story. That's hilarious. The sequel, yeah, that definitely wouldn't qualify as in the world's best sequels.
I didn't even know they made that.
Yeah, I think they even made another one to try
If
to
you
update
haven't
it
seen
recently.
it, don't.
Yeah. Good advice.
Laura just saved you 90 minutes of your life right there.
Good advice.
90 minutes I'll never get back.
Here's another thing. We asked people to, we want to get into this Dow Constantine stuff. Dow Constantine, King County executive who's stepping down and who is now going to be likely, unless they actually listen to what the people want, but likely the next CEO of Sound Transit, which is a plum job, really sweet job. So that meeting is happening right now. They're going to vote on whether or not to confirm him. They have released the contract details, which we got early this morning before this public comment thing, which was going on right now. It's happening right now between 1:30 and 4 p.m. They're having a public hearing, and you can get in there online. I posted this on my X page. We also posted it on Facebook. We posted it everywhere. So if you guys want to sign in, you can click a link and you have to fill out some stuff, but then you can be added into the meeting and you can voice your concern about this. Or your support. I don't know. Maybe you're like the one person who thinks this is a good idea. I doubt you are.
Your last name's Constantine, and it matters how much the old man brings home at the end of the day.
Craziness. So a lot to get into. We're going to get into his salary and all that stuff. And it's just we have been flooded by people's response to this. And people care about this, and they should, because it feels like cronyism. This guy appointed a majority of the board members who then in turn get to decide who they're going to hire for the CEO job. They had 60 applicants that we know about, according to the different stories, who said, I think according to Sound Transit, they said they had 60 applicants from all around the country, different transit agencies, people who've actually, I think 2 of the 5 finalists, at least 2, that they interviewed and actually brought in to meet with the board members of Sound Transit to decide whether or not they'd hire this person, have actually run other transit agencies. Dow Constantine, of course, has not. But they decided that he was the guy for whatever reason.
People who know people.
People who know people, I guess, yeah.
Right, that's it. It's not what you know, it's who you know.
But it was really, we were waiting for the, obviously his appointment felt like, a conflict of interest. And then, but we're still waiting. We were waiting on the details of the contract. And then we got into the details on the contract, which were kind of indefensible, actually, when you start reading through them, and they're kind of crazy. I'll give you a quick recap. We did a really good recap at 1 o'clock and also earlier in the show. But because they're meeting right now, I do feel like we should still be talking about this.
Yeah.
We signed in here at the station to try to do, to get some information from the meeting. Good Lord. Those things are the most boring I've ever seen in my life. I'm starting to think he might be worth the money if he has to sit through those meetings alone, which is a joke. Obviously, he's not worth the money. But nothing, it's just public comment. They haven't even gotten to Dow Constantine yet. They're just talking about...
I don't know how people sit through those meetings.
How many people do you think literally have died while waiting for those meetings?
I don't think they track those
to get
numbers.
interesting.
I think they bury those numbers along with the people we lost.
I think they have. All right, I want to read you some of these details, and they're going to stand out because they should, because they're ridiculous. And Spike, you've done a little research. You have looked into other transit agencies and how much their CEOs are making for comparables.
Because part of this contract is at the end of every year, they're going to take a look at the average salaries of comparable executives leading transit divisions and pay him accordingly, with it never going below.
Well, he can't
his
make
starting
less
base.
than 450.
Right.
Yeah.
He can't go below his starting base.
Yes. And we were originally told that the range was going to be, and again, this could have been like just clever marketing to try to get a lot of people to apply. The range was going to be between 450 and 650.
Right.
Which is a lot of money when you consider that's more than the president and most people in public office make.
That's
more than the governor, more than, anyway. So they told us that he's going to be making $450,000 annually if he gets this job, which is $37,500 a month. If they were paying him $37,500 total, I'd say that he's the guy for the job. But unfortunately, that's just for
that's
1
every
month.
month.
That's just 1 month's pay.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Like you mentioned, Spike, at the end of this year, which will end in 8 months, they will then reevaluate what the national average for other pay is, and they'll just bump
incomparably sized cities, to be fair.
and they'll just bump him up to that. Yeah, they'll just bump him up to whatever that is. It can never go below 450, but they'll just bump him up. And that, again, that's not based on whether or not he's had a stellar remainder of 2025. That's just built into the contract. He will also get an annual market rate base salary increase of 3 to 6%. That is depending on his performance rating, again, given to him by the very people who are hiring him. So I would assume that's always going to be 2 thumbs up based on his performance. He's going to get an annual contribution performance award of $30,000 based, again, on mutually agreed upon achievements in the job. Again, these are from people who he put on the board. I cannot imagine that they don't think he's going to just do a great job every single year and give him that money. This one stuck out for a lot of people. 35 paid days off a year. 35. Now, the federal holiday book is already pretty hefty. You're getting a lot of days off as it is. Most people who start at companies full-time, when they're new hires, are looking at like 2, maybe 3 weeks. Yeah. If your company's pretty average.
Yeah, but to be fair, he's an executive. So I thought about that. 2 weeks, 3 weeks if you're lucky. As an executive, I'm thinking 5's probably a fair average for executive vacation packages.
But he has no experience and he doesn't know what he's doing.
But he's still an executive. He's leading the crew. He's not running the 9 line through Ballard or whatever. He's leading the team.
But it's tax dollars. 2 months off, basically 2 months off, tax dollars. That doesn't sit.
I said 5, not 7.
Okay, there you go. There you go. We agree on that one. All right, let's see another one. Mr. Constantine will participate in a retirement and deferred compensation plans available to all employees. We haven't confirmed whether or not all Sound Transit employees get this, or if this is just, again, a requirement by law for Sound Transit CEOs. I don't know what the deal is.
I know we got a ton of texts with people who had input on the story. Most of them were just outraged as we were the salary potential that he's going to earn. But we asked if anybody worked for the state. Mm-hmm. I mean, did he? What was his contribution percentage when he was King County executive?
So he's going to get, at Sound Transit, if he gets this job, 12% annual contribution. It does not say anything about requiring him to contribute as well. Like we have a matching thing at our work.
Yeah. And most are that way.
Most are.
They're structured. If you don't take part, we're not going to take part kind of a program.
At our business, they say if we put in 5%, they'll match up to 4%, which is I'm fine with. That's free money. That's great. I'll take it. 12% would be fantastic, especially when you're making $450. You did the math. It's like $52,000 a year.
$52K a year. Yeah, just one for nothing.
Just enjoy the money.
And again, that's part of the package it took to get him to take this job.
No, but it's not.
No,
it's not.
We got 5 weeks vacations part of the package.
He would have done it for 2. That's the thing. That's the thing I don't understand. No, here's the thing I don't understand. Honestly, and this makes me upset.
Okay.
They're not negotiating in the good faith of the taxpayers. They're negotiating because they're friends with this guy. They don't care what the taxpayers have to say. Yeah. Dow Constantine
we don't know that to be sure, but it sure feels that way.
It feels that way because it is that way.
Okay.
Yeah. Dow Constantine comes to this job with 0 experience.
That we know.
He's already leaving a plum job running the county, making almost $300,000 a year, and God knows what in benefits. Now he's going to be running Sound Transit with even less oversight into how he's spending the money for almost double the pay when you look at all the benefits and everything that he's going to get as a result of this crazy contract. And I'm sitting there thinking, like, if I'm on the board and my job is to make sure that we're doing everything financially, fiscally responsible for the taxpayers, at least I hope that's what they're thinking, you have a guy coming in with 0 experience. Who has the leverage? You do. He's begging for this job. He wants this job. He applied for the job. You could get him for a lot less. You could have gotten Dow for his current pay. I guarantee it. because he's a 63-year-old guy. I don't know what his other plans are in life or what other skills he might have. Apparently negotiating salaries is one of them. He should go think about maybe being an agent somewhere. But you're going to pay him this crazy amount of money. Why do you also have to tack on 35 paid days off? Or all of these extras? Like, listen to this one. $24,000 expense allowance. $24,000 expense, which is not what it sounds. He also has travel, food, and lodging paid for through Sound Transit, a reimbursement for that. So $24K is just like a kiss on top?
I guess, yeah.
What is that even for? I don't even. Can you help me understand that? What is that? Where's that 24 grand coming from?
I don't know. I need to look into it. How do you have all these different expenses?
And I'm not saying that you're defending it.
No.
Yeah.
I came into this with the goal of defending this. But when you've got a daily stipend, daily per diem allowance, when you've got an expense account for personal electronics to build your home office,
10 grand,
and on top of that, you're still getting $24,000 expense account
and a $30,000 thumbs up bonus for doing a job.
Yeah,
a lot of money. He's also going to get a what is this here? Yeah, the $10,000 you just mentioned for the setup of his CEO at home office. I guess he doesn't have a computer already. He can't do the job on that, which is fine. Our work, like when I started doing the show here, they said, hey, we want you to use they set up a home thing at my house. It was fantastic.
I got one, yeah.
They set up one for you too?
You bet.
And that's because they want us to be available just in case, we can't get in for some reason and we still want to do the show.
Yeah.
They've been very accommodating. But they didn't give me $10,000 and say, hey, go buy all your equipment. And I imagine they're probably also going to give him equipment for his house. Like there's probably a company computer.
May very well be, yeah.
Most companies do that. This is the part that's jumping out at everybody too. If the board decides to not renew his contract, a lot of people walk away with a couple months' salary. That's negotiated. You can do that. A lot of places, like in our business, in the entertainment business, there's a non-compete thing that sometimes kicks in where you get paid to not work if you decide that you don't. There's all these different things, all negotiable. If they decide not to renew him, which I assume would mean that they don't think he's doing a great job, which I cannot imagine that they don't renew him until he just wants to retire. But let's say that for some reason they would. He walks away with complete salary and benefits for a full year, including taxable, COBRA, blah, 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 all the stuff. Make that make sense for me.
No, I can't. For a full year.
For a full year.
If you don't do the job well, or if you decide at the end of it you're not going to renew it, you get an extra free year. It's a gimme, just a free year.
Where does that money come from? How is that possible? Like we had the story the other day, Sound Transit, they're $3 billion over on the West Seattle extension that they haven't even put an inch of track down for. This is how those things happen, is they end up writing in these crazy things. Like this is well over $500,000. It's probably a $600,000 contract plus, based on all the benefits and all the different things he's going to get. And you get all of that for not renewing? That doesn't make any sense to me. They don't have to be this generous. I don't understand why they're this generous. It makes me question whether or not they have the best intentions hiring him.
I feel you. Especially with no experience. And the inside track, because he appointed half the board that selected him for the job.
More than half.
Yeah. It's hard to fathom that. I did some looking around to find out.
What are other people getting paid?
So, we're asking the question, are they overpaying for Dow Constantine, and why? If so, why are they overpaying for Dow Constantine? I looked up who's the highest paid Metro CEO, kind of a guy, and that's the man from Boston.
Okay.
And Boston's got a big metropolis, big boom, but it's got less population than Seattle. What I found was that, and I'm trying to find it's hard to find what people make, but there are public numbers, so there's a lot of varying different studies out there. I'm sorry, I'm getting a little in the weeds here. He's going to make more than people who manage cities twice the size of Seattle.
Straight off the bat.
Straight off the bat, out of the gate. I mean, the Columbus, Ohio, which has more population than Seattle, I found that kind of interesting.
That is surprising.
But according to this,
it's a wide city.
She's making more than 8 of the 11 cities around comparable sized cities. Dow's making 25% more than her. She makes $380. He makes $450 out of the gate without the sweet add-ons. Dow's making among the best money in the country. For this.
Yeah.
With no experience, with the 18th largest metropolis, which is Seattle is. He's making more than people in, where's my list here? Let me make sure I get the right list here. Boom, there it is.
Bing, bang, boom.
Give
me some of these numbers. These are juicy numbers. And then we have your
He's making more than Sacramento, bigger city. He's making more than Austin, Texas, bigger city. He's making more than Cleveland, Ohio, bigger city. He's making more than Cincinnati, Ohio, bigger city. He's making more than Orlando, Florida, bigger. He's making almost twice. Now, Orlando, Florida is a smaller city than Seattle, but he's making almost twice what Orlando's director of
What are some
mass
of the
transit.
comparables to a city like New York? What does it say? What they make it in New York? Does that usually have that?
I haven't found. We found the MTA guy.
MTA guy makes what? Like you said, it was
400,000 for MTA, and that's the guy who runs all the subways in New York. How many millions of people a day that New York City subway
I looked
runs?
at the subway numbers for how many people ride New York.
Yeah.
They have 7 million riders a day who use that system. They have 2 billion annually.
Yeah.
You know what Sound Transit has a year? I'm sorry, a day. They have like a little over 90,000. Right, all of Sound Transit.
But to be fair, Dow's tasked with building a system where these people are tasked with running a system. So I want to make sure I acknowledge that.
But has he proven to be the guy?
No. I'm just saying what's the job they're asking him to do? It's not to run a system that's up and running. They're not, or run it better than the last guy did. They're asking him to build a system that's behind schedule, over budget, beleaguered and nightmare problems.
And he's been a huge part of that. He's been deeply involved in Sound Transit for a long
Can't
time.
argue against that. Yeah.
Between now and I think the year was like whatever the number was like 2030 something.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to be spending, at least they have plans of spending, like $151 billion.
Yeah, that's it. $150 billion by 30.
$151 billion.
Yeah.
This is the guy to run it?
They think so. They've made their decision.
Good golly. Well, Laura, do you have any text messages you can read? Some people?
Yeah. 206 says, you don't think the person who runs BART in SF or the L in Chicago wouldn't want to triple their pay and not have a state income tax yet?
Hell yeah.
Sound Transit's new name is Scam.
That's actually a really good Scam Transit.
Yeah.
That's pretty great. I like that.
Doug in Mount Vernon says that's why the fare enforcement is back to cover Dow's contract.
That's right. They're going to be rechecking for your tickets because a third of riders on light rail aren't paying. That's how they're going to make this money up.
To be fair, you can't make people pay to ride trains that aren't working.
That's fair.
They're often not running.
But when they are running, a third of you people aren't paying.
A third of you people aren't paying. All right. Well,
come on.
That's not
we can all do better.
This one was interesting. 425 says, according to Sound Transit and King County employee rules, employees cannot go from King County to Sound Transit unless you have a year-long break because they are contractors with each other. To avoid conflicts of interest, this rule was put in place. This person says they're retired from King County and was told they had to wait before applying at Sound Transit.
Really? I wonder if because he's an executive, he's the head of King County, like he has
There's
some
the
special
executive
carve out.
loophole. Yeah.
Exactly.
Wonder who wrote that into the book.
Yeah.
Look into that.
Candidate C.
Tomorrow's answer.
Who could candidate C be? Craziness.
Stands for convenient.
Crazy. Yeah. All right, we're going to keep monitoring that thing. If you guys want to check it out, it's on our all of our different social pages.
So much
check
of my blood pressure monitoring today.
You want to talk about Mariners
Yeah,
next?
I do.
Let's talk about Mariners. You wearing a jersey.
Much. I am.
Yeah, you look good in that jersey. All right, we got a lot more coming up. Stick around. Right back.
This hour is brought to you by Sharp Vision Modern LASIK and Lens.
Hey there, I'm Chris Sullivan, traffic reporter for KIRO Newsradio. The favorite part about my job is helping you get answers to your traffic questions.
Will this construction ever end?
How do you zipper merge?
Just how close is tailgating?
Now I need your help. What burning questions do you have? What should I be looking into? You can help drive the conversation by going to mynorthwest.com or text choke points to 888-973-5476. Who knows? Maybe you'll be the star of my next Choke Points story. Presented by Carter Subaru.
Looking for a smart way to improve your home comfort without breaking the bank? 2 words, heat pump. John Curley here. Upgrade to Home Comfort Alliance Heat Pump and get efficient heating in the winter and cooling in the summer in one unit. Heat pumps use less energy and are environmentally friendly. Plus, enjoy 18 months, same as cash financing, and up to 15% off all heat pumps and air conditioning systems through March. Home Comfort Alliance for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. Visit homecomfortalliance.com.
Tune in to elevate your wealth.
If you're 5 to 10 years from retirement, you do not have the time to deal with a market downturn.
With Mark Stimson and Casey Elkins.
It's important that you know what the rules are, because if you don't, you can make some tremendous decisions that could adversely affect you, and you may not be able to go back and fix them.
Tune in to Elevate Your Wealth, Saturdays at 11 a.m. right here on KIRO Newsradio 97.3 FM.
Safety comes first. When money is tight, Buc-ee's has you covered with available financing. For oil changes, wiper blades, brakes, tire rotation, tune-ups, and factory maintenance, it's Buc-ee's Complete Auto. No appointment necessary and financing's available. Check Buc-ee's.com for the location near you.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our U.S.-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Let's talk insulation rebates. Hi, Dave Ross for American Crawl Space and Pest Services. Last year, I told you that they had given out over $1 million in PSC rebates on insulation. A few months later, the American Crawl team hit the $2 million mark, and in the final days of December of 2024, the American Crawl Space and Pest Services team gave out over $3 million in PSC rebates on insulation. I'll tell you again. American Crawl is the team to call. Find out more about continued PSC insulation rebate opportunities on their website, americancrawl.com.
Hello, Seattle. It's your friendly neighbor, the T-Mobile Park roof. From up here, I can see it all. Folks pouring in from the street, the sun setting over the sound, the roar of the crowd as Luis Castillo pumps his fist, and the joy of the J-Rod squad as Julio snares a deep fly ball at the wall.
He reaches up with a leap and he makes the catch!
And all the faces smiling with every perfectly grilled hot dog and swirl of soft serve. When the final out's made, I'll be right up here, lighting the W and soaking it all in. Mariners baseball. Try it inside.
It's officially Mariners opening day. Don't miss tonight's festivities at T-Mobile Park, starting with a special pregame ceremony at 6:30 and first pitch at 7:10. Plus, check out everything on deck during the first homestand, like Randy Arozarena Cross-Armed Hoodie Night tomorrow at 6:40. Get your tickets now at mariners.com.
Attention tax accountants. The following message is for you. Tax season is here, and if you're an accounting firm, the pressure is on. Long hours and tight deadlines make this time of year a challenge for even the most seasoned tax professionals. But this tax season, Blue Jay has your back. Powered by generative AI, Blue Jay is the preferred partner solution of CPA.com for tax research. Ask a complex tax question, and Blue Jay gives you better tax answers in seconds. Save time, maximize your clients' refunds with high-speed, accurate, and intuitive AI technology. Built with a library of only the most trusted tax resources, updated daily to keep up with changes in tax. For a limited time, save 40% off at bluejay.com/start now. That's BLUE, the letter J.com/start now. Or text BLUE to 511-511. Save 40% by texting BLUE to 511-511. Tax accountants don't leave money on the table. Stress less and text BLUE to 511-511 today. Tax fees may apply.
Save on a 2-night getaway to beautiful Victoria, BC with the FRS Clipper Spring Sale. Travel car-free on the Clipper Fast Ferry and stay at a charming downtown hotel. From $252 per person, double occupancy. Save during Clipper Spring Sale at FRSClipper.com.
KIRO Newsradio, 97.3 FM, Northwest News. Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Good afternoon, I'm Aaron Granillo. Still no service at the Angle Lake Light Rail Station in SeaTac. Last night's storm damaged overhead wires when a lightning strike. It led to a power outage. This passenger tells KIRO 7 TV made her late for work this morning.
But I'll just send a notification to my manager, and I'm sure she'll understand because it's kind of out of my control.
Crews have not said how long repairs will take. Extra buses are running right now to fill the gap. Right now, Sound Transit Board is meeting to vote on the nomination of Dow Constantine as the agency's next CEO. Board member Cassie Franklin.
Our potential new CEO was vetted through our executive board process that I'm a part of, through the business community, through the labor community, and of course through our transit community. And he was the top choice for each of those groups.
Constantine already sits on the Sound Transit Board. Critics have argued he negotiated this deal in secret. He'll recuse himself from today's CEO votes. The Seattle City Auditor's Office releases a new report on gun violence. KIRO News Radio's James Lynch has a closer look.
The report found shots fired incidents rose 194% between 2013 and 2024. Fatal shootings during that same time period rose 220%. The report recommends a systematic adoption of a framework for reporting gun violence patterns and the use of problem analysis and an all-hands-on-deck approach to address gun violence. James Lynch, KIRO News Radio.
State wants to hear from you as it prepares to set the toll rates for the new 509 expressway that connects I-5 and Burien. The Transportation Commission's Carl C. says the expressway will open this October.
The rates would range between $1.20 and $2.40, depending on time of day, much like we see on SR 99 Tunnel and SR 520. There's set rates for different times of the day.
And you can find the public comment survey at mynorthwest.com. 2:33, let's go now to the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk, and starting to see some traffic build ahead of the afternoon rush. No crashes slowing you down, but some construction slowdowns and just heavy volume. Right now, 50-minute drive from Linwood to Seattle. You do jam up right around the 522, the Lake City Way interchange there. So right around Green Lake. Starts to slow down and into downtown Seattle. Clears up nicely once you pass the West Seattle Bridge, though. 405 southbound, that's taking you about 33 minutes to go from Bellevue to Renton. And looking at about an hour-long drive now from Renton to Puyallup. Slow going through places like Kent, Auburn, and Algona. And heads up, we still do have some road work on 705 southbound near SR 509 in Tacoma, causing some minor backups in that area. Right now, lake bridges are clear. And, of course, it is opening day for the Mariners. We will see some added congestion around the stadiums tonight. First pitch at 7:10. This report brought to you by Beacon Plumbing. For all of your heating, electrical, septic, and mechanical needs, stop freaking and call Beacon. Weather update now brought to you by State Roofing and Exteriors. Overcast skies right now. Some spotty showers expected throughout the afternoon and tonight. Right now, 59 in downtown Seattle. I'm Aaron Granillo, KIRO News Radio.
Your best source for local news. You're listening to KIRO News Radio, Northwest News.
Welcome back to the show. This music, timeless. Let's take you back. They still use this music, right? They still use this?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Is this ever going away?
Can't.
It can't.
It's iconic.
It is iconic.
Timeless.
That's Aaron Granillo.
Yeah.
Also iconic. Also timeless. Welcome back, Aaron.
Thank you.
Spike, you're wearing a Mariners jersey today. Today's the first day of Major League Baseball.
Yep, we're in first place. Well, not quite yet. Not quite yet. We're not in the basement.
Are we in first place?
No one's played yet.
Oh.
No one in the West, right?
We're tied with everybody for first place.
Yeah. Dead even in first place.
Yeah. When is the season kickoff? I have a schedule with me, actually. I can tell you that if you guys don't know. Do you know? You know?
Tonight.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's good.
Well, the first games are already being played right now.
Dodger
Opening
game, right?
day.
Yeah.
Here's what we're giving away today. Magnetic schedule giveaway presented by Starbucks.
You want to know when to come back. That's brilliant. Brilliant.
Not
But
like
if
the
you do
most
go, though,
exciting
you
giveaway.
get to see Ichiro Suzuki throw out the ceremonial first pitch tonight.
Newly minted Hall of Famer.
That's
yeah.
right.
I don't remember them printing these with such small print.
They're the same size they've always been.
Really?
You, my friend.
I've also noticed recently. What are they doing these days at the pickle department? They are tightening those things way too tight.
What are you talking
Pickle
about?
jars.
Oh, you mean as far as getting the lids off?
Yeah, I don't know what they started doing something weird to those.
It's
but
an anti-terrorism move.
I think it might
really
be.
is. Yeah.
All
it
this
is.
tiny print and
Yeah.
pickle jars. Something's going on. It can't be me.
That's that Christine Homeland Security. She's making a difference.
All right, let's talk about the Mariners. Aaron,
Yes.
you follow them really closely.
I do.
You're obsessive. It's a cool shirt,
Yeah.
by the way.
Thanks.
Old fashion.
Old school trident. Yeah.
That's still my favorite Mariner logo.
What's the
Trident's
season
the
looking
best.
like?
I think the Mariners might surprise some people this year, and I say this every year. The difference this year with the roster isn't much. If you remember the roster last season, it's pretty much
where you're going.
It's pretty much the same players. We
Okay.
added a couple of veterans, but
It's always bargain night at the Mariner salary. You ever notice
precisely,
that? Yeah.
It hasn't worked in
precisely.
the past, but this year I think it might be different.
That's right.
Why?
Strategy,
Okay.
hitting strategy, hitting philosophy. So
This is
we
the
have a new hitting is
baseball-
good mentality that wasn't there before. What?
Yes, precisely,
what
Spike.
is-
I feel like we're going back to the baseball that I grew up watching.
How so?
Part of the reason is Dan Wilson is the new manager,
Yeah,
of course.
I love Dan Wilson.
And Edgar
Cool,
Martinez is the director of hitting strategy, right? So you have these two old school baseball guys who are trying to do what the Mariners do best at home in a tough ballpark to hit. That is manufacture runs,
Right
play
on.
some small ball.
Yep.
I'm talking sacrifice bunts,
Moving a guy
sacrifice
along.
fly,
You bet,
move the
man.
guy along,
That's the
take it
greatest.
out, advance a guy, steal a bag, put the ball in play, cut down on the strikeouts, and put the ball in play. So the strategy the last few years, and they have fired their previous hitting coaches for this reason, is because the analytics have shown this. If you can hit a lot of home runs, you can still sacrifice some strikeouts. You can strike out a ton as long as you hit a lot of home runs. Well, we don't hit a lot of home runs at T-Mobile Park. So they're trying to take advantage of their stellar pitching staff and knowing that they play half of their ball games, 82 ball games, at a tough hitter's park. So instead of going for the long ball, let's take the pitches that are given to us and put the ball in play. Manufacture a couple runs, score maybe 1 run an inning as opposed to shoot for 3 to 4 runs an inning. So stretch out the ball game. That's the new strategy. That's the new philosophy. It's small ball.
Can you explain real quick? Is it because we have heavy air? Do we have heavy
The
air?
marine
here?
layer.
The marine layer.
Yeah.
Well, that's got a lot to do with it.
It does.
Especially in the early months of the season. And like you're right, that's not a hitter's ballpark.
No.
Yeah.
This-
You know,
this
but the
is
90
larger?
feet
Is it
between.
larger than other
It's
ballparks?
not so much the dimensions of the ballpark. It is
the heavy air.
It's the air and a lot of the flow from Puget Sound as well.
Yeah, but we've learned we're not going to out hit people. We're not going to win shooting contests. We're not going to do that.
Craziest stat that I heard today. Last year, when the Mariners score 3 runs, at least 3 runs at home, you know what their record was last year at T-Mobile Park?
With 3 runs scored.
As
at
long
least?
as they score at least 3 runs.
Were they-
They did it 50 times last year.
Okay. What was the record?
43-7.
Wow.
Really?
3
Wow.
runs
Just-
is
with
not,
just 3 runs?
is not that much
That's
to ask
the
for.
pitching staff. That's that staff.
It is a stellar pitching staff. It was the best pitching staff last year. It'll likely be the best again this year.
It was last year a record staff that didn't make the postseason.
A
It was
shame.
the best pitching staff in Major
Yeah.
League Baseball history for a team that did not make the postseason.
So many
Because they were going for the long ball. That's what I heard.
part of the reason. That is
Well-
certainly part of the reason. And Julio struggled, right?
Julio struggled mightily last year.
Most of the ball players that we brought back this year had really bad years.
Oh, that's
Jorge
nice.
Polanco,
Yeah.
terrible year.
But he's
JP
back.
He's back, baby.
Good.
JP Crawford, terrible year.
Okay.
He's back.
Okay.
Mitch Garver, terrible year, like career low year.
Is Mitch back?
He's back, baby.
Great.
They decided to just run it back.
Is same as it ever was the new theme song when they come out to
Yeah,
you
no
know.
kidding.
Exactly.
So it really all just is the hitting mentality.
And you're banking on what they showed at the end of last season. So they fired Scott Service toward the end of the last season. In September, they looked really good. Julio had his best month of the season. A lot of the guys had their best months of the season. Now the question is, does that success from the last month of the season carry over this year? Go ahead, Spike.
You had said Edgar Martinez is the new, not the hitting coach,
He's
but
director of hitting strategy.
hitting strategy.
is his title.
He's a light bat.
What he really is the guy you do not want to walk past when you struck at
That's right.
at home plate. You know, Edgar brought this mentality. He holds people accountable.
Good.
And I think that made a huge difference, and I'm so glad to see that he's back in that role this year because I love this whole entire mentality of how to hit to be a Mariner.
Yeah.
How Mariner offense is generated. That's wonderful.
You can't put too much stock into spring training. You never can. But
let's.
Yeah. Julio hit 5 home runs.
Yeah.
In the
Pretty good.
spring.
But again, we don't want home runs.
Well, it's okay. It's okay at times. I mean, Julio,
It is okay to hit home runs.
Julio
Okay.
is your guy that's going to hit the long ball. But not a lot of other guys are
But
really.
they don't have to rely on that because we're going to hit small ball.
It's a mixture. Okay, so Julio and Cal are kind of your home run threats. Cal Raleigh, that is. He's hit 30 bombs last year. Julio, I don't get 30 something, but you get a mixture of a couple of guys doing what they're supposed to do, advancing the run, advancing the ball players along the base path. Julio comes in for some clutch hits here and there. They don't have to be home runs. I mean, if Julio gets a walk, that's great. That's great. The timely home run, though, is what's going to put the team over the top as
Especially
well.
when they're not solo homers because the guy got on base ahead.
Exactly.
Can I give you some of my advice? I played. I don't know if you guys know this, but I played baseball.
Mm.
Did you guys play ball?
I did, Little League, in some high school.
In some high school. Spike, you play ball?
Nah, Sandlot. Local buddies.
I got cut eventually.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's a little bit of like some political stuff going on, but I did get cut
Did you ask
eventually.
too much? Agent, did you wrong?
I didn't ask too much, but
It's 7 weeks vacation.
politically they didn't think I had the skills to keep playing.
Okay.
But some advice I got early in my career is like all you want to do, it's like Moneyball. You just want to get on base, right? And a walk is just as good. Also, getting hit is just as good as a
No
hit.
doubt.
My dad used to say all the time, he goes, "Hey, Jake, a hit's as good as a hit." And so he'd say, lean on in.
I like that.
Get hit. A hit's as good as a hit. That would be
like
my
that.
advice. I just add that, just like a peppering in. Hit the long ball if you can,
Yeah.
Julio. That's great.
Yeah.
Also, if you don't think you can hit the guy, lean in.
Lean in.
A hit's as good as a hit.
Don't dog off the inside pitch. Real quick, I know we're out of time, but I got to ask this. Ballpark food. What's your best ballpark food?
Oh, I just hot dog and a beer.
Thank you.
Standard.
Have you
Bag
seen
of
the
nuts.
Have you seen the hot dog hat that the Mets have?
No.
We were talking
12
about this.
hot dogs in a souvenir cap, $12.
What?
12 hot dogs, $12. In a cap you can wear.
It's literally a hat filled with
There's
wieners.
hot dogs.
Skinny wieners.
Buns
There's a-
included?
Buns included.
Buns and wieners included.
No, the buns are $35.25.
12 bucks.
Seriously, how's that not the greatest ball?
Wow.
And the hat
That's
smells
the
like
Mets?
The hat
Mets.
smells like hot dogs.
How are they going to pay for Juan Soto's contract like that?
Everybody's getting the.
We didn't say they were quality dogs.
Ooh,
I'd still eat
no
them.
such thing as a bad dog in a ballpark.
That's
yeah.
like a water at most
Yeah.
parks.
Yeah.
Best
All
place to sit.
Best place to sit? Well, I mean, if you can get the Diamond Club, that is the best place to sit.
Yeah.
But I like
Where'd you sit?
the view
Bench
level.
in the bleachers, man.
I like the view level, above.
Being
You
up
can
to
see
great
whole ballpark.
unwashed
You're
masses.
the man of the people.
Yeah, great unwashed.
I'm
That's
with
it,
you.
man.
Free food.
You get to see the sunset too if you're really in the
You
nosebleeds.
you can't be a rude baseball, and I'm all for heckling. I'm a big time heckler.
Yeah.
You can't do that in the rich seats.
No.
You can't do that with the
That's
swells.
true. That is true.
You got to be out with the people.
I like the bleachers out in left field. Those are kind of fun too.
And upper deck sunsets, Laura. You're not wrong.
Let's go Mariners. It's gonna be a
Go
good
Mariners.
season.
This is it. It's gonna be it.
World
You know what?
Series.
They could be really good or they could be really bad. Let's go.
It's gonna be one of the two.
Yeah, that's right.
It could also be just average.
Very true.
And we'll see what happens.
This is what they've been.
All right, that's Aaron Granillo. Mariners start tonight. Pretty exciting. We got a lot more. We got your text messages coming up. Stick around. We'll be right back.
It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
These days, figuring out what, where, and how to watch TV is out of control. And so is the cost. That's why I'm psyched I found Philo. Live TV from A&E, Discovery, MTV, and all the channels I love. A huge library of movies and shows. And an unlimited DVR to save them. I also get AMC Plus and all their blockbuster hits. All this for just $28 a month when you sign up at philo.tv. Give it a try, risk-free at philo.tv.
If you're wearing glasses or contacts, but you need reading glasses or bifocals now, you need to join Doctors Kopstein and King for the K2 Vision RLE live webinar Thursday, April 3rd at noon to learn about refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision RLE. This free webinar is a perfect opportunity to meet the doctors and have them answer all your questions about K2 Vision RLE. Questions like, what is K2 Vision RLE? How is refractive lens exchange different from LASIK and EVO ICL? Who's a good candidate for RLE? These questions and lots more will be covered Thursday, April 3rd at noon during the K2 Vision RLE free live webinar. K2 Vision surgeons have performed over 150,000 procedures. They know when RLE is right for you. K2 Vision RLE. No glasses, no contacts, no readers. Plus, no more cataracts. So don't miss this free live webinar Thursday, April 3rd at noon. Register at K2VisionRLE.com. That's K2VisionRLE.com. KIRO.com.
It may be the most noble profession.
Come on.
It's the work of heroes.
Heroes?
You want to live without plumbing?
Well, no.
Then you need plumbers.
Right.
Thing is, so do I.
You need plumbers.
Smiles, actually.
Smiling plumbers?
Or someone who smiles and wants to become an Apollo plumber.
A smile. That's what it takes?
Skills are something we can teach.
Sure.
But a positive attitude comes from within.
That's a big part of being an Apollo plumber.
The biggest part.
What else?
A desire to learn and serve.
Just like every Apollo plumber.
As they learn, so shall they earn.
Earn?
Apollo plumbers can earn 6 figures.
Enough to make me smile.
We believe you get what you give.
Give a smile?
And Apollo service.
Get a smile.
A well-paid smile.
Driving one of those big blue Apollo trucks?
That's the goal.
Does seem pretty noble.
It's important, satisfying work.
And you're looking now?
There's always room for another smile around here.
On the Apollo Plumbing team.
Apply at apolloplumbing.com.
It's happening. Your hair is thinning, crowns disappearing. Hair loss had me feeling like I had lost my identity. Thankfully, Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment turned it all around. You decide how much, how thick, and where. It's your own natural hair guaranteed to grow for life. It's why Dr. Perungo and Advanced Hair are the winner of the 425 Business of the Year. For your free consultation, $250 off and 250 free hair grafts, call 425-449-8185. AdvancedHair.com.
From whiplash to herniated discs, there are a few car accident injuries we've all heard of. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains that even the most common injuries differ from one another.
Pre-existing conditions, health history, beginning of treatment. There are hundreds of factors that make every person and every injury unique. While these variables aid medical treatment, the strongest case recoveries must also take them into account.
Could you explain a little bit more?
Our team at Pendergast Law is obsessed with turning over every stone to differentiate each case. This requires thorough investigation, diligent listening, and relentless research. We never pursue cases with a one-size-fits-all approach. We built our success by treating every injury and every case with the individualized attention our clients need and deserve.
Pendergast Law's individualized approach to even the most common injuries makes the difference in case outcomes. It's another reason why I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
The markets and the economy will change, but you should always know what you can rely on from your financial advisor. I'm John Ramsire with Baird Private Wealth Management in Seattle. With deep planning and investment expertise, Baird's financial advisors have guided individuals and families through changing markets for more than 100 years. And in all that time, our guiding principle has never changed. Our clients come first, always. Discover the Baird difference at rwbaird.com/Seattle.
From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at amazonbusiness.com.
Catch 9-time Grammy winner Christian McBride with Ursa Major, March 27th through 30th, live at Dimitro's Jazz Alley, with rising stars Nicole Glover, Michael King, Eli Pearlman, and Savannah Harris. Tickets at jazzalley.com. During Lent, treat yourself to a teriyaki salmon meal at Ivar's Seafood Bar. They start with a grilled wild Alaskan salmon fillet, baste it with a teriyaki glaze, and serve it with coconut pineapple rice and sesame ginger coleslaw. A meal for $15.99. Available in all Ivar's Seafood Bars from Marysville to Tacoma and throughout Seattle, but not in Ivar's Fish Bars at the Salmon House, Pier 54, or Mukilteo Landing. Find more information at ivers.com. Ivers since 1938.
Welcome back to the show. Thank you guys so much for all the text messages today. There was a ton of them, a lot of response. We are monitoring the Seattle Sound Transit council meeting right now, where they are obviously going to probably confirm Dow Constantine's contract, which they had negotiated, and we had all of those details throughout the show today. So download the podcast and you can listen to all those details if you feel like being infuriated. From what we've heard so far in the public comment, my guess is that they stacked it full of Dow Constantine lovers, and these people are just praising how great he is.
Well, Aaron mentioned that he's been monitoring this, and it seems to be a lot of people supporting the decision to give this job to Dow Constantine.
Yeah.
I have a little bit of a theory on that. Not that it was stacked, but people sign up for these. opportunities to speak at these
You have to.
hearings. You have to.
Yeah.
And you are put in the order with which you sign up. I think the release of his contract details so late in the game, people in the back end of this that they may never get to are the ones who may have a problem with the compensation
Oh, once
package
they found out how much he was going to
being
get paid.
offered. Yeah, because and the people who are already in Dow's corner, they signed up early and often.
Mm-hmm.
And that may be all they get to. Rather than some nefarious, we stacked the deck with people we wanted to have positive, reinforcement of the decision.
Would I put it past them? I don't know.
Yeah.
But we are monitoring it. We're recording it. So if there's any good audio from that, we'll have that for you tomorrow. But right now, let's get to your text messages. Tons of good ones.
Should we start with the Dow Constantine ones?
Yeah, why not?
On Dow Constantine for Sound Transit CEO and the sweet salary, Mike at Edmonds says it's a dowry for Dow.
Nice.
Oh.
Like it.
253 says, I think I want to apply to Sound Transit now. We all had the exact same.
Yeah, good pay over there at Sound Transit. 406 says, what experience would be useful? I used to work at a rodeo arena. I'll do the job. Yeah.
Plus, you got your own clown makeup. Boom.
There you go.
Matt says 10K home office allowance. That's one heck of an office.
Yeah, no kidding.
Big screens, fireplace, the whole bit. Melissa in Hobart says, considering he's at the forefront of pushing King County employees to return to the office, I don't think he deserves a home office.
Very interesting. I agree with her. That's a good one. Let's see. Clipson Paul says that Dow deal is proof of how corrupt Sound Transit is. After working on several Sound Transit projects before retirement, I can honestly say that the waste and lack of skills is at least laughable, if not criminal. Interesting. Very much. Thank you, Clipson Paul. Very good.
Okay, on the lack of a huge thunder, tornado, hailstorm last night, 206 says that storm was from Temu.
Oh, that's funny. That's pretty good.
424, that is good. 425 says, in their defense, we were told to prepare for the bomb cyclone storms as well. A lot of people didn't, and it was bad. No harm preparing for the possible hailstorm.
Yeah, which is kind of where we came down in our conversation with Chris.
It's a risk-reward factor.
Better safe than sorry,
Yeah.
but a lot of people did put tarps on their cars and felt silly about it. Laura, you put like a blanket on your car?
I did put a blanket on my car.
And you were not, it didn't work out
just
well.
Soaked. Yeah. I have laundry to do now.
Yeah.
Which so does a few other people on our text line. Brian in Marysville says, oh, wait, that was the wrong one.
Joey wrote, my friend wrote on his Facebook page, this is the one.
Yeah, there we
This
go.
storm is a conspiracy by Tide and Big Laundry. They get us all to spend extra money laundering our blankets today.
Might be right about that. Let's see here. Brian in Marysville says Spike is right. The minute you don't do it, you wish you did. So I have to thank Jake because I didn't do anything to prepare, so Jake saved me. Keep it up.
We all helped you.
That's wonderful.
If we prepare, others don't have to.
Thank you, Brian. That's nice to say.
What to say when a woman asks what you think of her outfit?
Perfect.
Laura had gold on this, by the way. Doug in Mount Vernon says, to paraphrase Christopher Walken, needs more accessories. God, I wish I did a Christopher Walken right now.
I can do a Christopher Walken impression.
Okay.
Just one word, though.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's very good.
That is actually a great thing to say to your wife
Yeah.
when you're
Oh, that's
complimenting her
perfect.
outfit.
You're right. I should do it when she comes out. How do I look? Wow.
Todd in Burien says, I say it's not the outfit, but she knows I'm being funny.
Oh, that's sweet.
All right,
my
final one,
gosh.
and then we got to go here. Cindy in Puyallup says, Jake, even if you have to wait on your wife, what you say to her is, but you're always worth the wait. Oh, Cindy, that's wonderful.
That's
a nice
lovely, man.
We have a lovely audience.
You
We
can
love
say to
our
her,
audience.
wow.
Yeah, wow.
You're always worth the wait. I can say always worth the wait.
I think that's
That is a tongue twister.
It's a perfect way to end our show. We have a lot more coming up tomorrow. We're going to have follow-up on all the Dow stuff. We'll wait to see if he's going to get confirmed, if he's the guy. We'll have some audio from that. And
Three Amigos, Friday Favorites.
Is tomorrow Friday?
Yes!
Holy
Yes!
moly. Tomorrow's going to be great. Tune in for that. We got to go for today. Bye-bye.
KIRO Newsradio delivers the news you can trust.
State is facing a multi-billion-dollar deficit.
Government wants more of your money to build quote-unquote affordable housing.
We help you navigate the headlines, providing clarity and context to help you understand how today's events impact your life tomorrow.
The driver pulled out a gun. The officer opened fire, shooting at least one time.
The problem is worse in King County than any other part of the country.
Stay informed, stay connected with KIRO Newsradio.
Hi, this is Keith Dashafee, owner of Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Are you ready to enhance your home with stunning, energy-efficient windows and doors? At Pella, we offer top-quality products with innovative designs and exceptional craftsmanship. And right now, we're offering an amazing deal. Enjoy 24 months with zero interest and equal payments, or get $750 off your qualifying project. My team is dedicated to helping you every step of the way. Visit PellaPNW.com to schedule your free appointment today. That's PellaPNW.com.
My wife and I have been married for over 15 years, and I've never had any complaints about my performance in the bedroom. But after I turned 40, things started feeling different. I was gaining weight, losing muscle, and I just wasn't interested in sex anymore. My wife told me her friend's husband went through the same thing, and it turns out he had low testosterone. So we booked a free T-check at Revive Health, and that's when I learned that my testosterone levels were low too. We worked with a provider to create a custom treatment plan, and today, my wife and I are having more fun than we did on our honeymoon. My only regret is not reaching out sooner.
If you're ready to book your free T-check, visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com or call 206-529-1111. And for a limited time, qualified patients can get a free month of compounded semaglutide, a powerful proven weight loss medication. Again, that's 206-529-1111. Terms and conditions apply. Must medically qualify.
Are you putting off your new kitchen plans? Why wait? Hi, I'm Chad Cicchini, owner of Heritage Homecraft, and we've got an offer you're not going to want to wait for. We'll custom build you all new cabinet doors and drawer fronts, and using our exclusive 1/4-inch solid wood refacing process, transform your existing cabinets into a beautiful new kitchen. Add a custom quartz countertop, change things up a bit, add some more cabinets, install some cool new features like soft close drawers and sliding shelves. Whatever you like, we'll help you create the new kitchen you'll be proud of. All in about a week, and all with way less mess, hassle, and expense than a tear out. Stop waiting. We're having a trade-in sale. You'll save $30 per door and drawer front off the cost of your new kitchen. Count them up and see how much you'll save. Years of experience, thousands of happy customers. Call today and let one of our pros come out and show you how easy and comfortable it'll be to get going on your new kitchen. Heritage Homecraft, 425-485-1600, 425-485-1600, or heritagehomecraft.com.
This is Chris Davis with the Davis Law Group. Did you know that a pedestrian does not have to be crossing the street on a marked crosswalk to have a successful legal claim against the driver? Pedestrians can even be partially at fault for a collision and still have a valuable claim. Call us today for a free consultation or get my free book on pedestrian accident law at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com. That's Davis Law Group, better service and even better results.
Bonneville International Radio Station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contest are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on mynorthwest.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
There's a sink at the brink and a drain that's a pain.
DayandNight.net.
Your old water heater, she's starting to peter.
DayandNight.net.
Plumbing emergency? Don't feel trapped. Do the smart thing and get a second opinion. Hi, I'm Bruce with Day and Night Plumbing and Heating. I guarantee you, whether Day and Night is your first choice or smart second opinion, we'll work harder than anyone to earn your trust.
Day and night.
Partnership we had with the United States based on deepening integration of our economies and tight security and military cooperation is over.
He did say the White House reached out today and he may speak with President Trump in the next couple of days. Trump is placing 25% tariffs on auto imports. Trump says it will foster domestic manufacturing, but it's putting the squeeze on automakers worldwide, not to mention consumers. CBS's Jolene Kent.
According to the economists and experts that we've spoken to, the cost of a car, most cars coming into the United States, anything that will be tariffed, that 25% tariff could increase the price of a car by $3,000 or more.
There will be more federal job cuts, this time at health agencies where thousands have already accepted buyouts. Alexander 10 reports others will receive notices soon, but it isn't clear who.
We just don't know yet. A lot of the details of these cuts have not been disclosed to agency health officials. Some of the people that I speak with within the CDC, for example, tell me that managers just weren't consulted. They have no idea where these cuts are going to happen.
Elon Musk is appearing on Fox to discuss federal cuts.
I feel confident that a 15% reduction can be done without affecting any of the critical government services.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio says 300 people have now been stripped of their U.S. visas because of protests on campuses.
Every time I find one of these lunatics, I take away their visa.
You're saying it could be more than 300
Sure,
visas?
I hope. At some point, I hope we run out because we've gotten rid of all of them. But we're looking every day.
The latest incident involves a Tufts University student. Reporter Tom Hansen.
What we understand is that she wrote an op-ed in 2024 that was essentially denouncing the conflict going on in the Middle East and saying that Tufts University, where she was getting her doctor's degree, that they needed to divest from Israel and also denounce the Palestinian genocide.
Jim Krasula has the latest on the wildfires in the South.
The largest fires are in the mountains of the Carolinas. One is raging out of control, prompting hundreds to leave their homes in Pickens County, South Carolina. Jerry Burgess lives in the area.
If they say evacuate, we're leaving. We already have bags packed and ready to go.
Many local residents say they are stunned by the scope of the fires and how fast they're spreading.
Never seen anything like this at all.
Britain's King Charles has canceled appointments because of side effects from his cancer treatments. This is CBS News.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Coming up, a drop in federal funding leading to layoffs at a local hospital. That's after Nate Connors at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
Hey, thanks, Aaron. Kornfeld Law has our update. We are collision-free at the moment, but already big backups building across the region. Here are some of the bigger ones. It's already a 50-minute commute between Everett and Seattle and vice versa. North 5, you're slow from 520 all the way through Linwood. South 5 slows in Linwood, and then you've got that heavy backup from Northgate down to I-90. Everett to Bellevue, 40 minutes. Scattered slowing, though, between Alderwood and Bothell. Bellevue to Everett is a 50-minute drive. You're slow from 520 to 522. North 5 heading into Seattle, already packed, approaching Albro, almost to mid-Boeing Field now in the downtown. Our lake bridges are clear, though. Seattle to Federway, 45 minutes, and Renton to Puyallup on 167 is a 40-minute drive. Wrongfully injured, don't let insurance companies take advantage of you. Visit personal injury attorney Neil Lindquist for a free consultation at kornfeldlaw.com. He works hard so you can rest easy. KIRO Newsradio, real-time traffic. I'm Nate Connors.
KIRO News Radio, 97.3 FM, Northwest News. Now, the latest from KIRO News Radio and mynorthwest.com.
Good afternoon. I'm Aaron Granillo. More than 100 workers at Valley Medical Center are losing their job. Hospital leaders tell the Renton Reporter layoffs are linked to less Medicaid funding. Cassie Sauer is CEO of the Washington Hospital Association and says Valley Med was hoping for an increase in Medicaid reimbursements.
And it has not been approved yet for 2025. It's sort of stuck in limbo.
Valley Med says this is costing the hospital millions. The layoffs impact non-medical staff. Hospital leaders say patient care will not suffer. The body of a missing paraplegic woman has been found in a marsh near Auburn. KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey reports she went missing Tuesday after leaving her care facility.
Algona Police Chief James Shrimpshire calls it a tragic ending to a desperate search.
Our hearts and prayers go out to the family. It's terribly unfortunate.
Police say surveillance video shows the 50-year-old paraplegic woman near a marshy area at Algona Boulevard North and Boundary Boulevard Tuesday. She was reported missing later that night. Her body and motorized wheelchair discovered in the water Wednesday morning. Police do not suspect foul play. Luke Ducey, KIRO News Radio.
Most Amtrak trains between Vancouver, BC and Eugene, Oregon have been pulled off the tracks due to safety concerns. Amtrak says it's grounding all Horizon train cars nationwide, citing corrosion. Passengers on most routes will travel by bus at least to the end of this month until Amtrak finds replacement trains. New baseball season begins today with high hopes for the Mariners and their superstar Julio Rodriguez. M's insider Shannon Dreyer says J-Rod likely needs an all-star type season for Seattle to reach the playoffs.
A lot of people say that offense will go as he goes. They absolutely need that. That's the biggest bat potential in that order.
Julio and the Mariners start the season at home against the A's. First pitch tonight is at 7:10. Weather now brought to you by State Roofing and Exteriors. Right now the roof closed at T-Mobile Park, and it'll likely stay closed tonight. We do have some spotty showers expected this evening and perhaps some offshore thunderstorms as well. Right now looking at 57 degrees in downtown Seattle. I'm Aaron Granello, KIRO News Radio.
Your best source for local news, serving Western Washington and the world with a KIRO News Radio app. Always streaming live on your smart speakers. You're listening to KIRO News Radio, Northwest News.
Manufacture runs. Play some small ball. I'm talking sacrifice bunts.
Oh, here we go.
The guy along, take it out, advance a guy, steal a bag, put the ball in play, cut down on the strikeouts, and put the ball in play. So instead of going for the long ball, let's take the pitches that are given to us and put the ball in play. That's manufacture a couple runs, score maybe 1 run an inning as opposed to shoot for 3 to 4 runs an inning.
Oh my God.
So stretch out the ball game. Sounds like some good advice.
Wow.
That is good advice. Right there.
Yeah. You can tell Aaron's excited.
Yes, he is.
Opening day of baseball. Opening day of Mariners taking on the
A's.
Yeah.
The homeless A's. Man, you know they don't actually have a city associated with them.
We have to start our show.
It's true, though. They don't have a city associated with this team right now. They're playing at a minor league park in Sacramento.
Oh, yeah.
Wow. Anything else you want to say before we
I'll talk baseball all day if you want.
God, I wish my dad were still alive.
He was.
Pat Boone. If my dad were here, Pat Boone. If my dad were here, he'd be like, oh my God, I love Pat Boone.
Well, you guys are you're having way too much fun there.
Well, we wanted to do that. They offered us. They said, you want to talk to Pat Boone? You want to tape it? I said, no, I don't want to tape an interview with Pat Boone. Pat Boone's live. Pat Boone does everything live. Pat Boone, when he was 21 years old and got a live television show, he loved doing live TV, loved singing live, loved performing live.
That's right. I almost invented it.
Yeah, baby. By the way,
I was the first to have his own musical variety show, and Ella Fitzgerald and Nat Cole and Tony Bennett would come sing on my show, and I was 22 years old. I was ahead of Michael Bublé.
I know.
For that matter.
And better looking, and you never gain weight and lose weight the way he did. By the way, let's do this. I want to talk about your new song, but I want to give everybody for the people that don't understand the history of Pat Boone, which if we had to do that, it had to be 7 hours long. There's 1.9 million things that come up on Google when you put in Pat Boone in there. But I'm going to take people, right? Yeah. Oh, it's crazy, Pat. So go all the way back. So you're 21 years old. You first of all, you get discovered. Arthur Godfrey's show. They love you. Again, you're 20. You were like, I think 18. You're going to college at Columbia. You're going to study to become a teacher. This was your idea. You write a book for teenagers when you're like 18 years old. The thing becomes a #1 bestseller. I mean, there's all this.
I was 21 by then.
Oh, okay. You're an old man. Here's the stories that I love about you. They come to you and they say, okay, Pat, we want to give you this live TV show. You're going to be on. Millions and millions of people are going to watch a thing. But we got to get a sponsor for you. So they come along and they say to you, oh, we got a sponsor. We got a sponsor for you. And it sounds like this. Andrew?
Just say, hey, I love you.
No, not that. Nope. No. Hold on, not that. My computer.
Filter-free Chesterfield. King's the size.
Yeah, they come to you and they say, hey, how about Chesterfield? And what did you say to Chesterfield cigarettes when you were 21 years old? That's going to be your sponsor. They're going to pay the bills.
Right. I can't do that. I've got teenage fans. I can't I can't sing songs and do a show for Chesterfield. I turned it down. So they came back. You know the rest of that story.
I do. They come back to you and they're like, okay, Boone, you're 21. You're going to get famous. You're going to make tons of money. We got another sponsor for you. How about this one?
Schlitz.
coming at you. When you order a Schlitz, you don't think about the month.
And you said?
I can't do that. I don't drink. I don't drink beer. How can I be sing for a sponsor, Schlitz or any other kind of beer? I turned it down. Then somebody else came,
Yeah, this one.
See the USA in your Chevrolet.
Dinah Shore.
America's asking you to call.
And what did you say to Chevrolet?
I'm driving a Chevy.
Damn right
And of
you
course,
are.
I became
all the way to the bank.
Major salesman.
But here's another crazy part of it. So this is like 1950, 55, 50, 57, somewhere in there.
Yeah. Late 50s. Yeah.
Late 50s, yeah. Then the folks that were selling Chevrolets down south, they're like, they would call the corporate guys up top in New York, and they're like, hey, we don't like the fact that Pat Boone's got too many black performers on there.
That's true. Yeah. They did, and in fact, they said we got it. We can't have this guy Harry Belafonte on, because Harry had called me to say I like the way you treat your guests.
Yeah.
Who included Sammy Davis, the Mills Brothers, Nat Cole, Ella Fitzgerald,
Johnny Mathis. Johnny Mathis was on there with you.
Yeah, Johnny. All these great black performers.
Yeah.
And they said, but we're going to lose some of our buyers. They're going to go to Ford because of these inward people he has on his shows. And so, no, we can't have Harry Belafonte. And I at that point, and you know this, I think, said, look, it's called the Pat Boone Chevy Show. If I have to say no to the biggest singer in the world right then, Harry Belafonte, you're going to have to get somebody else to take the show from here. And so I was going to quit the show. Well, they calmed me. I wasn't overwrought, but they said, look, wait a minute. You're going to walk off your show for that? And I said, look, it's not just that. I was born in Florida. I grew up in Nashville. I know the problem. I'm just not going to be part of it. I'm not going to perpetuate it. And if the biggest entertainer in the world wants to come on my show and I have to say no, it's not my show. And so I was going to cancel, but then we had three shows left in that season, and I did quit after that. I just told Chevy I could not host that show anymore. And yet we were in the top 10 continually because we had big teenage audience and young adult audience because I was having hit record after hit record, and went to specials instead of the half-hour show that I couldn't have the guests I wanted on the show, which happened to be some of the biggest entertainers in the world, but they were a different color. So anyway, Jesse Jackson, by the way, you don't know this, recently said on his Rainbow Coalition station that he felt I did more for race relations in the 50s than any other singer. And that was because I was a white Christian kid from Nashville singing songs that were called race music. like Wop Bop a Loo Mop, Bop Bop Tutti Frutti, and Ain't That a Shame, and all these other songs, Long Tall Sally, and all these things. And they said, but he not only sang the songs and made hits of them, but he brought the guests on his show to sing with him. So it told the white audience that maybe had justification in some ways for worried about where rock and roll was going to take young people. But at least if Pat Boone can do it, and he's raising his own family, he's having a baby a year, he's obviously fertile and a good husband. And so Jesse Jackson said he thought I did more good for race relations in what I was doing then by making that music, which was literally called race music, acceptable to the big white pop audience.
Yeah. I would put Danny Thomas in that same category for breaking the racial barriers. Frank Sinatra later on in the 60s for what he did, refusing to have his band have to go through the back door, through the kitchen. He said, if that's the case, I'm not performing in these Las Vegas casinos. So, but you were early on in there and, completely the symbol of American, white, Christian, good guy, but holding the line and saying, listen, I'll give up all this fame, I'll give up all this fortune, but I'm not going to have this crap done to me because Chevrolet, a couple of racist or more than a couple Chevy dealers down south. I mean, but times change. We evolve, we grow, we learn. We're a better country because people like yourself and others that stood up to make sure that you just treat everybody the same. I got to say something.
We still got a way to go, though. Go ahead,
we do.
Finish.
We do. Always. For both sides, black, white, Asian, Hispanic, everything. All got to mix in there. Pat, I'm going to ask you a bunch of questions, and I want to talk about the new song that you have out and your new passion. I think your birthday's June 1st. Did a little research. Are you 90 or 91 now? I'm
90 now, and I'll be 91 June 1st.
Okay.
Yeah. And I'm startled when I hear myself say it because I don't feel like it, even though it's not just once or twice, but a number of times when I've been introduced to people in the business, they say, I thought you had died. And I said, well, no, nobody told me. In fact, there have been some of these AI things that have been created talking about my broken marriage, and I died a drunk and a drug addict. And, I mean, these things are out there now. AI is going to ruin or possibly ruin a lot of people because we've got to, people are smart to realize we've got to, if you can create things like that and people think it's the truth, you can ruin anybody. In fact, I think we're living now in a day of guilt by accusation. You don't have to have any proof. You can just accuse somebody and it'll stick with them for the rest of their lives sometimes.
Yeah.
Just because they were accused, not because it's proven anything or that it's even true. So I'm not dead.
No, you're not, Pat. You're not dead. And that's why you're taking the energy God gave you and you're directing it towards Tanzania. I looked up to see the stories of Tanzania. Although things have gotten better in Tanzania, 65 million is the total population. 58 million people there in Tanzania still do not have clean drinking water. And whatever Pat Boone's got left to give, you are trying to focus. I think the other day, was just a couple of days ago, was World Water Day. Was the idea of just simply making sure that everyone in this world has some just the basics, drinking water, stuff that we take for granted. This new song you have out called One, I think you've got a whole bunch of guys. Lee Greenwood, I recognize his voice in there. Vince Gill, I recognize him.
Vince Gill, Alabama, Vince Gill, Lee Greenwood, Larry Gatlin, Pam Tillis, Deborah Allen, Billy Dean, Wendy Moten, and David Hooten, a great trumpeter, and a black chorus of excuse me, I got something in my throat.
All right.
We have a black chorus from Nashville we discovered when we were recording the record. Now, I wrote the song thinking it was a Neil Diamond type song, and it is.
Yeah.
But I wanted him to help me with it, but I didn't realize he was slipping off into the Netherlands mentally now, and so he couldn't help me. So anyway, this group I've been working with called World Serve, they've been coming to drill wells. They've already created wells in several of the countries, and they're providing clean water, sanitation, education, even economic opportunities, along with clean drinking water.
Right.
And right now, while you and I are talking, there's a young black woman walking across the searing hot desert, and maybe a child or two with her. They're carrying buckets. They're going 3 or 4 miles to where there's a dirty ditch, dipping the water out of that ditch, which is also where animals come to feed and do other things, and they walk home with that water, which is poison.
Yeah.
And so the kids that are going to drink that water have a life expectancy of 5. 5 years is the life expectancy of children born in those countries because they don't have fresh water to drink. And so Shirley and I, my wife, decided we had to do something about it, and we drilled a well. It took a long time, a lot of money. It was 500 feet down before we reached sparkling clear water. And now we have a windmill that's solar operated. That's convenient. There's plenty of sun there.
Yeah.
And so now they have fresh sparkling water to drink. And there's the deep water well. There's a school that we wood frame school that we put alongside the well to help raise the literacy level. Those kids don't have schools to go to. And there's a sort of a rudimentary health center to help women birthing. And then my wife, Shirley, when we put in the well, I demanded there be a vegetable garden, the Shirley Boone vegetable garden, because they don't know anything about vegetables. They don't eat or grow vegetables. I mean, it's difficult, but there is because of the temperature and the climate, but we have an Israeli irrigation company that has their own ways of transforming desert into Garden of Eden type places, and they're working with us so that around our Boone family well there in Tanzania, there will be fresh vegetables grown and educating the kids and the mamas and daddies to the beauty of vegetables as well.
Yeah.
They're not going to become vegetarians, I guess, but the thing is they're going to live because they got fresh water.
That's kind of all of your accomplishments, if you go through all your hit records and the songs and this and that and this, that, do you want this to be part of the legacy? Like when they remember you, Pat Boone, when you finally do actually legitimately die, rather than the stuff on the internet? Is that part of it? I mean, the eulogy would have to go on for days, but these final, whatever you got in you, this has got to be very profound for you, right? This must be. Huh?
I just thought of this. I don't want a tombstone. I want a fresh water well or two running in my name in some of those countries. And it's not just me, of course, all these other performers, many of whom that are not on the record. I won't embarrass them, but they said, why aren't we on this record with you on this thing? It's a We Are the World type deal. And I said, well, I tried to reach you through your representatives, and I left messages, but we couldn't wait. World Water Day was coming.
Right.
And we got our record done and out. And right now, John, you can check it out on the AC charts right now. I'm number 1 or number 2 ahead of Billie Eilish, Jelly Roll, Shabuzi, and even Lady Gaga.
Really?
Yeah, right up there, number 2 or number 1. It's back and forth, an adult contemporary, because the radio stations are now playing it. They're getting the message. And now, of course, we're not trying to sell records or anything. Of course, we may make records available, but who's got record players?
Nobody. No. You recorded, by the way, Frank Sinatra, 1,500 songs. It's Pat Boone with 2,700 recorded songs. We'll add this one to the list as well. This one's very close to your heart. I'm going to play it.
And people.
What's that, Pat?
Good. Yeah. I just want you to know people can go to how they get on the internet to go to One for Tanzania.
Yes.
That's just O-1-E. O-N-E.
Yeah.
F-O-R. onefortanzania.org, and it'll give you a red button to push, and I would love for parents to take their kids to the website and let them give a nickel, a quarter, $1, but then the parents give more, whatever their hearts tell them to give, to have little children like the ones that we're trying to reach out to in this country be able to give clear water to little kids that deserve to live past 5 years in those countries, 40 countries that don't have fresh water.
Pat Boone, what we'll do is when we're going to bump in and out of or bumping in on the show, you know how this works, we'll play that song for you and we'll let everybody know about it. But I'm honored to spend some time with you, Pat Boone. Thank you very much.
Well, my son-in-law, Dan O'Neill, and daughter are listening to you right now. They're in KIRO country.
Are they?
Because my daughter, son-in-law, we started another humanitarian organization called Mercy Corps.
Oh, yes.
That's in 40 nations.
Oh, yes.
I was just talking to him a few minutes ago. He says, I listen to KIRO all the time.
There you go.
Said, well, I'm gonna talk about you and my grandkids. They gave us 5 of our grandkids.
You got 17 of them. Don't mention all of them. You got 17, and we don't have time for how many you love. Pat Boone, God bless you. Keep going. May you have 100 more years. All right.
Hey, I take you up on that. I'm game for it. Thank you.
Thanks, Pat. All right, we're going to go to traffic.
All right.
We'll play your song as we come in and out of the breaks. Pat Boone, thanks for spending the time. Here's Nate in the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk. Nathan.
All right, thanks, John. Man, he sounds great, doesn't he? Global Credit Union has our update. Everett to Marysville, you're at 20 minutes. You're slow from Lowell Road up to 529. You're going to get thick after the Snohomish River. Bellevue to Everett just hit the 1 hour mark. So did Seattle to Everett at 1 hour. Coming the other way, Everett to Seattle, 1 hour. You've got about a 2 mile backup now through Linwood to get through, and then you're bumper to bumper from Northgate to I-90. Bellevue to South Center, plan on 40 minutes. You're crowded approaching 520. Down to the VMAC, you're really packed through Bellevue. South Center to Bellevue is 25 minutes. Heavy volumes starting at I-5 and South Center all the way up to the VMAC. Everywhere else, we're looking at pretty much just normal afternoon backups. Global Credit Union, where members enjoy no-fee accounts and early payday with direct deposit. Learn more at globalcu.org. KIRO News Radio, real-time traffic. I'm Nate Connors.
This hour brought to you by Home Comfort Alliance. Heating, air conditioning, plumbing, and electrical.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Easy Cater. It's all the food for your workplace, all in one place. With over 100,000 restaurants nationwide on one platform. Whether you need food for company meetings or events, daily employee lunches, or your next lunch and learn, Easy Cater makes food for work, work. And it doesn't stop at lunch. With Easy Cater, you've got great breakfast options, snacks, treats, and more. Whenever and wherever work happens, Easy Cater's here to make the food happen. Order now at easycater.com.
Feel positive and boost confidence with a full head of hair. Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment begins regrowing your own natural hair the very next day. They addressed my bald spot, and the results have been absolutely life-changing. And get this, Dr. Perungo and his world-class team at Advanced Hair were recently awarded 425 Business of the Year. For your free consultation, $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Call 425-449-8185, advancedhair.com.
So I formed Davis Law Group about 30 years ago, and I would get, the same questions from people about what to do in the case of an accident. Do you need a lawyer? To the point where I decided that I would at least write a book which would answer the common questions that I would receive as a lawyer. Once I wrote my first book, it proved to be hugely popular. I decided to write then a series of books in different accident cases so that we could really teach people about their rights, how to protect them, and how to decide on whether they need a lawyer and what lawyer to hire. I've found in my career that having a client that is educated and knowledgeable about their particular type of case really helps the client and also usually ends up making the case or the claim more successful. To get your free copy of any of my Washington accident books, visit WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
Andy, how does it feel to win the summer?
Feels real good, Holly. Like a lush lawn.
Let's talk about the dandelions. How did you beat those?
It's a team effort here. My tech Danny from Weedman came in for the weed control assist.
What's next?
We're talking fertilization, aeration. There's a lot in store.
There you have it. It's Weedman for the win. Visit weedman.com for a free quote and save 50% on your first service with promo code WIN.
Are you putting off your new kitchen plans? Why wait? Hi, I'm Chad Cicchini, owner of Heritage Homecraft, and we've got an offer you're not going to want to wait for. We'll custom build you all new cabinet doors and drawer fronts, and using our exclusive 1/4-inch solid wood refacing process, transform your existing cabinets into a beautiful new kitchen. Add a custom quartz countertop, change things up a bit, add some more cabinets, install some cool new features like soft close drawers and sliding shelves. Whatever you like, we'll help you create the new kitchen you'll be proud of. All in about a week, and all with way less mess, hassle, and expense than a tear out. Stop waiting. We're having a trade-in sale. You'll save $30 per door and drawer front off the cost of your new kitchen. Count them up and see how much you'll save. Years of experience, thousands of happy customers. Call today and let one of our pros come out and show you how easy and comfortable it'll be to get going on your new kitchen. Heritage Homecraft, 425-485-1600, 425-485-1600, or heritagehomecraft.com.
State officials say there's a $12 billion hole in the budget, and fixing it is an emergency. But just a few years ago, the state had a budget surplus just as large. And only a few months ago, state government added billions more in spending. Tax collections are at record high. Some state officials say tax revenues are below average. Not quite adding up. To see the numbers for yourself and learn more about the state budget, visit budgetbreakdown.org. That's budgetbreakdown.org.
Save on a 2-night getaway to beautiful Victoria, BC with the FRS Clipper Spring Sale. Travel car-free on the Clipper Fast Ferry and stay at a charming downtown hotel. From $252 per person, double occupancy. Save during Clipper Spring Sale at FRSClipper.com.
KIRO News Radio, 97.3 FM, Northwest News. Now, the latest from KIRO News Radio and mynorthwest.com.
Good afternoon, I'm Aaron Granillo. A direct lightning strike shuts down light rail service at the Angle Lake Station in SeaTac. Sound Transit's interim CEO, Jerron Sparman, says last night's strike stranded a train between the airport and Angle Lake.
The voltage was powerful enough to inflict significant damage to the overhead power system and the transition power substation.
Still no ETA for returning service to Angle Lake. In the meantime, extra buses are running to fill the gap. Sound Transit Board right now is about to vote on the appointment of Dow Constantine as the agency's next CEO. Board member Nancy Backus says the King County executive was properly vetted before being nominated.
Every member of this board, I feel, is of the highest ethical standards. No one is indebted to Dow Constantine.
He is a member of the Sound Transit Board, and critics have said Constantine negotiated the deal behind closed doors. He'll recuse himself from today's votes. A former two-time Washington congressional candidate was included in that Signal group chat regarding plans for a U.S. military strike in Yemen. Here's KIRO News Radio's Frank Lindsay.
Kent lost in the 2022 and 2024 races in Washington's 3rd congressional district to Democrat Marie Gluesenkamp Perez. The Seattle Times reports he was among those who got the messages that were mistakenly shared with the editor-in-chief of The Atlantic. Kent is a decorated combat vet who served in Afghanistan, and President Trump has nominated him to run the National Counterterrorism Center. But so far, the Senate has not held a confirmation hearing. Frank Lindsay, KIRO News Radio.
Avoid the water near the Magnuson Park boat launch. A sewage spill has closed that area. Seattle Public Utilities says the sewage came from a private line that clogged up yesterday. It overflowed and ended up in a stormwater pipe that empties into Lake Washington. Crews say they hope to reopen the beach at Magnuson Park by Wednesday. Takes us to 3:33. Let's go now to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk with Nate Connors.
All right, Aaron, Lake Washington Windows and Doors bring us this update. We've got a few drive times already at the 1 hour mark. Bellevue to Everett is one of them. Heavy volumes from 520 to 522. You catch a little break, and then you're going to get heavy in Alderwood again before you join that I-5 backup. Seattle to Everett, 1 hour. You're packed from Mercer, almost into South Everett now. Everett to Seattle is at 1 hour. You got about a 2-mile backup through Linwood, and then you're solid from Northgate to I-90. Bellevue to South Center is going to take you 40 minutes. You'll start slowing approaching 520. Westbound 90 at I-5. A collision's partially blocking that off-ramp to South 5, mostly on your left shoulder, though. North 5 jams up approaching Albro, almost at mid-Boeing Field now in the downtown. And Tacoma to Olympia looking great at just 35 minutes. Lake Washington Windows and Doors offers premium windows that are 25% more efficient than Energy Star ratings and reduces outside noise by 50%. Visit lakewashingtonwindows.com today. KIRO News Radio, real-time traffic. I'm Nate Connors.
Thank you, Nate. Your forecast now brought to you by State Roofing and Exteriors. Overcast skies tonight, some spotty showers this evening. And then for tomorrow, we are going to see more clouds and maybe some scattered rain as well. Right now, 55 degrees in downtown Seattle. I'm Aaron Granillo, KIRO News Radio.
Your best source for local news. You're listening to KIRO News Radio, Northwest News.
One. I am one.
It's Pat Boone's song.
Like no other human being, I am one. And in my life there is a meaning. There is worth. There is a purpose. Like no other on this planet, I am one.
Name the next person, let's see. Billy Dean.
When we put our minds together, we are one.
We had the legendary Pat Boone on talking about a song that he wrote called One, Voices for Tanzania, trying to raise money and awareness of the conditions of lack of clean drinking water there in Tanzania. He and his wife were able to build a well there, and he wants more people to know about it. So you can listen to the song. He says, get it however you can get it. Can't buy albums anymore.
Good for Pat.
Yeah, good for him. So, and also soliciting donations, dollars, whatever you want to give. You could help build a well there. It's great to have him on. That was amazing. Wow. Could have gone forever. Here's a crazy story about Pat Boone. Get this. Just doing research with him. He goes on Shark Tank, and he pitches this idea of having cars that are going to be propelled by compressed air.
First up is a revolutionary new way to power transportation.
Hello, sharks. My name is Ethan Tucker.
And I'm Pat Boone, aging singer, and like you, a lifelong entrepreneur.
Our company is Zero Pollution Motors, and we are seeking $5 million.
Which, by the way, he got from, who's the one guy? Not the bald guy, not Mr. Wonderful.
Oh, Mark.
Nope. The other guy. Was he Russian or whatever his name is?
I don't know.
Robert. Sure. They had an agreement, a handshake, and then apparently, according to Pat Boone, the guy just never called him back, never gave him the money, nothing. The whole thing fell apart.
Really?
Yeah, his biggest deal they ever did. And he just didn't work for him. Speaking of money and deals, the big story, of course, is that NPR got a chance to have to spend some time being spun around in the barrel yesterday. This is the PBS NPR. Should we continue to finance you guys? They brought on the CEO, Catherine Mueller. She was talking about some tweets. She was asked about tweets that she put out there.
Why did you call President Trump a fascist and a deranged racist sociopath in 2020?
I regret those tweets. I would not tweet them again today.
Okay, yeah, of course, because I'm sitting here asking you for money. Oh, and then Marjorie Taylor Greene decides she's going to unload.
NPR and PBS have increasingly become radical left-wing echo chambers for a narrow audience. PBS News is not just left-leaning, but it is actively uses taxpayer funds to push some of the most radical left positions, like featuring a drag queen on the show Let's Learn.
I figured she couldn't get through the whole thing without mentioning a drag queen. So here's the story. So back in 1969, we played this the other day. Fred Rogers goes before I think it's a Senate committee, and he asked for money. He said, listen, it would be really great.
Could I tell you the words of one of the songs which I feel...
So then he goes and does the song, and he's asking for the money because if you give us the money, you fund this, PBS, public broadcasting, we can do great shows for kids, and it's not going to be commercial. We won't be showing, cereals or anything else.
No Chesterfields?
No Chesterfields, nothing. So then...
Feel like this.
That's the end of his whole
And
thing.
know that the feeling is really mine.
It's 1969.
Know that there's something deep inside that helps us become what we can. For a girl can be someday a lady, and a boy can be someday a man.
I think it's wonderful.
So that's a senator, I think he's from Rhode Island. And then he goes,
I think it's wonderful. Looks like you just earned the $20 million.
All right, so that was the beginning for Fred Rogers for PBS, $20 million. They write the check. Well, you, the taxpayers, have been writing checks to PBS and NPR, and finally Trump gets in there, just like he said he was when he was running. We're going to get rid of that. Not going to finance this stuff anymore because NPR is really gone over. Back in 2011, 26% of the listeners were conservative, 23% were middle of the road, 37% were liberal by 2023, 11% conservative, 21 middle of the road, 69 consider themselves to be liberal. So they're just like, why are we financing? Why are we having the taxpayers finance something that is obviously so biased? And they pointed out all the bias and everything else. So where is it right now? Did they decide they're going to cut it? I think they did, didn't they?
I don't know if they've got a final ruling on this yet.
Okay. All right. So, but not until finally Kermit the Frog gets a chance to do a commencement speech. University of Maryland commencement speech graduate has been announced. I assume there's like great visuals because this is a really crappy sound.
Yeah, it says he's smart, he's intelligent, he's accomplished, he's ...
I guess it's me.
Kermit the Frog will be speaking at the... But I think Jim Henson, didn't he go to University of Maryland?
Yes,
is that why he's coming there?
His alma mater.
Okay, yeah. Would you be disappointed if you were a college graduate there, University of Maryland, and it's Kermit the Frog talking to you?
Yes.
I think most people don't even remember who the commencement speakers were. Do they? Does it really make that big of a difference?
I didn't get that far, so I couldn't tell you. But it seems like when
Is anybody in here a college graduate? Anyone in there? Nate, did you graduate? You got yourself a sheepskin? Or
No, sir. No, sir.
All right, there we
I'm
go.
in radio.
Yeah, Andrew?
I just got my sheepskin just a few weeks ago.
What?
But I didn't go. I'm not going to any commencement because that's boring and awful.
Oh, well, there you have it.
Where'd you graduate from?
UW Bothell. After they let me, I remember it was. I dropped out because because UW blanket put down a vaccine requirement.
Right.
And then they dropped it. It was, like right as we had talked about it again a few months later. We were talking about it on there. I'm like, oh, I should check and see, and they dropped it. So I went back and finished.
But I like the fact that you had to be vaccinated while you were taking classes from home.
That and also the requirements that even if you were a fully remote student, you still had to get the vaccine.
Right. So take this experimental vaccine, even though chances of you dying from COVID, less risk to you, but getting sick from it possibly. And you were doing it from home on your laptop, but they wanted you to be vaccinated.
Right.
And at that point, did you drop out?
Yeah, it was right as they wouldn't let me register for any classes unless I submitted the paperwork. That's when I stopped.
I see.
And also I'm part of that big class action lawsuit about the tuition during, because I was going to school at that time when they changed to online classes, and that class action lawsuit where someone sued them for the tuition cost because you're charging for in-person classes, but you weren't going in person.
Right. You must have felt like you almost lost your mind.
I lost my baby.
Very much so.
Almost lost my mind.
You know, if you hadn't gotten the college degree, it would really have been a shame.
It would have been.
Made me cry when you said
These all Pat Boone hits. 1955, number one.
that a shame. My tears fell like rain.
Oh, Pat.
Ain't that a shame? You're the one to blame.
Boom, 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 boom. All right. All right, Nate, with no college degree.
Yippers.
I, too. And now Rye dropped out of college. No college for the Curlies. Charlie didn't even graduate from high school. So, really?
Wow.
Bunch of intellectuals over here with the Curly name on there. All right, go to Nate in the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Does Nathan.
All right, Kia of Everett has our update. Bellevue to Everett is going to take an hour, 10 minutes now. Pretty solid from 520 all the way through Alderwood. You get a nice little break there in Canyon Park. Seattle to Everett, also an hour 10. You're packed from Mercer through Linwood. Really thick through the U District, and again, really thick in Mount Lake Terrace. Everett to Seattle is a solid hour drive. You got a little crowding there in Linwood, and then bumper to bumper from Northgate Way down to I-90. We cleared our collision westbound 90 at the South 5 off-ramp. We're crossing the lake right now from Bellevue to Seattle, looking good. 20 minutes on I-90, 15 minutes on 520. Renton to Puyallup on the Valley Highway will take you 50 minutes. Kia of Everett makes the process of buying your new Kia as exciting as driving it home. The best drive you'll ever take is the Kia of Everett. Simple, easy, fun. KIRO Newsradio, real-time traffic. I'm Nate Connors.
I'll tell you something, I know what it's like. You watch your hair begin to thin and the crown disappears, and it feels like that hair loss is just robbing you of your identity. That's exactly how I felt before I visited Advanced Hair. You see, Advanced Hair's got this simple one-day treatment, just one day. They regrew my own natural hair. They do the exact same thing for you, because as you look in the mirror in the morning or maybe in the evening and you're like, whoa, or maybe your barber says starting to thin out there at the top. So you've got a decision to make. You are going to have to either be happy with being bald or fix it. I'm betting you want to fix it. Set up a free consultation, $250 off, 250 free hair graft. All you got to do is call 425-449-8185. And you don't want to wait, because your own natural hair is guaranteed to grow. And Advanced Hair is the winner of the 425 Business of the Year. They know what they're doing over there. They're going to help you. So give them a call, 425-449-8185. Check out the before and after pictures right there for you at advancedhair.com. That's advancedhair.com.
Attention tax accountants. The following message is for you. Tax season is here, and if you're an accounting firm, the pressure is on. Long hours and tight deadlines make this time of year a challenge for even the most seasoned tax professionals. But this tax season, Blue Jay has your back. Powered by generative AI, Blue Jay is the preferred partner solution of CPA.com for tax research. Ask a complex tax question, and Blue Jay gives you better tax answers in seconds. Save time, maximize your clients' refunds with high-speed, accurate, and intuitive AI technology. Built with a library of only the most trusted tax resources, updated daily to keep up with changes in tax. For a limited time, save 40% off at bluejay.com/start now. That's BLUE, the letter J.com/start now. Or text BLUE to 511-511. Save 40% by texting BLUE to 511-511. Tax accountants don't leave money on the table. Stress less and text BLUE to 511-511 today. Tax fees may apply.
Making fresh produce and food affordable and accessible to all is a mission Safeway is deeply committed to. G. Scott here. Your local Safeway has all the great benefits that SNAP-eligible families love, plus exclusive savings. Right now, save 50% on Fresh Pass memberships, plus get a monthly $5 credit, free unlimited delivery, $10 of free produce, and double rewards. Check out your Safeway For You app for all details and savings, or visit Safeway.com/snap for details.
Looking for a smart way to improve your home comfort without breaking the bank? 2 words, heat pump. John Curley here. Upgrade to Home Comfort Alliance Heat Pump and get efficient heating in the winter and cooling in the summer in one unit. Heat pumps use less energy and are environmentally friendly. Plus, enjoy 18 months, same as cash financing, and up to 15% off all heat pumps and air conditioning systems through March. Home Comfort Alliance for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. Visit HomecomfortAlliance.com.
Hey, I want to tell you a sellwithwes.com success story. Wes Jones knows how important your home sale can be for your future plans. So when he got a call from Susan in Federal Way, he was eager to step up and help her sell her home of 25 years.
Her house was her biggest asset, and this home sale was super meaningful for her. So she's like, I know that I'm leaving money on the table in the condition that it's in. Like, what can we do?
I told him up front that I did not have the time or finances to do what needed to be done, and he immediately jumped in with, well, I do.
He told her about their Listing Boost concierge service.
We identified probably 4 or 5 major things.
It just was all so fast. They did everything.
I'm a son of a builder, and I've done a lot of flips over the years. So this is work that we actually like to do. We are seeking this out.
And I would just tell anybody, here's his phone number, give him a call. He'll take care of it.
So if you're in the market to sell your home, do what Susan did. Check out Wes Jones and his team at sellwithwes.com. Sell with Wes, a better way to sell your home.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is for you too. Stubborn fat is really hard to get rid of, and then there's all those gimmicky lasers, fat freezing methods, and prescriptions. Imagine a simple solution that takes just one day and provides immediate noticeable results. Introducing ProSculpt. ProSculpt uses air-assisted technology that's safe and gentle yet powerful, delivering instant fat-reducing and skin-tightening results. Performed by board-certified plastic surgeons while fully awake, ProSculpt contours your body with minimal downtime. It's designed to target those problem areas: waistline, neck, face, arms, thighs. ProSculpt gently removes unwanted fat and tightens loose skin with FDA-cleared plasma technology, all in a simple, guaranteed one-day procedure. ProSculpt is one and done. Schedule your free consultation at prosculpt.com for $250 off. For powerful permanent fat removal and skin tightening that works for ladies and you men, it's prosculpt.com.
Safety first comes with available financing at Bucky's Complete Auto. For oil changes, brakes, tune-ups, wiper blades, and factory maintenance, check the Bucky's near you at buckys.com.
I've never had any complaints about my performance in the bedroom. But after turning 40, I noticed my libido just wasn't what it used to be. That's when I reached out to Revive Health. Their team knew exactly what I needed, which is why today, my wife and I are both more satisfied than ever.
If you're ready to book your free T-check, text BOOST to 65555 or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com to schedule your appointment. Message and data rates may apply. Message frequency varies. Text help for help. Text stop to cancel. See privacy policy at ReviveMen'sHealth.com/privacy policy. For info on how opt-in info will be used and terms and conditions at ReviveMen'sHealth.com/terms of use for terms of short code service.
Here we go. On the John Curley Show, you coming along for the ride. And even more than that, if you're sitting in the back seat, you can be the backseat driver of the show. 1-888-973-5476. Oh, welcome. 1-888-973.
my dress on backwards.
I see that, Teeny. Thank you. We're not talking about you right now. 1-888-973-5476. If you want to help Teeny, she says that at least once a week. And then we're supposed to do, like, help her put her dress back on.
I don't know.
And her,
I do not know.
yeah, if it's some weird thing to try to get one of us to cheat with you, well, join the club there, Teeny, because here's a story about this woman. There's a transition for you.
Hey.
This woman offers her services on TikTok to tempt your man.
So this girl DM'd me asking if I could do a loyalty test.
A loyalty test, she calls it.
Okay, hang on. Okay.
So this girl DM'd me asking if I could do a loyalty test for her.
How many literallys will we hear?
Ooh, get the bell out. Here we go. Ready?
So this girl DM'd me asking if I could do a loyalty test for her. So she DM'd me and said, I'll pay priority. Hey, beautiful, can you please do a loyalty test on my boyfriend? I'm serious about him and I'm going to be turning my life around and moving to be with him, but I have my suspicions because he had cheated on his previous girlfriend.
Okay, do we understand the first, 5 seconds of what you're saying? So you DM her and then she charges you. Well, then she tests the boyfriend to see if he's loyal. Okay, I assume she's quite attractive.
Pretty attractive.
Okay.
I also found out I'm pregnant a few days ago and I want to make sure that I'm making the right decision. So this guy is in the military, so I swiped up on his highlight and a picture that he had in his uniform, and I put, thank you for your service.
By the way, 1 minute left, no literallys.
He then responds back with, no problem, fine. Ew. I then asked him, are you stationed somewhere right now? He put, yes, I'm in blank. I put, no way, I live in blank. I'm on vacation right now, but that's where I live. What part of blank are you from? He put, near blank upstate. I respond back with, oh, okay, you're not too far, then you're really cute. He then put, you're probably a bot. LMAO, I'm just being for real. I put, LMAO, I'll take that as a compliment. Then I tell him, I'll send you a selfie. How many fingers do you want me to hold up? He then tells me 4. So I send him back a video of me holding 4 fingers up. He then puts, interesting, I put, what does that even mean? He put, I don't know, I've never had a girl thank me for my service. It's kind of weird. I tell him, well, I thought you were cute, so I figured it was a good conversation starter. Then he put, was I on your suggested or something? I put, if you're single, maybe we can hang out sometime that we can see I'm not a bot, lol. I put, and yes, you were. He put, I mean, if you're close enough, lol.
Hey, oh my God.
I put, I'm down, just let me know when. He put, whenever you're free, I can be free.
Fail.
And he put, you ever been on base? So that was a fail. If you wanted one done, DM me on my Instagram. It is linked in my bio.
Okay, so then she charges you to send stuff to the boyfriend.
Right.
So she caught that guy.
Poor sucker.
She was reading stuff verbatim, so I guess it wasn't the best option.
Yeah, there was no literally in there. LMIGR. Oh, I don't know. Okay. So look out for her. By the way, we will be celebrating Joe's birthday.
Oh.
I have a gift coming for you.
Oh.
I think it's supposed to be here around 4:30 or 5 o'clock, something in there.
Okay. Interesting. I wonder what that could be.
And you'll see. Let's go to Nate over there in the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk. Nate, on.
All right, Beacon Plumbing has this report. South Everett, we've got a crash. Southbound 99 at Gibson Road is blocking your left lane. This is just past Airport Road, and this is our only collision being reported at the moment. Everett to Marysville is already improved to a 15-minute trip. Bellevue to Everett, though, going the wrong way, hour 15. Pretty solid from 520 all the way through Alderwood. Seattle to Everett is keeping up at an hour 15 as well. You're packed from Mercer all the way in through Linwood, almost into South Everett now. Everett to Seattle's still an hour drive. You got 3 backups now. South Everett starting at the Boeing Freeway, a little bit in Linwood, and then bumper to bumper from Northgate to I-90. Seattle to Federal Way is a 40-minute commute. For all of your heating, electrical, septic, and mechanical needs, stop freaking. Call Beacon. KIRO News Radio, real-time traffic. I'm Nate Connors.
Choke points on Seattle's morning news.
Stanwood has indeed installed 14 new cameras. They are on the main roads in and out of the city, but they are not speed cameras or red light cameras. They are part of what's called the flock safety system. And this flock system reads every license plate of every car that passes under them. Stanwood installed the cameras to make up for having a small department. It's a way to use technology to make the community safer.
Tuesdays and Thursdays, presented by Carter Subaru.
Hello, Seattle. It's your friendly neighbor, the T-Mobile Park roof. From up here, I can see it all. Folks pouring in from the street, the sun setting over the sound, the roar of the crowd as Luis Castillo pumps his fist, And the joy of the J-Rod squad as Julio snares a deep fly ball at the wall.
He reaches up with a leap and he makes the catch!
And all the faces smiling with every perfectly grilled hot dog and swirl of soft serve. When the final out's made, I'll be right up here, lighting the W and soaking it all in. Mariners baseball. Try it inside.
It's officially Mariners opening day. Don't miss tonight's festivities at T-Mobile Park, starting with a special pregame ceremony at 6:30 and first pitch at 7:10. Plus, check out everything on deck during the first homestand, like Randy Arozarena Cross-Armed Hoodie Night tomorrow at 6:40. Get your tickets now at mariners.com.
She and Ursula, weekdays from 9 to noon on KIRO News Radio.
Welcome to Staples.
I hear Staples prints it all for any business?
You bet, and we'll beat any print quote.
So if I had a pizza place...
Staples can print signs, menus, pizza boxes.
A landscaping business?
Oh, we can print yard signs, t-shirts, brochures.
How about a pizza/landscaping business? I'll call it Dough and Mow.
I like it.
Right now at Staples, get up to $250 off your print purchase. Ends 4/5, exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for offer details. Price match guarantee valid in store and staples.com/print. Visit staples.com/price match for details.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Norwegian Cruise Line invites you to experience more in the Caribbean, Alaska, Europe, and beyond. For a limited time, get 50% off all cruises and enjoy NCL's all-new More at Sea cruising package, including unlimited open bar, specialty dining, and more. Visit ncl.com, call your travel advisor, or 1-888-NCL-CRUISE. Offer ends soon. Norwegian Cruise Line. Ships registry the Bahamas and USA. Restrictions apply.
Jake and Spike, noon to 3.
So the West Seattle Link Light Rail extension, they are $3 billion short right now, budget-wise, and they haven't laid down a single inch of track.
It was a risky idea when you pitched it 3 years ago. Now that it's gone to, $6 billion now? It's going to be 10 by the time it gets done?
You're starting to sound like a conservative, my friend.
Common sense. It just grabs you and drags you into the common sense.
Hits you like a light rail train.
Oh.
Streaming live on the KIRO News Radio app.
Welcome to Staples.
I hear Staples prints it all for any business?
You bet, and we'll beat any print quote.
So if I had a pizza place...
Staples can print signs, menus, pizza boxes.
A landscaping business?
Oh, we can print yard signs, t-shirts, brochures.
How about a pizza/landscaping business? I'll call it Dough and Mow.
I like it.
Right now at Staples, get up to $250 off your print purchase. Ends 4/5, exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for offer details. Price match guarantee valid in store and staples.com/print. Visit staples.com/price match for details.
These days, figuring out what, where, and how to watch TV is out of control. And so is the cost. That's why I'm psyched I found Philo. Live TV from A&E, Discovery, MTV, and all the channels I love. A huge library of movies and shows. And an unlimited DVR to save them. I also get AMC Plus and all their blockbuster hits. All this for just $28 a month when you sign up at philo.tv. Give it a try, risk-free at philo.tv.
What's better than a cool home all summer long? A cool home with hot savings on your new AC. This month only, take 20% off air conditioners, heat pumps, and ductless systems during the Bob's Heating Preseason AC sale. Call the team at Bob's, voted best in the Pacific Northwest. With free estimates and free financing, Bob's makes your AC installation simple and affordable. Hurry, discounts reduced to 15% off in April.
Bob's Heating and Air Conditioning. Call Bob.
Enjoy your drive home with the John Curley Show.
Go talk to the customer and find out why they went for Donald Trump, and then why not satisfy that customer as opposed to just destroying the guy.
Weekday afternoons from 3 to 7 on KIRO News Radio.
From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
Your best source for local news. KIRO News Radio. KIRO FM and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle, Northwest News.
Canada after latest U.S. tariffs.
The old relationship we had with the United States is over.
Federal Health Agency workforce.
Overall, some 20,000 jobs will be cut.
Rubio on hundreds of revoked visas.
Every time I find one of these lunatics, I take away their visa.
This is the CBS World News Roundup Late Edition. I'm Jennifer Kuiper. Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney has some strong words for President Trump and the 25% trade tariffs on automobiles. CBS's Linda Kenyon has the latest.
Prime Minister Carney says he expects to speak with President Trump perhaps as soon as Friday about the tariffs and about how he will protect Canadian workers.
We won't back down. We will respond forcefully. Nothing is off the table.
These strong words come as Canadians are angry about the tariffs, which kick in next Wednesday, and about the president's insistence that Canada should become the 51st state.
Canadians are uniting as never before.
Something he says Trump fails to understand. Linda Kenyon, CBS News, the White House.
A federal judge orders top national security officials to preserve a text chain that inadvertently included a reporter. CBS's Christopher Cruz.
Judge James Boasberg ordered them to archive all of their communications that took place on the Signal app between March 11th and the 15th. And he directed the Justice Department to declare by Monday that the administration has taken steps to keep the messages. Boasberg is the same judge who blocked President Trump's use of the Alien Enemies Act to deport migrants.
Republican Congresswoman Elise Stefanik is no longer President Trump's nominee for U.S. Ambassador to the UN. Delaware Democrat Chris Coons.
They don't have the votes they need to move this massive tax cut for billionaires. And so they are so desperate for one more vote that they're willing to pull back the nomination for Elise Stefanik.
On social media, the president says with a very tight majority, he doesn't want to take a chance on anyone else running for Stefanik's seat. Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. says they're cutting 25% of the HHS workforce.
As part of President Trump's DOGE workforce reduction initiative, we're going to streamline HHS to make our agency more efficient and more effective.
No replacements planned. Secretary of State Marco Rubio says that 300 student visas have been revoked, including those who had them at Tufts, Columbia University, and other schools. He says the U.S. has a right to rescind the visas of students who participated in campus protests.
We're going to do the same thing if you come into the United States as a visitor and create a ruckus for us. We don't want it. We don't want it in our country. Go back and do it in your country. But you're not going to do it in our country.
A short hospital stay for King Charles for observation after experiencing cancer treatment side effects. Now this.
Brought to you by Progressive Insurance. You could save big when you bundle your auto, home, motorcycle, RV, or boat. Visit Progressive.com.
Coming up, Sound Transit has its next CEO. We'll hear from him after Nate Connors at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
All right, Aaron. Lake Washington Windows and Doors has this update. Bellevue to Everett and Seattle to Everett are both an hour, 15-minute commutes. 405, pretty solid from 520 all the way through Alderwood. And then you're going to join that hefty backup on northbound I-5. Seattle to Everett is packed from Mercer all the way through North Linwood. Everett to Seattle, solid hour still. You've got 3 backups. South Everett, starting at the Boeing Freeway. A couple miles of backup through Linwood, and then you're solid from Northgate into downtown. Our lake bridges are beginning to fill in starting mid-span. Bellevue to Seattle, 25 minutes on both I-90 or 520. Bellevue to South Center will take you 35 minutes. Seattle to Federal Way is at 40. And Renton to Puyallup on the Valley Highway is a 50-minute commute. Through March, save double your sales tax from Lake Washington Windows and Doors, plus pay 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 12 months. Visit LakeWashingtonWindows.com. KIRO News Radio, real-time traffic. I'm Nate Connors.
KIRO News Radio, 97.3 FM, Northwest News. Now, the latest from KIRO News Radio and MyNorthwest.com.
Good afternoon. I'm Aaron Granillo from King County Executive to Sound Transit CEO. Dow Constantine is named next leader of the Regional Transit Agency.
Well, your vote of confidence means the world to me, and I am excited to get started immediately on the work before us.
Board member Nancy Backus pushing back on critics who say choosing a fellow member amounts to cronyism.
No one is indebted to Dow Constantine.
He takes on the new role on April 1st with a base pay of $450,000. Police do not suspect foul play after the body of a missing paraplegic woman was found in a marsh near Auburn. Algona Police Chief James Shrimpshire says the 50-year-old woman left her care facility Tuesday, never made it back.
Somehow her wheelchair
and her ended up in the marsh.
Her body was found yesterday morning in the marsh near Algona Boulevard North and Boundary Boulevard. More than 100 workers at Valley Medical Center are being laid off. The hospital tells the Renton Reporter this is because the federal government has not approved an increase in Medicaid reimbursements. It's costing Valley Med millions. Cassie Sauer is CEO of the Washington Hospital Association.
People are getting lower Medicaid payments than they got in 2024 by pretty substantial amount. And so if they don't have the cash flow to cover their operating expenses, they are going to have to make cuts and layoffs.
Most of the cuts are to non-medical personnel, but they include important support staff. It is opening day for Major League Baseball. The Mariners are kicking off the new season with the home game against the A's. KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey went to T-Mobile to talk with fans.
It's the thrill of a new season.
The crowds and the cheering and the excitement of opening day.
And every year it brings us all together.
It's really amazing to watching games and enjoying with the family.
I watch it with my 96-year-old dad all the time.
Just maybe this year the M's can finally win the whole thing.
Just the thought of maybe it could happen.
Play ball. Luke Ducey, KIRO News Radio.
Checking your forecast now, brought to you by State Roofing and Exteriors. Right now the roof closed at T-Mobile Park, and it'll likely stay closed for opening nights. We have some isolated showers and thunderstorms expected later tonight, and overnight lows in the 40s. Right now, 55 degrees in downtown Seattle. I'm Aaron Granillo, KIRO News Radio.
Your best source for local news, serving Western Washington and the world with the KIRO News Radio app. Always streaming live on your smart speakers. You're listening to KIRO News Radio, Northwest News.
Well, look, my wife has a rule in her family.
Oh, good.
When somebody's birthday, sing happy birthday. You ready?
Yeah. His name is Joe. His name is Joe.
Happy birthday to you.
It's Joe, Mr. President.
Happy birthday to you.
You got it. It's Joe.
Happy birthday, dear Valen. Happy birthday to you.
Close enough. All right, here we go. The John Curley Show. Diving in the news. Joe's birthday. Yeah. Oh, boy. Opening day for the Mariners. The homeless Oakland.
Yes.
No, just the
homeless A's. They do not have a city associated with their name. Go to their website. It just says athletics.
Wow.
Isn't that sad?
That's sad.
It is sad.
And their old Raleigh Fingers, the A's.
Sure.
Going
Ricky
way
Anderson.
back. Right? Just to name a few, there you go.
I went to the Coliseum last year to see the A's for one last time in Oakland.
And?
Oh, boy. That is a dumpster of a stadium.
Yes.
Troughs in the men's bathroom.
Still?
They ran out of hot dogs at one of the concession stands
in
I
the
went
men's
to.
room, they ran out of hot dogs in the men's room. What's going on? Well, listen, do they have a place to stay while they're here, or are they going to be in some of those old broken down RVs around the stadium?
I think they probably are. They have some shelter. Staying at a hotel, probably. I would think so.
I'm going to guess they're probably at the Fairmont. It's always fun, or the Four Seasons. Sometimes you see those guys down in the lobby.
Yeah.
All right. So not having a stadium, not having a home, will that play into the advantage of the Mariners for the opening game today at 7:10?
Yeah, they should probably sweep this 4-game series.
Wow.
Yeah,
wow.
They should.
What do you think that really great announcer that they have for the A's? What do you think she would say about it? I don't have to say anything. You can say anything. Yeah. All right. Home Springs Eternal. Yeah. Here we go. We spoke to you for the last game. We had it on. You sat there, got all sad, and then you walked out, and then we tortured you and made you try to admit that this is the year. That's it. You're going to give up. And then I told you what my son said, that he's reached the point that he is so angry with the Mariners. And now he says, Dad, I'm just livid with the Mariners. This is last year, the end of the season. And he goes, and then I'm equally mad at myself, knowing I'm going to go back and when opening season, all of it's going to be forgotten, and I'm going to just simply focus on the games ahead. And I know in my heart, I will have a broken heart again.
It's the annual cycle of the Mariner fan.
Yes. Right.
Opening day, for some reason, you start to believe. Unless you're a couple of teams that don't have a shot, like the A's, like the White Sox,
I
like
haven't
the
seen you
Rockies.
this optimistic in.
Well, that's because it's opening day.
I know.
Opening
day.
You don't understand. You can't
Talk to
be
me
down.
a month ago. I was not optimistic. I don't know what happened. It seemed like a positive spring training. It feels like the guys are all buying into this new system, this new offensive strategy, the small ball strategy that I grew up watching.
Oh, you mean getting hits?
Yeah. Yeah, they're buying into the idea of getting hits and not striking out.
All right, guys, everybody in. Now listen. When the guy throws the ball at you, you got a bat in your hand.
Yeah,
use it.
That's right.
Make contact with the ball with that wooden thing.
Mm-hmm. They like that idea this time around. It's going to change.
What do you mean small ball for those people that don't follow baseball but are just about ready to change the station?
So, the last few years in baseball in general, the idea is you can strike out and still.
No, we've demonstrated that.
You can strike, but you can still win games if you strike out a lot if you make it up with a lot of home runs and a lot of offense. Mariners struck out a ton and did not hit a lot of home runs and did not score a lot of runs. There are teams out there that can do both. They can strike out and score a lot of runs.
Yes.
We've proven we can't do that.
Okay.
So the goal now is to take what the pitcher is giving you. Ball's outside, hit it the opposite way. Ball's inside or off the plate, don't swing at it, right? I mean, it seems so simple. It is a simplified strategy, though. It's a simplified strategy.
Yes.
Whereas in years past, it was find that one pitch that you can crush and hit a home run, hopefully. Now it's bunt the guy over, steal the bag, sacrifice fly, sacrifice out. So
is some of this Dan Wilson's idea?
Certainly.
Yeah.
It's Dan Wilson and Edgar Martinez.
Okay.
And this is the kind of baseball they played at the end of last season in September when they were playing their best baseball.
Yeah.
Julio played his best baseball at the end of the year. The entire team, their batting average rose 30, 40 points as a team. So now the question is, will the success of September translate to March and April and as the season goes on? Time will tell. All the reporting out of spring training, though, is that the guys are buying in and the bats have looked good. You don't want to put too much stock into spring training.
But explain to me, why do they need to buy in? Doesn't the manager say this is the way we're playing and this is the way you're going to play?
That's the issue, is that they bought into the hitting strategy last year that was awful and was not working. They bought in last year, too, and it wasn't successful.
Okay.
But they are buying into this new system, it seems.
How are we on defense? We had one of the finest pitching staff in Major League Baseball. Everybody still healthy? Everybody back?
Not everybody.
Okay.
You are starting the season with George Kirby, one of your great starting pitchers, on the IR. He should be back in a couple weeks, though. And then there's this other guy, Matt Brash. He throws frisbees for sliders when he comes in out of the bullpen. He didn't pitch all last season.
Now, for those that are actually still listening or can't figure out how to change the station, is throwing a frisbee good?
It's a good thing.
Okay.
A lot of movement.
Okay.
A lot of good, a lot of spin.
Yeah, I know. I got
pitch.
you.
It looks like it's starting on the right side and goes to the left side.
Coming in from
right?
the parking lot.
That's right.
Yes.
All right. So at this point, on a scale of, let's give you 1 to 50.
Okay.
You're at a 50.
How many wins are they going to get?
No, not wins. This is about you as a human being.
Yes. Oh boy.
1 to 50. Where are you? 50 being just can't wait. Fully just loaded, ready to go.
50.
50.
Yes.
50.
Yes.
Yes. That's it. Nothing more exciting for an old timer like me than his teeth fall out every once in a while. To have a youngster like yourself be so excited, fully erect, can't wait for the season, and then watch the slow demise, the starch comes out of it, and by the end of maybe July, we'll check back. All right?
Might be June. We'll see. But
wait a minute.
Yeah, what happened?
I don't know. I mean,
come on.
The team is they have so much potential. And we've said this the last 3 years, though. So much potential. But then they just fail, right? I'm just hoping things are different this time. They have to be.
All right, well, we'll see about that. We've got you to 50 right now.
Yeah.
If you head into June, keep your head up there, all right?
All right.
The Seattle Mariners.
Who's that?
Just some New Yorker guy complaining about the Mariners.
Oh, the Mariners.
The Seattle Mariners.
Mariners. All right, thank you, Aaron.
Wait, you have a very important question left to ask.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, it's still available?
You'll probably find them on the second hand.
Thank you, Aaron. All right. By the way, hey, how did everybody deal with the big storm yesterday? What a washout. And everybody, and those people, I've seen people taking pictures on social media of neighbors that have, like, taken their everything they could find in the house to pad the front of their car. Mattresses and couches. Sleeping bags.
Oh. That's what I did. Sleeping bags. I got 2 wet sleeping bags now. Drying in the garage.
We were hesitant. We were giving the details. We didn't pump it up, but oh my God, everybody just, here comes the big storm, and then 2% chance of a tornado. Nate got all excited on there with the hail. Okay, quick, Brent. Anybody see any hail?
Nope.
Now, each one of those hailstones weighing no more than the news, to the TV news, are they really trumpeting the thing?
In fact, Spike sent me a screenshot of, they compared, this is what hail looks like when it's the size of a baseball and a grapefruit and everything in between.
A baseball, hang on there! Okay. All right, so, and I haven't seen... Nobody died, no roofs blown off, no cars blown off the road, no hail.
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, fine.
The lightning and thunder was nice, though.
You like the thunder and lightning?
I do. Thunder's rare around here.
The thing is that how many more times? Because we remember the big storms, big windstorms, there were going to be snowstorms, there were going to be this and that. And then sure enough, the next day, it never materializes. It's the boy that cries wolf. At a certain point, people are like, it's not going to happen. Because now I do believe people have started to go, oh, yeah, right. Because here's the thing about news. TV news or radio news, it is the great unifier. Because everybody experiences it. It rains on the rich man as well as the poor man. So if you've got weather coming, that's the thing that you push real hard. So I'm sure they were all in on it, explaining it all to you. And then I've been a weatherman, not a meteorologist, but a weatherman. I used to do a thing where I would look at what the other guys were doing. The guy at Channel 4, this is back in Washington, D.C., the guy at Channel 7. And I was like, what are they calling for? It's like, he's going 3 to 5. He's going 3 to 5 inches. What's the other guy? Oh, he's going to go 4 to 6. And I would always go, I'd say, okay, then I'm going big. I'd be like, okay, we're going to get anywhere between 9 and 14 inches of snow. Then you get then you're like, wow, look at that.
Look at this guy.
Yeah. I figure most people don't know how to measure the thing. So
No.
just go bigger than the other guys.
Yeah.
You don't want to go lower than the other guys. So that was my strategy all the time.
How'd that work out?
Fine. And people are like, oh, you got it wrong. Yeah, so what? What do you expect? I said this before. The science will prove it. They cannot predict with any certainty outside of about 24 hours. 24 to 48, depending on what the storm is. The accuracy declines because it has to do with how fast the systems are moving. It's all modeled forecasting. And I've told the story before, so, yes, heard it, move on. Yep. Anybody want to say that? No. All right. So here's where the 5-day...
Heard it, move on.
Too bad you're going to hear it again. Here's where the 5-day forecast came from. There was a TV station in Connecticut that was losing to the Johnny Carson show because tonight Johnny's guests are, Dinah Shore, Pat Boone, and they'd list them all right. Well, what had happened was people would be watching the ABC station there in Connecticut, and they would flip over and tune away, and the station was not getting credit for those viewers. They would tune away and go to lineup is called, appointment television, because they wanted to be there when tonight Johnny's guests are Burt Reynolds. So you'd flip over. So ABC was losing its viewers because the way the clock works and the way sponsorship works and ratings work, if they switch out in the last 10 minutes, then the station doesn't get credit. So they brought in a consultant, and the guy said, well, how about this? People love weather. Why don't you do a 5-day forecast? So, and tease it all the way through. There's after sports. Don't forget, Dial Baxter will be up with our 5-day forecast. Well, everyone wanted to stick around for the 5-day forecast, and they wouldn't switch over to catch the beginning of Johnny Carson's show. So this station in Connecticut was able to get credit from the ratings because people would stick around. Well, once they came in and told this guy that, whatever his name is, the meteorologist, he said, well, I can't in good conscience do that. I can't do 48 hours out. I will not. That's ridiculous. And they're like, well, you know what? Either do it or you're fired. Okay, when do I start? So that's where the 5-day forecast came from. And then the 7-day forecast, even more bull crap. Now, here's a pile of crap for you, the 10-day forecast. But people are like, oh, what's it look like 2 weeks from now? I better plan to get out there and cut the grass. Forget about it. You can't. They don't have the accuracy. It declines. It decreases. I get for the percentage of decreasing as it goes further out from about like 30 hours out.
Wow.
That's where it all came from. It was simply to beat the Johnny Carson show.
It's just a ratings gimmick.
Imagine that, somebody in it just for the money. I can't believe it. Speaking of ridiculous as well, this survey comes out every single year talking about how happy everybody is, the happiness quotient, and every year, I think it's either Finland or Norway or one of those. This is such a load of crap. One of the reasons it's crappy is because the people there in this part of the country, part of the world, have a very low expectation. So if, they made it through winter without somebody in the family offing themselves, that they give themselves a score for that, and that's supposed to be positive. It's extremely depressing, these parts of the world, and they're like, well, why are they the happiest? Because how do you judge one person's happiness compared to another person's happiness? But every year, it's those countries. It's because they have a low expectation. If you don't think things would be great and things turn out to be crappy, you're like, well, you're not disappointed. So therefore, what's the alternative being disappointed? It would be happy. So every year that comes out, every year it's just a load. I saw some crazy stuff when it comes to happiness, and they broke things down in the United States. Again, I don't believe these studies because you're catching person at a time. Who knows? Maybe they just found out their daughter is going to have a baby. Well, of course, they're happy, and the pollster calls up, and they ask them how they're doing. Well, it's how they're doing on that day. I don't have time for that. I wrote it all down.
Well, we got to come back to it. Yeah, I'm on the edge of my seat.
No, it's not that good. Here's Dave, the big public traffic.
No.
No.
Home Comfort Alliance has our update. Mariners opening day traffic is getting thick heading to T-Mobile Park. North 5 is jammed up starting almost near mid-Boeing Field into downtown. Everett to Seattle has climbed an hour, 10 minutes, 3 backups, South Everett, Linwood, and now bumper to bump closer to 130th in Northgate down to I-90. Crossing the lake from Bellevue, plan on 25 minutes on both bridges. Westbound 520 is jammed across the lake. Westbound 90 is crowded, but it is a direct route to the game. Southbound 99 heavy from the zoo across the bridge. You're going to catch a nice little break along Lake Union, and then you're going to start jamming up again through the downtown tunnel down to the stadiums. Bellevue to Everett up to an hour 15. Seattle to Everett also an hour 15. Improve your home comfort with a new heat pump, plus enjoy 18 months, same as cash financing, and up to 15% off all heat pumps and air conditioners through March. Visit HomeComfortAlliance.com. KIRO News Radio, real-time traffic. I'm Nate Connors.
At KIRO News Radio, our commitment goes beyond delivering the latest headlines.
Authorities say they've busted a violent drug trafficking ring in Seattle.
Mayor Bruce Harrell says this operation should go a long way toward putting a stop to crime in the CID.
We dive deep into the stories that matter, helping you understand the impact on your community and your life.
Even if you do get caught, you're going to probably get a small little smack on the hands.
You can have your opinions, I can have mine.
KIRO News Radio, Northwest News.
Need a new roof, a deck, siding, windows? Get up to $3,000 off any new installation. Hi, it's Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. Home projects can add up fast, but we're here to help you save big. Book now and lock in up to $3,000 off in savings. That's $3,000 off any new installation. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com to schedule your free estimate today. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
Andy, how does it feel to win the summer?
Feels real good, Holly. Like a lush lawn.
Let's talk about the dandelions. How did you beat those?
It's a team effort here. My tech Danny from Weedman came in for the weed control assist.
What's next?
We're talking fertilization, aeration. There's a lot in store.
There you have it. It's Weedman for the win. Visit weedman.com for a free quote and save 50% on your first service with promo code WIN.
When an 18-wheeler ran a red light and took the life of a Tacoma man in 2021, his family trusted Davis Law Group to fight for them. And we recovered a $3.5 million settlement and held the trucking company accountable for his death. Accident victims have trusted Davis Law Group to win their case for the past 30 years. And hundreds of 5-star reviews from real clients are proof that we've earned that trust. Call Davis Law Group today for a free consultation or get my free book on trucking accident law at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
When you switch to Progressive, you could save bundling your home and auto. Then you could put that money towards some of the surprisingly more expensive things in life.
Attention passengers, we've reached 10,000 feet and internet is now available for purchase.
I just paid hundreds for this flight and you can't even throw in internet? I'll just take the free pretzels.
Sorry, but I do have snack boxes for sale.
I'm just gonna sleep.
In that case, we are selling pillows and blankets as well.
I'll just breathe. That's free, right?
Life costs a lot, so bundle and you could save with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Hey, we've got Wes Jones here of sellwithwes.com. Wes, what if I'm a home seller, but I've got a unique property? Maybe I have a lot of acreage, or a horse pasture, or a castle and a moat, or a house with some sort of unique design. Can you help with that?
If you've got something like that, I definitely want to hear from you guys. You working with unique properties is one of my favorite things to do in real estate, and the reason why is I get to utilize my full arsenal of marketing techniques. We can do aerial photography, we can do video walkthroughs, we can do actual video, we can do target marketing. But one of the unique things that I can do that other realtors don't is some of the access to other media that I can advertise your properties in. The local blogs, Seattle Times, King 5, all of my properties have been featured on programs like those.
That's Wes Jones of sellwithwes.com. He sold a ton of unique properties and he can sell yours too. Sellwithwes.com, sellwithwes.com, a better way to sell your home.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is for you too. Stubborn fat is really hard to get rid of, and then there's all those gimmicky lasers, fat freezing methods, and prescriptions. Imagine a simple solution that takes just one day and provides immediate noticeable results. Introducing ProSculpt. ProSculpt uses air-assisted technology that's safe and gentle yet powerful, delivering instant fat-reducing and skin-tightening results. Performed by board-certified plastic surgeons while fully awake, ProSculpt contours your body with minimal downtime. It's designed to target those problem areas: waistline, neck, face, arms, thighs. ProSculpt gently removes unwanted fat and tightens loose skin with FDA-cleared plasma technology, all in a simple, guaranteed one-day procedure. ProSculpt is one and done. Schedule your free consultation at prosculpt.com for $250 off. For powerful permanent fat removal and skin tightening that works for ladies and you men, it's prosculpt.com.
Free consultations, no fee guarantees, 5-star reviews. JP Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains the importance of going beyond these familiar offerings.
Accident victims want an attorney, Tom, that satisfies their needs. Someone who handles those needs with the highest degree of care. Pendergast Law offers the no-fee guarantees and free consultations, but these only scratch the surface.
Okay, explain more.
We make sure that every member of our team is genuinely passionate about helping others. Customer service and communication are our top priority. It's how we take care of our clients so they always feel one step ahead of the insurance companies. Our strong reputation for high standards provides comfort and confidence when it's needed most.
Pendergast Law offers the free consultations, the no-fee guarantees, and of course, they are 5-star rated. But what really makes them different is their genuine passion for helping others. I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
That's PendergastLaw.com.
During Lent, treat yourself to a teriyaki salmon meal at Ivar's Seafood Bar. They start with a grilled wild Alaskan salmon fillet, baste it with a teriyaki glaze, and serve it with coconut pineapple rice and sesame ginger coleslaw. A meal for $15.99. Available in all Ivar's seafood bars from Marysville to Tacoma and throughout Seattle, but not in Ivar's fish bars at the Salmon House, Pier 54, or Mukilteo Landing. Find more information at ivers.com. Ivers since 1938.
KIRO Newsradio, 97.3 FM, Northwest News. Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and mynorthwest.com.
Good afternoon. I'm Aaron Granillo. Still no service at the Angle Lake Light Rail Station in SeaTac after a lightning strike knocked out the power. Sound Transit's interim CEO, Jerron Sparman, says it stranded a train last night.
However, we were able to send a rescue train to retrieve our passengers. There were 8 of them on the train.
Nobody was hurt. Crews continue to make repairs. No ETA for returning light rail service to Angle Lake. Extra buses are running in the meantime. Maybe you've seen that text scam. It claims you owe unpaid tolls to WashDOT. A local woman tells KIRO 7 TV's Louis Tran she and her husband fell for it.
She tells me her husband thought it was real since recently they both crossed the Narrows Bridge to get a puppy. He sent them his personal information to pay off the toll.
Having gone over a toll bridge, the timing was right.
The next day, he receives a text from a scammer pretending to be Wells Fargo this time and brought up his personal information he had shared the day before, further convincing him he was on the phone with his bank.
They're good. They're really good.
The scammer said a bank manager was stealing their money, but to stop it, the husband needed to send the same amount to a separate account, and he listened. $23,000 in a matter of hours.
Seattle City Auditor's Office releases a new report on gun-related violence in Seattle. KIRO Newsradio's James Lynch has a closer look.
The report found shots fired incidents rose 194% between 2013 and 2024. Fatal shootings during that same time period rose 220%. The report recommends a systematic adoption of a framework for reporting gun violence patterns and the use of problem analysis and an all-hands-on-deck approach to address gun violence. James Lynch, KIRO News Radio.
A bill that caps rent hikes at 7% in Washington moves one step closer to becoming law. It passed a key Senate committee yesterday. Supporters like Democrat Senator Emily Alvarado says the measure protects renters from sudden spikes.
This bill is a simple guardrail for the many, many people in this state who just want to make sure that they can have a little bit of control in that household budget.
And opponents argue it'll hurt landlords and slow down new housing projects. Takes us to 4:32. Let's go now to Nate Connors. He's at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
Thanks, Aaron. Beacon Plumbing has our update. Hey, if you're headed to the game, this is what you've got in your way. North 5 jams up near Boeing Field into downtown. South Center to Seattle's a half hour. That's a 10-minute delay. Everett to Seattle's climbed a bit to an hour, 15 minutes. You've got 3 backups south Everett, Linwood, and then bumper to bumper from 130th all the way down to I-90. Everett to Bellevue is 55 minutes now. You're slow through Canyon Park, and then you're going to jam up at Northeast 85th and Kirkland. From there, it's pretty much solid all the way down to that VMAC in Renton. Bellevue to Renton has about a 10-minute delay. Crossing the lake from Bellevue, plan on about 30 minutes now on both bridges. Southbound 99 is heavy from the zoo across the Aurora Bridge. You're going to catch a little break along Lake Union, and then you're slow through the downtown tunnel to the stadiums. Bellevue to Everett and Seattle to Everett have both inched up to an hour and 20-minute commutes. For all of your heating, electrical, septic, and mechanical needs, stop freaking, call Beacon. KIRO News Radio, real-time traffic. I'm Nate Connors.
Thank you, Nate. Your forecast now brought to you by State Roofing and Exteriors. Overcast skies tonight, spotty showers as well, and maybe even some isolated thunderstorms. Right now, 55 degrees in downtown Seattle. I'm Aaron Granillo, KIRO News Radio.
Your best source for local news. You're listening to KIRO News Radio, Northwest News.
KIRO 7 TV's Pinpoint Alert Days. It's your advance notice to stay safe. When weather threatens to damage and disrupt your daily life, KIRO 7 sounds the alarm, preparing you days in advance. Stay informed, stay prepared with KIRO 7 Pinpoint Alert Days only on KIRO 7 News.
Thank you, Joe. Well said, well read. On your birthday, you're doing well. Here's the question. How old do you think Joe is? Don't say Joe. 1-888-973-5476. It's deceptive. Bucky's Auto Service Centers, I'll tell you how old they are. 55 years they've been around. They got 16 locations. Take the car to Bucky's Auto Service Centers. Take it to an auto body shop if you have a Tesla. It's Troublemaker. We play this song for a bunch of troublemakers, but I think this guy's at the top of the list of troublemakers. Because he loves it.
Yep.
All right, you know what? Jonathan Cho over there at the Discovery Institute you like confrontation, don't you?
Hey, John, I'm just seeking the truth, brother. And unfortunately, it happens sometimes.
I follow you on Instagram. I think you were over at the UW and a fight broke out, and this one guy got pulled down by the backpack, and then you go in there in this bright, kind of, very feminine colored jacket. And this guy goes to grab you, and then you're swinging a couple of haymakers as you're running away. I'm like, Cho, you're not a young man anymore, and looks like you could lose about 20 pounds. You always get right in the middle of all this crap that's going on. What draws you to that? What draws you to that?
Well, like I said, when you're trying to get to the bottom of it and you're trying to get the story, you do whatever it takes. And I want to mention, John, I used to be a former track star, so I still got it.
Former track star.
Former track star, yeah. And I'm running in flip-flops half the time, and that blue feminine jacket, I had to switch out because I got blood on it that day. So,
all right. Okay.
It's what happens when you knock a few people out. These
here we go. All right, John the Cho, so you have been covering the Tesla protests for a while now. You've been doing it all around the country. Let's just talk about what's happening in Seattle. Are we seeing more of it, less of it? Is it becoming more violent? What do you see as the arc of the story of protesters vandalizing Teslas?
Well, I think we're just getting started, unfortunately, because of this whole protest movement called, Tesla Takedown. You've got these essentially far-left activists who are trying to sink Elon Musk's stock or, any company associated with what, he's trying to do. I started covering I think I covered the first incident of arson several weeks ago in Northgate. A white Tesla got torched. At first, cops weren't sure if it was arson. Then they determined it was. And then, fast forward to just a week or two ago, I've lost track of time now since I've been traveling everywhere, but the Cybertrucks that got torched in Soto. And then the very following day, you've got another activist group, one fella buying a Model S Tesla and intentionally destroying it to prove a point. So more protests on the way, and now we're starting to see all of these incidents of Tesla vandalism across the nation. So again, like I said, I think we're just getting started. So as Tesla is responding to this, and I saw online, I can't find it here locally, but all the prices are the same. The Tesla S3, I think of whatever the model is, the latest, that for just $1,000 down or something, you could lease it for like $230 a month. Don't quote me on the numbers, but it's something like that, because they want to incentivize the person to be able to buy these Teslas. Because I'm going to assume, I don't know what percentage of people that were planning on buying Teslas. Like, do I want to buy a Tesla, a brand new great car, and then have some moron come around and scratch it? So then you think, well, it's just not. Maybe I'll wait till things die down. What do you think, if you have to write the script for this using your knowledge and the facts and what you see and just generally a sense of, some fiction writing on this, what has to happen in order for this thing to crest and fall and end? Well, we've got to start seeing arrests, and we're starting to see that right now, but we've got to also see these people, charged. And some of them are facing federal charges. Attorney General Pam Bondi said, she's going to be going after them as well, especially the ones going after, the vandals at these Tesla dealerships. But like you said, this is, to me, a buying opportunity. If you're, if you believe in Tesla, a Seattle used car dealer said somebody brought in a Model X. It's the, Tesla that's $100,000 with wing doors and, unloaded it for $25,000. So they're still great vehicles. And Tesla this past year overtook the Subaru as the most popular car in Seattle. So, again, I feel like we're just getting started with the vandalism. We've got to see arrests to really send a strong message. But at the same time, if you're a Tesla owner, I'd say stay strong, double down. This is a buying opportunity. And I want to say, for the record, I own a Tesla as well, John. Yeah. So, I'm not afraid. I took and bought the dip when the stock came down and dropped to 236 or whatever it was. That was a buying opportunity. As I tried to explain on the air, and some guys like, oh, you're a moron. Look, when it was selling at 400 and some, only institutions bought it. When retail buyers, that's me and everybody else, get a chance to buy Tesla when you can afford it, then we can vote on for proxy votes. We can make some directions to the board where we're going to go, what we want to do. You want more individuals in there rather than the institutions, so I bought the dip on the thing. I've already made money on it just about a week ago. So
that's the good part. I think the bad part for Elon Musk and anybody else that has a Tesla is I think these people see themselves as succeeding. They see the fact that Tesla's sales are down in the United States. They see that it's down in Europe. And as they start to get momentum, any one of this sort of group riot mentality, if they have momentum, they will keep doing this, right? So I think that's the unfortunate thing. To me, I don't care about dings and scratches of cars. So if I bought one, and I am thinking about buying one, I don't care if they scratched it. Here's the big question. Do you think people would be scratching and vandalizing pickup trucks?
In what context?
I don't think people mess with people that drive pickup trucks. I think, because I know from personal experience, pickup truck cuts me off. I never flip them off, never beep the horn because I don't know, because the guy's in a pickup truck. I just assume the guy's probably armed and probably, would be, unlike you, I wouldn't be able to outrun him because I wasn't a track star 50 years ago like you. So, but most of the people that drive Teslas tend to be liberal, tend to be male, tend to make more than $100 and some thousand a year. And they are being vandalized and hurt by their own sort of liberal friends that aren't making as much money as they are. I don't think if this was happening, nobody would be messing with pickup trucks. You just don't mess with people. Do you think this will at some point lead to violence? Because there are pictures, you can get video of these morons doing this. Somebody has to put the car out there and wait and watch and then do something to go get these guys because there's not enough cops to go get them. Will it lead to violence?
Look, I think we're already starting to see that. And look, I want to be very clear. I never condone violence. I'm not encouraging anyone to, take matters into their own hands or, seek vigilante justice. But at the same time, look, if somebody's attacking you, you've got to be prepared to defend yourself. And we are seeing that now. We are seeing Tesla drivers, of course, recording now. Another reminder to the vandals, everything's being recorded. And, they're saving these videos and they're putting them out there. And people are getting outed now, publicly shamed. And I think that's going to be the only way. It really comes down to common sense, folks. I believe in John. I think you agree with this. We still are the majority, John.
Yes.
And I think we need to, not be afraid, essentially, and just speak up and then take a stand because enough is enough.
Yeah, speaking with Jonathan Cho over there at the Discovery Institute, you can follow him as well on Instagram as he seeks the truth with his mom's coat on.
I remember a red coat.
Bright colors.
Bright colors, yeah. You don't try to hide it at all. You don't have the black block or whatever everybody else is wearing. I think that here's the got to think of yourself. You go up there and you key a Tesla. That thing takes a picture of you, got video of you. Are you willing to lose your job, to go to jail, right, for this, or to face giant fines? Are you really willing to throw your whole life upside down so that you can key a car? That's right. That's the rational way to look at this whole thing.
Yeah, and unfortunately, we live in a region here in the Seattle area that isn't that rational.
Yeah.
So I think a lot of these idiots and knuckleheads are going to have to learn the hard way.
Okay, and you mean that in the nicest way. All right, Jonathan Cho, thanks for coming on. Let's get back to work. Whatever it is, wherever there's trouble, you'll be there as well because you are my favorite troublemaker. There he goes. Former track star.
That's right. He can move. I've seen it.
You got to get away from trouble. All right, let's go to Nate over there in the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk. Nate Hawk.
Thanks, John. Kia of Everett has this update. North 5, jam-packed heading into Seattle, starting near mid-Boeing Field. South Center to Seattle is going to take you about 35 minutes. That's close to a 15-minute delay. Everett to Seattle is hour 15. You've got 3 backups, South Everett, Linwood, and then you're bumper to bumper, barely moving now from 130th and Northgate to I-90. Everett to Bellevue, 55 minutes. You're slow in Canyon Park. Then you're going to jam up in Northeast 85th and Kirkland, and that remains pretty solid all the way down to the VMAC. Bellevue to Renton is about 35 minutes. Southbound 99 heavy from the Zoo across the Aurora Bridge. bridge, and we're seeing building volumes in the downtown tunnel down to the stadiums. Northbound 99 is packed through South Park across the First Avenue South Bridge. Northbound I-5, already did that one. We got an update for you on the one-line service. Sound Transit says service has just been restored at Angle Lake. That's great news after lightning zapped it out of service last night. Kia of Everett makes the process of buying your new Kia as exciting as driving it home. The best drive you'll ever take is the Kia of Everett. Simple, easy, fun. KIRO News Radio, real-time traffic. I'm Nate Connors.
All right. No one's aging gracefully. Well, you hit your 50s, you're like, well, I expect a lot of bad stuff to start happening. But really, heart disease, diabetes, and cancer, you don't want to put those things off as long as possible, because normally what happens is you discover those things when stuff starts to go wrong, and then they try to fix it. Imagine if you could not have it happen. Imagine being proactive, because the way it works in medicine right now, they fix the problems after the problems happen. If the problems didn't occur, if you held them back, pushed them back, and were able to extend your life and have more longevity and more energy, wouldn't that be a better choice? Yes, absolutely. So why not get in touch with Longevity Medical Clinic? They've been doing this for 25 years. I've been a patient since 2009. I've got a doctor who's assigned to me. I love her. We talk 4 or 5 times a year for an hour at a time, and she goes through a very extensive blood test, and she sees everything that's in there, and then we make small, little, tiny, incremental changes. She says, John, I got to bring down that cholesterol. I don't want to get you on a prescription drug. I just want you to make a few changes, and it works. I'm telling you right now, you want to find out more about it, sign up for that free health analysis. Do it. It's at longevitymedicalclinic.com.
At KIRO News Radio, our commitment goes beyond delivering the latest headlines.
Authorities say they've busted a violent drug trafficking ring in Seattle.
Mayor Bruce Harrell says this operation should go a long way toward putting a stop to crime in the CID.
We dive deep into the stories that matter, helping you understand the impact on your community and your life.
Even if you do get caught, you're going to probably get a small little smack on the hand.
You can have your opinions, I can have mine.
KIRO News Radio, Northwest News.
Febreze. It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now, all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
Every success you've had began with a great opportunity. Now there's another one. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we provide no-cost digital resources in place of textbooks and most courses. And that's not all. You'll receive your accredited online education at an affordable tuition with a choice from more than 135 degree and certificate programs. With online and hybrid courses, get everything you need to succeed again. Learn more at umgc.edu, certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Save on a 2-night getaway to beautiful Victoria, BC with the FRS Clipper Spring Sale. Travel car-free on the Clipper Fast Ferry and stay at a charming downtown hotel. From $252 per person, double occupancy. Save during Clipper Spring Sale at FRSClipper.com.
Right now at Les Schwab, it's the deal you've been waiting for. The Afford More sales event. Save $60 instantly on a wide selection of 4 of our most affordable tires. Plus, every tire is covered by America's best tire warranty. 60-day satisfaction guarantee, no hassle road hazard protection, and free maintenance for the life of your tires. Just one more way you'll get more from less. Find the right tires for you at leschwab.com. Limited time offer while supplies last. See leschwab.com/sale for details.
When the heat's in 11, cool AC would be heaven.
Dayandnight.net.
Beat the rush. Act now before summer, because that heat's a real bummer.
Dayandnight.net.
This is the time to plan ahead, so you stay cool this summer. Hi, I'm Bruce with Day and Night Plumbing and Heating. Call us about installing a high-efficiency cooling system or servicing your existing one so you're cool when you need it.
Now save up to $4,600 on qualifying cooling equipment.
Dayandnight.net.
At Carter Subaru, get slam dunk savings all month long. Carter Subaru has exactly what you're looking for with over 300 new vehicles in stock. Ursula Reutin here. I bought my Subaru Outback from Carter Subaru, and right now you can get the 2025 Outback with 1.9% APR for 48 months on approved credit. Shop now during the Subaru A Lot to Love event. Carter Subaru, Shoreline, and Ballard.
On approved credit, subject to vehicle insurance and availability. A documentary service fee may be added to the sale price or capitalized cost. See dealer for details. Valid through 3/31. 2125.
Chart your own adventure at Tulalip Resort Casino, Washington's premier AAA 4-diamond destination. Enjoy award-winning dining, a rejuvenating spa, and world-class shopping. The 12-story hotel features elegant guest rooms with a 55-inch smart TV and room service. Savor exceptional dining, from casual bites to fine cuisine. Unwind at the Tea Spa, and then catch a show at Canoes Cabaret or the Orca Ballroom. Tulalip Resort Casino, when all you want is everything. Visit everythingtulalip.com.
What do you know? Little Bert, where is she? For Joe's birthday.
Oh, wow.
1-888-973-5476. Nick brings the inflatable balloon and the gift that I wanted you to bring, but she screwed it up. Hand him what it is. Hold on.
Okay.
This is your gift.
This is a real-time card.
Well, yeah, we're making the card because we forgot that she left that thing at home. She didn't understand.
Okay.
All right, here you go.
Okay.
So here you go. This is our gift to you.
Okay.
You can read it.
Okay, here we go. I'm opening it now.
Yep.
Leather John Varvatos jacket.
There you go!
Yes!
I wore that jacket one day, and Joe's like, "Oh, that's a nice jacket. Oh, I like that jacket. Wow, that's a really nice jacket you got there." And I'm like,
I had to come touch it. Remember, I had to
you touched it, and then I left it on your desk, and then you took it out for a test drive.
I did,
and I love that. Every time I wear that, people are like, "Oh, that is such a great." And I thought, you need it. Your life's pretty miserable. So it's in the closet. And I said, Nick, get it, bring it in, and then we give it to him. Whatever. I'm sorry.
That's your voice to text. Instructions are unclear often.
Very, very unclear. Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome. You look great in the jacket, by the way.
My wife said the same thing.
Did she say the same thing?
She did,
Oh, yeah. That's good. Love
It's a game changer.
Well, you deserve it.
I appreciate that.
By the way, Nick guessed 48.
Too high. Oh.
Too high. Or you get a hug.
Oh.
What are you?
You want me to say?
Yeah.
I can go through some of the guesses on.
Yeah, because people.
We got 41, 32, 23, 31, 34, 28, 42. That's the last one.
Wow.
Yeah.
Can I guess before you?
Yeah. What is it?
I was gonna. I think it's 38.
I think it's
38?
I don't know.
And get ready to have President Biden sing to him again. Yes. You said 38. Nate, do you know how old Joe is?
Well, I'm going to guess 31.
Good God.
Come on.
That is crazy. Because the life you've led, you would assume you would look older, like 140.
Well, I do got my beard is pretty much all gray now.
But you have no wrinkles.
Little time in jail. I think that's
jail.
Right.
Right. He learned good skincare and
right.
taking
I learned
care
that in jail.
Moisturize in jail. All right.
Let's back into it, though.
Okay. Hey, Nick, you're not on mic. What are you doing here? You can sit over there. You can sit over there if you want.
Yeah, hang out.
The president's gonna sing "Happy Birthday" to Joe again. Okay. Hold on one second, Mr. President. I know that you maybe not have this written down on a piece of paper. His name is Joe, so we're gonna sing "Happy Birthday" to Joe.
Well, look, my wife has a rule in our family.
Yeah. What's that?
Somebody's birthday, sing "Happy Birthday." You ready?
Yes, we are.
Happy birthday to you.
It's Joe.
Happy birthday to you.
Joe.
Happy birthday, dear Lavin. Happy birthday to you.
There you are. And you are officially
45 years old.
45 years old.
Boom.
Congratulations. And you're going to find yourself, Joe, with a beautiful leather jacket that you would never be able to afford on what they pay you here at KIRO. You'll be able to wear it and get your wife all hot and bothered.
Yes.
As you turn 45 years old. There you go. Teeny excited as well. By the way, what are you doing for your birthday?
I don't know. We're either going to a hockey game or we're going to my favorite Mexican restaurant. But we're going to.
Is that a euphemism for something else? A hockey game?
That's post game.
Oh, okay. I got it. All right. Here is lonely old Nate in there. Beacon Plumbing Traffic. Nathan?
Yes, sir. Emerald Queen Casino. Everett to Seattle has climbed an hour, 20 minutes. You've got 3 backups. South Everett, pretty thick now in Linwood, and then bumper to bumper from 145th in Shoreline all the way down to I-90. Everett to Bellevue is up to 1 hour. You're slow in Canyon Park. And then you're going to hit the brakes at Northeast 85th and Kirkland, and it remains solid all the way down to the VMAC in Renton. Bellevue to Renton is going to take you about 35 minutes. Southbound 99 is packed from Green Lake all the way to the stadiums. Northbound 99 is packed through South Park across the First Avenue South Bridge. North 5 is jam-packed from almost mid-Boeing Field into downtown. Seattle to South Center, South Center to Seattle, rather, is going to take you 35 minutes. And it's a half hour to cross the lake from Bellevue on both I-90 and 520. The Emerald Queen Casino is the entertainment capital of the Northwest, the best place to watch all your favorite sports, featuring wall-to-wall viewing screens, 6 windows, 30 kiosks. Be there at emeraldqueen.com. KIRO News Radio, real-time traffic. I'm Nate Connors.
KIRO News Radio, your home for G and Ursula, 9 to noon.
Joining us right now is retired 4-star General Barry McCaffrey.
The big problem is they were using a commercially encrypted system to discuss pending war plans. They didn't want to be held prisoner to the Official Records Act, so they were going to a private chat room. But they were putting the lives of U.S. Navy and Air Force pilots at risk.
Streaming live on your smart speaker.
Norwegian Cruise Line invites you to experience more in the Caribbean, Alaska, Europe, and beyond. For a limited time, get 50% off all cruises and enjoy NCL's all-new More at Sea cruising package, including unlimited open bar, specialty dining, and more. Visit ncl.com, call your travel advisor, or 1-888-NCL-CRUISE. Offer ends soon. Norwegian Cruise Line. Ships registry the Bahamas and USA. Restrictions apply.
Hi, this is Keith Dashafi, owner of Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Are you ready to enhance your home with stunning, energy-efficient windows and doors? At Pella, we offer top-quality products with innovative designs and exceptional craftsmanship. And right now, we're offering an amazing deal. Enjoy 24 months with 0 interest and equal payments, or get $750 off your qualifying project. My team is dedicated to helping you every step of the way. Visit PellaPNW.com to schedule your free appointment today. That's PellaPNW.com.
Considering selling your home or downsizing? Visit themadronagroup.com for no obligation counsel. The Madrona Group's team of John L. Scott experts makes it easy, guiding you to best pricing and timing, maximizing your profit with smart technology and unparalleled integrity. 5-star reviews and industry best according to Zillow, Google, Yelp, Facebook, and Redfin. This Saturday, hear the Madrona Group's Jason Fox on KIRO News Radio's Home Matters. Maximize your home sale. Visit themadronagroup.com.
KIRO News Radio doesn't just report the news. We help you make sense of it.
People in this area, they have us. We can keep this guy honest. That's our job.
New media is leaving the old guard behind. Yes.
We provide the analysis and context you need to stay ahead in these fast-paced times.
That man is still on the loose, and Everett police are searching for him.
Seattle Public Schools look to boost graduation rates by 10% over the next 5 years.
Stay tuned with KIRO News Radio, where you'll find out why.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
When you're in the thick of a project, Harbor Freight is the place that always comes in handy. Whether you're picking up something for your pickup truck or a power tool for your project, at Harbor Freight, your dollar always goes further. And these days, when everything seems to cost more, you can take pride in knowing that you get hard-working tools at hard-working prices. Whatever you do, do it for less at Harbor Freight.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity. So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah. I'm up to 32 followers.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah, posting my tap dancing videos is easier than ever because we engineered Xfinity Internet with 99.99% network reliability.
Plus, Xfinity Mobile with Wi-Fi Power Boost gives you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. But wait, tap dancing? You don't tap dance.
Hey, what I lack in skill, I make up with passion.
Do more of what you love and love how fast you do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. And now through April 21st, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and 1 unlimited mobile line together for $25 a month for 1 year. And save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Savings compared to Verizon 5G Internet plus 1 unlimited welcome line and AT&T Internet 300 plus 1 unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Actual speeds vary. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
Bonneville International Radio Station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contest are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on mynorthwest.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
Guys, thinking about testosterone replacement therapy? Revive Men's Health can help you get started if you're ready to book your free T-check. Visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com. That's Revive, REVIBE, menshealth.com.
Your best source for local news. KIRO Newsradio, KIRO FM and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle, Northwest News. This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Jennifer Kuiper. Canada's Prime Minister on word of the U.S. to charge a 25% tariff on auto imports.
The old relationship we had with the United States, based on deepening integration of our economies and tight security and military cooperation, is over.
CBS's Kelly O'Grady on the effect.
I'll zero in on GM because that is all about the fact that they have more exposure with where their cars are made than the other big two. They rely on Mexico and Canada far more than Ford and Stellantis. So when you're thinking about a tariff being slapped on any foreign cars coming into the U.S., they are going to feel it most.
A federal judge is ordering the Trump administration to save the Signal text message chat during which a journalist was added to the discussion about strikes on Houthis. CBS's Ed O'Keefe also reports.
The president is said to be privately irritated about the incident, but is standing by White House National Security Advisor Mike Waltz and Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth. CBS News has learned the White House vigorously debated whether Waltz should resign, but he never offered to, and the president never asked. Still, one source described the situation as, quote, still a hot potato.
A new CBS News poll shows that 24% of people in the U.S. feel their incomes are keeping up with rising prices, and the number of people who think there will be a recession next year is up to 28%. CBS's Skylar Henry.
The biggest economic concern among Americans who feel they're not doing well is the price of food and services. Gas prices are second at 70%, and housing prices at 57%. 40% of Americans feel bad about their own financial situation.
First, it was the Kennedy Center. Now President Trump focuses on the Smithsonian Museums and Zoo. His executive order targets funding to programs that contain what he calls divisive narratives and improper ideology. Authorities have detained suspect Paul Kim in the firebombing of a Tesla repair shop in Las Vegas.
Police say Kim spray-painted "resist" on the doors, shot at surveillance cameras, and used Molotov cocktails to destroy several vehicles. Investigators say Kim has social media ties to communist groups. License plate readers, drones, and DNA helped law enforcement track down Kim, who now faces over a dozen state charges, including arson and destruction of property. Andres Gutierrez for CBS News, Las Vegas.
A study from the University of Michigan and published in the journal Lancet HIV finds that transgender people who receive hormone therapy have a lower chance of contracting HIV. Researcher Sari Reisner.
The idea is that the provision of hormones and low barriers to getting hormones has overall benefits to health and well-being. So, for example, one benefit could be the mental health improvements.
This is CBS News.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Coming up, a new leader taking the reins at Sound Transits. That's after Nate Connors at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
Thanks, Aaron. Beacon Plumbing has our update with Mariners opening day and Kraken hockey tonight. We've got a ton of people heading into Seattle. This is what we're looking at. Everett to Seattle continues to climb, now taking an hour and 25 minutes. That's about a half-hour delay with 3 backups. South Everett, Linwood, and then bumper to bumper from 130th and Northgate all the way down to I-90. Southbound 99 is an alternate route, but it is heavy from Green Lake all the way down to the stadiums. North 5 jams up near Mid-Boeing Field in the downtown. South Center to Seattle is going to take you 35 minutes. Northbound 99 is heavy through South Park across the First Avenue South Bridge. Everett to Bellevue is up to 1 hour. You're slow in Canyon Park, and then you're going to jam up at Northeast 85th in Kirkland, and it remains solid all the way down to the VMAC in Renton. And it's going to take you a half hour crossing the lake from Bellevue on both I-90 and that 520 toll bridge. For all of your heating, electrical, septic, and mechanical needs, stop freaking. Call Beacon. KIRO News Radio, real-time traffic. I'm Nate Connors.
KIRO News Radio, 97.3 FM, Northwest News. Now, the latest from KIRO News Radio and mynorthwest.com.
Good evening. I'm Aaron Granillo. There is a new leader at Sound Transit. The agency's governing board voted unanimously today to confirm one of its own members. King County Executive Dow Constantine acknowledging he's taking on this new role facing some headwinds.
From our capital expansion to the resiliency and reliability of our systems to obviously really complex federal landscape.
Now, his appointment comes with critics who believe he negotiated a deal to become CEO in secret. The board denies that. Constantine will earn a base salary of $450,000. More than 100 workers at Valley Medical Center are losing their job. Hospital leaders tell the Renton Reporter layoffs are linked to less Medicaid funding. Cassie Sauer is CEO of the Washington Hospital Association and says Valley Med was hoping for an increase in Medicaid reimbursements.
And it has not been approved yet for 2025. It's sort of stuck in limbo.
Layoffs at Valley Med impact non-medical staff. Hospital leaders say patient care will not suffer. The body of a missing paraplegic woman has been found in a marsh near Auburn. KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey reports she went missing Tuesday after leaving her care facility.
Algona Police Chief James Shrimpshire calls it a tragic ending to a desperate search.
Our hearts and prayers go out to the family. It's terribly unfortunate.
Police say surveillance video shows the 50-year-old paraplegic woman near a marshy area at Algona Boulevard North and Boundary Boulevard Tuesday. She was reported missing later that night. Her body and motorized wheelchair discovered in the water Wednesday morning. Police do not suspect foul play. Luke Ducey, KIRO News Radio.
New baseball season begins with high hopes for the Mariners and their superstar Julio Rodriguez. M's insider Shannon Dreyer says J-Rod likely needs an all-star type season for Seattle to reach the playoffs.
A lot of people say that offense will go as he goes. They absolutely need that. That's the biggest bat potential in that order.
And Julio and the Mariners start the season at home against the A's. First pitch tonight is at 7:10. Weather now brought to you by State Roofing and Exteriors. Will stay overcast tonight with spotty showers and chance for some isolated thunderstorms. Right now 55 degrees in downtown Seattle. I'm Aaron Granillo, KIRO News Radio.
Your best source for local news, serving Western Washington and the world with a KIRO News Radio app. Always streaming live on your smart speakers. You're listening to KIRO News Radio, Northwest News.
Bunt the guy over, steal the bag,
Oh, God,
sacrifice fly, sacrifice out.
A game. Catch the ball.
No, I couldn't catch it. It was going too fast.
You could have caught it, and then he would have been out. That's the beauty of that game. Wow. Everybody's voice is in there. Sherry came back from the dead. All right, here we go with the John Curley Show. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. By the way, Teeny Tiny's going to have the letter of the day. Great honor bestowed by Teeny to your family. Paul and Sammamish probably somewhat hurt that he hasn't won in a while.
I know.
What's going on, Teeny?
Weird.
1-888-973-576.
It's no big deal.
Apparently it is to Paul. And diving on the nose, Ultra Perfect! All right. It's a sad day in Park City, Utah. Oh, no. Oh, no.
After a year-long process to determine where Sundance's future would lie, they're calling it a wrap here in Park City after next year.
We put our heart and soul into this proposal. It's been a year. It's become a second job for all of us. So much resources and time.
Virginia Pierce directs the Utah Film Commission and worked with Sundance for 14 years. Despite the industry's history here and its current strength.
Film production is huge in Utah. We just approved $20 million of production that's happening right now.
They've been left disappointed by Thursday's announcement.
Almost everyone in Utah hearing this news today is going to reflect on their story with the festival.
Stories like Sundance's early days.
We were here when it started, and it was the U.S. Film and Video Festival. Then we're borrowing chairs from churches to set up in garage.
Dana Williams watched the town and the festival grow up together, overseeing 12 years as Park City mayor. He feels changes through the years may have led to this moment.
The board is different. They're not obviously not as wed to Utah as they were. But I do think economically one of the biggest reasons they are leaving is because of how expensive it is to put on the festival.
This bid was one with high stakes.
I mean, it'll be tens of millions of dollars in the city coffers that are gone.
As it now heads to Boulder, Pierce wishes the festival the best, while they hope to rebound quickly from an economic standpoint.
I think there'll always be events that want to come to Utah. I think where we're going to feel the loss is just, a partner, a longtime partner will no longer be here.
Okay. Let's, Andrew, let's bring our guest on who's obviously going to be very upset by this.
I don't want no one to cry, but tell them if I don't survive, I was born free. I was born free.
A longtime Park City resident who made lots of money off of the Sundance Film Festival.
Oh.
When she would rent out her house for exorbitant amounts of money. This has been going on since 1981. Sundance has been there. Here are the towns that would try to get it. Cincinnati wanted it, and they offered $5 million. And Sundance is like, huh? And then Park City said, how about $3.5 million to help support? And they're like, and then Boulder was like, how about $34 million? So they left. So what does this mean for Park City there, Nicole Curley?
Well, Park City is going to be losing the $34 million that Boulder paid to get it, to give you an idea on how profitable it is for the community. It's not just profitable for Park City, but it's profitable for all of Salt Lake.
Yes.
Half of the people and half of the venues are in the city, in the big city of Salt Lake. And the hotels, the theaters, a lot of revenue in Salt Lake City is going to be lost. And then all of the Park City is at 100% occupancy for about 3 weeks during the festival.
1,730 people get hired for the thing. It generates $69 million in wages, and this thing will go out in 2027, goes to Boulder. I guess Boulder obviously just made a better play than Park City. I don't know why they didn't step up more for this thing. But you'll miss out on seeing all the celebrities walking around town.
Yes, you will. And all of the good live music.
That's
which
right.
happens to be one of my favorite because I did see Kid Rock there. I saw Snoop Dogg. I saw One Republic.
Okay.
So long list of live music. A lot of celebrities.
And the celebrities and the locals leave. That's the thing, right? You know, when all the folks come in, everybody leaves. So somebody like yourself could rent their house out. I'm not saying you did this, but let's just say that.
You already said she did that.
I did.
People rent their homes out for how much?
Well, I'll give you an idea.
Okay.
First of all, your house has got to be somewhat close to town. And at the time, I owned a townhome that was in Old Town Park City, walkable to Main Street, which is where the heart of the film festival.
You bought this with this other boyfriend, some boyfriend.
I did. I bought this townhome with my past boyfriend before you were my boyfriend. So,
a doctor, by the way.
Yeah, a doctor.
Oh,
yes.
wow.
So, yeah.
Okay.
So just to give you an idea, can't remember the exact numbers, but in the 2 weeks of the festival, we managed to pay for 5 months. It covered 5 months of our mortgage payment and all of the HOA dues for the entire year.
Wow.
Yeah.
So that gives you an idea
Screwing the out-of-towners.
how profitable it can be.
Right. And all the celebrities, you see them walking around. Everybody's got their fur coats on. Nobody gives them a hard time going in to see, the certain shows in town. The other movies were playing in Salt Lake, but in Park City was the place to be for these things, and people would come in for all the parties and the live concerts and everything else that went with it.
Most of the people come to Sundance not to see the movies because you can't get tickets to the movies. It's very difficult to get tickets.
What are they there for?
So mostly people come for the live music and the private parties and just to bar hop on Main Street, to be honest. and to celebrity search.
Would they premiere a lot of movies at the
Yep.
festival?
They did.
Okay.
They premiere them there, and then they're picked up by the big studios. So
The bar to go to was the No Name. And I had this thing where I would never have a beer until after 5 o'clock. It was just like a rule I had because they thought, well, you start, day drinking.
Yeah.
And then I went
it's
in
a
there.
slippery slope.
No kidding. I'm still sliding down that slope. And I was like 2 PM, and Nick's like, hey, let's go get a beer. I said, I can't. It's 2 o'clock. She goes, you're going in. So we went into the No Name, which is like the famous bar there in Park City, to go in there. And that was my first drink before 5 o'clock. Just a beer, but there you go.
Well, there more than one beer. I think that was the first time you actually got tipsy before 5.
All right, we don't need to go into any of that sort of stuff.
And then it was just downhill from there because then didn't you go on to spend exorbitant amounts of money shopping after that with a little buzz? Which I now know why. That's probably why you didn't want a day drink.
Yes, I did. I bought an unbelievably expensive pair of suede pants.
Yes.
Wow. I always wanted a pair of suede pants, and I said, I'm not going to look at the price.
Bellevue to Renton will take you a half hour. And it's a half hour still crossing the lake from Bellevue. Both 529.90 start to back up, starting way back at 405. You can always listen to your favorite local sports content on the FM dial on 97.3 HD2. KIRO News Radio, real-time traffic. I'm Nate Cobb.